A hypothetical question is posed by a serene, angelic figure to a young man. What if you were transported to another world and given a second chance at life? However, this grand scenario is merely the opening for a sound-only broadcast where an unseen streamer's voice captivates a growing audience. Because of this, picking up streaming as a hobby is not recommended. By night, a young man with dark hair and a red headband sits before his microphone, broadcasting to his listeners. By day, he is just a boy, sleeping soundly in his bed. His daily life takes place at the prestigious Sistal Royal Academy in the Rogia's Kingdom. After classes, he walks past a fellow student bidding him farewell and returns to the solitude of his dorm room. The moment the door closes, his calm demeanor shatters, replaced by a look of intense strain as he prepares for another broadcast. He slips back into his persona with ease. Leaning into the microphone with a wide grin, he greets his audience enthusiastically, thanking them for tuning in and asking how their day was. He is the streamer, and his show has begun. He then announces the start of the chat/advice segment. The first letter is from a man named Akuta, a B-rank adventurer. The streamer's expression becomes serious and focused as he listens to the man's problem. Akuta recounts how a new member joined his adventuring party, but his only skills were supportive magic, scouting for enemies, and repairing weapons. Believing this to be useless, Akuta, as the party's leader, kicked the young man out, leaving him to cower in dismay. After processing the story, the streamer's face breaks into a cold, condescending smile. He leans closer to the microphone and asks Akuta a single, sharp question. Are you stupid? He immediately elaborates on the foolishness of this decision. Scouting magic helps avoid dangerous monsters, and repair magic saves the party from having to go to a repair shop, an incredibly handy skill. As he speaks, his listeners flood the chat, calling Akuta a horrible leader and questioning his arrogant tone. His voice rises with intensity as he delivers his verdict. He declares that he doesn't care about Akuta's status. The adventurer's judgment is flawed. He admonishes Akuta, asking if he intends to wait until his entire party is dead before realizing his mistake. If he can't make the right call, he should just resign. Akuta is left stunned and speechless by the verbal onslaught. The streamer's audience of 10,000 listeners reacts with fervor. They praise his refreshing, if harsh, take. The consensus is clear, summed up by one listener's comment. Akuta should get on his knees and beg for that support user to come back. He decides to move on to the next letter, uncertain if his previous advice had any effect, but preferring to avoid any potential trouble. The new message is from the son of an upper-class family, who explains that he is already engaged. The letter continues, revealing that the sender has fallen for a new transfer student and is considering choosing her instead. The message concludes with a shocking and selfish demand for the streamer to die, so the sender can marry the new girl, leaving Kanata utterly appalled. This outrageous sentiment causes an uproar among his diverse audience. In one home, a family listens in disbelief, shouting in outrage and questioning if the writer has any thought for his own family. Even royalty is incensed. A king, seated on his throne and flanked by guards, declares that this is not a matter to be dismissed lightly. The condemnation is universal, crossing racial boundaries. A group of demonic beings chimes in, advising the letter writer to first earn his fiancé's trust and to stop judging people solely on their appearance. Watching the stream, Rebecca's expression twists with jealousy. While a chat message mocks the streamer, she imagines herself confronting him, shouting that she wants a girlfriend too and calling him a dumbass, much to the confusion of Akuta beside her. His broadcast finished for the day. Kanata leans back with a sigh of relief and signs off, telling his audience he'll see them tomorrow. He holds a small device, wondering if this is how streamers felt in his previous life, admitting to himself that it was quite fun. As he sits in his room, the identity of the anonymous streamer is made clear. His real name is Kanata, and in this world, he's a transfer student. The next day at school, an instructor lectures the students. He explains that magic is fundamentally about imagination, demonstrating his point by conjuring a small, crystalline magical construct at his fingertips. Listening to the lecture among his classmates, Kanata reflects on his circumstances. He realizes that it has been some time since he was reincarnated into this world. He reflected on his past excitement upon discovering magic. In this new world, it had initially seemed wondrous, but now, surrounded by others who could also wield it, the novelty had faded. It was nothing special anymore. Kanata had quickly realized the potential of his power and, seeking to understand it, took the magic ranking exam. He obtained the prestigious rank S and enrolled in the Royal Academy, a school for the richest nobles and most powerful commoners. However, his presence drew the attention of a flamboyant, blonde-haired student who believed himself to possess unlimited power. This attention was not positive. Two other students cornered him, their expressions filled with disdain. One sneered that he wasn't welcome, citing his lack of family name, while the other bluntly told the plebe to beat it. His observation was stark and immediate. The nobles clearly did not like commoners. He understood that no matter how hard one tried, changing one's social status was nearly impossible in their eyes. He decided to handle the situation with disarming politeness for the time being. Clasping his hands together with a serene smile, he told them he wouldn't know the answer to their unspoken grievances and suggested it would be best to ask the teacher. The direct, yet passive, response left his bullies seething in frustration. The tense standoff was broken by the hurried arrival of a young woman, Maria Adarashisu, who ran onto the field, apologizing for being late. The blonde prince began to scold her, but Kanata interjected, telling the prince that if he had time to talk, he had time to perform. The prince glared back, incensed by the interruption. Ignoring the conflict, Maria turned to the teacher, thanking him for his kindness. The instructor waved off her apology, reassuring her that it was fine and no one was blaming her. He correctly guessed she had been busy helping around the house. The prince's attention shifted upon hearing the teacher mention Kanata's rank S achievement. With a confident smirk, he stepped forward, brushing back his hair and declaring that he would take the turn instead, striding past a nonplussed Kanata. He took his position before the practice targets, confirming with the teacher that he simply needed to aim fire magic at the target and that a fireproof seal was in place. He gave it his all. With a shout of fire, he unleashed a powerful blast of magic. After the prince's spell struck the target dead center, the teacher announced that they could allow one more person. He called out, "Today is Kanata's turn. Go ahead." With the prince and his cronies watching smugly, Kanata stepped forward, arms crossed, ready to show his own capabilities. He unleashes his power, and a colossal explosion erupts from the target, obliterating it completely. The sheer force of the blast stuns the onlookers. Their face is a mixture of shock and disbelief. Maria gasps, her eyes wide. Kanata himself seems taken aback, muttering that he might have overdone it. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of his display. The teacher, holding what little remains of the target, addresses the class with a smile, praising the splendid show of power they just witnessed. He then dismisses them for individual training, but the other students slump over, their motivation completely gone. As Kanata walks away from the training grounds, the prince watches him go, his face contorted in disbelief and rage. He seethes, unable to accept that a mere commoner could possess such strength. His fury is interrupted by Maria's approach. She demands to know what the prince and his two companions are doing. One of them, trembling with indignation, loudly accuses Kanata of obviously cheating. Her expression instantly hardens at the accusation. A cold, intense glare silences the two nobles, who recoil in surprise at the sudden address from Lady Maria. With a sharp crack, she drives her fist into a nearby stone pillar, shattering the rock. She warns them to stop letting their foolish pride get in the way, stating that this has nothing to do with social status. She explains that there's a certain quality possessed by people like him, a quality that allowed them to pass the exam. Meanwhile, as Kanata stands alone, another student approaches him. A young woman with elven ears calls out, startling him. She tells him his magic was amazing and that she was impressed. Kanata can only offer a quiet thank you in response. In the background, the prince and his followers bow respectfully to the elf girl, addressing her as Your Highness. She smiles warmly at his response, formally introducing herself. She confirms that she is indeed Lady Maria, a member of the royal family and also the youngest of the three princesses. She then begins to explain that he must be wondering why conflicts keep arising around social status. Kanata, however, is overwhelmed by the stares of the other students, internally wishing they could just get this over with quickly. He tries to dismiss her, saying it's nothing, but she runs a few paces ahead and turns back to him. She insists that he should hear what a certain Mr. has to say about the matter, her expression becoming serious. She winks, pointing a finger at Kanata as she offers a final piece of advice. He shouldn't go around provoking people, even if he's angry. With a knowing smile, she asks if he understands. Later that evening, under a starry sky, the prince stews in silent frustration, leaning against a tree. Nearby, Kanata looks up at the night, sighing to himself that the others were the ones who started the confrontation. His thoughts on the day's events lead him to his new project. Seated before a multi-monitor setup, he begins his broadcast, greeting his viewers as streamer. He asks how their day at work or school was, remarking that his equipment reminds him of a work terminal he acquired after enrolling here. He continues, explaining to his audience that he had to do a great deal of tinkering to upgrade the basic terminal into a proper personal computer. This was no simple modification. To create a platform akin to a streaming site, Kanata had utilized his limitless power. While this world possessed a network that linked terminals, access to technology and entertainment for the general populace was virtually non-existent until now. During his stream, he reflects on the awful events of the day, lamenting that the arguments about status between nobles and commoners seem to be a never-ending cycle. He notes that if anyone else were to attempt streaming, their magical power will be depleted in a matter of minutes. Suddenly, a special, colored message appears in his chat feed from a user named Anonymous Princess, expressing her happiness at hearing his voice again. The unique format of the message causes a stir among the other viewers, who recognize it as a sign of a hardcore fan. The message is more than just a comment. It's a formal letter of gratitude that also contains a donation. As Kanata reads it, wondering what it is, an image of the human princess, Maria Adarashisu, appears, her hands clasped as if in prayer. Following the message, a notification confirms the transfer of 10 gold coins, the sound of the currency clinking as it is deposited. Kanata stares, momentarily stunned by the generosity. A wide, heartfelt smile spreads across his face as he cups his hands to his mouth, shouting his gratitude to the mysterious princess. He stares at the coin, his mind racing. The donation was massive, equivalent to 100,000 yen from his past life. He worries aloud, asking his benefactor if they're stealing from their parents, concerned about the source of such a large sum while the chat buzzes with speculation. He continues the conversation with his mysterious benefactor. She boldly offers herself as a candidate to be his lover, an offer he gently deflects. He reassures her that he isn't meeting anyone in public and that his identity is safe. The princess thanks him, expressing hope that they might find a chance to meet in the future. Meanwhile, in her own chambers, Princess Maria Adarashisu lies on her bed, unable to contain her feelings. She admits to herself that she couldn't help it. She has fallen for him completely. Every new facet of his personality she discovers only deepens her affection. A blush spreads across her face as she clutches her chest, overwhelmed by the intensity of her emotions. With a sigh, she rolls about on her bed before reaching once more for the device that connects her to him. Gazing at the screen, she reflects on how truly strange he is. He appeared from nowhere, like a comet, and instantly began captivating people with his charisma and influence. In her mind, she sees him as a guiding figure, one who has already saved so many people through his kind words and insightful guidance. She admires his clear objective and his unwavering opinions, but most of all, his boldness, his willingness to face any and all backlash head-on. Holding the device to her ear, she shivers. It feels as if his voice has seeped directly into her mind, as if every inch of her very being has been marked by him. This profound connection solidifies her resolve. She realizes she doesn't want to merely offer financial support. She wants to devote herself to him completely. Her devotion solidified into a singular, overwhelming purpose. With hearts in her eyes and a look of pure ecstasy, she declared her new reason for being. She wanted to live for him. As has been noted, the streamer had already amassed a large following in Adarashia. But she was not alone. From this point forward, more and more people with similarly terrifying feelings would continue to appear across the land. Individuals consumed by the same intense fervor. This growing obsession formed a powerful catalyst, with Princess Maria at its very heart. She and others like her, their faces alight with fanatical devotion, gathered in spirit, all focused on the object of their fixation. Yet, the one who had inspired such passion, Kanata, remained completely unaware of the forces coalescing around it. His ignorance, however, would not last. A major incident was brewing on the horizon, an event that would inevitably cause him to meet these very fans, with many looking forward to the next live stream. In this world, the reincarnated Kanata conceals his limitless power, continuing his activities as the sole streamer from another world. Even while enduring harsh treatment at his school, his secret life provides a steady income, with another 10 gold coins chiming in on his device. His streaming has attracted a particular kind of audience, one overflowing with obsessive listeners, chief among them a Yandere princess who has declared she will sustain his living. Deciding to avoid the crowds, Kanata strolls casually down a less traveled path on his way back from the academy, his hands laced behind his head as he approaches a grand estate. His thoughts drift to an earlier incident in the library. Rebecca had noted that things had become more of a pain since the explosion magic incident. Nearby, the prince and his associate had scoffed, questioning how a commoner could get good grades and dismissing it as a fluke. He then recalls a more recent spectacle. The prince had cornered the elf girl, Maria, loudly proclaiming his love for her from the bottom of his heart. Kanata, who had been planning to stream to lift his spirits, could only watch the scene unfold. He remembers thinking he couldn't possibly pass through, wondering if the prince was the third princess's fiancé. But Maria had gently turned the prince down, apologizing and explaining that her heart was already destined for someone else. She clarified that it wasn't a matter of fate. She was allowed to find her own love, and there was already someone she wanted to give herself to. A small, robotic avatar representing his viewers gave a silent thumbs up in approval. The rejection sent the prince running away in tears, shouting for her to be happy and not to worry about it. Returning to the present, Kanata leans against a wall and sighs, musing on how lucky Maria's partner must be. He admits to himself that she is certainly his type, an elegant beauty. Unbeknownst to him, Maria is just around the corner, having heard everything and deeming his eavesdropping to be the lowest of the low. She steps out, startling him. Kanata throws his hands up defensively, apologizing and claiming this is his way home. With a sharp gaze, Maria informs him that his shadow was visible the entire time. She quickly dismisses the situation, laughing and assuring Kanata that it was just a joke. Visibly flustered, he stammers out his thanks and begins to hurry away. As he departs, she pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. The accent she'd just heard felt familiar, though she wonders if it was merely her imagination. Later, in the privacy of her room, her attention is fixed on a screen. Kanata, in his streamer persona, energetically greets his audience. With a look of pure excitement, she exclaims his name, revealing she had been eagerly waiting for his broadcast to begin. A chime signals a donation, and she is overcome with bliss, melting at the sound of his voice and declaring her love. A moment later, she snaps back to reality, surprised by the large sums of money being sent. She expresses concern for the other donors, suggesting they should prioritize themselves, lest she feel guilty for the system she implemented. Her demeanor shifts to one of fierce determination. She declares that she is the one who provides for the streamer and that she must now focus on the day's first letter. On the stream, Kanata reads a viewer's question aloud, pondering if living peacefully with demons is truly so bad, as conflict only leads to more suffering. He admits that he doesn't fully grasp the issue, acknowledging the common knowledge that demons are a race to be opposed. His words spark a flurry of reactions from his audience. Some accuse him of betraying humanity, while others note he has expressed similar sentiments before. The idea of good demons is raised, but it is clearly a taboo subject. Listening intently, Maria recalls that he had said something like this before, drawing a parallel between the prejudice against demons and the discrimination faced by slaves. A memory surfaces of townspeople discussing the supposed savageness of another group. The memory jolts her back to the present, inside her moving carriage. Her eyes widen in shock at something she sees outside. She urgently commands her attendant, Seabass, to stop at once. Peering out from the carriage, she is confronted by a horrific sight, a slave auction in progress. Caged individuals cry out in despair. One begs not to be looked at, while another, a young girl, pleads with the well-dressed lady, asking if she's her new master and promising to do anything to avoid being whipped. She stands frozen before the horrific scene, her attendant Seabass confirming her fears. It is indeed a slave market. He assumes her knowledge comes only from her studies and suggests they move on, but she questions him, her voice trembling, asking if slavery isn't a relic of the past. In response to her desperate plea to do something, Seabass can only admit his own powerlessness. He explains that powerful nobles and ministers still partake in the trade behind closed doors, making any legal reform nearly impossible. As Maria clenches her fist in frustration, he adds that he has heard of someone who offers guidance to those who have lost their way. Her expression hardens with resolve. She holds up her communication device, a familiar icon glowing on its screen, and realizes who Seabass must be referring to, the streamer. If she is truly serious about this, she concludes, then asking him for help might be her only option. The desperation of the enslaved is palpable. A man trapped in a cage wonders aloud if anyone can truly find a solution to their plight. With a firm click, Maria begins composing her message, her focus entirely on the task ahead. Meanwhile, Kanata is in the middle of a stream when a message catches his eye. It's from the nameless princess, and her request is staggering. She wants to abolish the slave market. He expresses his shock that slavery even exists in this country, a sentiment that earns him mockery from other viewers. The princess's message continues, declaring that robbing people of their right to live freely is the ultimate evil. He continues speaking directly to the princess, his voice emanating from her device. He challenges her, suggesting that if she truly holds the status of princess, she should be the one to try and change the law, even while admitting that dealing with old regulations would be a difficult task. His words act as a catalyst. A fire ignites in her eyes as she declares her intention to go to her father, the king. As Seabass reels in shock, the streamer's voice offers a final piece of encouragement. Her actions could save countless lives and bring hope to the enslaved. Filled with newfound purpose, she commands Seabass to prepare the carriage at once. This decision sparked a revolution. Maria spearheaded a movement that swept the nation, ultimately leading to the complete eradication of slavery and the establishment of strict enforcement to prevent its return. In a vision of the future, a blindfolded Maria stands under the moonlight, vowing to forever follow and believe in the person who showed her the path forward. Therefore, she now stands at the academy, applying the same conviction to a new problem. She declares that discrimination is a threat to peace and proclaims her intent to act as a mediator between the commoners and the nobles. Just then, a notification chimes from her device. She glances at the screen, only to find the comments have devolved into a petty argument, with users bickering over who is most deserving of being with the streamer. The stark contrast between her grand ambitions and this trivial squabble leaves her utterly stunned and speechless. Her bewilderment quickly curdles into fury. She demands to know what the others are talking about, calling them trash. With manic intensity, she declares herself the most suitable person for the streamer, punctuating her claim with a flurry of donations. Her declaration is met with a hesitant response from the streamer himself. He admits he's flattered by the sentiment, but clarifies that he dislikes people who quarrel in public for all to see, labeling such behavior as a nuisance. His words strike her with the force of a physical blow. Tears well up in her eyes and stream down her face as a devastating realization dawns on her. The streamer hates her actions, and by extension, he must hate her. She quickly recovers from her despair, her expression hardening with new resolve. She declares that she understands and will do her best, vowing to get along with the others for his sake. As she makes this promise, the streamer muses aloud that getting along with demons is also important, idly wondering what the Demon King is like. His casual remark sends a shockwave through his audience. The reaction is immediate and overwhelming. His viewers, a diverse crowd of faces filled with panic and anger, erupt in a unified plea, begging him not to speak of such a topic. He remains completely oblivious to the uproar he has caused, having touched upon a great taboo of this world. Leaning back in his chair, he simply wonders if he will ever see a world where humans and demons can live together in peace. Elsewhere, the prince watches the stream, a smirk on his face. He finds the streamer's audacity interesting and resolves to start thinking more progressively himself. A powerful, Horned woman holds up a hand, dismissing a group of terrified adventurers cowering before her. She declares them boring and not worth the effort to kill, commanding them to return only when they have grown stronger. This confrontation took place sometime before Kanata's more controversial broadcasts. The adventurer Akata, defeated on the ground, recognizes a swirling vortex of energy as a warp portal. The horned woman taunts the humans, questioning if they could ever hope to fight against a power they would classify as SSS class. Her expression softens into contemplation as she clutches a pendant at her chest. She silently wonders why they must continue to fight for centuries on end, questioning if this is truly the right choice for her people. The moment of doubt passes. As she walks through a grand hall, two of her demonic subordinates gaze at her with reverence. One of them calls her Lady Shrauza, remarking that she is as strong and beautiful as ever. She continues on, musing that there is little point in questioning what has long been established as common sense. One of her attendants points out that the adventurers dropped something interesting. On the ground lies a small device with a cracked screen, displaying the face of a streamer. Lady Shrauza wonders who in the world this person could be. Later, a different subordinate, a bespectacled demoness named Kikiki, explains the device's function. She notes that while they don't have a signal in their current location, it is said to be popular to listen to him. Holding the device, Shrauza considers that it might be useful for gathering information. Having reached a decision, she turns to Kikiki and a small, floating familiar. She gives a direct order: go, and make something that will allow them to receive this signal. Kikiki eagerly accepts the command. Sometime after, Shrauza sits intently before a newly constructed computer terminal. Kikiki and the familiar stand by, watching her anxiously as the subordinate asks for her assessment. She suddenly stands from her chair with a sharp sound, startling another attendant. Shrauza declares that this endeavor will, at the very least, help her kill some time. She leans in close to the screen, her focus absolute. On the screen, the streamer asks his audience what they ate today, casually mentioning he had egg toast. Shrauza, who reveals she had meat for breakfast, is visibly stunned by the sheer mundanity of the conversation. She slumped over her desk, a blush of frustration on her face. She chided herself for even considering sending a message, convinced the streamer would never respond to someone like her. Despite her internal conflict, watching his broadcasts had become a comforting daily routine. She recalled her initial assessment of him as someone merely killing time, a perception that was rapidly changing. As she sipped from her cup, she pondered his true nature. She recognized the immense magical power required to broadcast one's voice across all directions and came to a startling conclusion. He was a human possessing more mana than even she, the Demon Lord. This realization made his next words resonate with shocking force. The streamer questioned the very reason for the conflict between humans and demons, declaring that war was meaningless as it only served to increase the death count. The sentiment struck Shrauza so profoundly that her cup slipped from her grasp. Her attendant, noticing her stunned expression, quietly asked if she shared the streamer's opinion. He continued, clarifying that it was just his personal opinion, but he felt that if their leaders would stop focusing on fighting, they could begin peace talks instead. Shrauza listened, utterly captivated. A faint, amused smile touched her lips as she covered her mouth, thinking him a fool. Yet in that moment, a profound shift occurred. From then on, Shrauza began to see him as a comrade. Her deep thoughts were then immediately derailed by a more pressing matter: what to have for dinner. Her newfound sense of kinship prompted her to action. She sent a massive donation, startling the streamer with its size. He expressed his gratitude, but urged the anonymous supporter to prioritize their own well-being. Unseen, Shrauza simply resolved to become his personal wallet. She reveled in her secret patronage, laughing with manic glee. Her delight was cut short, however, when a notification announced another large donation, this time from the nameless princess. Shrauza's joy instantly curdled into fury. When a subordinate cautiously asked if something was wrong, she snapped back that there absolutely was. Her possessive fixation was beginning to mirror that of a certain other princess. Her anger was momentarily forgotten as the streamer mused aloud, wondering what the Demon Lord looked like and asking his audience if they wanted to find out. He then seemed to pose a question directly to her. "You want to see me?" The directness of it caught Shrauza completely off guard, and she peeked out from behind a column, flustered. She scrambled back to her terminal, typing a furious reply. On screen, Kanata noticed the new comment, reading her message which playfully accused him of mimicking the Demon Lord and eagerly accepted a meetup. Immediately after, another message popped up, noting that the streamer was interesting and that they, too, would try to think more positively. Her voice echoed from within her private chambers, calling for aid. She announced that she had an urgent matter to attend to and required immediate assistance. The matter, however, was a deeply personal obsession. While bathing, her thoughts were consumed by the streamer. She reflected on her status as the Demon Lord, a ruler of many, yet found herself completely fixated on this faceless child of humanity. Her desire was singular and absolute. She wanted him. She mused that if it were him, she would even be fine letting him rule over her body. As her fantasy deepened, her subordinate Kikiki entered, politely interrupting to state that it was time for a lady's departure. Kikiki, noticing her dazed state, asked if she was feeling dizzy. The Demon Lord deflected, claiming the water was unusually hot, but her subordinate countered that it was the same temperature as always. Her mind, however, remained lost in desire. She desperately wished to meet the streamer, to see his face, to touch him with her own hands, and to hold him in her arms. She wondered what she must do to make such a wish come true. Her resolve hardened as she focused on her goal. She knew he resided in the human realm, and with a determined gaze, she vowed to offer everything she possessed as a demon lord to get to him. With her decision made, she took flight, a winged silhouette launching from the spires of her dark castle, questioning if he would, in turn, grant her everything she wished for. Her journey began not with the streamer, but with a show of force. She materialized before a terrified human king, a predatory grin spreading across her face as she announced it was time to begin. Meanwhile, far from the machinations of demons and kings, Kanata began to stir in his bed, stretching as he slowly woke to a seemingly normal morning. His quiet awakening was shattered by Zeus, who burst in complaining about the noise outside. He urgently shouted for everyone to look at the news. In a bustling castle town, the news spreads like wildfire. Citizens gather in the streets, clutching newspapers that declare a ceasefire. The demons, it is reported, have sent a non-aggression request. The public is abuzz, connecting this sudden peace to the recent broadcast. One person asks if the demon lord was listening to the streamer, while another wonders about the sheer influence of this mysterious figure. Rumors circulate that every country now considers him a person of great importance. The newspaper itself depicts the human king kneeling, having lost his nerve and agreed to the terms, a testament to the overwhelming event. Far from the political upheaval he has caused, Kanata sits by a window, looking out with a placid expression. Completely unaware that his fame and influence are skyrocketing, he idly wonders if there will be a festival. In these moments, it becomes clear that a single word from the streamer now has the power to change the world. Having finally completed his task, Kanata stretches, wiping sweat from his brow with a wrench still in hand. Announcing that he's starving, he decides to eat outside and promises to explain everything to his audience later. He steps out into a bustling town square, the sounds of a lively populace filling the air between the timber-framed buildings. Strolling through the crowd, he takes a large bite of some skewered food, marveling at how great it tastes. He muses that spending days outside isn't so bad, but his thought is cut short as he is suddenly splattered with sauce, prompting him to shout in annoyance at whoever spilled it. The commotion comes from a burly man with a shaved head aggressively confronting a woman in a hooded cloak. He yells at her to watch where she's going, pointing at the stain on his shirt and demanding she make it up to him. The woman apologizes meekly, but Kanata, watching from a distance, recognizes the situation as a classic scam. He observes that the scammer's tactics are particularly low and notes the absence of any soldiers nearby. He wonders with a sigh if this world is somehow testing him, pushing him to get involved. He considers that while dealing with such things is a pain, doing nothing would be worse. Steeling himself, he calls out to the thug, addressing him as old man. Kanata steps forward, calmly stating that the woman only bumped into him and questioning the man's extreme reaction. The thug turns his attention to Kanata, aggressively asking what he wants. With a confident smirk, Kanata cracks his knuckles and tells the man to let the woman go. In a flash, he seizes the thug's arm, effortlessly twisting it. The man cries out in shock, stunned that someone with such thin, stick-like arms could possess such power. Panicked, he quickly makes an excuse about being late for work and flees the scene. With the man gone, Kanata turns to the hooded woman, muttering that the scammer could have at least apologized. The woman looks up at him, her face still obscured by her hood, and asks what's wrong. She pulls back her hood, revealing a delicate face with large, light-toned eyes. She explains that his voice simply sounded familiar. Kanata is taken aback, wondering if she could be one of his listeners. The thought of a romance with such a cute girl crosses his mind, but he quickly dismisses it as a misunderstanding. She stands flustered, admitting that she could have chased the man away herself, but might have injured him in the process. Kanata urges her to go home before anything else happens, telling her it's all right. Internally, he reflects that he's the secretly strong type, leaving the girl to wonder what he means. Following his advice, she formally thanks the stranger whose name she does not know. Kanata brushes it off, saying that helping a pretty girl has lifted his spirits. She demurs, suggesting there are many people prettier than her. He scratches his head, thinking to himself that if she isn't considered pretty, the standards in this world are terrifyingly high. Her gaze then falls upon his hand, and she points, asking what happened to it. Kanata looks down, surprised by her sudden concern. He quickly explains that it's just a bruise from cleaning up the day before, reassuring her that it will likely be fine by tomorrow. A brief memory shows him clumsily dropping a stack of books. In response, she gently touches his cheek, telling him to be careful. She remarks that he's a nice person, unlike the boys from her academy, leaving Kanata momentarily stunned by her touch. He pulls back, flustered, asking if his earlier actions counted as sexual assault. She calmly reassures him that it's fine. The conversation shifts as he asks if she thought he was younger than her. She admits she thought they were the same age, revealing that she just turned 17 this year, though she's a bit short. Kanata, surprised, confirms they are indeed the same age and apologizes. To prove her point about not being a child, she puffs out her chest assertively. She tells him not to worry, as she's used to this sort of thing and her body has grown up just fine. Kanata stares, wide-eyed and speechless. She continues with a smug expression, adding that she can handle such situations perfectly well. The display is too much for Kanata, who recoils in embarrassment, covering his face and thinking to himself what a peculiar personality she has. With their strange encounter concluded, they part ways in the street. She bids him farewell, hoping they can meet again if chance allows. He waves back, reminding her to be mindful of her surroundings. As he walks away, he ponders the interaction. He recalls seeing a cross on her attire and wonders if she was a sister in training, but ultimately decides it doesn't really matter. Within a grand, sunlit hall, a woman in a sister's habit addresses a hooded figure. She begins to offer a welcome, but trails off, suggesting circumstances prevent a simple greeting. In the distance, having just arrived, Maria Atarashisu ascends a wide staircase. Now face to face with Maria, the sister expresses her concern, having heard that the saintess was involved in a scammer's fraudulent scheme. She insists that such a thing never would have happened if more people were aware of Maria's true identity. Maria listens, her expression unreadable and severe. The sister continues her lament, finding the situation painful given that Maria's presence is irreplaceable to the kingdom, serving as a key figure in negotiations with other nations. In response, Maria simply turns and walks away, a silent dismissal of the other woman's worries. Startled by her coldness, the sister calls out to the saintess, remarking on her merciful nature. Maria pauses, clasping her hands piously. She reminds the sister of their doctrine. All humans are equal, and one must remember to despise the sin, not the person. Later, alone in a vast chamber, she reflects on the day's events. She recalls that there was a good encounter amidst the bad, a kind gentleman. She realizes their voices felt strangely alike, a similarity that made her hesitate between belief and disbelief. Her contemplation ends. With a furtive glance to ensure she is truly alone, her entire demeanor shifts. A nervous tension fills her as she pulls out a small communication device, which beeps as it activates. In an instant, her composure shatters. She leaps up with a cry of pure ecstasy, knocking over furniture in her explosive joy. The streamer's divine voice is here. It is revealed that this revered saintess is also a deeply obsessive listener, her adoration for the voice bordering on a slight insanity. Outside the church building, under the night sky, the sister reflects on the saintess's amazing and constant calm. She remains completely unaware of the truth within, where Maria arrives, overwhelmed by the streamer's lovely voice. This is her secret ritual. Every day, she purifies her body, preparing herself to be ready to offer everything to him at a moment's notice. The person known to the world for her unwavering calm is, in private, consumed by a fervent, almost religious devotion to the streamer. She collapses onto her bed, trembling with pleasure, her lower abdomen clenching just from the sound of his voice. As she loses herself in the moment, another young woman with glasses enters the room, looking on with deep concern at the scene before her. She continued to watch the stream, her attention fixed on the small device. On the screen, Kanata proudly presented his hands, no longer hidden from view. "Tada, I can show off my hands now," he announced, asking his audience, "You guys watching?" Maria could only let out a confused sound in response. The sight of his hands sent a jolt through her. A horrifying realization dawned, her face paling as she stared at the screen. Could it be him? No, it couldn't be. The thought echoed in her mind, a frantic denial against the mounting evidence. The architecture visible behind him, the very buildings she knew so well, he had, without knowing, revealed his location. During his stream, Kanata proudly presents a new magic item he finished that morning, a camera specifically for showing his hands. He positions his fingers over the device, asking his audience if they can see them clearly. He checks the feed on a separate device, noting that the quality is quite good. He explains to his viewers that the bruise on his hand hasn't healed yet, which is why he still needs to wear a bandage. He briefly considers that he should have worn gloves to keep his identity hidden, but then dismisses the thought with a laugh. He confidently declares that there's no way anyone could identify him just from his hands. Elsewhere, two of his viewers react with alarm. Lady Shrauza, holding a first aid kit, asks what happened to his hands. Princess Maria stares at her screen, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she recognizes them. She trembles, thinking it can't possibly be him. Unaware of their specific reactions, Kanata reads the flood of concerned comments from his general audience. He reassures them, explaining that he was just a klutz that morning and warns them to be careful around bookshelves. He realizes that simply showing his hands has caused quite a stir. 2 hours later, he remarks that the stream is more fun because of his audience's energy. As he prepares to move on, a notification pings on his screen, and his expression darkens with confusion and annoyance. The notification is a video message, which he realizes is a threat. A burly man with a scar introduces himself as Mantis, the leader of the Thief Guild. Mantis states that he doesn't understand streaming, but finds it intensely annoying and that it makes his skin crawl. The message continues with several of Mantis's shadowy subordinates, who collectively promise that they will find the streamer and kill him in a painful manner. After the final taunt to spend his last days shaking in bed, Kanata grins defiantly into his camera and retorts, "Right back at you." He internally concludes that the thugs are just envious and hate his very existence. Meanwhile, as a cascade of donations pours in for Kanata, Maria and Shrauza watch with frustration. Maria voices her confusion, unable to understand the hatred directed at him when he earns so much money simply by streaming anonymously. She considered the man's threat from the stream. Under the light of a stormy sky, she reflected that threatening people was a serious offense, one that could easily lead to imprisonment. This line of thought led her to ponder two key questions the thief had clearly overlooked. What truly happens when one threatens to kill a streamer, even as a bluff? And just how much power do his devoted followers actually possess? Hours later, the consequences began to unfold. In a desolate, rocky hideout, the members of the Thief Guild lay scattered and defeated amongst their broken weapons. From the carnage, a single figure fled into the night. Mantis, the guild's leader, gasped for breath as he scrambled away from the bodies of his fallen comrades. His frantic escape was cut short as he cursed his luck. He couldn't understand how they had found him, but before him stood a line of armored soldiers and, among them, the very streamer he had threatened. The sight drove him into a rage. He blamed the streamer for his humiliating retreat, screaming defiance as he brought his fist down, shattering the communication device that had started it all. His outburst was met with swift retribution. An unseen force sent him flying, and he cried out in pain as he hit the ground. A new figure appeared, calmly observing his fall and remarking that she hadn't expected a mantis to be so weak. The figure was Maria, now clad in the robes of a holy sister, a cross clutched in her hands. She chided the man on the ground for making things more difficult. Beside her stood the adventurer Akita, who dryly asked if she could avoid causing him so much trouble. Unseen by the humans, another pair watched from distance. A powerful, winged demon cursed his luck, remarking that he would have avoided the area entirely if he'd known humans would arrive first. Lady Shrauza stood beside him, her expression unreadable. Pinned to the ground and utterly defeated, Mantis could only stare up in terror at the foot on his back, demanding to know who his mysterious assailants were. The forces that had descended upon him were a strange and terrifying coalition, all united under one banner: believers of the streamer. A horned demon lord, a serene woman of the cloth, and a stern elf princess all delivered the same verdict: judgment must be passed. Their subordinates, a powerful warrior, a cheerful woman, and a stoic swordsman, were ready to carry out the sentence: death. Among them, two figures stood over the terrified thief. The woman dressed as a nun declared that they were passing an emergency judgment. Her companion, the swordsman Akita, seethed with rage, questioning how such a hopeless fool could even dare to think of killing their target. Defeated and broken on the ground, the thief could only watch as the two demons who had been observing from a distance flew away. He realized with dawning horror that they, too, were believers, less zealous than their superiors, perhaps, but still part of the same insane flock. From his vantage point, this outcome was both self-earned and deeply unfortunate. It served as a stark, painful example of just how terrifying the online world could be. A few days later, at the academy, the prince read a newspaper article with a smirk. The official story reported that the royal knights had successfully hunted down the notorious thief, Mantis. He remarked on their impressive work. He was not the only one to hear the name. Seated at his desk nearby, Kanata's focus was broken by the mention of Mantis, a name that felt vaguely familiar. As he pondered, another student approached his desk. He was distracted by the other student's distress. The boy clutched his head, lamenting that recently even the other commoner students had been ignoring him. Kanata noticed the boy had dropped a handkerchief and tried to call out to him, but the student walked away, lost in his own misery. The brief interaction did little to lift his own spirits. Kanata slumped over his desk, hating his lonely student life and wondering if he had overdone it that one time. In the background, other students chattered, mentioning that the teachers were in an important meeting. His melancholy was interrupted by the classroom door sliding open. A teacher entered, instructing everyone to take their seats. From his desk, another student glanced over at Kanata, noting how lifeless he appeared. The teacher stood before the class and made an announcement. Though it was sudden, he explained that a certain person would be joining their class temporarily. The news sent a wave of excited murmurs through the room, but Kanata could only look on with a weary, troubled expression. As Kanata sat stunned by the teacher's announcement, the subject of the discussion made her way down the school corridor. However, this was no ordinary transfer student. She was a person of the utmost importance to the capital, one who held a close relationship with the royal family. Until this moment, she had never revealed her face in public, but she had decided to make an appearance for the sake of her own future. Back in the classroom, the prince issued a stern warning to the students, telling them not to try anything rude. With a sharp gesture, he then permitted the newcomer to enter, a development that left Kanata utterly bewildered. The girl stepped into the room and greeted the class. She introduced herself as Alfana, explaining that despite her youth, she held the position of saintess. The revelation sent a shockwave through the classroom, leaving Kanata and his peers speechless as the new student gave a playful wink. At the academy, Kanata rests his chin on his hand, contemplating the news. He correctly surmises that rumors of the saintess transferring into the S-class are spreading like wildfire, with other students already rushing off in excitement to catch a glimpse of her. His prediction proves true as the classroom erupts into chaos. A large crowd of students swarms Alfana's desk, calling out to her and marveling at her beauty. From his seat, Kanata watches the scene unfold with a knowing look, having anticipated this exact reaction. One of the female students manages to get Alfana's attention, asking why a saintess would transfer to this particular academy. Alfana gives a playful wink and touches a finger to her chin, thoughtfully replying that it is for something akin to societal observation. She then amends her statement, adding that she has another, true goal in mind. Kanata overhears this, his expression turning serious as he considers her words. His mind drifts to what little he knows about the title of saintess, recalling time spent in a library, poring over books to learn everything he could about this new world. He remembers the texts explaining that a saintess is a rare individual chosen only once every few decades, a person possessing immense mana and a worthy personality. This figure holds authority over the entire church, excels in diplomacy, and maintains a close relationship with the royal family. Alfana herself confirms this, mentioning she is friends with Princess Maria. The pieces click into place for Kanata. He realizes that the girl he ran into before was this very transfer student. He muses that, given her power, she would actually be a better fit for the SSS class, not just the S class. He grimaces, recalling their first encounter and how he treated a simple, lost civilian. A wave of relieved sweat breaks out on his face as he thanks his lucky stars that she forgave him for his earlier behavior. As Alfana sits at her desk, a confident young man approaches. He introduces himself as Zickert of the Landauer House, a student from the SSS class. Noting that Princess Maria is absent on official business, he offers to guide Lady Alfana around the school in her stead. Alfana seems taken aback, offering a hesitant greeting. Her hesitation vanishes in an instant. With a cold, dismissive expression, she questions his audacity in calling her by her name without permission. While acknowledging his offer, she flatly refuses, leaving Zickert utterly stunned and speechless. Her cold dismissal leaves the high-ranking student, Zickert, utterly humiliated. He bows his head, offering a profuse apology as other students, including Kanata, watch the scene unfold. Some murmur that it's what he gets for being so cocky, while another calls the display pathetic. As Zickert shuffles away in defeat, Kanata hardens his expression. He has no time to laugh at the spectacle, as the next class is scheduled to be held outside. He decides he will use the travel time to look for topics to discuss on his next stream. Outside, during the practical magic lesson, Alfana demonstrates her power. With a focused cry, she unleashes a powerful water slash, sending a crescent of fluid energy hurtling towards the practice target. The attack slices cleanly through the target, leaving the other students gaping in awe. They remark that such power is expected of the saintess, with some wondering why someone of her level, perhaps even greater than Princess Maria's, is in the S class. One student declares he must make her like him. He watches her, contemplating the difficult life of nobles. They are constantly forced to engage in people-pleasing and forge connections for their families, never truly able to focus on themselves. His thoughts are interrupted when the instructor calls out his name. The teacher directs Kanata to go to the starting point for his turn, and Kanata acknowledges with a simple gotcha. As he walks past the line of students, Alfana steps close to him. She leans in and whispers a quiet message of encouragement directly to him. Please do your best, good sir. Her unexpected proximity and personal encouragement send a jolt of shock through Kanata. He freezes, his mouth agape, as she calmly turns and walks away. He remains stunned for a moment, processing what just happened. He can't believe she not only noticed him, but also spoke to him. As he stands there flustered, Alfana continues on her way, hiding a small, satisfied smile. The brief interaction ignites a fire within him. Now filled with a powerful new motivation, Kanata strides confidently toward the starting point, determined to show off. Zeus observes his friend's sudden change in demeanor, remarking that being so motivated is a good thing. He takes his stance, determined not to overdo it like last time. Focusing his energy, he unleashes a water slash, a controlled jet of water that slices cleanly through the air toward its target. The blast strikes the target dead center. The teacher, observing from the side, nods in approval, murmuring, nice shot. However, not everyone is impressed. Zickert and his companions watch with disdain. One dismisses the display as the same old trick, while Zickert scoffs, questioning what a filthy peasant thinks he's doing and calling him as annoying as ever. Kanata hears their jeers, but resolves to ignore them, remaining unbothered. Their words, however, do not go unnoticed. A cold, sharp voice suddenly rings out, demanding to know who just uttered the words filthy peasant. The voice belongs to the elf princess, her expression radiating cold fury. Kanata looks on, startled, as she declares her disbelief. She had heard from Maria about such behavior, but had dismissed it as a joke, shocked to find that nobles who insult peasants actually exist within the academy walls. Her intense aura immediately silences Zickert's group. They recognize that the magic they've just witnessed is nothing like their own brute strength. It was refined and perfectly controlled. A horrifying skeletal figure materializes behind the elf princess as she commands them to learn some shame. The teacher marvels at her incredible magic, which an untrained eye might mistake for a mere apparition. The princess continues her lecture, declaring it unforgivable to ignore one's own weakness while insulting the talented, regardless of who they are. She makes it clear that nobility grants them no special privilege. The sheer pressure of her words and magic sends the arrogant students to their knees. Kanata, bewildered by the scene, wonders if he somehow angered them further. Zeus clarifies the situation, explaining that the group is now being lectured by both the princess and the saintess, all because of their insults toward Kanata. As the commotion settles, he realizes with a hint of disappointment that in the end, he didn't get a chance to speak with the saintess again. He spots her from a distance, sitting peacefully with the elf princess under a parasol. He quickly shakes off the feeling, a wide grin spreading across his face. He decides it doesn't matter. He has his listeners, and that's enough for him. With renewed enthusiasm, he throws his arms up, already pondering what he should talk about during his stream that night. He sits alone on a bench, addressing his unseen audience. He apologizes for the delay and enthusiastically declares that they will be streaming until morning. As he speaks, the figure of the elf princess, who had been standing beside him, turns and walks away with a quiet step. His solitary meal is interrupted by an unexpected reunion. He looks up in astonishment to see Alphana standing before him, blurting out her title, Saintess. Alphana smiles, but her eyes are sharp as she notes that he seems to have had a prior guest. The realization dawns on Kanata, his face contorting in shock as he understands she saw who had just left. Kanata had been exploring the school grounds when his path led him to an ornate structure. There, he spotted the girl known as the Saintess, Alphana, standing alone. He watched her for a moment, a small, thoughtful sound escaping her lips. His quiet observation was cut short as she suddenly turned and grabbed him by the lapel, her expression intense. She announced their reunion, addressing him formally as good sir, leaving Kanata completely flustered. She pressed on, asking if he remembered her as the girl he met in town. Her initial, fiercely blushing expression softened into a more direct, questioning gaze. He confirmed that he remembered her. Alphana immediately insisted that he stop being so cautious and speak to her casually, as they had when they first met, warning that she wouldn't forgive him if he refused. Internally, Kanata panicked, realizing that being seen alone with her could be disastrous. To avoid trouble, he quickly agreed to speak normally, and she beamed with gratitude. He quickly scanned their surroundings, relieved to find no one else nearby. Alphana then made another request, for him to call her Alphana, and for her to call him Kanata. He was taken aback, recalling that she hadn't seemed to like it when he used her name before, but she pressed her hands together, earnestly wishing for him to call her by her name. She sat down on a nearby structure, explaining that since fate had brought them together again, he should grant her this one wish, punctuating her plea with a charming, one-eyed wink. He hesitated, repeating her name aloud as if testing the weight of it. Clenching his fist in indecision before crossing his arms, he finally, reluctantly, gave in. His agreement sent a jolt through Alphana. She squirmed with delight, her face flushed as she shyly whispered his name back to him. Watching her reaction, Kanata conceded to himself that while her behavior was strange, she was undeniably adorable, possessing both a nice personality and physique. Her elation was so profound that her spirit seemed to momentarily leave her body in a state of pure bliss. The simple act of him calling her by name was enough to send her soaring. Kanata could only watch, thinking to himself that she was almost too perfect. Her internal world, however, was a storm of misinterpretation. She reasoned that just as love is blind, those obsessed inflate even the smallest of gestures. For Kanata, not to notice her desires was normal. Therefore, his agreement to use her name was, in her mind, a clear agreement to marry her. Unaware of this monumental leap in logic, Kanata simply noted that she looked sleepy and told her to get up. The next day dawned over the Grand Academy building. Inside, Kanata entered his classroom wondering where to sit. He immediately spotted Alphana, who had arrived early and was already surrounded by other students. At the same moment, the elf princess also walked in, greeting Alphana cheerfully. He froze in the doorway as Alphana announced she would be intruding. His shock was mirrored by his classmates, who stared in disbelief. His astonishment grew as the elf princess, Maria, strode directly toward Alphana, demanding to know why she was there and not in the SSS class. As Maria called her a person full of surprises, Alphana could only offer a flustered apology. The other students were overwhelmed by the sight, calling the scene too bright for them. Kanata, too, could only think of them as a pair of idols. He watched as Alphana, looking away shyly, tried to explain her presence to Maria. She claimed it was nothing important, just that she wanted to experience what student life was like. Their conversation was nearly lost amidst the fawning of the other students, who felt blessed by their divine presence, but found it difficult to approach them. He continued to observe them, realizing they were completely used to being the center of attention. It seemed normal for them, yet they also projected an aura of disinterest in everything happening around them. His classmates whispered that the two would surely react if someone talked to them, but another countered that their expressions seemed fake, like a cold smile. That thought resonated with Kanata. He recalled Alphana's friendly smile from the day before and Princess Maria's warning. Re-evaluating these memories, he imagined them looking down on him with disdain, wondering if they lacked basic manners. He was left to question if his initial impressions were all just his imagination. He watches as Alphana and Maria converse nearby. Alphana muses about taking a class or two, admitting that she's jealous of how much fun the other students seem to be having. Kanata overhears, but quickly dismisses his own feelings of envy, telling himself to know his place and that he's thinking too much. The sight makes him feel profoundly lonely, wishing he could be like them. Stealing his resolve, he decides he can make a friend or two. He turns to a nearby student, Zickert, and with a bright smile, attempts to start a conversation by asking what he had for dinner. Zickert glares back, venomously telling him to get lost. The brutal rejection is a crushing blow. Kanata slumps onto his desk, utterly defeated, wondering just how much everyone in this place hates him. From his seat, Zickert scoffs, thinking that Kanata is getting carried away just because he's skilled with magic. He decides to just take a nap, figuring he can ask his online listeners for consolation later. As he rests his head on his desk, Alfana and Maria approach. Alfana senses something is wrong, but Maria dismisses it as nothing. Alfana's gaze, however, sharpens with concern. At that same moment, far away in the Xandered Empire, events were unfolding within a certain noble's mansion. Inside a lavish room, a young attendant stands before a small girl. Between them rests a large table, completely covered by a mountain of glittering jewels. Elsewhere, a man with a prominent scar across his face addresses a figure clad in black and wearing a bird-like mask. He informs the operative, whom he calls Crow, that an anti has appeared and that they have a mission. Crow accepts, clenching a gloved fist as a device in their other hand cracks under the pressure. A man with a prominent scar over his eye smirks, advising his associate to be patient. But the associate, a figure cloaked in black and hidden behind a plague doctor's mask, is all business. With arms crossed, the assassin known as Crow demands to know his target. That same name echoes in Kanata's mind as he looks out over the school grounds. Crow. He rests his head on his desk in the classroom as Alfana and Maria discuss the very same topic. Alfana remarks that it's hard to believe someone like Crow actually exists, and Maria confirms she heard about it too, adding that he apparently showed up in Mithras just the other day. His friend's conversation continues. They note that Mithras is only 100 kilometers away, a proximity that is slightly unsettling. Still, they reason that they've done nothing to deserve being targeted and will probably be fine. Kanata, meanwhile, reflects on his good fortune, thankful to have been born into a clean, uninvolved family. He recalls a crucial piece of local knowledge. In this world, the word crows doesn't refer to birds, but to assassins. His mind drifts to the research he'd done. Even the information from his listeners was spotty. They all thought Crow was just an urban legend. The online comments were a mix of rumor and speculation, claims of killing more than 30 people, whispers of nobility, and doubts about his very existence. But Kanata now suspected he was real. Shaking off the unease, he decides the matter has nothing to do with him. He rests his head on his arms, content to sleep until the next lesson. Elsewhere, in a well-appointed room, Crow confronts a stout, aristocratic man. The assassin cuts him off, stating that his time is valuable and demanding the target's name. The man expresses surprise, noting that no one would expect a living legend from the Xandered Empire to appear here. Incensed by the assassin's dismissive tone, the man bellows in anger and lunges forward to strike him. But in a flash, Crow vanishes from his spot, leaving the man's punch to meet only empty air. The man whirls around in shock, finding Crow, now, standing silently behind him. The assassin warns that he won't repeat himself. Terrified, the man immediately capitulates. He reveals the target's name is Streamer, a figure who, he claims, controls peasants with his words and can even influence the laws of entire nations. As the client observed, his associate groveled on the floor before the silent assassin, Crow. The man explained that thanks to the streamer's talk of human rights, which had even reached the ears of royalty, his slavery business was losing money. The client himself finally spoke, cutting the conversation short. He declared that he understood the situation well enough, though his tone suggested a hint of dissatisfaction. He presented a large pile of coins as a preliminary payment, stating that he was counting on the assassin. The client noted that since the target was a coward who hid his identity, it would likely take nobles a while to find him, so there was no deadline. Unexpectedly, Crow spoke, flatly refusing the job. The assassin stated it was a request they could no longer take, which caused the client's young daughter to gasp in shock. In response to the refusal, the assassin moved with impossible speed. A powerful fist slammed into the client's face as he uttered a confused why, while the associate who had been complaining was dispatched in a separate, brutal instant. The assassin stood over the client's lifeless body, the payment coins scattered across the floor. They calmly explained that since the client had died, the job could no longer be accepted, and thus, the money would be left behind. The young girl cried out for her master. The sudden violence did not go unnoticed. From inside the residence, a maid heard a sound from the rooftop and grew concerned. Outside, the assassin stood silhouetted against the night sky, having made their escape. Landing on another rooftop, the assassin sighed, feeling beaten. They complained that the work outfit was a pain before reaching up to remove their distinctive mask. It came off, revealing the face of a young woman with long, dark hair. Perched on the roof's edge, she mused aloud, finding it unbelievable that someone would actually request the murder of Lord Streamer. She held the plague doctor mask in her hand, a cheerful yet cynical smile on her face. She remarked to herself that trash truly does exist in this world, a clear condemnation of her former client. Her professional demeanor then melted away entirely. Pulling out a small device, she saw that a broadcast was starting. Her face lit up with pure adoration as she squealed, greeting her idol on the screen, Lord Streamer. The sound of the broadcast startles the man who had hired her, who wonders aloud what kind of bird could make such a noise. It is a testament to a strange reality. Even the legendary assassin was an obsessive, devoted listener. She holds the device close, her face flushed with adoration. She whispers to the voice on the other end, telling him that a lot happened today, but ever since she found his broadcast, her nights have been wonderful and refreshing. Her bliss is interrupted by the realization that she missed some of what he said. Annoyed at the waste, she tries to refocus, but a part of her daydreams, wishing he would scold her for being a useless assassin who can't even work properly at night. Meanwhile, the streamer, Kanata, puts on a tearful performance for his audience. He recounts how he did his best to make friends, but as soon as he spoke, they told him to shut up. He sniffles, asking his listeners if they could console him. His act is convincing. As she listens, a single tear of sympathy falls from Crow's eye onto her device. She murmurs how awful it is, her heart aching at the shaky, pained quality of his voice. Her sorrow quickly curdles into fury. She seethes at the thought of those who slighted him, thinking they should be thanking him for the privilege of hearing his voice. Recalling dismissive comments from other listeners, she clenches her fist, certain that if he were talking to her, she would never hurt him. The intensity of her feeling reminds her of her recent work, the noble she had just killed. Back in his room, Kanata's demeanor flips entirely. He grins and holds up a glass of water, cheerfully announcing that he used it to fake the crying sounds. He asks his audience for their opinion on his acting, adding that everything else he said was true. His reveal causes an uproar in the live chat. Messages flood the screen, a torrent of surprise, relief, and praise for his convincing performance. He feels a bit bad for worrying them, thanking everyone for their concern. He then notices a specific message and expresses surprise that it was read. From his perch on a rooftop, he shares a new resolution with his audience. Rather than treating his bullies in kind, he wants to try interacting with them more proactively. He continues, musing that even if they don't become friends, perhaps they might become willing to simply hold a conversation with him. Listening to this, Crow is utterly captivated, her face flushing. She finds his sentiment not just hopeful, but graceful. He continues speaking to his audience, adding that if his bullies ever treat him any worse, he hopes everyone will be there to console him. A sudden notification sound interrupts his lighthearted request. Elsewhere, in a stark, stone chamber, the assassin known as Crow listens intently, her unmasked face set with grim purpose. Clutching her sword, she questions if that is truly all he wishes for, before making a solemn vow to act on his behalf. Her vow echoes through the macabre hall, surrounded by the skulls of past targets. She declares that she will end anyone who dares to harm him, no matter who they are. With her purpose set, she leaps into motion, a blur of deadly intent. Back in his room, completely unaware of the deadly promise made in his name, Kanata looks over the flood of supportive messages on his screen. A warm, grateful expression spreads across his face as he reflects on how kind all of his listeners are. In the royal capital, within a certain brothel, a young woman named Kana sees a client out. She offers a polite, "Thanks for visiting, sir," as he waves and bids her farewell. With the transaction complete, she turns and walks back into the establishment, her expression hardening slightly. Inside, her boss greets her, praising her good work and mentioning that he changed the sheets for her. He remarks that the customers seemed quite satisfied, as expected of their top seller. Kana simply thanks him, clutching a pillow to her chest. Her confidence returns in a flash. She declares that of course they were satisfied, asserting that it was only natural since she was the one serving them. After all, she reminds him, she is the facility's ace. Later, speaking with a different man, a manager, Kana asks to be left alone for a while, explaining she has her own work to attend to. She quietly expresses a desire to hear a certain person's voice, but the manager dismisses her, simply saying better luck next time as he walks away. Alone in her room, she begins to undress. Unseen, the manager is peeking through the cracked door, his thoughts lingering on her features. Sensing his presence, Kana whirls around and hurls a pillow at the door, shouting for him to get out. Once he's gone, she sighs, reflecting that it was a satisfying day nonetheless. Now settled in bed, she holds a small communication device, thanking the streamer, her milord. Just as his broadcast begins, the manager is violently kicked out of her room. Startled by the voice asking if he'd kept his listeners waiting, Kana shouts back at the device that he certainly did, her tone a mix of relief and adoration. As she listens, her intense expression softens. The voice of the streamer, Kanata, had reached places he couldn't possibly imagine. A princess, a demon king, a saintess, an assassin. And now, it had reached a humble prostitute. Holding the device, Kana wonders aloud if he ran into some kind of trouble. She clutches the device to her chest, sighing wistfully. She wishes her milord were by her side, vowing that she would offer her entire body to him in a heartbeat. To her, he is a savior, the one who saved all those like her. Her past was a stark contrast to her present. Kana was born in the slums, a world away from the capital's finery. In order to survive, she was forced into the nightlife business, eventually clawing her way up to her current position. Later, sitting with her co-workers, one of them voices a common fear. They're still young, but once they get old, they will lose their customers. The question of whether they'll be forced back to the slums hangs in the air. Kana's hand trembles as she takes a drink, admitting she doesn't even want to think about it. Her despair was met with callous dismissal. The manager, with a cheerful thumbs up, noted that the customers had a great time, while her boss coldly reminded her that all she needed to do was work, dismissing her and her colleagues as filthy pieces of trash. Kana could only stare in disbelief. exclaiming that his words were unbelievable, especially since they had just found this work. Elsewhere, in a well-lit establishment, a group of men discussed a similar topic with disgust. One man expressed his relief at noticing a woman was a harlot before getting engaged, while another agreed, stating that if he married such a person, his family name would die out before he did. This sentiment reflected the harsh reality of their world. Prostitutes' social standing was abysmally low, and they were often treated as less than human, like rotten food. Amidst this, Kana gently helped the drunken co-worker, suggesting it was time for them to go home. As they returned to their quarters, the manager, attempting to lift their dampened spirits, suggested they try to forget about the unpleasantness by tuning into the streamer's broadcast. He announced that it was just about to start. Gathered around the viewing device, they watched as the streamer, Kanata, began his broadcast. He admitted to being a bit of a clean freak and mentioned seeing something that shook him, which prompted a laugh from Kana and the others. The manager remarked on how funny he was as Kanata prepared to read the next letter. His tone shifted as he read the letter aloud. It was from a listener who called prostitutes filthy harlots and trash who dirted the city. The words struck Kana and her friends like a physical blow, their laughter dying instantly. They lamented that no matter how hard they tried to escape their hell, people would always think of them this way. Kanata, holding the communication device, looked stunned and demanded to know who the listener thought they were talking about. In response to the hateful message, Kanata launched into a passionate defense. He questioned why anyone would judge someone based on their profession, arguing that selling one's body is not a crime. He declared that he found them brave and their work fine, as they do what they must to live. His words, amplified by comments of support from other viewers, resonated deeply. He proclaimed that he wanted a world where working people could be proud and not be mocked. For Kana, who had never heard such words before, it was a revelation. His stream reached ears across the kingdom, sparking reflection among the populace and resulting in tears of happiness for many like Kana. As a result, the societal perception of prostitutes began to change. Lying in her bed, Kana reflected that while she didn't know about other countries, their treatment within the kingdom was now second to none. She quietly thanked the streamer, hoping to repay him one day. Despite this societal shift, her personal struggles continued. She later recounted an attempt to make friends by talking to people, only to be told to shut up the moment she opened her mouth. The memory was a pathetic, painful one. The memory sent her into a spiral of despair. Clutching the communication device, she cried out, asking who would even dare insult her milord like that. Just then, a knock came at her door. The manager entered, apologizing for the intrusion and mentioning something about the next day, while her boss appeared behind him, asking if she could console them a bit, a manic grin on his face. In the aftermath of the broadcast, public sentiment had soured completely. The identity of the streamer was a constant topic of debate, and for all those who had once worshipped him, their admiration had curdled into an identical, furious anger. Cries of "Exile him!" and "Who does he think he is?" echoed through the city. 1 week later, Kanata wandered the streets alone, his stomach growling with hunger. As he wondered if the bread stalls were still open, a gentle voice called out to him. He turned to find a familiar face with long, pointed ears, Princess Maria. She greeted him with a smile, confirming his name and noting the coincidence of their meeting. Stunned, Kanata could only stammer her title, prompting her to lean in and whisper, asking if it was truly all right for her to be out by herself. She casually dismissed his concern, admitting that her butler was likely in a state of panic at that very moment. A brief image of a frantic, elderly attendant confirmed her suspicion. Kanata thought to himself that her situation hardly counted as being fine. Leaning closer still, she asked him directly if he was free. Flustered by her proximity, he could only manage a stammered affirmative. With his availability confirmed, she cheerfully suggested they go for a walk together. The proposition sent Kanata into an internal panic. He knew that if anyone saw him with her, his school life would be over. Despite the risk, a part of him wanted to go. As they walked, their arms brushing against each other, Maria suddenly stopped and asked if he could hear something coming from nearby. Kanata, caught off guard, was unsure how to respond. The source of the commotion was a woman being accosted in an alley. It was Kana, struggling against the grip of a long-haired man. He identified himself as a noble from Xanderd, sneering that she couldn't act so defiant around nobility. Kana desperately pleaded for him to let her go. He clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. For him, saving people was simply an everyday occurrence. With resolve, Kanata stepped forward, shouting at the man to release her. Maria stood beside him, adding her own sharp command for the noble to hold it right there. In a city street, Kanata confronts a green-haired man who is aggressively accosting a woman with long red hair. Kanata demands he release her, pointing out that she clearly does not want to go with him. Beside him, Maria, dressed in casual clothes, glares at the man, her expression one of pure fury. The aggressor shouts back, telling them to stay out of his business. The man dismisses Kanata and turns his leering attention to Maria, remarking on her beauty as he reaches for her. With a sharp, swift motion, she slaps his hand away. Stunned for a moment, his shock quickly turns to rage, and he screams that he will kill her. Kanata attempts to calm the escalating situation. Before the man can make good on his threat, Kanata lunges forward, his hand glowing with magical energy as he strikes the man's chest. The aggressor cries out as the spell takes hold, his body freezing in place. He struggles, realizing he cannot move, as Kanata calmly informs him the paralysis will wear off in a few minutes. He looks on, breathing a sigh of relief, as Maria gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up from behind the now immobilized man. She praises his impressive display, telling him to keep it up. Kanata, however, stares at his own hand in disbelief, shocked by what he has just done. His shock is interrupted as the red-haired woman approaches. She sternly questions if he, a commoner, understands the potential consequences of his actions. As she speaks, Kanata is struck by her beauty, momentarily distracted. He wonders who she is, and if the other girl, Maria, was truly the princess. She then softens her tone, reassuring him that she is fine and explaining that the man had been chasing her, attempting to purchase her. The term confuses Kanata. He asks if she is all right, his mind reeling with the thought that in this world, beautiful women must constantly fend off such advances. From the ground, the paralyzed man scoffs, declaring that a kid like Kanata wouldn't understand. He crudely calls the woman a prostitute, ranting that he had offered to take her in because he liked her, but she had the gall to refuse. Kanata glares down at the man, his expression hardening. The woman flinches at his degrading words. Enraged, Kanata grabs the man by his collar, demanding to know who he thinks he is to discriminate against her for her job. He questions what crime there is in selling one's body. The commotion draws attention, and the paralyzed man smirks, noticing that a crowd is gathering. He seizes the opportunity, shouting to the onlookers that he is a noble and that Kanata is a thief, offering a reward for his capture. Kanata is stunned by the false accusation. Just then, Maria steps forward calmly and asks the noble if he is an idiot, revealing that she was the one who called the people over. She winks at Kanata, apologizing for the delay. As the paralyzed noble curses her, she explains to Kanata that she informed the arriving city guards about a brave student saving a woman from a perverted noble. With a pointed look towards the armored figures, she adds for clarification, to be precise. She reveals her authority with a calm smile, explaining to the stunned onlookers that the man being arrested is not just any noble, but a pervert. The woman Kanata saved looks on in shock as Maria's identity is declared for all to hear. Maria Ataraxis, the third princess. The green-haired noble, now held fast by the city guards, can only stare in disbelief. With the situation handled, she turns to Kanata, her expression softening. She thanks him, explaining that his actions in restraining the noble were what allowed her to arrange for the arrest. In the distance, the guard can be seen leading the disgraced man away. He watches them depart, remarking that the matter is finally settled and that patrols in the area will likely become stricter. As Maria prepares to leave, one of the guards informs her that they will seek her counsel on such matters in the future. Just then, the red-haired woman approaches him. She expresses her gratitude not only for his help, but also for affirming her and her line of work. To his surprise, she gently takes his hand. As she holds his hand and asks for his name, he stammers that it was nothing, all while discreetly showing his hands through his streaming device to reassure his audience. He tells her his name is Kanata. She introduces herself as Kana, stating she's a good judge of character. She hands him a small, carved token, instructing him to show it at the reception of the brothel where she works. It will grant him immediate access to see her. Announcing she has to get to work, Kana leans in close to the stunned Kanata. She whispers a provocative offer. If he's ever tired or needs to let out some stress, she'll help him, free of charge. With a final wave, she departs. Before he can process the offer, Maria appears suddenly at his side, her face uncomfortably close. He yelps, startled by her proximity, as she coolly remarks that Kana seems to be a very sharp woman. He agrees with her assessment. Noticing the setting sun, they both acknowledge it's time to head home and bid each other a safe journey. But as he turns to leave, Maria grabs his arm, her expression one of clear annoyance. She demands to know why he didn't invite her to walk home together since they take the same path, telling him to cover for her if any students see them. Internally, however, she blushes, thinking that her beloved Lord Streamer would have surely escorted her, drawing a line between the boy beside her and the persona she admires. As the city guards drag the disgraced noble away, his face twists in fury. He screams that he was humiliated, vowing that the commoner brat who caused this is different. Nearby, a man with sharp features and reddish-brown hair listens intently to the outburst, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he processes the noble's rage. Walking away from the commotion, Kanata sighs, muttering that dealing with them will be a pain, though he insists he has nothing to do with it. Maria walks silently beside him. The man who had been listening now smirks with satisfaction. He has all the information he needs. A commoner living in the capital named Kanata. While streaming, Kanata contemplates the influence of his own voice, posing a hypothetical question to his audience. What would they do if he declared his intent to conquer the world? The response from his most devoted listeners is immediate and absolute. One vows to offer him all the countries she has conquered. Another promises to use her power to reset the world to zero, making him its new ruler. A third pledges to take care of anyone he wishes, offering him everything in her power and the world itself. He laughs nervously, dismissing his comment as a joke and noting that he isn't actually interested in world domination. He reminds himself to be more careful with his words, recalling the online conflicts he used to cause. Messages of unwavering support continue to flood in, with listeners telling him to do his best and that his voice brings them happiness. Deciding to do something more productive, he considers an in-real-life stream, but realizes that for now, he can only show his hands. A message from the nameless princess appears, declaring her love for her lord and sending a donation of 10 gold coins. Caught in the moment, Kanata replies that he loves her too. In a classroom far away, Maria hears his words and collapses on her desk, letting out a series of muffled, ecstatic screams. The following day at school, Kanata sits at his own desk, cringing as he recalls the previous night's events, feeling he went too far. Still feeling sleepy, he overhears his classmates discussing a rumor that Agila, a student from the SS class, is the popular streamer. Maria and her friend debate the topic. The friend points out that Agila is a noble, whereas the streamer claimed to be a commoner, concluding that he must be lying. Kanata listens quietly, internally resolving to expose the impersonator on his next stream. Later, he scrolls through comments online, noting the speculation about the streamer's identity and wondering how he could prove the truth without revealing he's a student. His curiosity about the impersonator grows. As he walks through the school, he spots a group of noble students, including the prince, and feels a surge of irritation. Elsewhere, the Saintess Alfana looks at her own device, prompting a young girl beside her to ask if something is wrong, though Alfana dismisses her concern. His resolve hardens. He is the real streamer. He strides purposefully down the crowded school hallway, having located the group of nobles he intends to confront. He bursts in on the group, shouting at the prince, demanding to know why no one will believe him. The prince, Agila, looks down on him with disdain, calling him a liar. Kanata reflects that in his old world, fake accounts were easy to spot, but here, the situation is different. He realizes with a jolt that the problem has, in a way, already been solved for him. After school, Kanata puts on his glasses, determined to understand the prince's motives. He finds Agila alone and listens from a distance as the noble laments that the world revolves around people like him, and that no one would listen to a faceless commoner. Agila reveals his plan. By posing as the streamer, he can improve his family's reputation, take the money, and claim the audience for himself. The motive is now clear. He is suddenly approached by his friends. Akuta whispers that Agila is a foolish man, and Rebecca agrees that someone so dumb is beyond saving. Zeus mentions they had plans with Agila, confusing Kanata. Rebecca then turns to him and whispers, asking if he happens to know of Lord Streamer. Kanata freezes, stunned by the direct question. A flashback to 3 minutes prior shows the group finding Kanata. Rebecca reveals that she is a fan of the streamer, and Zeus expresses his surprise that she is too. Alfana then quietly admits that during her few moments of rest at the church, just hearing Lord Streamer's voice calms her heart. Back in the present, Rebecca whispers to a flustered Kanata, asking if he and the streamer are one and the same. He is saved from answering when the focus shifts to Maria, who internally fumes that everyone is obsessed with the streamer, calling them cultists. It was this obsession that led her to observe Kanata's actions, and she now feels bringing her sword was the right call as his sins worsen. In the present, she is flustered, realizing that both Princess Alfana and the Saintess Rebecca are also listeners. When Alfana asks if she truly minds Kanata's actions, Maria can only stammer in response. She regains some composure, declaring that while she cannot forgive Agila, she also cannot forgive anyone who tries to sabotage another. Rebecca then turns the question back to Kanata, asking for his opinion. He suggests that even the streamer wouldn't want Agila to face harsh punishment, especially if he reflects on his actions. Rebecca points directly at him, pressing the issue. Before he can respond, a shadowy claw of immense power bursts from the ground, seizing Agila and yanking him into darkness. The group stares in shock at the empty space. Kanata cries out, wondering where he vanished, while Alfana confirms Rebecca's suspicion, stating she felt the power of an evil presence. In an instant, Agila finds himself on a desolate, lightning-scarred courtyard before a towering, dark castle. A horned woman, the demon Lord Shrauza, stands before him and asks if he is the streamer. Her muscular subordinate expresses doubt, noting that Agila's mana is too low to be the genuine article. Her expression darkens into a terrifying snarl as she looms over the petrified noble. She hisses that he dared to use the name of the one she loves, and for that sin, he must be prepared to pay the price. Agila can only let out a shriek of terror as she closes in. Meanwhile, back in the school garden, Kanata and his friends are still reeling. Rebecca expresses concern that it's not wise for a princess to get involved, but Alfana reasons that if a demon was responsible, they likely kidnapped Agila to confirm the rumors about the streamer. Kanata is taken aback by their sharp analysis. Their speculation is cut short as the demon Lord Shrauza materializes before them, casually holding the unconscious and battered form of Agila. She remarks on how embarrassing the situation is. As Kanata recognizes Agila's scent, he steels himself, determined to protect the girls. In response, Alfana and Maria immediately move into defensive stances. They place themselves between him and the demon, ordering him to stand back. Shrauza clarifies her intentions, explaining that her boss was angry about the impersonation and that she has come to return the pretender. She then addresses Alfana and Maria directly, acknowledging the animosity directed at her. The demon lord chuckles, her demeanor shifting entirely. She reveals that many demons, including the Demon Lord herself, are avid listeners of the streamer's broadcasts. She muses on how lovely it is to have a being who can connect both humans and demons. Turning her gaze to Kanata, she states she would more willingly accept him as the streamer than the pathetic imposter. He struggles to maintain his composure, desperately hoping his expression doesn't betray his panic. Alfana's mind races, questioning just who Kanata is, now that it's clear even demons perceive his mana as abnormal. Sensing the escalating tension, Maria steps forward, introducing herself as a government official and attempting to de-escalate by ending the conversation. Shrauza simply smiles, amused by the young lady's intervention. She departed in an unknown spheroid, leaving the group behind. While Princess Maria went to report the incident, Alfana slumped against Kanata, utterly spent from the day's events. Kanata, surprised by her sudden proximity, noticed how close she was. He sat with her for a moment before Maria returned, taking his hands to thank him for his help. She explained how happy it made her. Kanata, flustered, thought to himself that any man would protect a woman, but found the praise overwhelming. Though he couldn't see Alfana's face, he could still hear her soft breathing as Maria looked at him with admiration, telling him he was truly wonderful. A few days later, the consequences of the encounter became clear. Aguila, now completely transformed, frantically chased after Kanata and Maria, crying out for Lord Streamer to help him. After the incident, he had accepted all of the Streamer's supposed ideals, made all of his family's crimes public, and was now vowing to rebuild his house to be fit for a true fan. He walked through town, pondering if the Demon Lord's ceasefire offer was genuine, when a voice called out to him. A mysterious, beautiful woman with dark skin and pointed ears stood before him. She shyly asked if he could guide her around the town. Kanata, taken aback, could only stare in surprise. In the bustling capital, Kanata takes in the sights, remarking on the interesting architecture and shops. His companion, a tall woman in a sun hat, notes his reaction and asks if this is his first visit to a human town. He confirms that it is, finding the capital truly fascinating. She apologizes for making him guide a self-proclaimed country bumpkin, but he cheerfully dismisses her concern, admitting he's happy to walk alongside a pretty girl. Internally, he thinks she's quite easy on the eyes. Flustered by the compliment, she offers to lead him to some of the town's nice hidden spots. They arrive at a walkway overlooking the city. As she leans on the railing, gazing at the beautiful scenery, her expression turns serious. She whispers to herself, lamenting that someone has been trying to destroy such a lovely view. Her somber tone gives Kanata pause. He senses a strange atmosphere emanating from her and bluntly asks if she is human. The question surprises her, but her shock quickly turns to delighted laughter. She finds his perception wonderful, admitting she thought the items from her subordinates would have hidden her identity completely. He presses the point, and she confirms his suspicion. She is not human. She glances around, noting that the hidden spot is conveniently devoid of other people and magic sensors. As a reward for seeing through her disguise, she declares she will show him her true self and lunges forward with blinding speed. An immense, dark aura erupts from her as she transforms. Her hat flies off, revealing sharp horns curling from her head. With Kanata caught in her grasp, she introduces herself as the humble demon, Shrauza. Startled but composed, he introduces himself as Kanata. Shrauza acknowledges his name, explaining that she has cut them off from the outside world with magic. In this isolated space, she states, he is the only one who can perceive her. She then asks for his thoughts on demons. Kanata recalls being asked this before and gives his honest opinion. He believes that despite the long history of conflict between demons and humans, it would be better if they could get along. He argues passionately that if someone dies in war, demons would surely grieve just as humans do. His words strike a chord with Shrauza. She agrees, confirming that demons do shed tears for fallen comrades. Praising his insight, she suddenly places a hand on his chest, not to attack, but to sense his power. She is stunned, exclaiming that he possesses a wonderful amount of mana, far greater than her own. Kanata realizes with a shock that she, like him, can see the waves of mana emanating from others. Shrauza seems momentarily flustered by this revelation, but quickly accepts it. In an instant, the dark barrier vanishes, and they are back on the walkway, with her human disguise restored. She dismisses her intense monologue as a personal hobby and takes both of his hands, looking at him earnestly. She asks if he agrees with her that, just like this, humans and demons should walk hand in hand. She considers his words, expressing a quiet hope that their goal can be achieved. Kanata affirms his agreement, stating with conviction that although the path will be tough, he believes they can definitely do it. His earnestness seems to amuse her. She recalls how he spoke of a peaceful future if they could coexist, a future she now hopes to witness. Her reaction leaves Kanata flustered, wondering if he misspoke. She then mentions another person who shares his views, a streamer. With a hint of excitement, she confesses to being a fan, explaining that this streamer's words were what changed her perspective. He had advocated for peace talks over conflict, a message that resonated deeply with her. Surprised, Kanata asks if this streamer is well known even in the demon world. She confirms his popularity, though she notes that the more stubborn elders are not swayed. Suddenly, she leans in close, startling him, and enthusiastically invites him to visit her world, promising she can get him in if they go together. After they promise to meet again, Shrouza vanishes in a burst of energy, bringing Kanata's unusual day off to a close. Back in his room, Kanata reflects on the day's events. He realizes he never suspected Shrouza's true identity, musing that no one in the human realm even knows the Demon Lord's true name. Deciding to end his stream a bit earlier than usual, he advises his viewers to get some rest before climbing into his own bed, exhausted from his unexpected role as a tour guide. He falls into a deep sleep, but his rest is not destined to be peaceful. Hovering silently above his bed is a mysterious figure clad in a dark coat and a plague doctor's mask. The intruder, Crow, observes the sleeping streamer and lets out a soft, ominous laugh. Kanata's day, it seems, was not over after all. A few days ago, a contract was struck. A young woman with reddish-brown hair confirmed to the plague-masked assassin, Crow, that she was the client this time. With a sinister smile, she asked if Crow remembered a certain man. The target was Kanata, the one she called the perverted noble who had been sent back to his home country because of Maria and Kana. Her request was simple. She wanted his head. Her face twisted with rage as she recalled the public embarrassment, vowing never to forgive him for making a fool of her. Crow accepted the job, noting from the file that the target was just a plain commoner in the capital. The job seemed easy. The target simply had poor luck. The client laughed, filled with vindictive glee, and told Crow she was counting on him. In the present, the true identity of the assassin is revealed. A young girl, the real Crow, lands silently on a city rooftop. She remarks to herself that it has been a while since she last visited this place. With her objective clear, she decides to begin her mission by gathering intelligence. Just 1 hour later, her reconnaissance was complete. It had been surprisingly easy. Her findings painted a picture of a kind young man. A student who had helped a woman from a pervert, saved his sister from a scammer, and was a regular customer at a local bakery. She conceded that he seemed like a good person, making the job feel painful, but she resolved that she had no choice but to proceed. Standing in a shadowed alley, she wrestled with her thoughts. The grim possibility of having to sell drugs again crossed her mind, but she pushed it aside, determined to continue her work as Crow. Her mind drifted to him, the streamer, an existence she knew only from across the screen, who had given even a doubtful assassin like her a reason to live. She saw a kinship between them. The streamer hid his true self, just as she, a young girl, hid behind the persona of Crow. This perceived similarity fostered a parasocial bond. Though she had only known of him by pure coincidence, as a fellow townsfolk, she never expected to grow so fond of him. Her thoughts mimicked his streaming style, as she mused about the rare jobs in this world. She recalled listening to his streams countless times, having fallen completely under his influence. During one such stream, he had brought up the topic of assassins, asking his audience if they knew of those who lived by such a trade. The subject was dark, and she was shocked that the person she admired was so well-informed about her world. He continued, acknowledging that assassins are feared, scorned, and used as convenient tools for crime. They hide in the darkness to eliminate their targets. Then, he dropped a bombshell. He thought they were pretty cool. From his point of view, the people in that line of work were interesting. The unexpected praise left her utterly stunned and speechless. Her heart fluttered. She adored him, finding his gullibility endearing. Shaking herself from her long reverie, she focused on the task at hand. She had arrived at the target's house. To her surprise, a window was carelessly left open. As she prepared to slip inside, she whispered a silent apology. "Forgive me, Kanata." She entered the room, only to find Kanata awake and tying on a headband. He turned, startled by her presence. Before she could make a move, he announced it was time for his stream to start. With a swift kick, he sent her flying back out the window, casually stating he needed to close it so no one would hear. The would-be assassin was left outside, stunned, as her target began his broadcast. He began his stream, completely oblivious to the figure just outside his window. But in that moment, whether through an assassin's keen eye or the profound intuition of a devoted listener, Crow realized the truth. Kanata and her beloved streamer were one and the same. Her professional instinct screamed that she couldn't let him notice her, not even for a moment. She resolved to not even blink, even if she started bleeding. Yet, the fan within her was overjoyed, thrilled to finally see him in person and listen to his stream live. As she grappled with her conflicting emotions, Kanata casually asked his audience for any food recommendations. Elsewhere, Prince Aguila chuckled to himself, remarking that he'd heard the assassin Crow was quite brutal and imagining she was making her targets suffer immensely. The reality, however, was far different. Crow was blissfully enjoying what she considered her first live, public recording session, hanging upside down just outside the window. Inside, Kanata's attention was drawn to a message from the nameless princess. This continued without rest nor sleep. Even the legendary Crow eventually grew tired. She had stayed in Kanata's room, watching over him until exhaustion finally claimed her. He slept peacefully, only stirring slightly in the night. His eyes shot open, and a scream tore from his throat. A small, unfamiliar girl was standing right there in his room, a faint, unsettling smile on her face. Leaping from his bed, he pointed a trembling finger at the intruder. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Why are you here?" But to his question, Crow seemed to have a different priority. More so than the failure of her mission, she was simply happy that Kanata had finally seen her. With absolute, unwavering confidence, she prepared her answer. She gave a cheerful wink. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Streamer," she began, declaring herself to be a normal, unsuspicious person. Kanata could only stare in disbelief before roaring back. "And you think I believe that?" From this day forward, his life as a streamer would be thrown into chaos, though he himself had no reason to know this yet. Kanata is stunned as the young assassin who followed him home, Mira, reveals herself. He internally panics, realizing she knows his identity and everything about him. She pleads with him to believe her, declaring that she is a fan. With a bright smile, she formally introduces herself as Mira, adding that she also goes by the name Crow. He stares at her, then glances at the discarded plague Dr. Mask on the floor. He hesitantly asks if she is the bird, the legendary assassin. Mira cheerfully confirms that it's her, a fact Kanata finds utterly unbelievable. His mind races, questioning why such a notorious figure would sneak into his room to watch him sleep. With unnerving intensity, she repeats her reason. It is because she is his fan. Kanata realizes with a grimace that this conversation is going nowhere. He wonders aloud if he is the cause of her troubles, and she immediately confirms it. This strange turn of events is nothing like his previous life. Misinterpreting his distress as rejection, Myra's expression hardens. Stating that she understands, she bids him farewell and draws her short sword. As she moves to end her own life, Kanata lunges forward, shouting for her to stop. She ignores his plea, calmly stating that she will die now as she presses the blade to her throat. He grabs her, frantically demanding to know what is wrong with her and if she was truly trying to die. She replies with chilling simplicity that it is because she caused him trouble. He orders her to put the sword down. Her expression remains unnervingly placid. She explains that if he thinks of her as a nuisance, then she clearly has no value as a living being. The declaration sends a shock through Kanata, whose heart pounds in his chest as he collapses to his knees. He remains on the floor, utterly overwhelmed. He realizes her obsessive mindset is so extreme, far beyond any label he can think of, that the sheer weight of it makes him feel like crying. Struggling to process the situation, he runs a hand through his hair, admitting to himself that this isn't what he wanted and that he can't think straight. He acknowledges that, in a way, her current state is his fault. He grabs a glass of water and takes a quick drink to steady his nerves. Turning back to the kneeling girl, he issues a simple command. For now, she is not to die. He adds, with grim practicality, that cleaning up the blood if she cut her head off would be a pain. He kneels before the young assassin, addressing her by her true name, Mira. Exasperated, he questions her state of mind, but she misunderstands his concern, offering to take her life somewhere else. He quickly clarifies that her location is not the problem. In response, she leans in close, her expression earnest. She points out that he is now the only one who knows her true name and then asks a chilling question. Since he knows her identity, does that mean she will now be killed? He remains unconvinced, doubting she is the infamous assassin at all and demanding proof. After a moment's thought, she boasts of her skill in presence concealment, but then her train of thought derails. She furiously asks who else might be targeting him, offering to eliminate them immediately. He realizes with a sigh that this conversation is going nowhere. To demonstrate her skill, Mira suddenly vanishes from sight. Kanata stands alone in his room, utterly baffled. He looks around, searching for any sign of her, noting that he felt no magic whatsoever, and concluding her disappearance was not the result of a spell. He stares at his own hands, trying to comprehend what just happened. A disembodied voice, Myra's, calmly states that she is standing right in front of him as a faint, shimmering distortion appears over his hand. A subtle touch from the unseen girl. Suddenly, she materializes, her hands pressed against his chest. Startled by the contact, he yelps an apology. She reassures him that it's fine, her face beaming with joy as she explains that simply being touched by her lord brings her happiness. He, however, is overwhelmed by a mix of embarrassment and exhaustion. Regaining a sliver of composure, he questions why she has reappeared in his room. She begins to explain her reasoning with a confident smile. Her explanation leaves him slumped on the floor in disbelief. She cheerfully states that while her actions could get her killed, the result, being close to him, makes her incredibly happy. He can only stare, horrified by the twisted logic of this world. He cautiously asks if this means she no longer plans to kill him. She reacts with explosive certainty, shouting that she would absolutely never harm him. In fact, she declares she would rather protect him and is now targeting the very person who hired her in the first place. Her declaration causes her to pause, recalling that her original mission was, in fact, to kill him. She begins to curse the client who gave her the order. The scene shifts to a later time, where Kanata sits at a desk in a classroom, wondering when his lessons will end. Outside the window, Mira watches him intently, marking the second day of her new life as a stalker. Elsewhere, the consequences of Myra's defection become clear. Amidst the wreckage of a room, a figure in a plague doctor's mask sits stunned, a teacup still held in their hand. From outside, a furious voice bellows, branding the defeated operative, Crow, a traitor. Having returned to Kanata's side, Mira grins with childish delight. He gives a confident thumbs up, seemingly addressing an unseen audience, apologizing for the delay. She concludes her report of the events with a cheerful summary, adding a gentle, yet unsettling, request that they avoid needless killing in the future. He processes her words, internally weighing her reliability as a bodyguard against the sheer terror of having her so close. His thoughts are cut short as he notices his communication terminal on the desk begin to light up. Reaching for the device, he wonders if the letters he had requested have finally arrived, hoping the distraction will help him calm his nerves. He stares at the glowing screen in confusion as an unfamiliar voice emanates from it, addressing him with a startling title. My lord. The screen then flashes with a bold, damning message. Streamer, you are a mass murderer. Kanata freezes, his eyes wide with shock. The message continues, declaring his sins unforgivable and accusing him of using heinous means just to become famous. The message explains its reasoning. To project one's voice over such a great distance would require an equally large amount of mana. It posits that the only way to gather such power is to draw it from a large number of humans, concluding that he would be dead if he had attempted it alone. A silhouetted figure appears on the screen, their voice laced with accusation. They demand to know just how many lives the streamer has taken and how much suffering he has caused to achieve his current position. The message concludes with a solemn, unwavering vow from his accusers. They declare they will never forgive him and that they will, without fail, smite him down. He stood frozen, the words on his terminal echoing in his mind, wondering what the sender could have possibly meant. Nearby, Mira considered the implications of the accusation, realizing that such a rumor could spread like wildfire in just a few days. His mind raced to defend himself, insisting internally that he was only using his own mana for the streams. But his frantic thoughts were interrupted by a strange sight. Mira was kneeling by his bed, pressing his pillow to her face and deeply inhaling. So this is my lord's scent, she murmured to herself. A wave of exasperation washed over Kanata. This was going to be a pain. He couldn't believe this was happening to him, reflecting on how, in his past life, similar baseless rumors would lead to celebrities being saddled with bizarre reputations. As he grappled with this thought, Mira suddenly appeared at his side, looking up at him with concern. My lord, she asked, what happened? Her question went unanswered. Pushing aside the threat for a moment, he pointed an accusatory finger at her. Hold on, he demanded. What did you do to my bed earlier? Mira simply tilted her head, feigning innocence. Whatever could you be talking about? In the world of ataraxia, the title of streamer had become a name of great renown. The unique culture of streaming he introduced had steadily spread among the populace. However, many who were charmed by his values and beliefs had developed an obsessive devotion, becoming what could only be described as Yandere listeners. His influence had brought about sweeping societal changes, the betterment of discrimination based on profession, the destruction of bandit guilds, a ceasefire with the demons, and the release of slaves. His power to move entire countries with a single word was envied by many. Among them were those who, in their own way, were now trying to perform similar streams. Meanwhile, in a small country near Rogias, within the estate of the noble Sendai household, a young woman collapsed onto the floor. She cried out in pain, lamenting that there was nowhere near enough mana. She and others like her pleaded for forgiveness, unable to go on. A man grabbed her by the hair, lifting her head and roaring that every single one of them was worthless. He, Master Rikpa, sat lounging in a chair, questioning why he had even bought such ungrateful cretins. An elderly attendant approached, reminding his master that, as he already knew, mana was as valuable as blood to them. The attendant continued his report, stating that this was the last batch of slaves, and there were none left to provide mana. He advised against draining them to their limits, as they would die, needlessly increasing expenses. It would be best to let them rest. Rikpa cursed the kingdom's princess for enacting new laws against slavery, making it difficult to acquire new stock, but then smirked, declaring his own success. A guard then approached, and Rikpa confirmed with him that they had successfully captured an SS-rank adventurer the day before. He scoffed at the idea of treating the slaves nicely, ordering them to be returned to their cells to rest. He then turned to his attendant and asked for a status update. The old man, reviewing a clipboard, reported that the captive had enough mana for 5 minutes of streaming time. Inside a large capsule, the adventurer Akuta floated in healing water, recovering from his travels. He stared at the device in his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. 5 minutes. He couldn't comprehend how the streamer could possess enough mana for such a broadcast. His frustration erupted. He shot up from his seat, roaring that it was impossible for one person to have enough mana for an entire night stream. He questioned just how many lives the streamer had sacrificed to achieve this. It was in this moment of outrage that the dark rumors began to spread. Fueled by this conviction, he addressed his assembled soldiers. He declared their mission, to unveil the streamer's supposed sins and drag him down to hell. He commanded them all to anonymously report everything they could, and they responded in unison, ready to obey. To execute his plan, he demanded the mana required for a 5-minute stream. He announced his intention to broadcast at the very end of the streamer's own transmission the next day. Meanwhile, unaware of the plot against him, Kanata stared at his own device, a look of mild surprise on his face as he read a message. He stood up from his desk as Mira, who was in his room, questioned if it was all right to leave things as they were. Kanata replied that while he wasn't entirely sure, he wanted to wait and see how the situation unfolded. She floated closer, expressing her worry that her milord would be misunderstood by this world. Kanata, rubbing his neck, noted how she was just hanging around and wondered aloud when she planned to go home. Suddenly sporting a pair of glasses, Mira offered to take care of his pain, assuring him there would be no killing involved. Kanata could only question where the glasses came from. He vehemently rejected the idea. Undeterred, Mira then proposed a more gruesome alternative, selling their organs. Elsewhere, Maria and her friends watched a broadcast on their own devices. Seeing one of them eagerly licking the screen, Maria sighed to herself, lamenting her mistaken belief that all of her fans were gentle people. Clearly, they were not. Back in his room, Kanata decided he needed to go for a walk to cool down. Mira immediately volunteered to join him. He agreed, on the condition that she remain unseen. When he asked what she wanted in return, she simply replied that taking her along was payment enough. He stretches under the full moon, enjoying the cool night air. Beside him, Mira flushes, clenching her fists and defensively insisting she is not a stalker. His moment of peace is interrupted by a sudden vibration from his phone. A broadcast has begun, a voice derisively addressing the fools, mindlessly enjoying the streamer's antics. The speaker, Rikba, promises that within 5 minutes he will teach everyone the truth about the streamer's evil deeds. Across the city, citizens stop and listen to the broadcast on their own devices. Murmurs spread through the crowd as some begin to wonder if the accusations are true. Even Alfana, Akuta, and Rebecca listen with growing concern as the idea that the streamer kills so many people begins to take root. Elsewhere, Maria stares at her screen, her initial confusion turning to wide-eyed shock. The words, really, escape her lips as the gravity of the slander sinks in, her expression hardening with disbelief. Her shock gives way to explosive fury. With a furious cry, she declares there is no way he would ever do such a thing, shattering her device in a powerful grip. The broadcast's reach extends even further. Lady Shrauza listens to the same accusations, her face contorted in a silent, menacing rage as she glares at the source of the broadcast. Back on the rooftop, Kanata calls out to Mira, sensing her distress. She remains silent, trembling with a barely contained destructive impulse, realizing that his presence is the only thing preventing her from annihilating everything nearby. Meanwhile, Rikpa meets with an unknown individual. The nobleman, unaware of the forces he has provoked, has metaphorically stepped on a sleeping tiger's tail. His new contact speaks, asking for a favor and acknowledging the dangerous path they are now treading together. As his friends Akuta and Zeus depart for the day, Kanata sits alone on a campus bench, pondering his next move. Elsewhere, a clock ticks, signaling the start of lessons. Nearby, he overhears Maria and her friend discussing his stream from the previous day. They question the rumors of him killing people and express disbelief that anyone could possess such a vast amount of mana on their own, noting the significant impact his broadcast is having. Later, in class, he reflects on the many inquiries he's received about how his streams work. He has consistently evaded the questions, feeling his only real explanation would be the unhelpful truth. He could do it simply because he is who he is. He possesses a unique power, a gift from his reincarnation, infinite magical energy. This allows him to cast high-level magic repeatedly without concern for mana consumption and renders him immune to energy-draining abilities. However, it also means that a moment of carelessness could result in him drastically overpowering everyone around him. He resolves that it's best to keep this ability a secret to avoid complications. As long as he can continue his streams, he is content. Walking through the school halls, he worries that conspiracy theories about him might be escalating. Suddenly, he is startled by the abrupt appearance of the assassin, Mira. She apologizes for the delay. She presents him with a letter, stating she did her best to gather the information he needed. Visibly flustered by her proximity, Kanata asks her to give him some space, much to her confusion. He thanks her for her work, but gently requests that she refrain from using violence. Mira blushes, admitting she had to use a bit of force, but affirms that if it is an order from him, she would be willing to do anything. The praise is too much for the assassin. Overwhelmed at being thanked by the one she calls Lord Streamer, Mira loses consciousness and collapses from exhaustion. Kanata can only watch in surprise as she falls asleep on the spot. He opens the document she provided. The intelligence points to a noble from the Rogia's kingdom, a small and distant country, as the one pulling the strings. He reviewed the documents, realizing the situation was far worse than a simple rumor. An entire organization, born of envy, had formed against him. Mira, the source of this detailed intelligence, looked on, pleased with her work. Impressed by her efficiency, he noted how quickly she had uncovered the truth. Mira, kneeling before him, offered to gather even more information if he wished. Kanata simply asked if she was truly fine with undertaking such tasks. Without hesitation, he gave her a new assignment. Holding his communication device, he instructed her to use her network information to infiltrate a specific stream. Eager to serve, Mira immediately accepted the mission. Later, dressed in his school uniform, Kanata reviewed the details of the rumors being spread. The document outlined a malicious narrative that he gains the trust of former slaves only to drain them of all their magical energy. He read on, scoffing at the creativity of the slander. The text claimed his supporters were brainwashed and that his death was the only way to stop his supposed crimes. As he absorbed this, Mira departed on her new mission. His composure finally cracked. Slamming his fist against a wall, he let out a bitter laugh. He was furious that their selfish assumptions were now targeting not only him, but his listeners as well. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Kanna flew into a destructive rage over the rumors, forcing her comrades to restrain her. Lady Shrauza watched calmly, noting that the repair costs would be significant and that, for now, the number of listeners who believed the slander seemed small. Back at the academy, Kanata walked through a courtyard, overhearing a group of students that included Maria. They discussed the rumors, wondering aloud if they were fake, though one admitted the slander was frighteningly plausible. He now understood just how far the lies had spread. He found a quiet place to sit, contemplating the situation. He knew he needed a simple way to resolve the misunderstanding, as his words alone would not be enough. Ignoring it would only allow the problem to fester. Then, an idea struck him. Looking at his audio-only streaming setup, he realized he could show his hands during a broadcast. He thought that mimicking the school entrance exam in this way might be the key to changing everything. The key to his plan was an item Maria recognized instantly. It was the mana measurement orb from the entrance exam, a device used to classify a person's magical capacity. She realized he would need one of them. He knew that if he could use it on stream for all his listeners to see, it would serve as undeniable proof that he was broadcasting using his own power. But as he sat alone on a campus bench, the reality of the situation weighed on him. The orb was expensive, not something that would be casually lent to an ordinary student. From a distance, Alfana and Maria watched him, sensing his distress. Watching him, Maria remarked that he was just like her. Alfana understood, asking if she meant the lying Lord Streamer. Maria clarified her point. She understood Kanata's desire to purge this world of sinners, a goal she shared. Their decision made, the two approached, their voices calling his name and startling him from his troubled thoughts. He quickly stood to face them, acknowledging Princess Maria and Alfana with surprise. Alfana looked at him with concern, asking what was wrong, though she added that he didn't need to explain for her to understand. Internally, she felt a powerful urge to help, realizing she had to be careful not to lose herself in her feelings for him. She reminded him of his own character, recalling moments where he had helped others in need. He was, she affirmed, a person they could trust. Because of this, she extended a hand, making a formal offer. Now that he was the one in need, they would lend him their help. She urged him to share his burden with them. Her reasoning was simple. It just so happened that they were born blessed with power and influence, resources they could now use on his behalf. She continued her plea, explaining that their power and resources must be used to help those in need. With her hands clasped earnestly, she looked up at him and asked if he could please rely on them. His heart pounded in his chest as he clenched his fist, a wave of relief washing over him. He realized that if it was these two, he could truly trust them. As he came to this conclusion, Maria spoke up, asking both him and Alfana if she could ask a favor of them. He raised a hand to his chin, his expression turning serious. He apologized, stating that before they proceeded, there was something he had to tell them. He confessed that he is a streamer. Alfana and Maria stand frozen, their eyes wide with shock as the revelation settles. Nearby, Kanata fidgets nervously, his arms crossed. He worries that his confession was too sudden, doubting they would even believe him. He mutters a quiet apology for the abruptness. His thoughts are interrupted by Alfana, who calmly states that she has known all along. A stunned Kanata asks how long, and she explains it was since they first met, recalling a small wound she had seen on his right hand. She continues, clarifying that right after their meeting, she saw his hands during his dream, and the connection became obvious. The realization dawns on Kanata. Suddenly, Maria erupts, her face a mask of horrified understanding. The truth finally hits her. Kanata is Lord Streamer. Alfana confirms it was surprisingly easy to deduce, especially given his accent. Kanata, flustered, realizes he must have been unconsciously giving them information. Alfana and Maria simply state that it was only natural for them to figure it out. Alfana then steps forward, gently taking his hands in hers. She holds them firmly, reassuring him that even knowing the truth, they are his fans and would never do anything to cause him trouble. Her expression becomes intensely serious. She declares that if they did, they would have no right to call themselves his fans. Maria steps forward as well, placing her hand over theirs. She agrees with Alfana, adding that they want to keep hearing his voice and his usual fearless attitude. She then leans in extremely close, demanding he drop the formalities and stop calling her princess. Overwhelmed by their combined intensity, Kanata can only stammer out his agreement. He listened, somewhat stunned, as Alfana and Maria declared themselves as allies. Alfana, reminding him of her status as a princess and a priestess, offered to grant anything he desired. He could only manage to acknowledge them by name. As they each took one of his hands, he reflected on the fact that even though they knew his identity, neither of them had leaked his secret. They had kept it safe. He knew he could trust them, yet a strange feeling crept over him. Their demeanor felt different from usual, almost unnervingly intense. They leaned in, their faces unnaturally close as they stared at him. A wave of panic washed over Kanata as he glanced around, worried that someone might see or overhear their conversation. Alfana, with a confident wink, revealed she had anticipated his concern and had already cast a spell to ensure their privacy. Relieved, Kanata thanked her. She then turned serious, stating that the purpose of their meeting was to discuss the rumors and conspiracies surrounding his identity as streamer. She elaborated, explaining that she had requested her mother and father to investigate the matter. Thanks to a mysterious cooperator, they had already traced the rumors to their source. Kanata was stunned by the speed of their progress, which Maria proudly confirmed. Alfana continued her report, stating that while the rumors accused him of being a mass murderer, their country's investigation had found no evidence to support such claims. The one truth they did uncover, however, was that his activities as Lord Streamer required an amount of mana far exceeding that of any normal person. This fact led her parents, and indeed the leaders of every country, to two possible conclusions. Either he possessed more mana than anyone else in the world, or he was using some unknown device to generate the necessary energy to stream. Maria then clung to his back, urging him not to feel he had to rely solely on them. She explained that the name Lord Streamer now held significant power, and that he had garnered unwavering support from the common people. Many of these supporters, she revealed, were already taking action to quell the malicious rumors. He was struck by the revelation. So many people, his believers, were ready to fight for him and would not forgive any action that troubled him. While grateful, he realized he didn't want anyone else to clean up his mess. With renewed determination, he resolved to prove his own innocence with his own hands. He declared his trust in both Maria and Alfana, though his face flushed with embarrassment at their current predicament. The two girls, having tumbled to the ground, looked up at him, dazed but resolute. As they recovered and stood before him, he gathered his thoughts, preparing to explain his strategy. Alfana, ever direct, prompted him to reveal the plan. His plan centered on a specific object, the orb they all saw upon first entering the academy. He reminded them that it was considered a valuable artifact, one that was strictly forbidden to be removed and was kept under lock and key somewhere deep inside the school. Now sitting together on a bench, he elaborated on his intentions, stating with conviction that this was a problem he needed to resolve personally. In response, both Alfana and Maria leaned in impossibly close, their faces inches from his. Alfana vowed that regardless of how things turned out, she would take full responsibility, leveraging her authority as a princess to secure the necessary permissions. Maria echoed the sentiment, granting her own permission as the priestess. The intensity of their support and their proximity left Kanata completely flustered. He was grateful for their unwavering help, though he silently wished they would give him a little more personal space. With this new alliance forged, the stage was set. Streamer and his believers had finally joined hands to combat the rumors, and his next move would be revealed very soon. Outside the school building, with classes concluded for the day, Kanata turns to Alfana and Maria. He carries a broken computer monitor, thanking them both for their help and expressing confidence that he can get things ready for tomorrow. Having settled their preparations, he confirms the details of their operation. The plan, he states with a determined grin, will begin at 6 in the evening tomorrow at their designated meeting place. Both Alfana and Maria affirm that they understand. Later, a knock sounds at the door. Maria opens it, looking up to see who has arrived. It is Alfana, who strides into the room with a severe expression. Maria asks what is wrong, but Alfana's attention is fixed elsewhere as she asks if this is about Lord Kanata. Maria confirms it is, and the realization strikes Alfana with the force of a physical blow. Lord Streamer truly is her classmate. She seizes Maria by the shoulders, shaking her frantically. Maria pleads for her to calm down, but Alfana, completely overwhelmed, shouts back that there is no way she can possibly calm down. Her agitation erupts into a destructive frenzy, shattering furniture and glass around her as she screams that her idol is her own classmate. Maria dodges the flying debris, begging her to stop destroying the room. A moment later, with the room magically restored, Maria looks down at a bandaged and flustered Alfana on the floor. Alfana insists she isn't lying, explaining that while she was never certain, she had her suspicions because his way of speaking always felt familiar. She continues to mutter Kanata's name in a daze. Maria leans in close, telling her to stop murmuring and points out that she can now simply use their meetings to make Lord Kanata fall for her. The suggestion causes an immediate and drastic shift in Alfana's mood. She now stands before a chalkboard filled with equations, her expression one of intense calculation as she ponders which name to call him. Maria watches this sudden change, stunned by the quick shift in her friend's focus. She immediately leaps to an absurd conclusion, her mind racing with plans for a wedding ceremony. Since they know each other's identities, she reasons they are practically married. Maria, looking on, dryly points out the flaw in her logic. Her thoughts manifest as a brutish, aggressive version of herself, who roars that she will be Lord Kanata's bride, not Maria. While the real Maria chuckles at the joke, a distant Kanata warns her that Alfana becomes unhinged when she invokes her authority as a princess. The aggressive fantasy fades, replaced by a chillingly serious demeanor. Alfana pokes Maria sharply, warning her not to cause any trouble for him at school, making a clear distinction. There, he is Lord Kanata, not Lord Streamer. She vows not to forgive Maria if she interferes, a look of intensity on her face that Maria has not seen in a long time. Her intensity reminds Maria of their childhood, specifically a time when Alfana, looking feral, admitted to replacing Maria's alarm clock with a bomb when they were 5. A younger Maria can only apologize for some unknown transgression. Returning to the present, Maria urges Alfana to think clearly. She reminds her that even after the current situation is resolved, the two of them will be the only ones who know his true identity. She continues, explaining that this gives them an advantage over all other fans and allows them to provide him with direct support from now on. The logic of this statement finally breaks through Alfana's obsessive haze. This is the core of their advantage. The number of listeners who currently know the streamer's real identity is incredibly small. The group consists of Kanna, Maria, Alfana, and Rebecca. Meanwhile, another of those few listeners, the demon Lord Shrauza, stares at her monitor in shock and dismay, wondering why there's no stream scheduled for the day. Back in the room, Maria agrees with Alfana's new understanding. They will support him from the shadows in any way they can, ensuring the world doesn't discover his secret. Alfana clenches her fist, her resolve hardened. She declares that this is how true fans who know the truth should behave. It seems the previous description of them as obsessive, dangerous listeners was a mistake. They have found their true purpose as his guardians. Her new pact with Maria had fundamentally changed their relationship. They were more than just fans now. This new alliance was sealed with a firm handshake. Maria declared them friends and allies, united in their goal to support Lord Kanata. Alfana enthusiastically agreed, her expression bright with shared purpose. It appeared to be a moment of wonderful friendship between two young women. But beneath this veneer of camaraderie, a fierce rivalry burned, symbolized by the spirits of a dragon and a tiger. Alfana silently vowed that she would become Kanata's favorite, while Maria was equally determined to be his undisputed number one. Their claims were rooted in their history with him. Alfana asserted she was the first to recognize his talents, but Maria countered, boasting she was the first in the world to know the streamer's true identity. Any notion of simple friendship was a misjudgment. They were now driven by a possessive, all-consuming fervor. Returning to the matter at hand, Alfana held up a small device. She noted that Lord Kanata was busy preparing for the coming revolution and wouldn't be streaming. Confirming that Maria was as much of a fan as she was, Alfana proposed a plan: to use his archive streams to raise their morale for the next day. Her eyes glinted with approval. Maria agreed it was a good idea, adding that with no classes scheduled, simply bracing themselves would be insufficient. The competitive spark reignited instantly. Alfana asked which archive stream Maria had in mind. Maria accepted the unspoken challenge, confidently specifying the stream where he conducted a question-and-answer session while affecting a cool demeanor. As they prepared to watch, the device played a recording of Kanata's voice, a charismatic and playful invitation echoing from the small speaker. "Say, you guys, how about you all become mine?" Followed by a lighthearted laugh. As his voice filled the room from the small device, all restraint vanished. Maria, fist punching the air, roared her adoration for Lord Streamer. Alfana, overcome with emotion, contorted on the floor, joining the chorus with a fervent cry of "We love you." Having lost all need to hide their feelings, their passionate screams echoed through the night. From Kanata's perspective, the plan is set. Maria and her friends confirm their meeting for the following day at 6 in the evening. He clenches his fists, filled with anticipation. Even if it's all a misunderstanding, he can't wait for the special stream tomorrow to resolve it. To do that, however, he must first prepare. His preparations hit an immediate snag. A teacher stands guard at the school gate, adamantly refusing to let any students out at this hour. Kanata realizes that, as a normal student, he has no hope of convincing the man to let him pass. He wonders if there is anyone who could get past the guard. As the thought crosses his mind, Mira suddenly appears, clinging to his back. Startled, he asks how long she's been there, but she simply replies, "Did you call?" Now being carried through the night sky, he looks up at his companion with a determined grin. Mira asks what he needs from the capital so late, and he explains that there's a certain adult whose help he requires. He arrives on a rooftop where Kanna has been waiting. She tells him she's ready to get down to business, but a flustered Kanata quickly clarifies that's not the reason for his visit. He urgently requests an introduction to someone who can make an outfit for him quickly, offering to pay any amount. He stresses that the person must be discreet. Understanding immediately, Kanna assures him not to worry and promises to write a map for him right away. With Mira now sleeping on his back, he spends the entire night visiting various shops in the capital, including an armor smith. They continue their errands until the sun dawns, with only an hour left before the scheduled meeting time. He finally arrives at the location Maria specified, a grand, castle-like structure. He stares up in disbelief, wondering if they can really borrow such a place for a simple stream. Inside, dressed in a finely made suit, he expresses his satisfaction with his ally's work. He inspects his new, detachable streaming camera and prepares for the broadcast. Just as he thinks he's ready, a knock sounds at the door. He bids them enter, knowing the real challenge is about to begin. He finds himself with Alfana and Maria, both of whom are trembling with nerves. He reminds them that they didn't have to show up, but they protest, insisting that their presence will make it less likely for anyone to discover he's a commoner. This situation was the result of their meeting the previous day, where he had considered revealing himself. During that conversation, he had realized his proposal would expose him as a student living in the school dormitories. Alfana confirmed that she had already deduced as much just by looking at his hands, much to his dismay. In response to his predicament, Alfana offered a solution. He could use her secret villa for the stream. She assured him it was a place so perfectly concealed that even her parents were unaware of it, a place that people wouldn't notice even if they were looking directly at it. She explained that this was possible due to her magic as a saintess, which wards people away by causing them to simply not care for the affected area. This magic was so effective that it had once confounded even seasoned adventurers, who sensed something was amiss but couldn't identify the massive castle before them. Alfana promised to modify the barrier so he could see it. Maria then proposed combining her own magic with Alfana's, creating a space where they could stream freely without any fear of their location being tracked. Kanata could only marvel at their abilities. Maria clarified that while her magic was a sacred inheritance she couldn't betray, she would make an exception for him. Immediately after, both she and Alfana latched onto him, shouting that they had to accompany him to open the villa and ensure he wasn't discovered. Overwhelmed, he finally agreed. Back in the present, standing within the villa's lavish interior, he felt the magical energy shimmering from the walls and resolved to thank them properly later. His thoughts were interrupted as Mira appeared, gave him a swift thumbs up, and then vanished from sight. He realized with a start that she had only pretended to leave before. Perched comfortably outside, Mira sipped a drink. She had somehow bypassed Alfana's powerful magic and decided to stand guard, ensuring Kanata could stream until he was satisfied. Across the city, Kana stared at her device, a worried expression on her face as she wished Kanata good luck. Elsewhere, a crowd had gathered to watch the broadcast, their anticipation mixed with skepticism. Akuta and Zeus stood among them, speculating that the streamer would likely make an excuse and fail to appear. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Lady Shrauza watched with a confident smirk, declaring her belief in the streamer. Her subordinates were less certain. One noted that he was different from other humans, while another questioned if he was a threat. They all agreed to watch what they assumed would be his final stream. Back in the concealed villa, as a clock chimed the appointed hour, Maria turned to Kanata. She informed him that it was time. Alfana stood nearby, watching silently. He acknowledged them, confirming that they should proceed as planned. Taking a steadying breath, Kanata admitted to himself that he was nervous, but resolved to enjoy this moment, the world's first evolution of live streaming. While he prepared, his adversary, Prince Aguila, stood before a massive, expectant crowd. He proclaimed that no matter what excuse was made, this would be the streamer's final broadcast. Aguila demanded that the streamer expose his true self, his hands, and his awful voice for all to see. Unmoved by the prince's public threats, Kanata clenched his fist. He gave a final instruction to his companions, telling them to act if they saw any opening. As the stream went live, a wave of collective shock rippled through all who were watching. From Kana to Lady Shrauza, from Prince Aguila to the king himself, a single, unified cry of disbelief erupted. The source of their astonishment was the figure who appeared on screen. It was not an unmasked commoner, but the streamer in his full, helmeted persona, greeting his listeners and asking if they had been waiting for him. His confident greeting echoed out to the world. And just like that, the curtains began to fall on what would be called the short-lived legend of Streamer. On screens across the land, the masked figure known as the Streamer makes his grand entrance. He greets his audience, asking how he looks, but stating they'll have to forgive him for not showing his face. His unique manner of speaking and moving captivates his viewers, including Akuta and Zeus, who watch in utter amazement. Elsewhere, Lady Shrauza watches the broadcast with fierce determination. She wanted to prove her own innocence against certain allegations, and so she decided to do a slightly different kind of stream this time. In another room, Kana thrashes about, equally engrossed in the event. The source of the controversy sits upon a throne. Prince Aguila recounts the situation, explaining that recently, a certain country has been alleging that the streamer commits mass murders in order to conduct his broadcasts. He watches the stream himself, his expression twisting with contempt. Finding the whole affair a pain, he cannot ignore people who treat others like criminals based on mere guesses. He interprets the streamer's words as a threat, sneering as he wonders if he's being challenged, before shouting at his own viewers, calling them idiots. His guards stifle their laughter at his outburst, quickly offering apologies. On the broadcast, the streamer complains that due to the recent troubles, he can only sleep at night, which he finds incredibly annoying. He then shifts his tone, announcing to his audience that today, he will show them exactly how his streams work. But first, he intends to introduce his accomplices, asking for the camera to be handed to him. The live comments scroll rapidly, filled with viewers' excitement and demands for him to prove his innocence. As the camera pans, Lady Shrauza stares in disbelief. Someone helped him? Someone other than her? On the screen, she sees two figures who, according to the streamer, came from afar to assist him. The two young women step forward to address the puzzled audience. One introduces herself as Maria Ataraxis, the third princess of Rogias. The other reveals she is Alfana, more famously known as the Saintess. They explain that they are both fans and ask the streamer to let them join, a request he agreed to. Watching on her device, Kana realizes with a start that these two are tough rivals. Alfana immediately takes command. Raising a finger, she declares that by the name of the saintess, the audience must obey. She casts a spell, commanding everyone to focus only on Lord Streamer's words and actions. In the background, Kanata flails, startled by her sudden, authoritative move. He quickly recovers, giving a thumbs up to the two women and thanking them. As the audience comments on focusing and not judging by guesses, Kanata decides it's best to hide the comments in the archive for now, muttering to himself about the absurdity of the situation. Elsewhere, Prince Aguila clutches his head in frustration. The streamer's words echoed in his mind, creating a fog that made it impossible to concentrate on finding the man's true identity. His followers could only offer their apologies for the situation. Meanwhile, during the broadcast, the masked streamer prepared for his next demonstration. He turned to the saintess, announcing that it was time for the main act, gesturing towards an object on a nearby table. He then requested that the princess bring the item forward. As she complied, he explained to the audience that the device was an orb designed to measure the amount of mana a person possesses. He boldly declared that his own mana was infinite, allowing him to power his streams without any assistance, and that he would now prove it. To provide context for the viewers, the saintess added that the orb's ranks are based on color and intensity, noting that her own SSS-ranked mana shines with a gold light. The crowd, including a stunned Aguila, reacted with utter disbelief at the claim of infinite power. The plan had been formulated the night before. Kanata, without his mask, had explained his intention to pour mana into the orb. He acknowledged that some might dismiss it as a trick, which the saintess agreed was a risk with such a simplistic method. However, Kanata was confident that having both a princess and a saintess present to vouch for him would convince anyone. Returning to the live broadcast, he warned his audience not to look away. With a determined expression, he reached for the orb, stating that he was committing to the demonstration. He placed both hands upon the crystal sphere, and a powerful energy immediately began to surge through it. The result was unexpected. Both Maria and Alfana watched in confusion as the orb first shone with a vibrant gold light, only to shift to a creepy, unsettling black before returning to gold once more. The orb began to vibrate intensely. Kanata noted with some relief that it hadn't broken this time. The saintess, however, looked on in shock, realizing that his infinite mana was actively trying to break free from the confines of the orb. She had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Suddenly, the orb lifted from its stand, floating in midair and shining with the light of a rainbow. All three, Kanata, Maria, and Alfana, stared in astonishment. Maria cried out that it was floating, while Alfana remarked that she had never seen it produce such colors. The orb then shot away like a comet. He scrambled onto the roof, shouting into the night sky as the orb flew away. "Get back here! Where's it going?" Realizing he couldn't catch it alone, he rushed back inside, grabbing both Alfana and Maria. He apologized for the haste, asking them to help him out. Alfana, startled, quickly agreed. He then sprinted towards a balcony, leaving his streaming equipment behind. His phone, still mounted on its tripod, tumbled to the floor, the live feed capturing his frantic departure as his audience watched bewildered. Across the world, viewers reacted with shock and confusion. Demons wondered if it was an accident. Royalty and commoners alike were urged to look outside at the insane spectacle. Students stared at their screens, questioning what could have surprised the streamer so much, while others looked up at the sky in disbelief. The strange light in the sky elicited varied responses. The assassin Mira looked up, stunned by the sight. The demon Lord Shrauza found it both beautiful and unsettling. In a dimly lit room, Kana watched, remarking on how frightening and fleeting the phenomenon was. Stepping out onto the balcony, Kanata and the two women gazed up at the source of the commotion, a vast, shimmering curtain of light painting the night sky. Alfana recognized it, explaining that it was like an aurora. Maria, unfamiliar with the term, could only ask what that was. She held the now-dull mana orb in her hands, a thought beginning to form. The orb, its power seemingly spent, slipped from her grasp and fell as the aurora continued to dance over the city rooftops. She then voiced the realization that was dawning on everyone. The overflowing mana hadn't just disappeared. It had poured out of the orb to perform a miracle. This aurora, she declared, was not limited to one country, but it spread to others, serving as undeniable proof of the streamer's infinite mana. Her words resonated with the public, who now saw the event not as an accident, but as a divine miracle. They began to wonder if the streamer was some kind of divine messenger. However, in their awe, they overlooked one crucial point. The king and his advisors, however, did not miss it. As the sky returned to normal, the king noted with alarm that in their world of ataraxia, auroras were a phenomenon that simply did not exist. He concluded that they couldn't possibly win against the streamer, who had, in short, completely messed up the natural order. In the demon realm, the reaction is split. Prince Aguila collapses in despair, clutching a device and muttering that it's all lies, convinced the streamer has stolen mana from his slaves. He pleads for help, believing they shouldn't fight a god. In stark contrast, Lady Shrauza and her attendant Kikiki raised their arms in triumph, declaring that the spectacle was entirely worth it. The sentiment of awe echoes far and wide. The populace is utterly convinced that the night sky was purposefully crafted by the streamer. They hail him as a being who can control the heavens, a supreme ruler of the skies. To them, the beautiful display was a one-night miracle, an event so profound it could make one faint from sheer wonder. This fervent adoration is directed at a bewildered Kanata. Alfana, Maria, and even the young assassin Mira now look upon him with intense devotion. Alfana and Maria pledge to follow Lord Streamer for the rest of their days. Kanata, holding his own device, can only sweat in disbelief, thinking to himself that they are overreacting quite a bit. Throughout the capital, the excitement is palpable. Citizens wave flags bearing the streamer's symbol, eagerly wondering if he will broadcast again today. The king, standing beside a noblewoman, observes the scene with a placid smile. He remarks that he is glad to have lived long enough to witness such a thing, as the aurora was like a divine miracle, marking the birth of a new legend. Even in the demon lands, the news has spread. A three-eyed demon asks a goat-headed companion if they are tuning in as well. The goat-headed demon confirms, finding the streamer's supposed infinite mana to be interesting and hoping he might visit their country one day. Back in his room, Kanata rests his chin on his hands with a weary smile. He reflects on his sudden rise to fame, thinking to himself that becoming this popular is quite an honor, but his thought trails off, hinting at the immense pressure that comes with it. His exhaustion is profound. He hasn't been getting any sleep due to the constant travel between the capital's student dorms and Maria's estate. As he tries to rest, his peace is shattered by the excited shouts of students just outside his window, marveling at how the streamer's divine miracle lit up the sky and begging him not to deprive them of sleep during their breaks. Later, while walking through the school, he sees Maria excitedly showing another student her device. She points out the phenomenon, calling it an aurora. Overhearing this, Kanata is struck with a sudden realization, wondering why they are all crediting him for it. He puzzles over the term divine miracle, recalling that in his past life, auroras were a known phenomenon that had been around since before the Common Era. The disconnect between his worlds is stark. Nearby, Mira is fast asleep on a bench, completely drained and unable to move, a testament to the exhaustion they both feel. The burden of this fame falls heavily on his companions. A crowd of students swarms Alfana and Maria, bombarding them with questions. They desperately want to know what Lord Streamer was like and what they discussed. Maria tries to push through the throng, insisting she has official business, but the students press closer, begging for any behind-the-scenes details. She looks out the school window, adjusting her glasses. With classes about to begin, she reflects on her debt to her friends, resolving to find a way to thank them properly. Waving to someone outside, she bids them farewell until the following week. Meanwhile, Kanata walks away from the crowd, thinking only of going home to rest. His departure incites Aguila's fury, who loudly questions who Kanata, a mere commoner, thinks he is. Immediately, Maria and Mira snap back, telling him to be quiet and accusing him of simple jealousy. He pauses, realization dawning on him. Looking back at the fuming noble, Kanata understands that these very sentiments, this resentment from the aristocracy, were the root cause of the recent troubles. The narrative shifts to the resolution of the Rikba incident. Maria had explained that shortly after the stream, the royal knights located Rikba's home. They compelled him to confess his crimes and arrested him, though he was spared from exile. Before his imprisonment, whether from genuine remorse or because the consequences had utterly broken him, Rikba gave his entire fortune to his slaves. In that moment, prostrate on the floor, he had offered it all as a humble apology, declaring he had no need for wealth and prison. However, a flashback reveals the truth. An hour before the knight's arrival, Demon Lord Shrauza held Rikba's head in her hand. She mockingly praised his apology, explaining that her talented subordinates found a bug like him with ease, noting his security was pathetic compared to the streamers. Returning to the present, Kanata walks alone, contemplating his next move. He decides he must urge his listeners to be more measured in their judgments to prevent such chaos from erupting again. He also mulls over the mixed reactions to his new hairstyle. As he walks, Alfana joins him. He sighs, admitting to her that he feels he was the cause of it all and must be more careful with how he handles things from now on. Alfana greets him formally, noting his exhaustion. Just as she points out that he also uses magic, Mira appears suddenly, her face inches from his. She whispers intently, asking if his earlier thoughts mean he is considering an end to his streaming. In response to her question, Kanata puts on a brave face, declaring that despite the recent unwanted attention, he will continue his streams as usual. He vows to make sure both he and his listeners can enjoy them, all while protecting his identity. Nearby, Alfana expresses her relief, admitting that she and Maria had been worried. Flustered by their concern, Kanata thanks them for the support and quickly departs. As he leaves, Alfana watches him with a thoughtful, intense expression. She muses that those two are too good to be mere friends with her, strengthening her resolve to support him even more from that moment on. Later, he returns to his room, announcing his arrival into the seemingly empty space. Wondering where Mira could be, he dismisses the thought that she would be waiting for him, only to look down and find her prostrated on the floor. With her head bowed, she loudly asks how she might be of assistance. The shocking sight sends him stumbling backward onto his bed in alarm. From the floor, Mira simply looks up at him with a wide-eyed, questioning innocence. He demands that she go home, asking if she plans to become his stalker. In response, Mira leaps up cheerfully, announcing that she's retiring from her job as the assassin known as the Crow. When Kanata asks what she'll do for work, she explains that she simply wished to guard him. Her reasoning leaves him utterly baffled. He questions her logic aloud, wondering why she would say things that pique his curiosity. The absurd situation makes him briefly imagine his late father watching proudly from heaven. He tries to ignore her, turning his attention to a news feed on his monitor which reports that the disappearance of Crow is being credited to the streamer. He silently hopes the situation doesn't escalate further, but Mira persists, pleading for him to let her become his official, publicly known bodyguard. At that very moment, Maria arrives home from her duties, looking weary but singularly focused on seeing Kanata. Spotting him down the hall, she calls out his name and begins to run towards him with excitement. Her joyful approach comes to an abrupt halt as she witnesses a shocking scene. Kanata is dragging Mira by the hand, calling her an unemployed weirdo. Unfazed, Mira proudly proclaims that he is mistaken and that, from this day on, she will be Lord Kanata's bodyguard. The word bodyguard makes Maria's expression darken with possessive anger. As Kanata tries to deny Myra's claim, Maria steps forward, her voice laced with intensity. She declares that if he likes smaller guards, then she would be the best choice. In the background, Alfana watches the confrontation unfold. Meanwhile, outside the school gates, Kana noticed the commotion. The noise was unusual, prompting her to wonder if Kanata was once again involved in helping someone. As she considered this, a mysterious, dark-skinned woman with pointed ears adjusted her sun hat, deciding to take a look for herself. This newcomer seemed to recognize Kana, identifying her as the saintess and priestess. Kana, for her part, mused that Kanata might be surprised by her unexpected visit. The woman approached, and Kanna, looking puzzled, asked if they had met before. The stranger simply stated that the flame war had been resolved. Back with Kanata, the situation had only escalated. Mira declared that she and Maria were already his bodyguards, much to Alfana's shock. This, however, was merely the beginning, as Kanata was once again becoming the center of everyone's attention. From an unknown vantage point, the figure known as Crow observed these developments. They acknowledged that the streamer would not stop moving forward. At the same time, Kanata reflected on his own progress, realizing that by starting to vlog, the possibilities before him were now infinite. He tried to block out the escalating argument between Maria and Alfana, covering his ears to avoid reality. Ignoring their bickering about manners and status, Kanata resolved that he simply had to become even bigger to handle it all. High above, in a celestial realm, an angelic figure watched over the scene with a joyful smile. She was the one guiding Kanata, blessing his future. The concept of reincarnation was a special one for him, and she was observing from heaven. She then cleared her throat, a hint of embarrassment on her face. The idea of heaven seemed to amuse her. The goddess admitted she had been watching him the entire time, finding his antics entertaining. She found him truly interesting, confessing she hadn't expected him to use the manhwa she gave him for streaming. Despite a particular line he used about the goddess, she was eagerly looking forward to his stream that night, revealing At's shirt emblazoned with his face. Back on the ground, Kanata sighed in exhaustion. He announced to the assembled group of women, Maria, Alfana, Mira, and a newly arrived Kanna and mysterious elf, that he was wiped and needed to go home to prepare. They all watched him depart. He turned to leave, prompting an immediate, unified outcry. Lord Kanata, Alfana, and the dark-skinned elf woman called out in unison. Kanata, echoed Mira, the elven princess Maria, and Kanna, their voices a mixture of disbelief and desperation. Even the demon Lord Shrauza seemed taken aback by his sudden departure. Their calls turned into a frantic pursuit. He continued to walk away at a steady pace, but behind him, a chaotic scramble erupted as they all tried to catch up. Mira launched herself through the air, while the dark-skinned elf ran, so hard her hat flew from her head. Both Princess Alfana and the elf Maria reached for him, their expressions pleading, as Kanna stumbled, crawling desperately to keep pace. Seated on a bench before a large church, Kanata looks bewildered, pointing to himself as he processes a single question. His supporters? Inside the building, Alfana and Maria stand before him. Alfana explains that this is precisely why they brought him here, asking for his thoughts on the matter. He mulls it over, concluding they essentially mean sponsors and followers. Alfana confirms this, adding that while it has been a week since the Aurora, most people are still completely fixated on it. She elaborates that the court artists are already competing with one another to create his likeness. Maria chimes in with a wink, suggesting that while pictures are fine, tangible goods that people can hold and touch would be even better. The idea of merchandise catches Kanata by surprise, as he thought it would take much longer to reach this point. Alfana and Maria eagerly lean forward, declaring their intent to invest if he creates goods, explaining it's a way to expand belief in him, their Lord Streamer. He seems hesitant, asking if they are certain, considering their own duties. They quickly reassure him, stating that it won't be on any official records and won't interfere with their work. They're content as long as he is the only one who knows. Touched by their sincerity, Kanata thinks how they are a breath of fresh air compared to his usual online world. He is momentarily overcome with emotion, wishing he could marry them both before dismissing the thought as impossible. It was a fortunate rejection. Had he granted them permission, their already intense devotion would have grown even stronger, and a dark fate might have befallen him. Returning to the present, Kanata walks with the two women, cheerfully wondering what kind of merchandise they should create first. As they agree it will be fun, he suddenly stops short, his eyes fixed on something ahead. Before them stands a massive statue of the goddess, now desecrated with At's shirt bearing Kanata's face. Alfana explains that it appeared this morning, and they couldn't find the culprit. As Kanata expresses his shock, wondering who would do such a thing, Alfana internally declares victory. Maria watches them, a thoughtful expression on her face. She then offers a serene explanation, her eyes closed in contentment. Since the statue now features Lord Streamer, it should be fine. It is what they all agreed upon. A chill runs down Kanata's spine as he silently questions the sanity of this church. She chuckled, explaining to her milord that he has fans in every corner. Alfana added that they were using magic to hide their identities from the onlookers. As they spoke, two of Maria's school friends approached, asking Kanata who his companions were. Before he could answer, Alfana's eyes gleamed with an idea. She suggested that if the goddess herself had woven the message onto the defaced statue, it would be considered a divine oracle. Kanata reacted with alarm. He immediately shut down the notion, telling her not to make such jokes. Alfana quickly backtracked, claiming it was just a jest. Elsewhere, the production of merchandise continued, with one angelic figure proudly displaying a finished shirt while her weary companion questioned how many more they had to create. Bringing the conversation to a close, Kanata suggested they stop for the day, noting it was still early. Alfana, however, informed him that she and Maria still had something to do. He asked what was up, guessing it was politically related and acknowledging the difficulties they must face. She responded with a knowing, almost unsettling smile, simply telling her milord that he would understand soon. As she and Maria waved a cheerful goodbye, Kanata was left completely bewildered by her cryptic remark. Later, walking alone through a bustling part of the city he rarely visited, Kanata found the change of scenery refreshing. His attention was drawn to a large crowd gathered in front of a particular store, and he wondered what was happening. Suddenly, his heart leaped into his throat as a girl appeared out of nowhere, casually munching on a snack. She pointed towards the shop, asking if he'd like to visit the new store that had just opened. He clutched his chest, startled by her abrupt arrival. He recovered enough to scold her, calling her Mira and demanding to know how long she intended to lurk around. He reminded her of his instruction to find her own place. He then softened his tone, acknowledging that she had been a great help during the assassination attempt and had done well not to leak his identity. Mira looked up, surprised by his words. He then gently admonished her, stating that being a stalker is bad. Mira, now sitting forlornly in a cardboard box, meekly agreed. Kanata observed that she didn't seem to want to return to her home country, but she insisted she would try to find a place of her own there. Her resolve crumbled in an instant. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked up from the box and pleaded for him to pick her up. The plea struck a chord with Kanata, who recalled his mother's warning about picking up strays. Despite being moved, he tried to steel himself, but Mira was already overwhelmed with emotion at his perceived kindness. He was walking through the city with Mira when he recognized a familiar building ahead. It was the brothel Vinity, the establishment where Kana worked. Nearby, two men stared in their direction, exclaiming in shock at what they saw. A voice suddenly called out his name, and he turned to see Kana herself, greeting him warmly. Kanata was taken aback by the sudden encounter. She explained that even at noon, the place was bustling with customers, mostly adventurers and soldiers coming off their night shifts, a fact that Mira quietly observed. Her friendly demeanor shifted as her gaze fell upon Mira. A spark of recognition passed between them as Kana identified Mira as the person she had seen at the school 6 days prior. Mira's tense expression confirmed she remembered Kana as well. The air grew thick with unspoken tension, trapping a bewildered Kanata between the two women as they continued their silent, intense standoff. Feeling the need to intervene, he physically nudged Mira forward, formally introducing her to Kana in an attempt to break the ice. The introduction seemed to clarify things for Kana, whose expression softened with understanding. She remarked that she now saw how things were, leaving Kanata completely confused as to what they were talking about. She led them inside to a lavishly decorated room, the opulence of which left both Kanata and Mira stunned. He reflected that this was a level of luxury he could never have experienced in his previous life and immediately began to wonder about the immense cost. Just then, a cart laden with a feast was wheeled in. Kana casually mentioned she was about to have lunch and invited them to join her, noting their perfect timing. Overjoyed, Kanata and Mira eagerly raised their utensils, barely able to contain their excitement for the meal. After they had finished the magnificent meal, the plates lay empty. Kanata expressed his immense gratitude, admitting he could never imagine affording such high-class food on his own. He then asked Kana if she usually ate with others, and she confirmed that she often did with her co-workers. Her tone then shifted, becoming more direct as she leaned in close. She asked if he knew Princess Maria and Saintess Alfana. Startled, Kanata confirmed that he did. Kana then revealed that she had recently shared a meal with the two of them, much to his surprise, as his followers finally began to connect with one another. Over a meal, Kanata asked Kana and Mira when they met. Kana explains that after dealing with a troublesome noble, some royal knights were stationed at her establishment. She and Mira bonded, had dinner, and even discussed Kanata. With a confident smile, she reveals that this led to a business relationship with the royalty, all while Kanata sips his drink, absorbing the information. She then declares her intention to create a group to support him as a streamer. The revelation causes Kanata to spit his drink directly in Amira's face in shock. Kana, oblivious, asks what's wrong, casually mentioning that while it's not official, she is now member number 3. Mira remains stoic, a trickle of water running down her cheek. He stammers, asking Kana to wait and questioning the talk of a fan club. A brief memory surfaces of Alfana, excitedly telling Kana about making merchandise. Back in the present, Kana confirms it, her expression softening as she reaches a hand toward Kanata. She confesses that his words saved her, declaring him the most important being in the world to her. Mira, calmly wiping her face, explains that she overslept and missed the meeting, which is why she was unaware of the plan. Kanata looks on, utterly bewildered. As Mira resumes eating with gusto, he weakly agrees and excuses himself to wash his hands, walking away unsteadily. Before he can get far, Kana grabs him, pulling him close with a suggestive look. She leans in and whispers, asking if he wants her to be his first. Kanata recoils in shock, thinking it's far too soon. Kana then pulls back with a playful wink, revealing she was only joking. Sometime later, the trio departs from the establishment. They thank Kana for the meal, and she invites them to return anytime. Kanata reflects that their time together, though brief, was enjoyable. As he wonders what to do with the rest of his day off, he notices Mira has vanished, guessing she must be looking for a house. Just then, a hooded figure appears before him and Kana under the night sky. The figure greets them and introduces herself as Alfana, the founder of the streamer support group. Inside a nearby church, the hooded Alfana discusses matters with Kana, who find her formal tone unusual. Alfana states that the meeting's theme is to create an environment for the streamer to grow. For now, she explains, they only need members who are already in the know. As she speaks, a swirling vortex of dark energy forms behind her, catching her attention. The energy coalesces into a shadowy figure that lunges forward. Alfana reacts instantly, erecting a defensive barrier of dark energy as she demands to know who is there. She realizes with alarm that her attacker is no ordinary foe to have infiltrated her full power spell. The shadowy assailant is suddenly intercepted by a flash of movement. Mira appears, striking the figure down with a decisive blow. As Kana watches in shock, Alfana quietly wonders if this is an entrance exam, a test to see if she is strong enough to protect him. The meeting is interrupted by two new arrivals. A small girl with dark hair steps forward, boldly announcing her desire to join and revealing herself as a former assassin. Beside her, a figure cloaked in a light-toned robe meekly makes the same request, claiming to be just a normal demon. Their sudden appearance draws varied reactions. Lady Shrouza's lips curl into an intrigued smile. The young assassin, Mira, seems surprised that there were others besides herself. Kana and Alfana, however, recognize the two from an encounter at the school, with Kana noting that since one is a saintess, they are likely allies. The robed demon accepts their inclusion, her voice firm as she agrees. Lowering her hood to reveal a determined young face, she expresses her eagerness to work with them all, her purpose absolute. Everything is for Lord Streamer. This declaration solidifies their pact, as multiple hands join in a unified, symbolic gesture of allegiance. Elsewhere, unseen observers take note. An angelic figure remarks that things have become even more interesting, musing with Lady Shrauza that Streamer becomes famous, too, would be a fitting title for this new chapter. Far away, completely oblivious to the fanatical following he is gathering, Kanata soaks in a hot bath, enjoying a great day off. During a live stream, a viewer asks Kanata if he likes beautiful girls such as the princess and the saintess. He enthusiastically confirms that he does, lamenting that if such beauty were by his side, he'd be a happy man. This declaration sends his audience of self-proclaimed fellow single men into an uproar, accusing him of betrayal. Meanwhile, at the academy, both Princess Alfana and the elven Lady Maria are absent, reportedly due to fevers. In their separate quarters, they both overhear Kanata's broadcasted confession, reacting with stunned, blushing silence to the news that they are his type. The day's combat training begins for the remaining students. A teacher explains the rules. The uniforms they wear are enchanted to block outside magic, and the badges on their chests will break if they receive what would otherwise be a fatal wound. The objective, he clarifies, is to break the opponent's badge. The first match pits a sneering student against a large, bald classmate. The bout is over in an instant. The muscular student shatters his opponent's badge with a single, contemptuous strike, declaring the display pathetic as he crushes the broken emblem in his hand. His victory secured, the bald student immediately turns his attention to Kanata. Believing he can act with impunity while Alfana is away, he mockingly challenges the peasant to a fight. The crowd murmurs, but Kanata calmly accepts. As the teacher signals the start, the challenger wastes no time, unleashing a powerful torrent of fire. The spell screams towards Kanata, but just as it's about to make contact, it vanishes completely, much to the attacker's shock. He reveals that he erected a magical wall, a defensive technique he recalled from reading fantasy manga in his past life. Though he was anxious about testing it, the successful defense confirms his talent. With a confident look, he announces that it is now his turn. With a simple, two-finger gesture, Kanata unleashes a focused blast of power. The attack strikes his opponent's chest with pinpoint accuracy, instantly shattering the protective badge into a shower of fragments. The muscular student collapses, his uniform singed but his body unharmed, a testament to Kanata's amazing control. The teacher observes, frustrated that the established norm of noble superiority persists despite such displays. From the sidelines, Aguila watches with a disdainful expression. Kanata, however, feels secure, believing he'll be fine as long as he has Maria and Alfana. His match concluded, Kanata walks off, only to be stopped by Aguila and his entourage, which includes the two students who just fought. Aguila notes Kanata's spare uniform and coldly informs him, "You're coming with us." Kanata looks on in alarm as the group closes in. He stands silently as Aguila, enraged, strikes his own bald-headed follower for speaking out of turn, reminding the boy that he'd already lost to Kanata. Aguila then turns his attention back to Kanata, menacingly asking if he'd like a demonstration of his power. Nearby, Maria and her friend attempt to leave, calling Aguila a coward. Unfazed by the tension, Kanata simply thinks to himself that since something good has finally happened, he should just head home. As he contemplates leaving, the world suddenly halts. Aguila and his followers are frozen mid-sneer, their movements suspended in time. Kanata, however, is unaffected. He looks around the silent classroom, a wave of confusion washing over him as he realizes everyone is completely still. His bewilderment deepens when he sees a white dove flutter past the window, the only other object in motion. As he watches it go, a serene voice speaks from directly behind him, remarking how rude it is for lowly humans to dare touch him, declaring such an act a sin. He turns to see a towering angelic figure, flanked by other celestial beings. She explains that even if they are inferior, those who follow him are different. Kanata stares, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he tries to place her voice. His gaze then drops to her shirt, which inexplicably features an image of his streamer persona. The angel's gentle expression hardens as she glances at the frozen students. She states that before they celebrate their first meeting, she must deal with these fools whom she cannot forgive. With cold resolve, she announces her intention to erase them. With her judgment passed, a sharp pop echoes through the silent room. The angelic figure gives a cheerful, winking smile. Kanata, now inexplicably shirtless, can only stare in utter shock, his mind reeling from the impossible sight of his own streamer identity emblazoned across her chest. With a cheerful expression and a series of popping sounds, the angelic figure announces that this is a pain and she will handle the rest in one go. Below, Kanata stares in disbelief at the now empty space where his classmate stood, utterly confused about what just happened and why she would do such a thing. He points an accusing finger at her, his voice filled with dawning horror as he declares that she is the one who brought him to this world 17 years ago. The goddess calmly confirms his accusation. The realization hits him fully. This was the being he had mentally berated. He has so many questions, but his immediate instinct is to suppress them. He can only ask what she means as she elaborates on her philosophy. She explains that even if someone disappears, a new one will simply replace them. Seated gracefully, she continues, stating that even if the entire world were destroyed, it would be remade and everything would return to normal, an easy solution in her eyes. Kanata is appalled by her casual disregard for existence. He retorts that her ability to simply stop time makes her a terrifying monster, not a goddess. He argues that while he has people he dislikes, he never considered just getting rid of them. The goddess counters that being liked by everyone is an impossible task. She declares that her method of dealing with people is simply her own form of humanity and her way of life. She continues, noting that some of his followers are extreme, which didn't help her case, but now she understands why he tries to interact with the noble students. With a knowing wink, she says she now sees the type of person he truly is, leaving Kanata to nervously ask what she plans to do next. In response, she pulls him into a gentle embrace, telling him not to worry. She clarifies that her earlier statements were merely hypothetical. She only wanted to confirm how he would react. Kanata is left flustered and wide-eyed by the sudden physical contact. He pushes her back slightly, stammering as he questions why a goddess would wear such modern-looking clothes. She proudly explains that she made them herself and even put them on her own statue in the church. The biggest revelation follows. She is his oldest fan, a listener, who has been observing his live streams since the very beginning. Kanata is struck completely speechless. The goddess reminisces that he wasn't very passionate back then, even recalling a time she left his few listeners to go wash their hands. Kanata explodes, shouting that she shouldn't say such things so confidently. He clutches his head, lamenting the state of the world. She retorts that if a goddess like her is strange, then the world itself must be strange, prompting a hasty apology from Kanata. She seems genuinely touched, remarking that this is the first time someone has commented on her clothes in that way. Kanata, however, is having an internal meltdown, realizing that both her clothes and her common sense are completely off. His mind drifts to the mass-produced shirts he saw yesterday, wishing he had a couple. The goddess asks what's wrong, offering him her clothes, an offer he vehemently refuses. The goddess begins to float upwards, explaining that today was an exception and she normally cannot interact with him so directly. Her prolonged presence in this realm risks destroying its very balance and concepts, a tremendous pressure for her to bear. As she starts to fade, she casually mentions that her friends have been talking about him lately, leaving Kanata stunned as he watches her disappear. He reaches out as the goddess's form grows ever more translucent. She declares that she is now bound by a new purpose, to gain more fans than he ever could. All he can do is cry out her name as she fades from his reality. With a final, cheerful wave and a simple "see ya," she vanishes completely. A brilliant flash of light consumes his vision, and in the next instant, he is thrust back into the familiar chaos of his classroom as a nearby student screams. The jarring return leaves him sweating and disoriented, his mind reeling. He can only come to one conclusion. This world is completely insane. 3 days pass, but the memory of the encounter remains as vivid as ever. His thoughts are shattered by a commotion. Aguila and his 2 followers are on the classroom floor, writhing and apologizing frantically. The prince screams for the agony to stop, crying out that his body feels as if it's being torn apart while a teacher looks on, utterly baffled. Watching the bizarre spectacle, Kanata wonders at the sudden, drastic change in their attitudes. They won't even look at him now. Elsewhere, in her own realm, the goddess observes the scene on a monitor. She muses that things have been tiring on her end, and that doing this now feels like a duty. Her solitude is broken by the appearance of a second figure, a dark-clothed version of herself with a stern expression. This newcomer asks if she is looking at that world again. The angelic goddess, lounging comfortably, confirms that it is, of course, her very reason for living. The dark-clothed goddess reveals the terrifying truth behind the events. She explains that when Kanata worried he had gone too far with the nobles, she simply erased the things she didn't like and remade them, admitting she was completely serious. This immense power, she concludes, stems from a simple fact: she does not understand people. In a flash of searing energy, the muscular demon subordinate is engulfed by a powerful attack. Lady Shrauza declares that his desire will die with him, but as the light fades, she realizes he's vanished. She grits her teeth in frustration, recognizing the signature of light magic and realizing he got away. Clutching her chest, she grimly states that the human realm is in danger. Her small, winged familiar checks on her well-being, and after confirming she is safe, she gives a stern order: call for Lucia immediately. Elsewhere, in a peaceful courtyard, Kanata sits alone, wondering if the goddess will visit again. He muses that his memories of his reincarnation are fuzzy, so he doesn't truly know how different she is now. His quiet reflection is shattered as Alfana and Maria suddenly press themselves against either side of him. Flustered, he asks why they are so close, and they both reply that they believe this is normal for friends. It seems that ever since they returned, the two have been relentlessly affectionate, even chasing him around grounds. Alfana, catching her breath, exclaims that she has time she needs to make up for with him, leaving Kanata to wonder if this behavior is truly normal in this world. Later, Alfana proudly presents a sample of new merchandise, a badge featuring Kanata's streamer avatar. She reports that they should finish production even before the clothing line is ready. Kanata looks on in shock, realizing his outfit will become widely known. A promotional image shows Kana modeling the new look with a badge attached to a bag. Alfana adds that they made 2 types, and Kanata can only hope that not too many fakes will be made. He tells them it makes him happy to know they trust him so much. In response, Alfana and Maria lean in with intense expressions, declaring that no lowlife could ever hope to replicate his charisma. Alfana then excuses herself for official duties, promising to see him the next day. As the group says their goodbyes, Mira suddenly appears behind Kanata, startling him. He whirls around, asking why she's there and questioning if she used a spell. He quickly puts the pieces together, realizing she must be the 4th supporter. He muses that a lady from a different race has joined them, though they never asked about her origins. Alfana and Mira stand together, and Alfana remarks that in the end they are all the same. Mira quietly asks if that is a good thing. Kanata admits to himself that he honestly didn't expect the legendary crow to be one of his supporters. As Mira sits quietly on a nearby bench, Kanata wonders aloud why his warding spell isn't working. Alfana provides a simple explanation. Mira has enough power to oppose his mana, and that's all there is to it. He considers this, then asks if it means Mira is weaker than her. With a strained but immediate smile, Alfana confirms that yes, that is the case. She clarifies that it's a matter of simple opposition, not negation. She elaborates, explaining that the reason her own spell is so effective throughout the school and town is that no one sees the Saintess as an enemy. However, She cautions that Myra's mana is far from average, and her stealth and combat skills are particularly noteworthy. Hearing this, Kanata realizes he probably shouldn't rely on his warding spell too much. Sometime later, Maria mentions to Alfana that her family has been wanting to meet her. Overhearing, Kanata asks Alfana if she is familiar with Maria's family. Alfana admits she isn't, aside from knowing her parents are the king and queen. A brief memory shows Maria with her royal parents and 2 younger siblings. The realization dawns on Kanata that he needs to thank them for their help, and he resolves to think of something to do for them, recalling how he'd found himself sleeping between the 2 girls just yesterday. He assures Alfana that he intends to offer her the same support eventually, but she replies that his sentiment alone is wonderful enough. Nearby, Mira watches them, her expression firm and resolute. Meanwhile, at an interspecies meeting in the capital, the demon Lord Shrauza addresses the attendees at her desk. She apologizes for the delay and announces her plan to answer letters sent by the populace. The king immediately objects, stating that while he and the others also like the streamer, bringing such personal interests into an official meeting is inappropriate. His concern is met with excitement from others at the table. As the king clutches his head in worry, another attendee cheers, excitedly claiming that the first letter from the king who loves vegetables is his. Shrauza, however, is consumed by her own frustrations. She laments that the meeting is supposed to last for several days, preventing her from hunting Lega. She clenches her fist, resolving to do her best, while counting on someone named Lucia to handle things in her absence. Back in his room, Kanata is streaming when a message appears from a viewer who claims to have donated money to support him. He stares at the screen in shock, recognizing the name as the scammer from before. Behind him, his supporters realize they may have been too hasty in swearing to handle such matters without his knowledge. His supporters react with immediate concern. Kana wonders aloud why children are donating, while Alfana warns everyone to ignore suspicious people and states she doesn't accept donations during streams. Maria decides to investigate and abruptly ends the broadcast. As Kanata wonders what is happening, a masked figure presses against his window. It is Mira, his bodyguard, announcing her arrival and causing him to recoil in terror. The issue of the fraudulent donations has escalated to the highest levels. At the meeting, the king pleads with an exhausted Shrauza, explaining that they are too distracted by the scammer to focus on the agenda. Shrauza considers the widespread chaos such scams could cause. Acknowledging that demons are specialists at tracking people, she proposes a deal to King Ataraxis. She will find the culprit in one day if he lends his assistance. The king's face burns with passion at the opportunity. Shrauza sees this as a perfect chance to test the demon's wish for friendly terms with humans and vows not to forgive those using her name for fraud. Beside her, a powerfully transformed demon roars his intent to capture Lega and restore peace to the human realm, signaling a new, unexpected cooperation between the 2 races. Under the light of a full moon, a man named Max, a normal citizen, cackles with glee as he pours a bag of coins onto a table. He can't believe how much money he's received for doing so little. All he did was act like he knew the famous streamer, and the donations poured in without question. He revels in the bliss of his successful scam. He clutches a cracked communication device, his earlier elation replaced by a troubled expression. He rationalizes that all the time he spent stealing and shoplifting can be undone now that he has a way to earn money. He tells himself it isn't even a scam. If he donates a single coin from the bag back to the streamer, it technically counts as using the money for support. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes through his dilapidated room. Startled, Max wonders if the stream is already over. A cloaked figure stands in his doorway, asking if he is Max. He stares, wide-eyed and shocked by the unexpected visitor. The figure throws back her hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with long, dark hair and pointed ears. Max is completely taken aback, unable to comprehend how such a beauty could exist in this country. As he stumbles backward in disbelief, she offers a playful, knowing smile. She closes the distance, her voice a seductive whisper. She teases him, asking if he fell for her smile earlier and followed her. Flustered and blushing, Max finds himself cornered as she leans in, her face inches from his, asking if he's excited and what he plans to do with her. He stammers, completely captivated. She tells him she can't get enough of his husky voice. As he tries to guess what she wants, his lips, his body, his love, she leans in to whisper directly in his ear, interrupting him with a single chilling desire. I want it, your heart. Her alluring facade shatters. With a vicious grin, she plunges her hand deep into Max's chest. Blood erupts as she mockingly asks him to donate to her, reminding him that he took from Lord Streamer's fans. She declares that what was taken from them should now be taken from him. Max can only scream in agony. Nearby, Kanata observes the scene, his expression serious. He notes that the air is too sweet, making him feel as if he might lose himself. The woman, now revealed to have small demonic horns, stands over the fallen Max and addresses Kanata, asking how her skillful method differed from that of Night. She sits casually beside the unconscious body, a smug look on her face. Kanata asks if she really killed him. She scoffs, calling the idea stupid. She explains that she simply lured him and put him to sleep. In other words, he's seeing a dream where she's slowly dragging out his heart. Her full demonic nature is revealed as large, bat-like wings unfurl behind her. Kanata understands, remarking that this must be how succubi fight. He admits he thought a demon would be more violent, musing that Lord Streamer would have wished for a peaceful resolution. The succubus cheerfully agrees. The succubus explains that the demons are already trying to adapt to Lord Streamer's ideals, becoming good fans. She adds that Lord Shrouza herself has instructed them to avoid unnecessary conflict. In response, Kanata thanks the succubus for her help and suggests they work together again if they meet. As she departs, leaving the unconscious scammer on the ground, Akuta arrives in full armor, asking if Kanata found his target. Kanata confirms, and they prepare to leave. Elsewhere, the demon lord, Lady Shrouza, contemplates her connection to Lord Streamer. She reflects that powerful demons like herself can perceive the mana of others, meaning she could easily identify him. However, she states that their pride as his fans prevents them from doing so, and she eagerly awaits a coincidental meeting one day. Her thoughts shift to more immediate concerns. While she has already dealt with the scammer, the main issue remains. They have yet to find a rogue demon, Lega. She recalls that he researched a way to hide his own mana and then began a rebellion. The entire Demon Lord's army is searching for him, as his actions in the human realm could shatter the fragile peace forged between her and Lord Streamer. She sighs, noting that Lega sustained severe injuries and will be unable to fight for some time, making this the ideal window to capture him. As she considers this, a hand presents her with a message. Unfurling the paper, she reads the message from Lucia. It informs her that Lucia is currently in a meeting within the capital and cannot leave. The letter elaborates that Lucia has compiled a list of every settlement in Ataraxis under the pretext of capturing the scammer, and requests that Shrouza also conduct a search. Enraged by the implication, Shrouza crushes the letter in her fist, declaring that she can protect the capital on her own. The focus returns to Kanata, who is now with Mira. He acknowledges that, as a result of the recent incident, countermeasures against such crimes are being strengthened in every country. Unseen by them, on a nearby rooftop, the assassin Crow stands beside the injured demon Lega, observing that someone else has already reached their target location. Mira, however, is focused on her own objective. With a determined blush, she clenches her fist, resolving that next time, she will act as Kanata's personal bodyguard, apprehend the criminal herself, and earn a pat on the head as a reward. As if her thoughts were heard, Kanata pats her on the head, thanking her for being a great help, even though she wasn't his bodyguard. He then asks Mira if she could assist him with an experiment, explaining his plans to move to a new stage as a streamer. Flustered, Mira processes his request as Kanata excuses himself, promising to return for her thoughts. He agrees to her participation and promptly shuts the door, beginning the experiment. Moments later, Mira collapses to the floor, her hands pressed against the ground as she pants heavily. Her face is flushed, and she struggles to catch her breath. That was a close call, she thinks, realizing that even for a former assassin, this experience was something entirely different. She continues to tremble on the floor, recognizing the sensation as dangerous. She had almost lost her composure entirely in front of him. Nearby, Kanata examines his hand, which seems to have a faint aura around it. He wonders aloud if the experiment worked, hoping that she liked it. With the recent scamming incident concluded, the king, accompanied by a beaming Alfana, formally addresses Kanata. He identifies him as the streamer and expresses that it is an honor to finally meet him. The king chuckles, remarking that the brief meeting was well worth it. He then turns his attention to the masked figure of Kanata, noting that he heard he was awake until 4 in the morning. In the background, 2 young children jump with excitement next to Alfana. As they proceed, Kanata is suddenly confronted by the sight of a grand, imposing structure. He stares in awe, wondering what this place is, while a nervous Alfana stammers that the honor is all hers. From a high vantage point, Alfana gazes into a vast hall where her parents, the king and queen, are seated, awaiting their arrival. The king explains his intentions to Kanata, stating that as the saintess, he could not let the incident pass. He decided the best way to thank Maria was by meeting her little siblings. Internally, Kanata panics, admitting to himself that he never expected to meet the king in person. He finds himself seated between Kana and Alfana, silently questioning why they always position themselves so close. Kana leans in to whisper that Alfana is right, and that he doesn't need to be so formal, at least not in this setting. Suddenly, the 2 royal children rush forward, pleading to speak with him. The king tries to apologize for their outburst, but they shout that it's unfair. Alfana watches the chaotic scene with a fond smile, murmuring her affection for her father. When Kanata asks if they are Maria's siblings, they eagerly confirm. The boy proudly introduces himself as ours, while the girl, after biting her tongue in her excitement, shyly says her name is Fine. He smiles at them, complimenting their names. Reaching out, Kanata gently pats both Rs and Fine on the head, much to their surprise and delight. The king laughs, assuring Kanata that the gesture is fine. The children then make a request for him to perform the introduction from his streams. Obliging, Kanata clears his throat and prepares to begin as the 2 children watch in anticipation. He begins his performance, launching into his signature opening for his 2 biggest fans. The effect on the royal children, Rs and Fine, is immediate and profound. They stare in wide-eyed wonder, completely captivated by the streamer's energy. The dazzling light of his persona washes over the entire throne room. The king and queen physically recoil from the overwhelming display. Maria, however, remains composed, observing the chaos with grim satisfaction. She internally notes that while the castle residents' mental fortitude is strong enough to withstand him for now, it will be some time before they can form a proper support group. Deciding the demonstration is over, she tells Kanata it's time to go to her room. Following her lead, they relocate to a more private chamber. Kanata removes his warm jacket, breathing a sigh of relief. He tells the still awestruck children that he was simply returning the favor for their support. Meanwhile, outside the castle walls, a different kind of excitement builds. A massive crowd, including the adventurers Akuta and Zeus, gathers in the city streets for the release of limited edition goods, exclusive to only 3 countries. The demand is so overwhelming that a standard release is postponed. Instead, an advanced sales lottery is announced, with postcard from the Kingdom of Ragas, the Principality of Bandai, and the Demon World as the prizes, attracting far too many customers. The sheer volume of applications creates a logistical nightmare. Kana and Lady Shrauza find themselves buried under a mountain of postcards, with Shrauza lamenting that they hadn't called upon enough help from the church, the royal knights, and the demons to ensure a fair lottery. Back in the castle, the conversation turns to the potential fallout. Maria explains to Kanata and Fayan that if the recent scamming incident hadn't been resolved so quickly, the entire merchandise sale would have been put on hold, causing immense trouble. Kanata swallows nervously, realizing they would have been deep in debt. She elaborates, explaining her fear that with so many troublesome fans, canceling the sale would have sparked a riot. An image of that exact scenario flashes through her mind. A furious mob demanding their merchandise while she, Kanna, and Lady Shrauza struggle to hold them back. From a nearby window, Kanata watches the real event begin, hoping the documents he provided will prove useful. To prevent such chaos, firm measures are taken at the sales venue. A woman from the church, a cross on her forehead, takes charge with a megaphone. She instructs the crowd to line up properly to avoid injury, warning that any troublemakers will be forcefully removed. Beside her, Akuta echoes the command. A notice reveals that sales in the demon world are on hold until Lega is caught, prompting a furious hunt for the demon. With the crowd under control, she gives the final order. The shutters of the sales counter fly open as she announces that sales are now officially open. The fruits of Kanata's labor arrive in massive quantities. Boxes are stacked high, and messages from devoted fans pour in, expressing their long-awaited excitement. One fan proclaims they wrote 1,000 postcards, hitting the jackpot for their entire family, while another calls their father the best for securing the goods. Witnessing this overwhelming response, Zeus can only stare in disbelief, muttering that it's unbelievable. Kanna, Rebecca, and Alfana, however, are delighted, admiring the merchandise they've acquired for themselves. Kanna remarks that getting a reward for yourself feels very satisfying. She turns her gaze towards Kanata, who is standing on a balcony overlooking the scene. With a soft smile, she acknowledges the scale of his influence, realizing that this is his true power. She wonders if people will truly desire what he offers so intensely. Approaching him from behind, she gets unnervingly close and whispers his name. She asks him about the previous night, stating that it seems he and Mira did something amazing together for the very first time. Her suspicion stems from an earlier conversation. She recalls Mira arriving at the castle that morning, boasting to her and a maid about the event before she left. Her eyes narrow, her expression hardening as she presses Kanata for confirmation. She demands to know if what Mira claimed is true. He stammers, caught off guard by the question, but confirms that it was indeed the first time. Alfana's thoughts twist his answer. She muses that Mira should have told her to keep it a secret, implying a clandestine affair. Her misunderstanding deepens into self-doubt. With tears welling in her eyes, she wonders aloud if she wasn't good enough. Kanata, seeing her distress but not understanding its cause, tries to reassure her, explaining that he did his best for her sake and that his power is equal to, if not greater than, Myra's. His words fail to calm her. Her jealousy erupts, her face contorting into a menacing grin as she grabs him. She demands he explain what Mira meant when she boasted about the sweet whispers he gave her in his bedroom. Kanata can only look on in terror, realizing he is in mortal danger. Inside a lavish room, Kanata is confronted by Alfana and Maria. They demand to know if what Mira said about him and her doing something together the previous night is true. He confirms their suspicion, clarifying they were basically allies. His explanation does little to soothe them. Alfana and Maria erupt, demanding to know why he and Mira are so bothered by their reaction. Their true grievance becomes clear as they shout in unison. It's because they weren't included. Faced with their outburst, Kanata can only offer a weak apology. He then tries to placate them with a desperate offer, suggesting he will do the same with them so they can forgive him. The proposal hangs in the air, and both girls are left speechless by the sudden proposition. Alfana is the first to recover, admitting she doesn't like not being first but agrees to the arrangement. Maria quickly concurs, adding that compatibility is important and it's not as if Mira is the most suitable partner anyway. Seeing their acceptance, a flustered Kanata tells them to come to his room later that night, promising to get ready. As they leave, he thanks them. As they depart, Kanata waves with a confident smile, privately thinking his sales pitch is going well. He then remembers a crucial detail. All of his tools are back at the dorm. Later, preparing for the evening's encounter, Maria and Alfana soak in a hot bath. Maria suggests they should get out, but Alfana insists they must be as clean as possible to be in their best form. A dark thought crosses Alfana's mind. If Kanata is using tools, she wonders if they could even stand a chance against an assassin like Mira. She shakes off the dark thought, grabbing Maria's hands to bolster her courage. Alfana declares there is nothing to be afraid of and that they should march forth together. Maria, her own resolve hardening, agrees that they must take the initiative. Their resolve solidified, the two stand together, now fully dressed. Though their hands tremble with nervousness, they share a look of mutual understanding and agreement before making their way to his room. Upon their arrival, Kanata greets them with unexpected energy. He strikes a dynamic pose, announcing that it's time to begin the ASMR experiments and that he's going to get a lot of data thanks to them. Stunned, the two girls can only stare in confusion. Mira, who is already present, voices their shared bewilderment, asking what is going on. Kanata explains that as a streamer, he wanted to test out some new content. The angelic figure, observing from above, clarifies for herself that according to his past life, ASMR means autonomous sensory meridian response, noting that he has once again thought of something interesting. He explains his plan to use magic to distort his microphone's output, creating a voice that sends tingling sensations directly into the listener's brains. Mira, aghast, clasps her cheeks and questions if this is some form of sound-based attack. Her reaction prompts him to clarify his reasoning. He recalls that a while ago, both Maria and Alfana had complimented his voice, which sparked the idea for this experiment. Now, composed, Mira accepts the situation, agreeing to participate as his bodyguard. To begin the test, he asks Mira for her terminal's identification number, which she provides without hesitation. From his desk, Kanata announces he will start a private stream, just for her. Mira, surprised, asks if such a thing is possible. The experiment commences. Kanata mutters that the initial result isn't quite what he wanted, but apologizes to the girls for the delay, admitting he's been eager for this too. Deciding the first tests are insufficient, he resolves to modify the signal even further, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that causes Mira to cry out in astonishment. The amplified effect leaves all three girls reeling. Alfana describes the sensation as his voice reaching directly into her brain, finding it frightening. Maria agrees, confessing that if she listened any longer, she feels she would go insane. Mira can only stammer that it was something like that. Despite their clear distress, Kanata grins, apologizing but insisting it's for data. He urges them to endure it for just a little longer as the three girls are overcome by the intense, overwhelming sensations. With his test subjects collapsed on the bed behind him, he strokes his chin, musing to himself. He admits he doesn't know much about ASMR, but recalls that things like eating sounds or sweet whispers are supposed to be popular. He observes their prone forms, noting that their reactions are quite good. He reflects on his original goal for developing this technology, to make everyone happier, but the current scene suggests a far more potent and perhaps different outcome. He then approaches the bed and leans over the exhausted Alfana, asking if there is anything she wants to say. Weakly, she asks if it can be anything at all, and he confirms that it can. Looking up at him with a dazed expression, she simply breathes his name. Kanata smiles warmly, thanking her for helping and going along with his experiment. He clears his throat, holding up a script he prepared from the previous day. With a determined look, he instructs the girls to recite the words he has written. He then begins the next phase of the experiment, speaking their names directly into his terminal. Maria, Alfana, Mira. The three girls look up, their attention immediately captured by his voice. His voice sends a shockwave of sensation through them. Alfana, blushing profusely, screams that she will live only for him from now on. Mira, equally affected, admits that she needs him in her life. Watching their intense reactions, Kanata privately questions if these words are truly motivating, concluding that while the pleasure aspect is appealing, the technique requires significant refinement. Still reeling from the experience, Alfana and Maria cling to one another. They eagerly propose making this a long-term project, pointing out that he will surely need much more data. From the background, Kanata agrees with their assessment, thanking them for their cooperation. With the experiment concluded, he walks away with Alfana and Maria, realizing that viable ASMR streams are still a distant goal. Once they are a safe distance away, Maria checks to ensure they are alone. Alfana, completely drained, confirms it and confesses that she is at her absolute limit, unable to even muster the energy for a simple barrier. Her strength gives out, and both she and Maria collapse to the ground, trembling from the lingering sensations. Maria reflects on the experience, a power both terrifying and wonderful. She questions whether it's safe to release upon the world, concluding it would be best if they kept it to themselves for a little longer. Meanwhile, in his hometown, Kanata speaks with a local woman. She asks if he is doing well, and he admits that while his merchandise didn't sell as much as he'd hoped, he earned enough to send some money home to his parents without arousing suspicion. This peace is destined to be shattered. In just a few days, a powerful demon will attack his hometown. The scene flashes forward to chaos. Villagers flee in terror from a monstrous, spiky appendage as Kanata and his party fight desperately against the unseen threat. In a Sundranch field, a tall, well-built woman named Mesa wipes sweat from her brow, leaning on her tool after a hard day's work. Her gaze falls upon a traveler she recognizes. Nearby, the traveler, a young man named Lega, greets her warmly, admitting with a chuckle that he's terrible with names before reintroducing himself. Later, sitting with his arm in a sling, he asks Mesa about her own injuries, expressing his belief that they should all be healed by that night. He reflects on their recent past, recalling with an embarrassed laugh how they were nearly killed on a mountain near the village just a few days prior. His expression softens with sincerity. He confesses that he had been desperately trying to escape from bandits, but since meeting the villagers, he has felt truly happy. Mesa listens thoughtfully, revealing that whenever she sees him, she is reminded of her only son. She explains that her son, Kanata, is about the same age, and she often worries if he is doing well at school. Lega offers a reassuring smile, certain that her son must be fine. Just then, Mesa's husband calls for her to join him for lunch. She thanks Lega for his concern and departs. Once alone, Lega's friendly facade crumbles. He shudders as the spectral image of a monstrous demon looms over him, a whispered voice branding him as worthless in the eyes of God. His face twists into a vicious grin as he anticipates the full recovery of his mana by nightfall. A memory of being bloodied and broken flashes in his mind, and he silently seethes, blaming a woman named Shrauza for being stuck recovering in such a disgusting place. His eyes, now glowing with malice, scan the village. He dismisses Mesa's husband as a filthy creature with too little mana to even be a snack, deciding his death is of no consequence. His gaze then settles on Mesa and the others. He decides that to start the night, he will eat, destroy, and kill everything. That evening, the unsuspecting villagers gather around tables laden with food. They raise their cups in a toast, cheerfully congratulating Lega on his recovery and declaring a celebration. The festive mood shatters. As the villagers mockingly call humans idiots, an old man shouts for Lega to be quiet, but it is too late. A sickening crack echoes as Lega's body begins to violently contort and transform. The transformation completes, revealing a towering, horned demon. The villagers stare in abject terror, one crying out about a broken ceasefire. Lega lets out a guttural roar, confirming their worst fears and announcing that despite their idiocy, they're all going to be his dinner. He surveys the fleeing villagers, deciding who to devour first. But his meal is interrupted. A woman, Mesa, stands defiantly with a farming hoe, telling the children to run while she buys them time. Her husband rushes forward, placing himself between her and the demon, challenging the monster to fight him instead. The demon scoffs, wondering aloud how many seconds the man will last. The demon dismisses the challenge with a contemptuous backhand, sending the man flying. He taunts Mesa, asking if she's glad to remember her son, Kanata, now that her husband is dying a useless death. On the ground, defeated, the man can only apologize to his son for his weakness. His attack is cut short as a foot clad in a high-heeled boot slams into his jaw. A dark-haired woman with horns lands gracefully, expressing her relief at arriving just in time, remarking that her information was accurate. He stumbles back, his eyes wide with disbelief. He recognizes the newcomer, identifying her with shock as a succubus. He demands to know how she appeared without him sensing her, only to see she is carrying the unconscious body of a young man, Kanata. A voice explains that she simply copied his mannequin sealing skill. Lega's shock turns to rage as he screams her name, Shrauza. The two demons face each other across the clearing. Lega sneers, calling her the insignificant demon Shrauza. She calmly confirms her identity. Her gaze shifts to Meza, still clutching her hoe. Shrauza then addresses Lega directly, stating that based on what he said to the human woman, she is going to make an assumption. She turns fully towards him, her demonic power flaring as her long hair whips around her. Her voice is low and menacing as she speaks his name. Her face contorts into a mask of pure fury. With one eye wide and the other narrowed in a snarl, she roars the accusation. He tried to kill Kanata's parents. The declaration hangs in the air. Shrauza, panting with rage, declares his actions unforgivable and vows to kill him. Meza watches the two demons, bewildered by the turn of events. The Demon King has begun her rampage. With a furious roar, Liga charges forward, his fist crackling with energy. He shouts that Shoes has his guard open, but she calmly comments on what a shame it is for him to lose himself in anger. Before his punch can land, a powerful force begins to pull Liga back. He struggles against it, perplexed, wondering if he is being sucked into a teleportation vortex. In the distance, Xiao's voice echoes, asking if he forgot something. The scene was a farce. Alongside her subordinate, Lucia, shows mock her at the idea that she would show such a shameful side of herself. Lucia explains that her specialty is illusions, and what Liga mistook for a space vortex was merely her work. She confirms that she cast the illusion just before Liga threw the punch. With the immediate threat resolved, Shoes instructs Lucy to go calm the others, and order his subordinate immediately accepts. In an instant, Liga finds himself in a desolate, rocky desert under a sky covered by a strange grid. He looks around confused, wondering where he is. Shiza appears before him, declaring that this place, far from both the capital and Rajan, will be his. He stares at her, a mask of pure energy now covering the lower part of his face. Shiza explains that although she cannot isolate the outside world in the demon realm, she can do so here in this special space. Liga retorts that he is different now, and as his power increases, Shiza notes with mild surprise that his mana is 10 times greater than before. He boasts that he has increased his power to 1,000 times his normal strength and delivers a devastating punch. The blow hits Shiza squarely in the torso, throwing her backwards with immense force. Imperturbable, she simply mutters, the dust not clearing to reveal Liga on the floor, a huge, bloody hole where her chest used to be. He stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend what happened. As Shoes' boots enter her field of vision, she calmly states, "Oh, but it's real." Standing over his body, she begins to speak, her voice full of conviction. She questions how Liga, after interacting with humans, could not notice their kindness. She recalls memories of demons and humans laughing together, supporting each other. That strength, she declares, is her humanity, and she will not relent in her belief, even if he is a fellow demon. Your thoughts turn to a powerful image. An inner wedding demon carrying his human bride out of a church, surrounded by joyful spectators of both races. The memory fuels his anger at Liga's betrayal of that ideal. To think that he would believe that humans are good makes her angry, and that he would wish to marry one. The thought is anathema to his entire being. She declared her intention once again, with her arms open. When the world finally accepts her kingdom, she will make marriage between humans and demons possible. This grand vision was motivated by a deeply personal desire. Her face crowns as she thinks to herself that she would absolutely be rewarded with the streamer's child. His fantasy was met with stammering disbelief. Liga, struggling with her injuries, demanded to know if she was crazy. He questioned how she could forget the pleasure of killing humans, a tradition that demons have known for centuries. Undeterred, she simply labeled herself and her ilk as remnants of a bygone era. As he prepared to attack, her cloak responded to her will, transforming into a pair of powerful wings that enveloped her to protect her. The wings opened not for defense, but to launch an attack. She drove her fist into Liga's face with tremendous force, shouting that the blow was out of anger for the victims, for Kanata, and for the villagers whose fury was not over yet. She continued her barrage of jabs, dedicating each one to the streamer who wished for peace and the postponement of her engagement and the birth of her future children. The physical attack ceased, replaced by an invisible force that lifted Liga into the air. He found himself completely unable to move. Seeing his confusion, she calmly stated that since she had not yet introduced him, she would do so now. Her introduction was a final and chilling statement. Pointing a finger at the paralyzed demon, she identified him as her spouse, definitively, and told him to ponder that fact in hell. Liga could only stare back, his face a mask of terror. With her judgment handed down, she released a torrent of power. A sphere of dark energy formed at the tip of his finger and exploded, completely annihilating Liga. Her last desperate thought echoed through the void, a cry that she had never even dated anyone before. The pocket dimension dissolved, and the scene returned to the devastated village. Kanata and his companions were busy with repairs. Shiza appeared nearby, turning to Lucia to ask for a report on the cleaning. Your body finally gives in. Sleep-deprived since before the meeting, Shiza collapses after 5 days of pure exhaustion. Her subordinate, Lucia, screams her name in alarm as she wakes up with a start, finding herself in an unfamiliar bed. A cheerful, light-haired woman greets her, asking if she is finally awake. Confused, Chausa wonders where she is, with Lucia watching from the side. The woman introduces herself as Mesa, Kanata's mother, and thanks Lucia for taking care of him. She expresses her surprise, commenting on the news of her own son being friends with none other than the demon lord. Lucia turns to her lord and apologizes. She explains that although she intended to keep their presence a secret, in the end she thought it best to explain the situation honestly to Mesa. Shiza listens as Mesa thanks her for protecting the village the night before. Mesa is delighted to learn that the current demon lord is kind to humans and apologizes for not having an extra bed for guests. Lucia, embarrassed, explains the truth to Ashoza tonight. With no other option, she had to lay her lord to rest on Kanata's bed. She then shows off a familiar set of armor. Lucy explains that Kanata called it a cosplay costume for a school festival and sent it to her mother's house for storage as she had nowhere to put it. The revelation hits Shiza like a physical blow. This is the streamer's actual armor. She grabs Lucia, demanding confirmation that Lord Kanata is the Lord Streamer. Lucia confirms, quickly adding that the villagers are safe from this knowledge. Because they don't even know about live broadcasts and the mayor, who has a single tablet, has no skills with machines. Lucy further clarifies her actions. She cast an illusion on the armor, ensuring that only people already involved with the streamer would be able to recognize it for what it truly is. An embarrassed with the truth exposed, Lucy realized that they are probably the only ones who know. They agree immediately. For Kanata's sake, her secret must be kept. She and Lucy listened as a woman from the village chatted amiably. Lucia, however, noticed something strange, asking aloud if there were any clothes on a nearby rack a moment ago. The woman confirmed that someone had been sent to pick them up. Aldine continued his friendly conversation, commenting on how beautiful their black hair was. She shared that her own husband had black hair, a rare trait among her people, and recalled once jokingly telling her son that if he dated anyone, he should choose someone with black hair. His words hit the two demons with unexpected force. With healed faces and intense expressions, they internalized that feeling. Unbeknownst to humans, the two passionate demons were already spreading the streamer's legend across the land, while carefully hiding their own true nature. But that's a story for another time. The narrative goes back to the previous night where, far away, Kanata was observing a city, his gaze attracted by a flash of light that suddenly was in the city of Randall, the dark sky, far from the capital and oblivious to the events unfolding in his hometown. As her friend Akuto called, Kanata continued to watch the distant flashes, wondering aloud if they were fireworks. Kanata and her colleagues react with surprise to an unexpected proposal, a trip to Randall in another day. A young noblewoman with long light hair extends her hand, apologizing for the late notice. She explains that she heard from Alfana about their open-mindedness regarding social standing, especially Kanata's, and formally invites everyone to join her the next day. And so, in an instant, Kanata and the others left. At 8 in the morning, they were already in the air in a magnificent carriage pulled by snakes. Later that night, Kanata sits at his desk, realizing that he doesn't have any broadcasts scheduled for the next 2 days, which makes the trip perfectly timely. Upon arriving in Randall, Maria wonders aloud why Alfana isn't with them, before remembering that, like the sanctity of the capital, her situation is complicated. Elsewhere in the group, Kanata whispers to a colleague that this Paris is famous for its magical items, which could be very useful for her broadcasts. Upon hearing this, another girl finds the situation with the holiness quite romantic. Kanata, however, dismisses the idea, stating that they can't do much to change her circumstances and should simply move on. Their conversation is interrupted by the noblewoman who invited them. She formally introduces herself as Athena Ferratoa, daughter of a duke. The students are stunned, aware that a duke is the highest rank in the nobility. Maria is particularly shocked, as she thought Athena was just a royal friend playing around. She addresses the group, announcing that it is time to begin her studies and instructing them to meet at her mansion on time. Then, turning her attention to Maria, Athena apologizes for the early start, but says that a meeting will begin soon and asks Maria to accompany her. As Maria is taken away, two of Kanata's classmates approach him, asking what subject he has decided to study. Kanata informs them that she has already chosen magical items. Upon hearing his choice, the two express their disappointment, explaining that they intended to invite him to join them, but cannot since their fields of study are different. They wish him luck and leave, leaving Kanata to reflect to himself that this must be what people call youth. He continues walking alone, finding the foreign country interesting but tiring. After half an hour, he begins to wonder if he is even in the correct artisan district and decides it is time for a break, sitting down on a nearby bench. He walked through the unfamiliar city, his thoughts interrupted by a couple on a bench openly declaring their love. Sickened by the scene, his gaze strayed to a lone girl sitting nearby, her presence quiet and introspective. A sudden wave of uneasiness hit him. It was on that day that Kanata discovered the terrifying existence of obsessive listeners. The girl was suddenly above him, holding a doll in his likeness, her face inches from his as she whispered about the softness of his lips. She called him Lord Streamer, leaving him completely astonished. She walked away, sitting demurely on the steps and apologizing for being noisy while playing with dolls. Kanata, still processing the shock, realized with growing horror that the doll was a replica of him, one that she must have made herself. He stammered, finally understanding that she was one of his fans. As she approached him again, he noticed that the doll even had a brooch that he had forgotten to take off. Realizing he had no choice but to interact, he heard her declare him the best. Her interrogation began, confirming that he was a student in the capital before pressing him for details about how he met the princess and the saint, asking if the newspapers had reported it. Her expression became intense, her voice filled with possessive jealousy that she claimed to forgive, since everything was in accordance with his will. Kanata could only stare at her, disturbed by her fervor. He found her strangely beautiful, but her intensity was frightening. It reminded him of his first encounter with Mira, a feeling that made the situation seem much more dangerous. Sensing his unspoken question, she clutched the doll to her chest. His expression was just warning as he explained with complete sincerity. That's because his words saved my life. Changing the subject, she began to retell a story from a few months ago. Seeing an opportunity, Kanata asked if she could first point the way to the artisan district for her report. She smiled and offered to accompany him there while she continued her story. As they walked, he reflected on the encounter. He had dealt with obsessive fans in his old world, but this felt different. He wondered if she was the only one this insane around here. A montage of other intense faces flashed through his mind. She wasn't. They arrived at a building marked with tools. Kanata tilted her head slightly, formally thanking her for dialogue. She clasped her hands together, pleased, and returned his thanks, expressing her deep gratitude for having him as a conversation partner. He watched as the young, smooth woman apologized for her delay. She explained that she was just an ordinary peasant girl, commenting that his good looks made her initially assume he was a nobleman. She reflected that, just as Lord Streamer had said, social standing was irrelevant. With a final promise to talk more about the streamer another time, she said goodbye, leaving Kanata momentarily speechless. Turning his attention to his surroundings, he took in the landscape of the artisan district. The simple act of looking around was pleasant. As he walked, however, he noticed a harsh reality of the area, a clear divide between the stores. Some were exclusive to nobles, refusing to serve students or commoners, while others were welcoming to all. His remarks were suddenly interrupted by a great commotion. From inside one of the stores, a muscular man shouted, calling the establishment horrible and a waste. Kanata watched, frightened, as the man complained that a commoner's skill shouldn't be dismissed so easily. The bully grabbed the young artisan in the store by his shirt, telling him that everything in the store was trash and that he should just give up and go home. Hearing something made with love and passion be denigrated as trash lit a fire in Kanata, he charged forward, his hand grabbing the bully's wrist to stop him. He lifted a small rectangular object from his own world, a flash drive. He declared that even though others saw him as trash, to him, he was amazing. The bully, enraged at being challenged by a brat from the capital, retreated angrily, ready to attack. But instead of fighting, the man suddenly fled in terror. He apologized profusely, promising never to return and begging for forgiveness as he escaped. Kanata stood still, confused, not understanding what had just happened. Before he could reflect further on the matter, the young craftsman ran up to him, his eyes wide with admiration. He exclaimed that the way Kanata made the man run away was insane and asked if he was okay. Kanata introduced himself, and the craftsman smiled, proudly declaring that his name was Shidu, the store's artisan manager. This chance meeting between Kanata and Shidu was more than just an event. It was the birth of a partnership destined, one day, to shake the entire world. Although this is a story for the distant future, craftsman Shidu greets his visitor, Kanata, noting that he must be tired after traveling from the capital. Offering him tea, Shidu points a friendly finger and suggests that since he is the same age, there is no need for formalities. As he speaks, another customer, a young woman named Lisa, clutches a small dark object to her chest, her face flushed with excitement as she asks if it's really hers. In the background, an exhausted Shidu comments that 2 customers in one day is a rarity and tells her to go home and continue her moment. Sitting with Kanata, Shidu explains his financial difficulties, admitting that he barely makes it through the month by taking jobs from nobles. Kanata suggests that it must be nice to have this work as collateral, which elicits a dry laugh from the craftsman. He adjusts his glasses, clarifying the harsh reality of his situation. As a commoner, he has neither the fame nor the connections to succeed on his own, and as a result, he only gets about 30% of a normal salary for his work. Kanata listens, a grim expression on her face as she realizes that Shido's circumstances are even more difficult than her own. Even though they are commoners, he reflects, he still clings to a dream. This feeling lights a fire in Shido, who stands up and passionately declares his own dream to change things. He wants to create items that bring happiness to people regardless of their social class, believing that discrimination only exists because people are not open-minded enough. His passion is interrupted by another customer, a girl with pigtails, who disdains his store like a junkyard while holding a flash drive. While Shido laments his habit of inventing things without compatible items, Kanata searches through a box, claiming to have passion despite a lack of money or talent. He pulls out a pair of what he recognizes as headphones, devices that shouldn't exist here, and questions why Shido made them. Shido exclaims that it's a good question, revealing that his idea came from a streamer. One image shows several girls completely captivated by a broadcast, listening intently. They love the streamer's voice, which is apparently famous enough to be used as background noise. The streamer is none other than. As the look of the climber in total shock, he had imagined people like Miss K being able to hear that voice directly in their ears, rather than through a speaker, and thought it would be the best possible experience. Back in the present, Kanata tries out the headphones and is shocked by the results. While asking how Shido is feeding them, the craftsman admits that although the quality is good, there is a bit of noise. He has no compatible device, no magic or education to perfect the invention. He has difficulty explaining the concept, opting for the simple instinct response. To himself, he admits that explaining how he imitated Bluetooth devices by combining their mana waves would be completely When Shido places the devices in his ears, his eyes widen in amazement. He exclaims that he can hear the sound of a river flowing, feeling like he is one step closer to his dream. Kanata quickly silences him, asking him to just listen. Impressed, Kanata asks to buy 6 pairs, placing 6 gold coins on the table. Shido is surprised, shocked that Kanata actually paid. He confesses that he has no money and that he has just remembered something important. Later, he uses his headphones during a broadcast, broadcasting the relaxing sound of water. Your chat reacts positively. Shido, watching from his workshop, notices that the sound is similar to a streamer's background music from the previous day and questions Kanata. Flustered, Kanata quickly changes the subject, offering Shido a new product as a gift. The present, reflecting that his admiration for the streamer, to the point of recording and cutting his broadcasts, is a love that transcends With a relieved gender. Smile, he thinks to himself that he's gotten himself out of trouble, though he wonders at what cost. As Kanata announces her departure, Shido looks at the item in her hands. He realizes that Kanata's words actually helped him, making his life seem worth living. He calls him urgently, asking him to wait. He catches up to him, his voice cracking with emotion. He thanks Kanata, explaining how much his encouragement meant to him. Promising to see him again, the two say goodbye with a firm fist bump. This sincere gratitude was not for the streamer, but for Kanata himself. It marked the moment he made his first same-sex friend. Elsewhere, Alfana and Kana watch the broadcast, their faces lit up with joy. The chronicle then returns to the present moment. Akata and Zeus call for Kanata to come back to the group soon. As he turns around, his attention is caught by what appears to be fireworks in the distance. The source of the commotion turns out to be a celebratory banquet. Kanata thanks Athena's law for the meal, but she refuses the thanks, saying he should thank Princess Mary. Her companions express their delight at the abundant food while Athena comments that it is an honor for them to spend the night. At the dinner she hosted, Kanata expressed her sincere gratitude to Princess Maria. He commented on how deeply she cares for others, even mere acquaintances, going so far as to ignore her own class obligations for them. His sincere compliment brought a satisfied and knowing smile to Athena's face, while Alfana was completely embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. Across the table, both Rebecca and Lisa expressed their enthusiastic agreement. Pleased with the feeling, Athena decided to take action, formally introducing her friend Lisa to Maria. She revealed that Lisa is also a fan of the streamer, a revelation that left Kanata stunned and Alfana surprised to learn His shock intensified when he noticed a small circular brooch attached to Lisa's uniform, a clear emblem that marked her as a fan. She then encouraged Lisa to talk to Alfana, emphasizing that Alfan is one of the very few people who actually met the streamer in person. His suggestion was that they continue the conversation while they all took a shower together. An embarrassed Alfana agreed, but only if they kept things in moderation, an idea that Lisa and Rebecca welcomed with a resounding Meanwhile, in the boys' room, Kanata tried to focus on his studies, but his thoughts strayed to Maria and the others, imagining them having a girly conversation in the shower, probably centered around him. His imagination conjured up a vivid, vaporous scene that made him blush furiously. Pushing the thoughts aside, he focused, turning to his companions, confirming their names, Ron, the one with the glasses. He then offered a sincere apology, acknowledging that although they were in the same class, they had barely spoken to each other, and he had not helped them when they were in trouble. They quickly dismissed his apology. Ron insisted that he shouldn't worry about it, and Thomas added that as commoners, seeing Kanata try so hard was inspiring and made them want to do their best too. In their eyes, they were the ones who should be thanking him. He extends his hand in gratitude, but Ron insists the thanks are his. Thomas enthusiastically suggests they celebrate their new bond, and Kanata, looking pleased, agrees, hoping they can be friends from now on. To celebrate the moment, he picks up a pillow with a mischievous smile and asks his new friends if they know what a pillow fight is. Slowly but surely, Kanata was being accepted by the people around him. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, the atmosphere was more complex. While Alfana was relaxing, a serious thought arose. The streamer must not let his guard down, as not all love is pure. Nearby, Lisa was excitedly mentioning something from the streamer she had used, while Athena listened. With her fervor growing, Lisa presses her hands against the fog divider, her voice echoing as she impatiently urges Athena to get into the water. Fanning her flushed face, Athena relents with a breathless confirmation, announcing that she's on her way. Under the full moon, Kanata tells his friends Ron and Thomas that he sweated a little and will go to the bath first. Upon opening the door, he is met with a shocking sight. Plain, sitting on the floor inside. She greets him as Lord Kanata, declaring that she has been waiting for him and that their meeting must be destined. Kanata recoils, letting out a startled scream. She approaches, her face flushed, and excitedly suggests they take an evening walk around the garden to discuss streaming. He recognizes her as the girl he was talking to during girls' night, who awkwardly declines her offer. He explains that he is about to get into the shower, causing Lisa to look down in disappointment. Her shoulders slump as she accepts his refusal, saying there's nothing he can do and telling him to go ahead, calling the DG streamer. A wave of guilt hits Kanata as she turns to leave, but he quickly calls out to her, asking her to wait. He approaches her, deciding to address the resemblance directly. He comments that her voice is very similar to Lord Streamer's, but notes that her pronunciation, intonation, and even the size of her hand are slightly different. Lisa looks up, admitting that she is sometimes told that, and that she feels very honored by the comparison. They breathe a sigh of relief internally, thinking about how dangerous that was. He remembers his friend's advice to be careful when not broadcasting, remembering to pay attention to his intonation. They had also pointed out that his new gloves were too big, which led to him deciding to remove them during broadcasts. The princess apologizes for her intensity, explaining that she gets all excited whenever she thinks about Lord Streamer. Clenching her fist, she declares that his broadcasts have become the reason for her life, an intensity that Kanata finds more disheartening than inspiring. Regretting that there is no broadcast today, as it is the most enjoyable time she can find as long as she can listen to you at the end of the day, she can bear anything. Having said what she wanted, she announces her departure, and Kanata watches her go. Walking down the hall, he reflects that although her fervor was frightening, hearing such direct feedback for the first time made him happy. This reminds him of her connection with Athena, and he begins to wonder if Lisa is really just a commoner. As he turns a hallway, he comes across Maria and Athena. He asks Princess Mary and Athena's law if they just got out of the bath. Athena, holding her fan, confirms yes. Maria adds that they also spent a long time in the sauna. While she and the other girls were in the hallway, Kanata was embarrassed by their presence right after taking a shower. He tried to apologize, explaining that he was also going to take a shower before continuing his report, and tried to escape. His interest peaked. Athena stopped. Hearing from Lisa that Kanata was exceptionally diligent in her magic class, she observed him with a calculating gaze and formally requested a duel. The sudden challenge left both Kanata and Maria completely stunned. He tried to refuse, muttering that he smelled of sweat, and that facing the Count's daughter as his first opponent was too much. In response, she closed the distance between them, her face inches from his, and ordered him to duel her. In the background, Lisa was seething with jealousy, while Maria was overjoyed at the prospect. The group arrived at the Kindergarten, but Kanata noticed that Lisa was missing. Maria supposed she must have gone to the outside garden. Feeling a little guilty about the situation, Kanata continued with them. In the moonlit garden, Athena stood ready, sword in hand. She announced that the rules for the duel would be simple and that she would be the first to attack. She specified her victory conditions. She would win if Kanata's shield of protection broke, or if he surrendered. In response, Kanata declared that if he could resist her attack, victory would be his. With Maria acting as referee, the duel began. Athena immediately crouched down, promising to finish everything in an instant. Although she felt magic building up at the tip of his sword, she charged forward, unleashing her secret technique, crane launch. Kanata, however, remained confident in his infinite magical power. The powerful thrust met no steel, but rather a sparkling magical shield that materialized in front of Kanata. Surprised that a single block could stop her, Athena declared that she would deliver 10 consecutive thrusts. As his volley began, Kanata calmly decided to just thicken his shield to withstand the blows. She abruptly ceased her attack, commenting on his dependence on magic. With a feint of her sword, she betrayed his attention before closing the distance in the blink of an eye. She tripped him and immobilized him, stating that hand-to-hand combat is lethal. While he was pinned beneath her, Maria ran in a panic, shouting for Athena to get off her and asking if he was okay. Kanata, looking up, assured her that she was perfectly fine as Athena had restrained herself. With that, he formally surrendered. He looked around in confusion, wondering why the guards hadn't appeared after the commotion of the duel. Athena, holding her fan, calmly reassured him. She explained that they were in the inner garden, where soundproof barriers, powered by magical machinery, were active, so there was no need to worry. As she led them through the property, she continued her explanation, revealing that there were no guards inside the mansion despite the heavy security presence outside. The entire property, she claimed, was a model for future crime prevention, which would rely on magical machines. Walking through the garden, she detailed that magical machines were buried beneath the entire area. If someone without a proper entry pass managed to sneak in, the system would trigger an immediate response. Kanata realized that such a plan was only viable because of Athena's formidable force of law. A man with a serious face and a formal suit approached them. As he approached, Maria commented on how completely different that place was from the capital. The attendant confirmed her observation, adding that the security there had the same potential as the systems in their previous lives. And there was also something else. Before the attendant could finish, Athena smiled slightly and pressed a button on her fan. With a soft beep, a wave of energy hit Kanata and Maria. She revealed that devices like that also existed, as the two were suddenly overcome by drowsiness and began to collapse. The attendant looked at them, unimpressed. He commented on how easily they fell asleep, noting that even an expert in magical combat is a complete amateur when it comes to physical threats. Kanata struggled to stay on her knees, while Maria lay completely unconscious on the floor. Their fight was brief. Kanata finally succumbed to the sleeping effect, her head resting gently on Athena's lap. Looking at him with a slight blush, she reflected that he really had no combat experience, leaving the streamer in a desperate and vulnerable situation. The duel ends with Kanata fallen and defeated on the ground. Athena knelt down beside him, offering an apology for having knocked him down, despite it being a permitted act within the fight. She then gently cradles his head in her lap, her face flushed as she confesses her adoration for Lord Streamer and admits that she was unable to truly fight him. Looking at her, Kanata wonders how she is so sure of her identity. Athena responds by offering to share her 4 reasons, like a song from Minar. While stroking his head, she begins her explanation. First, she notes that the intense look Maria directed at him is identical to the one she demonstrated during the Aurora broadcast. Second, although he has tried to disguise his voice and appearance, his height, shoulder width, and overall size are a near-perfect match. His name was not among the badge winners, leaving only those directly involved as possible bearers. She continues, revealing that her rapier has a special ability to drain an opponent's magic through the tip, a weapon that even SSS-class adventurers could only resist for a few seconds. However, he defended himself against her without his magic wavering. This, she declares, is the most decisive proof that he is the Lord Streamer, the bringer of infinite magic. As she finishes her 4th point, Kanata's consciousness fades. With him now unconscious, Athena's composure crumbles. She leans over him, inhaling his scent with an expression of ecstasy. The thought that he needs a bath overwhelms her senses, and she proclaims that no perfume could ever compare, that her very cells crave his essence. Your self-control completely shatters. Announcing that she can't hold back any longer, she decides to have a little taster before taking him to her room. With a crazed look, she loosened the chocolate necklace, reasoning that even if she has the wrong person, he is simply too irresistible for the royal capital. Her eyes shine with feverish desire as she licks her lips. She offers a silent apology, declaring that until she finds the real one, he will have to be the one to humiliate her. She leans in, her lips approaching his. It is noted that Athena, the second listener of the Principality of Randall, is an intelligent and impure Yandere, quite different from those found in the royal capital. Before she can make contact, a sudden and powerful kick launches her away from Kanata. A new figure lands gracefully next to him. The chronicle adds that, in contrast, the royal capital is home to a pure and brainless Yandere. A young woman with a sword stands guard over the sleeping Kanata. As Athena staggers to her feet in the background, the girl calmly introduces herself. Hello, good night. My name is Mira. She explains that she is a member of a group of Royal Academy students, serving as their temporary guard. She points her blade at Athena, demanding to know how the noblewoman managed to enter the mansion. The young guard accuses her of not only hurting the princess, but also of trying to steal a kiss from the student, declaring that this must be her doing. The commotion turns out to be the rudest awakening for Kanata, who sits up, drowsy. Nearby, a nervous Maria asks Mira if her accusations are true. Athena, with a wild look, turns her attention to the princess, offering her a kiss if she so desires. She comments that although her calculations predicted that Kanata would remain unconscious for another hour, his reactions solidified her belief. He is, of course, the streamer. Maria marvels at Athena's incredible observation skills, confessing that she never even thought of Kanata as an ordinary student. Mira internally weighs her options, considering eliminating Athena, but holds back, realizing that this would cast suspicion on the students. She concludes that a princess would never have such a reaction to someone. The princess explains that ever since the Aurora incident, she suspected the saint was involved. To protect Kanata's secret, the small group of people who knew everything formed a protection organization disguised as a fan club. When Athena demands to know who they are, Maria returns the question to her. With piqued interest, Athena expresses a hint of remorse and makes a proposal. If they allow her to join their organization, she will ignore the entire incident. His request is met with immediate and unified outrage. Maria and Mira shout back that they are the ones refusing to ignore their actions, questioning why a weird listener would be allowed. The princess clarifies with an air of superiority that they are listeners of good behavior and integrity, pointedly asking Athena if she has not already satisfied herself. A single bead of sweat runs down Athena's cheek as she silently watches the scene. Maria kneels beside the unconscious Kana in a state of pure happiness, while Mira remains in a guard position over him. A dark aura emanates from Maria and Mira as they threaten her with a purge. Visibly intimidated, Athena relents, admitting that she understands how scary they are. She agrees to recommend joining the support group, but gives a stern warning for the future. A tearful Mira asks for confirmation that her actions will be ignored, and Athena brusquely tells her to back off. During all this, Kanata remains sleeping soundly on the grass, oblivious to the intense negotiation that had just taken place above him. Watched by the three young women, he slowly regained consciousness, wondering if he had slept. As he sat down, Maria greeted him with a smile, explaining that Athena had accidentally activated a sleep trap that affected everyone. They themselves had just woken up. Yawning, he seemed to accept the explanation. Mira then intervened, offering her own explanation for being there. She claimed to have a part-time job tending the principality's gardens and simply stumbled upon them by chance. Seeing everyone asleep, she said, she became worried and decided to wake them up. Athena, however, saw through the charade. She internally scoffed at the incredible coincidence, remembering that her only purpose in inviting Maria was to find clues about the streamer, whom she found through pure luck. She bristled at the others' lack of imagination, musing that the members of their support group would certainly prefer to be recognized by their idol in more intimate ways. Her thoughts sharpened as she assessed the situation. The guard, Mira, was clearly powerful, and she realized she couldn't underestimate this support group, especially the members she hadn't yet met. His original plan would have to be reconsidered. A confident smile spread across her face as she licked her lips. There was no need to rush, she decided. She would be the one who had the last laugh. As the group walked back to the school building, Maria discreetly commented to Mira that it was fortunate that she had prepared an entry pass in advance, allowing her to protect Kanata from within the principality. Mira simply confirmed his statement. Arriving at a door, Athena turned around and apologized to everyone, claiming she was in the shower. As she spoke, Maria whispered to Mira that she wished Athena had offered help sooner. Kanata, hearing their hushed tones, asked what they were talking about. Ignoring his question, Maria turned to him and asked if she could say a quick goodnight to Lisa, indicating that this was her room. He readily agreed. Maria knocked, calling Lisa's name, but got no response. Kanata commented that it was strange. Lisa was almost always in her room at this time, and the door was locked. Mira, listening, suggested that Lisa might be in the garden outside, and that everyone should take a walk outside to find her. Kanata remembered meeting Lisa a little while ago when she mentioned that she was going to the garden. He then realized, with a start, that they were the only ones in the inner garden. A sinister thought crossed Myra's mind. Lisa was terrified of insects, making it highly unlikely that she would venture anywhere but the indoor garden at night. Moments later, the search proved futile. Mira reported to the others that neither the students nor the guards had seen Lisa, and all defense systems were operational. With a dark expression, she asked the question that hung in the air. What was happening? She raises a finger, exposing her findings to the shocked Kanata and Maria. Faint traces of magic were found, along with signs of experienced attackers, leading to a single conclusion, a high probability that Lisa had been kidnapped. His investigation revealed information about a group of thieves who exert their influence in the underworld. Known as the Kajira Thieves, they are a money-loving group specializing in hacking, robbery, and kidnapping. As they are expensive, she deduces that their client must be a very rich person. Athena saws her fist, a sudden, dark realization dawning on her. She recognizes the work of the legendary family of assassins, the Inclides, a family that had recently faced ruin. Maria, still shaken, cannot believe that someone was actually kidnapped. She continues her internal monologue, revealing crucial information she kept secret. Lisa's real name is Lisa Inclit, the daughter of the Count of the Kingdom of Ilva. Athena silently apologizes to Lisa, knowing she had no choice but to reveal herself as the group processes this. Kanata comments that he always suspected Lisa was a former noblewoman. Maria adds another layer to the mystery by explaining that, for some unknown reason, Lisa was disinherited by her family just before they faced bites her thumb, her mind racing. The question hangs in the air, unspoken, but heavy. If Lisa has been disinherited and her family is ruined, why would anyone kidnap her now? Under the light of a full moon and a crumbling ruin, the reason becomes clear. Lisa's father, Counting Clid, performs a ritual. Lisa is tied up and suspended inside a glowing magic circle as he holds up a grimoire, shouting that his wish is finally coming true. He brags about his daughter, calling her a failure who is now finally useful as a catalyst. One of the thieves who hired her interrupts him, telling the Count to shut up. The thief points out that the forbidden magic is turning Lisa's hair from black to white, reminding her that their group only cares about money, not their personal drama. Suddenly, a vision of a distressed young woman appears. She presses her hands against an invisible wall, her voice echoing with a dire warning meant only for the streamer. Because of him, this world will face destruction. The Count roughly grabs the unconscious Lisa's chin, demanding that she open her eyes. He declares that everything will fall into his hands, revealing his true intention, to use his own daughter as a magical weapon. 10 minutes after being taken to the main house, Lisa's desperate face flashes through Kanata's mind. He saws his fists, his expression hardening with determination. After she saved him, he is now determined to be the one to save her. Athena begins to explain the grim situation. The Inclid family, she reveals, secretly used their freedom to trade drugs and slaves. Lisa, their daughter, was kept ignorant of this truth, raised simply as a tool for a political marriage to a noble family in another country. However, her engagement was broken off for some reason just days before the wedding, and upon learning the truth about her family's nature, Lisa's behavior completely changed. She goes on to explain that with the political marriage plan ruined and no heir, all of the family's hatred and abuse was dumped on Lisa. They now intend to use her to vent their frustrations. Maria interrupts, finding it unbelievable. She questions why a family specializing in magical research would use their own daughter as a catalyst. In response, Athena reveals that, while trying to save Lisa, she found an ancient book of dark magic. Her hands were tied, but now she suspects the family is using Lisa as a catalyst for their illusionary magic. With the famous facade of no one in mind now shattered, they are overcome with emotion, possibly seeking power to threaten an entire country. The kidnapping, she concludes, must be the final preparation. Kanata hears this revelation, her face darkening with grim realization. As the weight of the situation sinks in, Mira suddenly remembers a crucial piece of information. She points out that Lisa's fiancé was a nobleman from the Xander Empire who, to everyone's surprise, was the mention of the murdered nobleman hits Kanata with a sudden, horrified realization. He stammers, understanding that he is the reason the engagement was broken. Athena looks away, confirming her fear. His mind goes back to a previous broadcast where he gave love advice to a listener. He now understands with growing horror that the listener was Lisa. An investigation revealed that her fiancé's house was involved in the slave trade, and as a result of his advice, the engagement was broken. Athena confirms her perception, explaining that after Lisa discovered Lord Streamer, she began to venerate him as the one who saved her by stopping her family's further actions. The weight of this unintended consequence crushes Kanata, who now sees himself as the culprit. Seeing that things have reached a critical point, Maria takes charge. She tells Athena to prepare the horses, declaring that they will leave immediately while she explains the rest. He grabs Maria's arm, insisting that he needs to go too. Despite not having known Liz long, he feels a desperate need to help. He begs them to let him go, even though he can't be trusted. Seeing his sincerity, Maria and Athena exchange a look, understanding that he feels responsibility for his transmissions. Lisa's newly formed rescue team sets out on horseback. Kanata leads the charge on a white horse, holding a makeshift flag. As they gallop, Maria plots the strategy out loud. She deduces that if the Count was truly concerned about Lisa's recapture, he would have acted immediately. Therefore, he must not be in his own country, but somewhere within the principality. They need to hurry and cross the border before their target escapes. Mira reports back to the group, explaining that she investigated the likely Ponderages and found faint traces of magic in some ruins, something she now notices regrets on a map, not having seen the basement of the place sooner. Maria praises her for exploring an entire country in just half a day, but then points out Myra's strangely cheerful behavior, saying she's being a little obvious. Following her lead, the group advances towards the ruins, aware that the sound of their horses' hooves could betray their approach. Maria turns to Kanata, urging him not to feel guilty. She clarifies her position. Although she does not condemn the kidnapper's goal of freeing slaves, his further actions still deserve punishment. She then adds that if she were in Lisa's shoes, she would want to convey a message to him. She advises you to just focus on the task at hand, return safely, and then repent before the saint. With a teasing smile, she adds that if he were broadcasting, he would probably be thanking his viewers, eliciting an embarrassed reaction. When they arrive, Kanata spots the structure and declares that Lisa must be underground. His concentration is broken by Maria, who is completely absorbed in a daydream about becoming his strict future wife, a promise that includes 100 kisses daily. Their arrival is met with an immediate ambush. A masked thief from Casual jumps towards the Kanata, but Maria moves quickly to intercept the blow. The attacker is shocked that she knows his parentage. Athena asks the group to follow the plan, apologizing for the situation, but noting that since she and Maria are experts in enhancement magic, they will have to use their superior magic reserves to overcome a dark magic user. Orders him to use body strengthening on his feet and take the first opportunity to go underground. As Mario watches him prepare, she feels a wave of nervousness, although she believes his vast reserves of magic make him the ideal adversary for dark magicians. Athena realizes that they miscounted their targets, noting that only 2 of the 3 humans are present. Taking advantage of the moment, Maria advances, launching a heron attack, a supreme His attack hits with crushing force, causing the Casual thief to stagger in shock from his power. Nearby, Mira restrains another thug, commenting that she is only holding back because Kanata is present. Maria hovers over her defeated enemy, coldly stating that a bandit who would dare kill them must understand the meaning of punishment. Gave his staff with brutal finality, proclaiming that his punishment is heavier than death itself. At the same time, Mira notices that the bandit is carrying a signal flute. She understands that to ensure Kanata's escape, they must eliminate every last of the thieves. In response to the signal, the forest floor suddenly fills with dozens of hooded Keijiro thieves, completely surrounding the small group. The defeated bandit mocks them, sneering that they were foolish to think the conflict would end so easily. Undeterred, Athena retorts, "This is our speech." As Kanata watches intently, Athena, Maria, and Mira unite against the horde. Athena issues a chilling warning, declaring that they will make their enemies understand the consequences of harming Lord Strymer and Pure Lisa. His words are punctuated by the image of a magical letter with Count and Klit's face, revealing the true mastermind behind the ambush. In a moonlit forest, Athena, flanked by Maria and Mira, confronts a large number of murderers of the thieves who gave birth to her. With a confident smile, she teases the hooded figures, calling them closer and asking what the problem is. Meanwhile, Kanata shoots through the air towards the enemy base, his face a mask of terror despite the body-strengthening technique that prevents any fall damage. Below, a watchman generated commotion in the distance. Just an emergency flute, and warns your companion that Athena and her group may have found them inside the fortress. Count Klid reveals his true intentions to a Kajira member. He explains that he never planned to risk his own life for his daughter, and that with the ritual now complete, a bodyguard is unnecessary. He brags that once Liz wakes up, she will protect him. Ignoring the thief's concerns, the Count orders them to prepare the reward, muttering about what idiots they are as he prepares to use his dark magic. His monologue is interrupted when Kanata bursts into the room. He directly confronts the nobleman, asking if he is counting Clyde. The Count recoils in shock, mistaking the intruder for Athena or a knight of the kingdom and demanding to know who he is. He ignores the Count's stutters, his gaze fixed on the unconscious girl he recognizes. His expression hardens with fury. He turns to the Conti, asking if he is prepared to pay for his crimes. When the perplexed Connie asks again his identity, Kanata simply states that he is an ordinary student, insinuating that the Kajirols have betrayed their client, Count Ri, declaring that it is too late. They go away glory that, thanks to black magic, Lisa has already become their puppet. As her injuries magically disappear, he orders her to awaken and kill the man in front of her. Her eyes snap open, glowing with an unearthly light, and as the chains snap around her, she responds in a monotone, "Yes, father." Before she can attack Kanata, a grotesque, shadowy claw emerges from her back and impales the Count through the chest. He pants in agony. The being controlling Lisa looks at her dying father and asks why he won't answer her question. Kanata can only watch, shocked by the terrible turn of events. He stares in horror as the entity fully reveals its evil presence. "Who are you?" "You're not Lisa," he shouts. The being explains that it was sealed within a spell book and has now claimed this body as its vessel. A wicked smile spreads across Lisa's face as the entity remembers its long-dormant desire to destroy the world. Your mind goes back to Lisa's gentle smile and kind words. Seeing the entity's evil smile, he demands that she give it back to Lisa. The creature mocks him, calling him a human boy and declaring that he will serve as a warm-up. She advances with shadowy claws, but Kanata prepares to defend herself with a magical shield. He quickly dodges the attack, activating his body-strengthening technique. He decides to take advantage of the mistake he made against Athena. The entity possessing Liz watches with a hint of surprise at her speed as Kanata closes the distance, her fist flying towards her face. He retreated, his attack faltering. Even as an enemy, the creature wore Lisa's face, and the thought of hitting it paralyzed him. His hesitation was met with disdain. The possessed Lisa ridiculed him as a knight who, finding him boring, unleashed a torrent of dark tendrils, ordering them to kill him. The shadowy appendages shot towards him with frightening speed. He realized with a jolt of panic that his shield would not materialize in time to block the lethal attack. Just as the shadows were about to converge, a bright light broke through. An angelic, winged figure materialized between him and the attack, effortlessly stopping the darkness. Kanata stared in disbelief, recognizing her as the goddess of her transmissions. She scolded him for overwhelming her, noting his recent tendency to be overly defensive, and commented that while she doesn't like how boring he can be, being too interesting isn't a good thing either. She then offered a way to save Lisa, explaining that there was no time to waste. Kanata, desperate, asked what he needed to do. The angelic creature, feeling the same interference as before, gave a direct and unexpected order. He must begin transmitting while dodging the possessed girl's attacks. As Kanata processed the bizarre instruction, she elaborated on the situation. Lisa's soul was merely dormant in her own mind, with no memory of the events since her kidnapping. His body, however, had been completely taken over by a monster. She added that, thanks to Lisa's soul unconsciously resisting the entity, the monster had miraculously missed count in Klid's vital spots. If he received first aid quickly, he might not die. The plan, she explained, was for Kanata to continually speak words aimed at Lisa's soul. This would awaken her, allowing Lisa herself to take the initiative, recover her body, and trap the monster in her subconscious. She then presented an alternative. If he couldn't, she would defeat the monster herself for him. He declined her offer immediately, declared that since he was the one who caused this disaster, he must be the one to end it. The angelic creature, finding that his kindness extended even to this point, called it a great answer. With new determination, Kanata announced that she would do it for Lisa and transformed into her masked streamer persona, promising not to worry as she would return to her school uniform once she was done. With his transformation complete, the angelic creature hugged him from behind, wishing him good luck. While holding him, she whispered that it would be incredibly troublesome if he failed now. Across the ruined chamber, the possessed Lisa watched, surprised by the sudden change. His attack was deflected with surprising speed. Before her was Kanata, now wearing a strange mask with horns, calling her name directly. The entity controlling his body could only stare in confusion, questioning the mask and how he had dodged its blow. He removed the mask, with an expression full of gratitude. The angelic being spoke through him, thanking the invisible listeners and explaining that, without them, the transmissions would cease. Kanata then spoke in his own voice, acknowledging that although he could have saved him, they saved him in equal measure. As a thank you, he declared his intention to dedicate the entire broadcast to saving Lisa, begging everyone to listen. His words had an immediate effect. The entity controlling Lisa's body retreated, clutching its chest in confusion as it felt its control slipping away. The angelic being watched with a knowing smile. In the depths of her own mind, Lisa's true soul was awakened from its slumber by the sound of her husband's voice. She greeted her Mr. Streamer with affection, valuing this connection as a wifely privilege and reaffirming her love, pulled back from the darkness by her unforgettable calling. The battle on two planes of existence begins. In the mental world, Mira fights Lisa fiercely, while in the physical realm, Kanata confronts Lisa's possessed form. She demands to know who he is, having no memory of being kidnapped, and vows to engrave the answer into her very being, enraged that a mere girl would dare disobey her attacks. In the mental world, Lisa screams her name in frustration. From the ground, Kanata shouts words of encouragement, insisting that Mira not lose to the monster and expose her family's further actions. Her words fuel the fight in the mental world, where Mira delivers a powerful blow, earning Lisa's reluctant recognition of her Lord Streamer. Despite the violent struggle, Liz's innermost thought is a simple, childish desire. She just wants her body back so she can listen to streams again. In the real world, this internal conflict manifests as a drain on power, causing Mira to scream in pain. Count Klid watches, perplexed by the monster's sudden weakness, while Kanata has an epiphany. The goddess must have put something in his pocket. The sudden loss of power causes Mira to stagger backwards. With her sinister aura gone, Lisa's attention turns to Kanata, and she declares that this is his chance to act. He seizes the moment, moving forward while yelling at Mira to shut her annoying mouth. As he moves, he takes out a small, unknown object from his coat. Reaching her, he deftly places the objects in her ears. He explains that he weakened her body so that his attacks wouldn't hurt her anymore, stating that after taking a hit, it's only fair to return the favor. Mira can only stare at him, confused by his actions. Now on her knees and sweating, she demands to know what he put in her ears. He lifts his streaming device, revealing it to be headphones that were in his pocket. It even displays Mirandaline recording data on its forehead. As he prepares to press play, he asks her opinion on the world's first ASMR broadcast. A recording of her voice fills his mind, telling him she is an indispensable presence and begging her to continue living for him. The raw emotion in the words sends a shockwave of power through her, breaking the chains on her wrists. Nearby, Counting Clidio watches in disbelief, shocked that her will was strong enough to resist his control. Before she can recover, Lisa suddenly appears and hugs her from behind. Mira screams, not in pain, but in an overwhelming sensation that she says is not just surging, holding but trembling. Blushing Mira, Lisa whispers a soft welcome to this side. The scene leaves both Kanata and Count Inclid completely perplexed, questioning what kind of sonic attack could induce a state of pure euphoria. As Lisa's influence takes hold, Mira finds herself paralyzed. A strange heat spreads through his body, and his head refuses to turn. She knows she needs to destroy the device Kanata is holding, but for some reason she can't move. From a distance, Count Inclid watches, remembering how he initially thought the streamer's voice was a positive thing. The source of the sensation, Lisa, materializes in Mira's consciousness, embracing her. With an exultant expression, she invites Mira to drown in pleasure and become one of the streamer's followers, declaring that streams are the pinnacle of entertainment. Count Inclid can only watch in confusion, wondering if Lisa is trying to persuade the monster in Mira's mind. The idea of accepting pleasure instead of fighting begins to swirl in Mira's thoughts. The entity inside Mira physically manifests, knocking Kanata to the ground. He screams in surprise as the spiky-haired girl pins him down. She tells him to take a break from fighting, which she finds boring. Leaning in close, she makes a simple request, that he whisper her name to her. He asks if she has lost her memory, confused by her words. The spirit explains that it is a being that was once sealed within a grimoire. Realizing she doesn't have a name, Kanata offers to give her one, suggesting Pell. The name seems to resonate with her. She jumps to her feet, energized, and proudly declares her new name, demanding once again that he whisper it to her. He agrees, and Pelso's behavior gives him instant warning. She proposes that they stop fighting and become friends. Still trying to understand, he decides that, even if he never knows her past, they must work together to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. His sincere feeling is apparently conveyed to his audience, who marvel at the events. As Pell contemplates this, Liz's influence envelopes her again. Liz explains that the unsatisfied feeling in your solar plexus is called love. She tells Pell that she grew up without experiencing true love, but through the streams, all her followers deliver their feelings. Overwhelmed, Pell questions whether this powerful sensation is love, realizing that the streamer is much more than mere entertainment. She finds a sense of closure. Pell reflects that, after finally being revived, she feels satisfied. She recognizes that Kanata not only risked her life for others, but also respected her enemy's circumstances, and because of that, she lost to the stream's love. She feels like she can now rest in peace. Nearby, Liz wipes away a tear, declaring her love for the streamer victorious. Her form begins to become translucent, and she begins to disappear. Kanata calls his name in alarm, but Pell calmly reassures him. She explains that she will soon leave, and that once she disappears, Mira will wake up with no memory of the night's events. All damage except damage to your clothes will be undone. Lisa listens, thanking Pell for the information and noting how Kanata provides even her enemies with consequence-free closure. As she disappears, Kanata tells her to live a long life and continue streaming, promising that if she is revived, he will find a way into her world. Touched by his words, Pell clutches her chest, her expression full of emotion. She swears that she will run to him, with her heart and soul full of love. Its form dissipates into particles of light. With her last words, she says goodbye not only to the boy, but to the streamer. Kanata sits in the alley, holding now unconscious, and takes aim as the last traces of Pell disappear. He holds the unconscious girl, his mind processing the events that occurred in the mental world. He remembers how Pell left in peace, a conclusion reached through his ASMR broadcast, although this appears to have resulted in him gaining a new follower. His attention returns to the girl in his arms as he apologizes to Lisa for the trouble. As if listening, she murmurs in her sleep, promising to see him tomorrow and declaring Lord Streamer to be her hero. He looks at her, surprised by her words, and softly calls her name. After gently laying her down on the floor, he looks up through a hole in the ceiling, his expression hardening with determination. A single thought solidifies in your mind. It's time to go. Meanwhile, at the conclusion of another fierce battle, Maria, Mira, and Athena stand victorious under their defeated opponents. Members of Kageru are tied up before them. With the fight now over, one of them announces her next objective, to find the others. With the last of the thieves who sired her subdued in an instant, Mira screams that she is at her absolute limit. Athena and Maria observe the scene, noting that although they bought Lord Streamer some time, they expected him to resolve the situation alone. Seeing him emerge, Mira calls out, asking if Kanata and Liz are okay. He appears carrying an unconscious Liz in his arms, commenting that it looks like the others have also finished the battle. The sight shocks Athena, Maria, and Mira, who collectively exclaim as they recognize Lord Streamer's Their reactions are a mix of intense emotions. Athena covers her mouth, blushing deeply. Maria clasps her hands together with a look of pure admiration. Mira, with tears streaming down her face, gives a shaky thumbs up in approval. This shared feeling quickly dissolves into rivalry when Athena, with a mischievous smile, he declares that she should be the one he is carrying. Nearby, one of the defeated thieves who fathered her advises Kanata that although Lisa's condition is not serious, he should hurry and take her to a hospital. Kanata agrees, ready to leave. However, the masked thief stops him, asking Kanata to accompany them as well. The thief explains that if word spreads that an academy student resolved such a huge incident, it would attract a lot of unwanted attention, damaging his academic life. They also gesture towards his torn jacket, implying another matter to be addressed. As he considers the offer, Maria discusses the consequences with Athena, stating with cold fury that they must get rid of the Count's gang for the crimes of kidnapping and insulting Lord Streamer. Athena agrees, adding that they also need to clean everything up and provide an explanation. She then turns to Kanata, questioning if he plans to return to his classmates without treating his own injuries. As the group walks down an alley, a peculiar alliance has formed. Mira and the thief Kajiru walk together, both making peace signs. Watching them from behind, Kanata wonders aloud if he's the only one who finds their sudden friendship strange. His thoughts are interrupted when Maria and Mira rush him, announcing that they will fly home. A dark, winged shape takes to the sky above them. Kanata, agreeing, starts running to keep up with them. Later, Athena is found holding the tattered remains of Kanata's jacket. It reflects that its design, length and width are all unmistakably his. Maria confronts her, demanding to know what she has done and whether she has finally revealed her true nature. With a penetrating look, Athena confirms that Maria found out. Her expression turns to one of manic joy as she lifts the torn fabric. She declares that she will have the jacket replaced in the morning, but that leaves the question of the fragrance remaining from the original. She then proposes a shocking solution, dividing the pieces between the three of them. With her proposal apparently accepted, she holds up a piece of the precious fabric and formally welcomes Maria and Mira to the fan club. With a triumphant smile, she also thanks them for their help in freeing Lisa. As Mira watches stoically, Maria finds herself covered by another piece of cloth. Later, in a quiet room in the mansion, Athena sits next to Lisa's bed. Lisa, awake and lucid, insists that Athena has no reason to apologize. Athena then updates the Count and the bandits. Although they are not in the best shape, they did not suffer fatal injuries and will face a fair trial once they recover. Lisa continues, her voice firm, taking full responsibility for the events. She declares that neither Lord Streamer, who exposed her family's corruption, nor Athena, who sheltered her, are guilty. The blame, she claims, lies with her own family and her own naivety. Moved by her friend's conviction, Athena suddenly pulls Lisa into a tight hug. Lisa stutters in surprise, but accepts the hug, as Athena prepares to make a heartfelt statement to them all. She moves away a little, holding both of Lisa's hands. Looking her straight in the eyes, Athena sincerely thanks her for coming to rescue her. From the doorway, Maria and Mira silently observe a satisfied smile spreads across Lisa's face. She laughs, admitting she has no memory of the previous night's events. Her doll is a wreck, and her badge and device are broken, but despite her weakened state, she feels an immense sense of accomplishment. Seeing her friend's exhaustion, Athena tells her to sleep well, promising to return later. As Lisa drifts off to sleep with one last word of thanks, Athena silently reflects that her friend must be tired, just as she was after one of her all-night streaming sessions. Leaving Lisa to rest, Athena joins Maria and Mira, who are now dressed in maid uniforms. She notes the time, commenting that the graduates should start soon. Suddenly, a familiar voice booms from your device. Hello? Time to stream. Athena recoils in shock, spilling her drink, utterly perplexed as she believed Lord Streamer was asleep. Your mind comes to an alarming conclusion. Could it be that he's broadcasting from inside his own mansion? The terrifying possibility makes her jump out of her chair. If that's the case, she declares, she needs to go to Kanata's room immediately. Before she can run away, she is stopped by Maria and Mira. Their expressions are a mix of irritation and betrayal as they demand to know why she didn't wake them up, accusing her of trying to keep all the fun to herself. She became nervous as Maria and Mira confronted her, with Mira mockingly calling her the lowest-ranking member of the fan club. Athena grabbed her cell phone, thinking to herself that even though she was short on time, she needed to wake the other two up first. With the decision made, she ran down the hall, sliding to a stop as she announced her arrival at Maria's room. She burst through the doors and found both Maria and Mira fast asleep in an ornate bed. You two, wake up, she shouted, declaring that Lord Streamer was in the middle of a surprise transmission. Despite their urgent screams, they continued to sleep. Athena looked at her cell phone in disbelief, wondering why everyone was asleep. A confusing wave of jealousy washed over her, leaving her emotions in such a mess that she couldn't concentrate on the broadcast. A sudden thought then struck her. His gaze turned to Kanata, who was sleeping peacefully in the same room. The penny dropped. If Kanata was sleeping right there, then who was broadcasting? Looking at the live streaming icon on her cell phone, she urgently wondered who this imposter could be. A sudden noise wakes Maria up. Confused, she wonders what all the commotion is about so early in the morning, apologizing to those already awake. Her eyes widen in shock when she realizes that she is in bed with not only a sleeping Kanata, but also Mira. Nearby, Athena watches with equal surprise. Maria, holding her transmission device, declares this is the best wake-up call she's ever had. The commotion was not contained in the room. Across the city, citizens look at their own devices, and a buzz of confusion and excitement spreads as they watch the unexpected broadcast. The noise finally awakens Athena from her sleep. She mumbles sleepily over the noise, asking what the fuss is about. Your sleepy question hangs in the air as a series of silent, quick glances are exchanged. Maria looks at Athena, who in turn looks at Mira, whose gaze finally lands on Kanata, still at that moment. A sudden understanding dawns on Mira. Beads of sweat appear on her face as she clenches her fists, declaring that she understands the entire situation. She immediately suggests they move to another location so she can explain everything. While she formulates a plan, Maria and Athena are still trying to understand the origin of the chaos. Athena, holding a device, demands to know why a transmission is active while Kanata is sleeping. Maria, nervous, questions why she herself was sleeping with him. Mira, hearing the panicked exchange of words, acts to take control. She tells them both to calm down and come with her. Athena protests, insisting that there was no one else in the room when she fell asleep, but Mira is sometime later, in a large hall, Mira begins her explanation to a now awakened Kanata, who is kneeling on the floor looking despondent. She informs him that it is time to return to the mansion and promises to explain what happened during the time he was hospitalized. His dark mood is interrupted when Mira lifts the transmission device, excitedly announcing her plan to perform a guerrilla transmission immediately. With a joyful cry, she leaps forward and playfully clings to his leg. Your burst of joy does little to alleviate his confusion. He questions the sudden need for a broadcast, pointing out that today should be a day of rest. He asks if she is trying to create an alibi. Mira confirms her suspicion, explaining that she understood everything the moment he reflects on the new reality, finding it difficult to believe that his words can affect the lives of his listeners so much. Mira, pointing at his transmission device, exclaims in disbelief that he's only now realizing Kanata explains that he started broadcasting because he saw it as a source of salvation and hope for tomorrow. Her frustration grows as she imagines the powerful figures he influenced. Remembering that there were cases in which his words changed the fate of entire countries, bringing the conversation back to the present, Mira asks if he intends to broadcast without any of his usual equipment. Explains that although the system is incomplete and can only transmit in 10-minute intervals, he can use its subterminal. Using magic as a remote control, he can connect it to the main terminal in his dorm, create a simple transmission source, and send the signal. She processes the information, comparing it to Wi-Fi connections from his previous life. It confirms your understanding. As long as it can connect to the main terminal, it can transmit from anywhere. Kanata states that she is correct. He then reveals a significant complication he discovered through secret testing. In addition to the 10-minute limit, there is a transmission delay of 5 to 7 hours. Mira realizes this means that whatever he says now, his audience won't hear from him until the morning. With the preparations apparently complete, he tells Mira that she can return to the mansion to rest, assuring him that he will return as soon as he is finished. He thanks her for her help. She, however, has no intention of leaving. Out of nowhere, she materializes a chair and a listening horn, declaring that she always has them ready. Kanata, momentarily perplexed, internally notes that she is one of his most dangerous listeners, and that it is beneficial for her to hear his words before anyone else. In another location, Athena Ferratoa and Maria Alpha listen carefully to the transmission. Athena explains to a perplexed Maria that this is in fact the streamer themselves, not the imposter, but that their broadcast is reaching them. Upon hearing Myra's voice on the broadcast, both Athena and Maria scream in regretting that it's unfair that she can be there with him while they can't. In a separate scene, Alphana and Maria Alpha sit with Kanata. Alphana holds out a piece of fabric, telling Mira that they prepared scraps for her. She encourages Mira to smell to understand, while the group takes a deep breath. Moreau observes, confused by the term remain. She and the others learn the true nature of the leftovers they were offered. The content of the transmission was a discussion Kanata had with the spirit Pell, awkwardly exploring ways to eliminate prejudice and conflict, the same promise he had made to her. The transmission took Alphana, Mira and Maria Alpha to a state of ecstasy. The effects of this transmission spread. According to rumors, a ceasefire agreement was reached in one country's conflict as a direct result. While some dismissed the broadcast as a childish fantasy, others took it seriously, their hearts full of gratitude. For Alphana and Maria Alpha, the experience was overwhelming. Having completely lost themselves in the essence of the broadcast, the live had already ended before they even realized it, leaving them passed out from exhaustion. Athena, having missed the event, decided to listen to the file later. But her focus quickly shifted to the immediate problem of the bed, and she let out a cry of frustration. Her agitation boiled over when she confronted the other two, demanding to know what Kanata had done to them while they slept. Alfana and Maria insisted that nothing had happened, but their continued happy laughter only fueled Athena's anger, who screamed that there was no chance of that being true. After finishing the broadcast and taking a shower in the mansion, Kanata was completely exhausted. Moreau found him dozing in a hallway, exhausted. As the other girls' voices designated his sleeping form as a sacred place, Mira decided she needed to move him, worried that he would catch a cold or be attacked by Count and Klit's daughter. With a grunt, she lifted the sleeping streamer. While charging, she admitted that her own fatigue was at its limit after moving all day. She noted that her room was on the 3rd floor of the east wing, the same as Maria's, but her thought was lost. Deciding to rest for just a moment, she laid him down on the nearest bed, planning to take a quick 30-minute nap before heading to her own room. Soon she fell fast asleep next to him. Sometime later, Athena burst into the room, shouting for the two to wake up, announcing that Lord Streamer was beginning another guerrilla broadcast. She then explained the situation to the others who had gathered, Mira and Kanata. Both exhausted, they didn't realize they were in the wrong room and simply fell asleep. Hearing this, Maria Elfa approached Mira. She stated that if it had been any other room than hers, Kanata would have been severely stigmatized. With a gentle expression, she told Mira that everyone makes mistakes, and the important thing is to learn from them, before leaning in close. Please do the same thing to me next time too, she asked, her true feelings leaking out and leaving Mira completely perplexed. As the tense morning unfolds, Athena Ferrato announces her departure, leaving the rest of the matter to Alfana and Maria Elfa. Nearby, Mira shudders and starts to walk away. His silent retreat turns into a sprint down the hallway. Maria Elfa, with an alarmed expression, sees the fleeing murderer and calls her name. Suddenly, Kanata comes out of a nearby room, her clothes in disarray and her face filled with panic. He screams that it's all just a misunderstanding, frantically questioning why he was sleeping in Maria's room and apologizing profusely. As he bows, Alfana and the others try to calm his frantic explanation. The Maria Elfa watches Mira disappear, correctly assuming that the young assassin must have sensed Kanata's presence and fled. What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? Asking the girls if they saw the coat he left in the ruins. On the floor nearby are the tattered remains of his uniform. Athena quotes a common saying about even the most skilled making mistakes, although Alfano appears not to know. With a confident smile, Athena dismisses his concerns, informing him that a soldier is already looking for the coat. She then smoothly changes the subject, suggesting that everyone eat breakfast while they wait. The others readily agree. As the group walks away, Athena looks back at a nearby building, just as a bat-winged carriage takes flight, noting to herself that their timing is perfect. Later, Kanata is stopped by his friends, Ron and Thomas. They ask where he was the night before, explaining that they were worried about him. Before the flustered Kanata can respond, Athena intervenes. She calmly makes up a story, stating that he was looking for parts in the artisan district for the magical device Lisa gave him. With a sly wink, she thinks to herself that it is a wife's duty to get her husband out of any jam. Walks alongside Kanata, explaining that he has been in her car, while Ron and Thomas head towards the dragon-drawn carriages that await them. Leaning in close, she whispers her gratitude, thanking him for saving both her and Lisa. Kanata seems surprised by her proximity and her words. Elsewhere, Mira addresses a group of new soldiers, announcing that their next training will be to overcome drowsiness. She declares her intention to ask Kanata to be a temporary instructor for them, and he readily agrees, saying that she can count on him for as long as she needs. As they say goodbye, Athena promises Kanata that she will visit him in the royal capital. His gaze then changes, a flash of irritation crossing his face as he watches Maria and her friends happily occupy the seats. She turns back to him, her expression intense as she brings her fan closer to his face. She explains that her long life as a noble has made her lose touch with a normal lifestyle, and so she wants to stay in her dormitory. Kanata, nervous, he dismisses the idea as a joke, suggesting that the royal family's accommodations would be much more suitable. Moving closer until their faces are inches apart, she counters his suggestion. She insists that staying with him is the only way to learn about his way of life, an experience that would connect her to the politics of the principality. With a blush on her cheeks, she fervently asks if he will let her stay with him. He stutters, caught off guard by her intensity. Internally, he marvels at her dedication, believing she would sacrifice her own comfort for the good of the principality. Overwhelmed, he agrees, promising to make sure her room is clean before she arrives inside one of the carriages. Maria seems completely disappointed, questioning why the boys and girls must travel separately. Moments later, two carriages pulled by dragons take flight, leaving the academy. In the other carriage, Kanata sits with Ron, taking notes. He reflects on his time in the Principality of Randall, telling Ron that the people he met there made him realize many things. He continues his thoughts, admitting to himself that despite his time in this world, he is still quite inexperienced. He explains to Hong that it was through meeting people who love his streamer persona and those who recognize him simply as Kanata that he grew up. He previously believed his streaming activities were the most important thing, content with mediocrity, as long as he could become famous as a streamer, without needing to evolve as a person. This belief came from his ancient world, where he understood that newcomers should be sociable, a stark contrast to his own nature. He remembers an attempt at collaboration, a memory interrupted when a voice calls his name. The voice belongs to the angelic figure, who observes Kanata's recent journey inside a crystal ball. She smiles, commenting on the happy ending of his trip, in which he made new friends and discoveries. In the vision, Kanata and his companions laugh together, one of them noting that a report won't complete itself even if he gets distracted. She continues to watch the orb, noticing that, without him realizing it, his streaming has become the center of everyone's attention with a sharp and knowing look. She warns him not to think it's over. Her words reflect a growing reality. The influence of his broadcasts was observed, changing personal opinions and calming conflicts. This popularity has tangible economic effects, evidenced by successful merchandise sales and increased tourism in the places he visits. The phenomenon has become so significant that academics have begun to formally analyze its power of influence. This widespread influence changed his own focus. As a goddess, she admits that although Athena's plan to gain unlimited magical power initially stole her attention, she is now captivated by how Kanata, an outsider, is fundamentally changing common sense and concepts. She eagerly awaits to see what he will do when he is truly conquered. She scoffs at the very idea, however, declaring that winning him over is an impossibility. With a triumphant expression, she reveals the reason. The power he imposes is the same power she granted. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, two of his followers are talking. A man tells his companion, Anise, that her face is too relaxed as she daydreams about how Mr. Streamer is wonderful. Lost in her thoughts, Anise clasps her hands and begs her lord to hurry and come to her, especially if any danger befalls him. A large, imposing building, marked with a cross, stands beneath a clear sky, its purpose inside unknown. One of his rooms, a small creature with a TV head awakens with a yawn. She comments on the dustiness of the place, but declares it a paradise. Looking at Kanata sleeping soundly on a bed, the creature reflects that things will be much more fun if he finds more obsessive, Yandere-type followers. Royal capital, a city that should be a bastion of security, an unsettling tension hangs in the air. Lady Shows and her demonic entourage observe the scene, noting that the streets are filled with hungry, obsessive figures waiting in anticipation. They all long for Kanata's return, and their excitement is a palpable and dangerous force. Far from the hustle and bustle of the city, the angelic figure reclines, with a playful smile on his lips. She wonders aloud if anyone has started to take action yet, expressing her delight that the days ahead promise to be far from boring. Dangling a pair of cherries before him, each containing a perfect miniature image of Kanata and Maria. She seems to anxiously await the impending chaos. Her gaze then changes, focusing intensely on a small globe in her hands. Within it, an image of Kanata stands out, an otherworldly figure now known only as the Streamer. Kanata explains his recent whereabouts, stating that while his friends returned to their duties and Maria tended to hers, he escaped to a brothel. At that moment, Kana and Mira appear. Kana greets him happily, asking if his time in the Principality of Handel was fun, while Mira praises his plan to avoid being discovered. Kana continues, apologizing for not finding him sooner. She explains that she had forgotten that the brothel was holding a customer appreciation festival, which resulted in her request for time off being denied. Her expression turns dark as she reminds him that they had plans to eat together that night. She clings to him, expressing her disappointment at having to leave but her joy at having seen his face. She then suggests that instead of lunch, she wants to visit him as his client. In the background, Mira watches as an expression of pain, muttering to herself about the difficulties of being a working member of society. As Kana walks away, she encourages him to do his best at work, calling him an innocent soul. A confused Kanata begs her not to go, but his attention is quickly caught by Alfana, who is nearby. He apologizes to her, explaining that a lot has been building up and he really needs to get it off his chest. Alfana, blushing, agrees, thinking to herself that this must be what is known as a date. Now sitting at an outdoor cafe, Mira snacks on a snack, misinterpreting Kanata's words about things piling up. Kanata, meanwhile, works on a report, telling the fan that although his work is due next week, he doesn't have to do it right away. Alfana protests, asking if he intends to provoke her after she waited so long. Myra's imagination goes out of control as she envisions Kanata and Alfana engaging in various forms of intimate training, escaping from ropes, sharing a single chair, and even brushing each other's teeth. She clutches her head in distress, wishing she could just abandon all logical thought. His fantasies intensify further into self-defense training and counter-assassination training, which appears to be nothing more than a massage. Overwhelmed by her own thoughts, Mira finally snaps back to reality, shouting an apology to Alfana and declaring that she has finished her report. The real scene is much calmer. Alfana sits with composure, reminding herself that, as the saint, she must remain formal and proper before Mr. Streamer. Kanata simply thanks her for waiting, and she assures her that everything is fine. He takes a sip of his drink and brings up the subject of the incident in the park, specifically the case about Belle. However, he quickly dismisses it, concluding that since Belle has passed away, there isn't much point in discussing it further. Noticing the change in mood, Alfana recognizes that a lot has happened, but decides to change the subject. She points to a nearby statue of the goddess, who is now inexplicably wearing a hooded sweatshirt. Alfana explains that they received permission to recreate the piece in Kanata size, although she doubts a custom-made version would sell. She reflects that the goddess sometimes misuses knowledge from her previous life. He insists that Alfan try on the new outfit, leaving his coat with her as he turns around. Despite her concerns about seeming like an overblown fan, she agrees. When she puts it on, she is immediately struck by the smell permeating his coat. Your mind races, analyzing the fabric, an exquisite replica, and the subtle differences in your detergent, a change from just 2 days ago. Before she can think any more about it, he returns, now wearing the new goddess hoodie. He asks her opinion, pleased that it's a perfect fit. Alfana, however, struggles to regain her composure. She considers getting another coffee to calm her nerves, noting internally that while a normal person might have jumped at the opportunity for a kiss, her status as a saint demands restraint. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the cup he left behind. Irrational thoughts like holiness are quickly overtaken by pure instinct. In an instant, she launches herself across the table, grabbing the cup he was drinking from. Before he can fully process his own actions, his lips touch the edge where theirs once had, granting an indirect kiss to a devotee. It is a memorable achievement, and a wave of euphoria washes over her. Once the feeling settles, he returns to the table, thanking her for waiting and commenting on how good the new outfit suits her. Alfana, trying to appear nonchalant, looks around and wonders aloud where her coffee went, assuming the staff picked it up. With his report complete, he asks her what she would like to do next. They decide to explore the city, now accompanied by Mira, who is also wearing one of the new hooded outfits. The trio walks together through the busy streets, blending in with the crowd. As they walk, he tastes an ice cream, commenting on how delicious it is and that it's the first time he's had it. Mira's attention is captured by an impressive street artist nearby, but Alfana's focus is entirely on Kanata. She declares with a beaming smile that she would follow him anywhere. A little surprised, he suggests that they continue to walk around the castle town, asking if she agrees. She readily agrees to his plan. Then, with a touch of shyness, she asks if she could hold his hand for a moment, explaining that it's so they don't get lost in the crowd. He consents and extends his hand toward hers. With hands now clasped together, he laughs and casually comments that the place is actually very nice, adding that the beautiful lady he guided here previously also had a great time. The joyful atmosphere shattered instantly. Alfana freezes, her expression becoming dark and threatening. With a deceptively sweet smile, she asks him to clarify what he just said, questioning if he meant that he had brought another girl here before her. At that moment, he had unknowingly triggered a disaster. Kanata begins to apologize to Alfana for not telling her about his exchanges with the demon tribe. With a dark, unreadable expression, she holds up 2 fingers, as if counting his transgressions. Internally, she reflects that Lord Kanata is simply too kind and defenseless, a fact she finds both frustrating and understandable. Suddenly, she lunges forward, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. She concedes that being friendly with demon girls is one thing, but she worries about what might happen. She then reveals that, as one of the kingdom's diplomats, she has access to specific information, hinting at a deeper knowledge of the situation. Seeing her distress, Kanata apologizes for hurting her. Her response to his apology is unexpected. She pats her lap and firmly commands him to lay his head on it. Confused by the sudden demand, Kanata hesitates, but she repeats the order with an intensity that leaves no room for argument. He quietly agrees. He now rests awkwardly on her lap. As he lies there, Alfana looks down at him, a small, triumphant snicker escaping her lips as she murmurs another apology. Kanata realizes her acting skills are impressive. He truly believed she was angry. Alfana confesses she was just joking, admitting she was a little jealous of his demon friends. With a blush spreading across her face, she explains that this is to let him feel her warmth so he won't cheat. Internally, however, she is overwhelmed, feeling his head, weight, and breath on her lap, a state she considers paradise. He tells her she could have kept up the act longer, acknowledging that her lecture came from a place of genuine concern. He expresses his deep gratitude, explaining that since she and Maria were the ones who acknowledged him when he was alone at school, they're more than just friends to him. They are his benefactors. Alfana listens, touched by his sincerity. He continues, his voice earnest, admitting how scared he was when he heard about the trouble in her country. He recounts the dangers he's faced recently, fighting a scammer, being targeted by robbers, risking his life for a listener. Tears well up in Alfana's eyes as she implores him to take better care of himself. She insists that his magic doesn't negate the danger and worries about what will happen if he can't stay in the kingdom forever. Kanata notices her tears, but her sorrow quickly twists into something else. Alfana explains her terror at the thought of him encountering danger far away. Then, with a sudden, manic laugh, she declares that if he refuses to be careful, she will tie him up so he can never go anywhere again. Unfazed by her threat, he gently reaches up and touches her cheek, wiping a tear away. He tells her that even when saying something so extreme, she is still too kind. He then pats her head reassuringly. From a distance, Mira watches the scene unfold, wondering what she should do now that one of Kanata's hands is occupied. His simple, kind gesture breaks the tension completely. The two of them share a warm, genuine smile, their conflict resolved and their bond reaffirmed. He apologizes to Alfana for making her worry, but firmly states his intention to continue his streaming activities. With a hint of exasperation, she tells him he'd better. He elaborates, explaining that his experiences in the Principality of Randall taught him a great deal. To improve his streams, he believes he must experience many things as a human of this world, asserting that the growth of his stream is dependent on his own personal growth. With a gentle smile, he continues that if anything were to happen to him, that's simply the kind of person he is. He tells Alfana that if she's still upset, he would understand if she chose not to support him as Lord Streamer anymore, leaving her momentarily speechless. She quickly clarifies her feelings. Alfana explains that while she initially held feelings for Lord Kanata, spending time with him made her want to know him better. She corrects herself, stating her feelings are not for the noble, but for Lord Streamer. Her cheeks flush as she takes a step towards him, her voice filled with emotion as she begins a heartfelt confession, starting with the words, "I love." Kanata looks on, completely taken aback by her sudden declaration. The single word, "you," hangs in the air, leaving her vulnerable and flustered before him. She stammers, unable to fully articulate her feelings, her hands clasped nervously. Kanata, still processing the moment, calls out her name in question. Overwhelmed, Alfana turns as if to flee. In that instant, he vanishes. Alfana whirls around, finding only empty space where he stood. Simultaneously, a torrential downpour begins. Elsewhere, Athena and Mira note the sudden rain. In the shadows, the demon Lucia cradles an incapacitated Kanata, remarking that she expected this to happen as a new, troubled chapter begins for the streamer. A young woman with long, light hair introduces herself as Athena, a founding member of the Lord Kanata fan club. Beside her, the demon Lucia explains she is part of Lady Shrauza's capture squad. Meanwhile, the demon Lord Shrauza herself holds a struggling Kanata, announcing that he will be staying in the demon realm starting today. Athena, holding a small, sharp tool, smiles unsettlingly and tells Kanata to please grit his teeth. Just 5 minutes prior, Shrauza was drowning in paperwork at her desk, lamenting the difficulties of being a functional member of society. She had only learned of Kanata's whereabouts that morning. As she grumbles about the work she's neglected, Lucia enters cheerfully with another large stack of documents, suggesting they go see Lord Kanata once the work is finished. Kanata had been kidnapped, passing out from a powerful gust of wind as Shrauza flew through the sky. He awakens now, disoriented, finding himself held firmly in her arms. Her gaze is intense as she clutches him, vowing that she will never let him escape. He asks what's happening, his memory fuzzy. Shrauza reminds him of his previously expressed curiosity about the demon realm, declaring that she is taking him there now. Noting that he was just speaking with Alfana, she tells him to prepare himself as they are about to warp. With a parting apology to the priestess, Shrauza announces that Kanata will soon be dyed in the colors of her realm as they shoot off in a blinding streak of light. Back where Kanata was taken, Athena confidently tells a flustered Lucia that she believes all members of the fan club will have a fair chance. She points out that the club's primary rule only requires members to seek Lord Streamer's agreement, not to refrain from approaching him. Her posture is wild and energetic, a stark contrast to the persona she displays during streams. Kanata finds himself in a dark, desolate landscape beneath a sky crackling with lightning. Strange, gnarled buildings, the terrain, and various demons, including Kikiki on a broomstick and a winged lega, fly through the air. He stares out, realizing this is truly the demon realm. Having landed on a craggy path littered with massive skulls, Shrauza gestures expansively. She formally welcomes Kanata to the realm in which she resides. He can only look on, utterly overwhelmed by the menacing scenery. She then introduces him to one of her subjects, a towering, muscular demon with a single eye in the center of its forehead. Kanata recoils, recognizing the creature as a Cyclops, a monster common in video games. Shrauza nonchalantly explains that the Cyclops is her guest, someone she met while in the capital. A flashback reveals the truth of their acquaintance. Earlier, Shrauza had fiercely intimidated the terrified Cyclops, ordering him to hide her true identity as the demon lord from her guest and to act differently around him. After he agrees, she instructs another demon to tell Lucia to come to the castle when she arrives. Returning to the present, Lucia approaches Kanata. When he asks if she's permitted to enter the castle, she concocts a lie, claiming to be Shrouza's childhood friend and the chief financial officer of the Demon Lord's castle, currently on holiday. Kanata, impressed by such a trustworthy-sounding position, seems to believe her. Lucia then turns and formally announces her return to Lady Shrouza. She and Shrouza observe as a new demoness in a dark gown gracefully introduces herself to Kanata. With a flourish, she presents herself as Rushaya, a succubus from the Office of External Affairs. Rushaya notes that it seems Lady Shrouza has calmed down and suggests it's time for their guest to change into something more presentable. She adds with a smile that her hobby is listening to Lord Streamer, prompting a scowl from Shrouza. She beams at Kanata, thrilled to finally meet the famous Lord Streamer. Rushaya encourages him to feel comfortable and speak with her frankly, explaining that she gets along well with the other members of the demon tribe. She confides that people often said she acted more joyful around others, and now that Kanata has praised her, she feels she can continue behaving this way. As Rushaya continues to fawn over Kanata, Shrouza's face contorts with irritation. She puffs out her cheeks and clenches a fist, unable to hide her growing jealousy. Later, at a dining table, Kanata finishes his meal. Despite the grotesque, amorphous appearance of the creature he was served, he politely thanks his hosts, declaring it was delicious. He expresses his astonishment at being invited to dine at the Demon Lord's table. Shrouza clarifies that it's all thanks to his suggestion to end the war, explaining that the Demon Lord began to act after listening to his streams. Kanata, flustered, apologizes for disrupting their meeting, but admits he must refrain from discussing the demon realm, wondering if his viewers' opinions have changed drastically. Shrouza rises, announcing an urgent work discussion and promising to return shortly. As she leaves, Rushaya approaches Kanata again. She whispers that it's rare to have proper guests, as they usually only see adventurers. As a succubus, she confesses, she finds a streamer far preferable, as she can't resist the urge to squeeze out his infinite magical energy. Her intentions become frighteningly clear as she and other succubi surround the overwhelmed Kanata. Leaning in close with a wine glass in hand, Rushaya makes her proposition. If he desires, she and her friends could engage in a little energy exchange. The overt proposition is too much for Kanata, who feels the stimulation is too strong to bear. He cries out Rushaya's name in a panic. She fans herself, claiming the conversation has made her hot and bothered, and asks him to help cool her down, framing it as healing the succubi. Kanata desperately protests that he is still an underage student. Suddenly, a light-haired demon appears, effortlessly lifting Kanata into the air. The newcomer greets him as brother from the capital, reminding Kanata that he was the one who took Agila. As Kanata reels from the shock of floating, Shrouza lands on a nearby balcony with her winged familiar, Guru. She glares at the intruder, growling furiously for him to think about his timing and questioning why he's interrupting her talk with Kanata. She grabs the demon by his collar, getting face-to-face with him. He smirks, asking why he would want to meet her without a reason. With a menacing glare, Shrouza informs him that the chief external affairs officer is looking for him and orders him to leave immediately. The light-haired demon dismisses the confrontation, telling Kanata to stop the fighting. He explains that he and Rushaya are childhood friends, and their roughhousing is just a daily routine, though he internally notes how different it is from the human relationships he knows. Setting the matter aside, he beckons for Kanata to come with him. In the background, the small winged familiar, Geru, soaks in a large tile bath. Following the demon's invitation, Kanata finds himself in the bath, questioning the sudden change of venue. The small familiar introduces himself as Garura, an executive officer of the Birdman race in the Demon Lord's army. Panicked, Kanata tries to maintain his cover, claiming to be a simple student who booked the entire bathhouse for himself. His lie is cut short as the light-haired demon moves in close. His face inches away and correctly identifies him. Kanata, the streamer, aren't you? The risk of being exposed has become a reality. The four-horned demon confronts Kanata, dismissing his frantic denials of being the streamer. He explains that upper-class demons can perceive magic power, and his own suspicions were confirmed after the stream in Aurora. However, he assures Kanata that he intends to keep this discovery a secret from the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, in a field of flowers, Rushaya daydreams aloud, plotting to create a fated encounter for Lady Shrouza with the streamer. Watching her, the four-horned demon muses that they managed to find Kanata even without relying on magic detection, a feat he finds rather impressive. Back in the bathhouse, he tells Kanata that there is nothing more unsightly than a man making excuses. He threatens to trigger an explosion based on their sworn contract if Kanata doesn't confess. Cornered, Kanata finally admits his identity. The demon notes that only he is figured out, as the other two demons are of a lower tier, glancing toward Rushaya as he complains about doing this for her sake. He then points directly at Kanata, asking why he would keep his identity secret even from the Demon Lord. Before Kanata can process the question, the demon declares his true motive. He wants to be friends. Kanata is stunned as the demon, now identified as Garura, vows that he would never sell out a friend, not even if the Demon Lord herself demanded it. Garura explains that this was his reason for renting the bath. He plans to teach Kanata techniques to avoid being exposed by other upper-tier demons. He feels it's the least he can do for the streamer, the person responsible for stopping the war. He elaborates that controlling one's magical power is like turning a tap on and off. He intends to teach Kanata this control so he can act like a human, a race with naturally low magical power. Kanata, unfamiliar with the concept, simply asks what magical power even is. Garura encourages him, insisting that with focus, he can surely acquire the skill. Kanata responds with a determined shout. Garura adds a warning, however. This technique only protects against magical detection, not other methods of discovery, though he believes Kanata has already accounted for that, picturing the various powerful women in his life. After the lesson, Garura tells Kanata to remember the sensation, as it will be useful one day. He then asks about the demon tribe's overall focus now that the war is over. Elsewhere, Rashaya is swamped with paperwork, lamenting her exhaustion and wishing she could meet the streamer. Lady Shrauza explains their new goal. As an isolationist culture, the demon realm must now research other countries to reach the same level of cultural development as the humans. Kanata asks if Garura shares that goal. Garura admits that once things settle down, he wants to find a tall human girl to be his girlfriend, confessing they're more his type than the girls at home. Kanata's eyes light up in agreement, exclaiming that tall girls are amazing, especially muscular ones. As they bond over their shared taste, Garura's expression suddenly hardens as he senses an approaching presence. The door slides open to reveal Lady Shrauza and Rashaya. Rashaya claims that a cleaning appliance was too powerful and destroyed Kanata's guest room, forcing them to come clean up. But Shrauza's smirk reveals the truth. She destroyed it on purpose for an excuse to see Kanata's naked body. Both Kanata and Garura are stunned, with Kanata realizing with dawning horror that the bath was, in fact, a mixed bath all along. He is met with a startling proposition. With beaming smiles, Lady Shrauza and Rashaya suggest that as an apology, all three of them can sleep together in Shrauza's house. Faced with this, Kanata internally panics, pleading for Garura to help him. Lady Shrauza explains, with a sly look, that for the demon tribe, the highest form of hospitality is to sleep with one's guests, a complete fabrication. Desperate, Kanata suggests he would rather go to Garura's place instead. His desperate plea puts his friend in an impossible position. Garura apologizes, explaining that there is no escape now and the best he can do is pick up Kanata's bones later. As Lady Shrauza declares her intent to take Kanata, Rashaya grabs a stunned Garura, insisting they must disinfect themselves. A short time later, he finds himself kneeling on a luxurious bed in an opulent room. He trembles, overwhelmed by what he believes to be the normal customs of the demon realm, reminding himself that he is merely an underage student. As he sits in shock, Lady Shrauza and Rashaya enter, now clad in sheer, revealing nightgowns. Shrauza remarks that Kanata must be feeling the effects of the stimulating cooking and that their battle dresses will now have an unstoppable effect on his desire-filled body. Their intentions are clear. Lady Shrauza confidently wonders if even an ability to stop time could affect her as she reaches for the door to make her entrance. But as she steps through, a radiant angelic figure materializes, blocking her path. Shrauza recoils, demanding to know who she is. The angel calls her an idiot, complaining that it's unfair she cannot fully manifest. From the side, Garura watches in shock, wondering about the spirit bound to this human. Regaining her composure, Lady Shrauza points accusingly at the spirit, declaring that she is in love with Kanata. The accusation throws the angel into a flustered panic. She vehemently denies it, claiming she doesn't love people that way and just found the situation interesting, all while Shrauza begins to fade as if affected by a temporal distortion. The moment seems to reset. Shrauza and Rashaya are back at the doorway, momentarily confused about their own actions. Their focus quickly returns to Kanata as they advance, declaring that the night is still young and he must prepare himself. They sit on either side of him. Kanata, looking flushed, explains that his body feels warm and his head fuzzy. He suggests he might have a cold and should sleep elsewhere. Unfazed, the two demons declare that if he is sick, they must perform the demon tribe's traditional cold treatment method. He struggles to maintain his composure, desperately trying to rationalize the situation. These revealing pajamas, he tells himself, are simply normal attire in the demon realm. Their actions are just a form of goodwill. But as Lady Shrauza and Rashaya press closer, their whispers are anything but innocent. They claim this is how the demon tribe gets rid of bad bacteria, urging him to do his part. The overwhelming assault on his senses pushes him to a breaking point, and he feels his sanity beginning to fray. The question hangs heavy in the air. Will his sense of rationality hold in this battle of wills, or will the seduction of the Yandere demon girls prove victorious? His flushed, panicked expression stands in stark contrast to Rashaya's confident, alluring gaze. Elsewhere, under a starry sky, Lisa clutches a cross with fervent devotion. She prays that Lord Kanata will not be sullied, understanding that tonight will reveal the results of this momentous battle. Her prayer is rooted in a strict code, the very first rule of the fan club. One must not simply go with the flow without the express agreement of Lord Streamer himself. This principle stands as a direct challenge to the Yandere demon tribe's impending actions. In the demon realm, Kanata finds himself in bed, pinned down by two succubi, Rashaya and Lucia. He realizes with a sweat-drenched panic that their methods for deepening their bonds are far more aggressive than he could have ever imagined. As Rashaya presses closer, she whispers her intent to act once his excitement reaches its breaking point. He, however, is in genuine distress, feeling his own desires begin to overflow due to a strange cold. He struggles to maintain control as Rashaya asks if he's feeling the effects of the demon realm's unique fever-breaking methods. His mind races, connecting the cold to his arrival in the demon realm, an effect of its air and mana. Recalling Garura's advice about an armor of magical power, he realizes he can create a protective membrane by releasing his own mana. He focuses, successfully repelling Rashaya's influence. To fully calm his mind, he pictures his mother, and a mental exertion causes him to promptly fall unconscious. An hour later, Kanata is sound asleep. Lucia asks Lady Shrauza what their next move should be, while Rashaya notes his strange breathing from before. Concluding there's nothing more to be done for now, they decide it's best they go to sleep as well. But rest does not come for him so easily. As a succubus, Rashaya's attacks don't cease simply because they're sleeping together. She looms over his unconscious form, ready to continue her assault. Her advance is halted by Lucia, who questions the point of their hard work if Rashaya acts alone. As Kanata rolls over, Lucia reflects on her tribe saying, to be bound to the one they love. Lady Shrauza appears, coolly stating she doesn't mind being the second lady. Viewing this as merely a first try, she declares herself the light of the demon tribe, a revolutionary force, and announces that she will begin preparations. As she and Lucia prepare to leave, Rashaya protests. Shrauza calmly reminds her of the fan club's first rule, no acting without Lord Streamer's consent. Rashaya is aghast that they would go against their own rules, but Shrauza simply implies that a private reward is waiting for Kanata. Infuriated, Rashaya casts aside all pretense. Who cares about the fan club? She roars internally. A dark, clawed hand reaches for the sleeping youth as she vows that Kanata will belong solely to the demon realm. Her ambition is cut short by a swift karate chop from Garura, who declares, "You can't." As Kanata slumbers on, Garura admonishes the stunned Rashaya, hoping she can improve her foolish superior. Lady Shrauza watches thoughtfully, musing that simply being at Kanata's side would be the greatest happiness for her. In a quiet room, Lisa clutches a book to her chest, her thoughts consumed not by its pages, but by Kanata. She laments her current form, wishing for him to see her simply as a woman, stripped of her accomplishments. More than his body, she desires his heart, his love. Her ultimate wish is to be with him, not as a fan, but as a lover. She thinks of her friends in the fan club, a group that accepted her even though she is a member of the demon tribe. They are all gathered around a table, sharing a meal and raising their glasses in a toast. Glory to Lord Streamer. Their shared devotion is a bond, but one Lisa seems ready to betray for her own desires. Her thoughts return to the present as she gazes at Kanata, who sleeps soundly in a bed. The sight makes her chest ache. With a soft sniffle, she sighs, unable to calm her racing heart. She acknowledges her own foolishness, admitting to herself that she is a woman who could only resort to kidnapping him. Her sorrowful expression twists into one of dark, possessive intensity. Tears stream down her face, now cast in shadow, as she vows that Kanata will eventually share her feelings. She demands that he love only her, look only at her. His sleeping face, she thinks, belongs to no one else and will, one day, be hers alone. Leaning over him, she whispers her affections repeatedly, a mantra of "I love you." She decides to be patient, just for tonight, and resolves to simply hold him tightly as he sleeps. As the night passes, two angelic figures observe from another plane, one expressing immense relief that the mortal realm remained peaceful and that nothing terrible happened. The next morning, Kanata walks towards the school's back door, letting out a large yawn. He wonders aloud why he fell asleep, and Shrauza, walking beside him, chides him for yawning. He turns to her, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. Concerned, he asks if she's all right. Shrauza laughs it off, reminding him that she was the one who invited him. She then playfully suggests that if he likes, he could come live in the demon realm. After noticing him shiver, she comments on the revealing nature of demon attire and jokes that he could manage a succubi brothel after graduation, an idea she quickly dismisses. He then presents her with a folded shirt, explaining it was a gift from his streamer fans. Feeling bad about the large quantity, he had tried one on but decided against wearing it. Shrauza accepts the garment, stating she will take it for research and development, while noting that his physique is still somewhat underdeveloped. As their escorts arrive, Shrauza informs Kanata that it's time for their morning meetings and they must part ways. She expresses her disappointment, but promises to see him soon. Nearby, Garura watches their exchange with a low growl. Kanata agrees, and they go their separate ways. Deciding to head back to the dorms, Kanata's path is suddenly blocked. From the direction of a waiting carriage, where an attendant is told to halt, two figures lunge forward with terrifying speed and intensity. It is Alfana and the elf princess Maria, their eyes wide and manic as they shout in unison, "I found you." A chaotic morning reunion erupts as Alfana and Maria accost Kanata. Alfana, frantic, grabs him and demands to know if he was abducted by the demon realm, a fact she claims to have heard from him. Maria presses in just as close, asking if he is alright. Overwhelmed by their energetic concern, Kanata can only protest their proximity while his other friends watch the scene unfold. To verify his state, Alfana and Maria present him with a holy cross. They explain that the relic can only be held by those who have maintained their purity. If touched by one who is unworthy, it will shatter. With bright, confident smiles, the two girls hold the cross together. Kanata watches from a distance, perplexed, as nothing happens. His purity seemingly confirmed, Kanata is left bewildered as Alfana and Maria cheerfully skip away, promising to see him tomorrow. As a carriage departs in the distance, the two girls collapse in relief. Alfana remarks that Shrauza must have had some common sense after all, but Maria admits she was scared out of her wits, especially since the kidnapping occurred right in the middle of his confession. As they recover, Alfana advises Maria not to be so anxious next time, noting that Kanata's behavior suggests he doesn't remember the latter half of their date. Leaning in close, she whispers a critical question, asking if Maria is aware that Lord Kanata's jacket has been duplicated. Maria's eyes widen in shock at the revelation. Far away, in the demon realm, Lady Shrauza blissfully wears the original jacket, calling it her boyfriend clothes as she diligently works at her desk. Her subordinates, Lucia and Kikiki, ask for her next task. Shrauza, focused, asks about the leftover work from a week prior. They are stunned, informing her that she finished it all instantly, without even eating. She simply pats the jacket, crediting it for her newfound power. She's stunned by her own efficiency, realizing it is already nighttime. As Lucia announces she will be retiring for the evening, Shrauza is suddenly struck by a realization. It's time for the stream. At that very moment, Kanata sits before his monitor, preparing to go live. He announces his return to the usual schedule, reflecting that while it has only been a few days, it feels like a long while since he last streamed from home. His return to the airwaves is met with intense emotion. Alfana and Maria watch the stream, tears welling in their eyes. Alfana is so moved she has to cut her memorabilia in two, while Maria declares the stream amazing. Alfana's possessiveness flares as she warns Kanata not to thank any super chat donations from others. He, meanwhile, scans the chat, noting the general praise before a peculiar message catches his eye. A first-time super chatter asks for the best place to propose or be proposed to. The question makes Kanata reflect on the beautiful scenery he witnessed, something so different from his previous life. The mention of a beautiful place sparks an idea for Maria and Alfana, who decide to create a field of flowers in the capital. In the demon realm, Lady Shrauza overhears this on the stream. She looks out over the desolate, blood-soaked plains of her kingdom, a land so barren not a single blade of grass can grow, and wonders what such a place would look like if it were to overflow with flowers. She continues listening to Kanata's broadcast, her expression thoughtful as he speaks. He suggests that if one were to have a fight, they should simply go back and make up. She quietly poses a question to his image on the screen, wondering if he would truly consider fighting in such a beautiful place. His on-screen persona suddenly brightens, exclaiming that it's because she is a truly interesting person. The unexpected compliment catches her completely off guard. Meanwhile, the stream's chat fills with comment from his audience, calling him naive and cute, speculating he's the unpopular type, and one viewer even declaring him their type and asking him to be their marriage planner. The idea of marriage planning sends her spiraling into a vivid daydream. She imagines a future where humans can visit the demon realm easily, a place where she and Kanata can reveal their true identities and confess their feelings. With newfound resolve, she declares her decision. She will make the demon realm flourish with greenery and flowers. In her fantasy, she and Kanata stand together, and she announces that to start, they will fill this very field with flowers. She muses that once it's complete, she will proudly introduce it to him. Elsewhere, her subordinates react to the situation. Garura bursts into laughter, mocking Kikiki by telling her she's free to imagine whatever she wants. Lucia sighs in exasperation nearby. Kikiki, flustered, reminds Garura that their work is not yet finished, and that she wants to catch the livestream too. He then offers to help, suggesting he'll take half of her workload. Kikiki, blushing furiously at his earnestness, dismisses his words as cringy and threatens to go home. Changing his tone, Garura offers a piece of sincere advice, telling her that she needs to capture the heart of the man she's fallen for, not just rely on physical appeal. The scene shifts to the culmination of Lady Shrauza's fantasy. She stands in a flowing white wedding gown, holding a massive bouquet of white roses. Her phone displays a message from Garura, framed as a super chat, explaining that his earlier words were an early celebration gift for her. The chat buzzes with questions about how many children she wants. A brief memory surfaces of the next day, where she visited a florist and purchased an unprecedented amount of flower seeds, lining up with other patrons. In the Riwado Republic, a story unfolds about a lady who loves toys. On a busy street, onlookers murmur about a young woman who never seems to make a sale, wishing she had a normal job. This woman, a toy maker named Rumiu, clutches one of her creations, her face a mask of despair. She couldn't sell a single one, and her thoughts drift to a streamer she follows. A month prior, she had pleaded with a shopkeeper. He noted her persistence, but questioned if his store could handle such a difficult toy. Rumiu explained her dream was to bring joy and happiness to everyone through her products. The shopkeeper was unmoved, suggesting she makes simple toys to trick kids for a quick profit. Desperate, she offered to lower her dividends to a minimum, begging for a chance, insisting her toys wouldn't be sold in stores otherwise. Her pleas were met with fury. The shopkeeper, his patience exhausted, threw her out, roaring that her ideals couldn't feed anyone and that she shouldn't come back. Cast out onto the street, Rumiyu sat in defeat, wondering where else she could possibly go now that this store had rejected her. Back in the present, she sat alone, consumed by her concerns. Rent was due this month, and she had no idea what to do. Deciding to take a chance, she composed a message to the streamer, asking for advice. Though she doubted he would even read it, she sent it anyway. She gasped in astonishment as he read it almost immediately. From his own location, Kanata read the message from a dreaming creator who couldn't get people to buy her products. His advice was simple. If that was the case, she should try selling them on the roadside. The suggestion resonated with Rumiyu. Heeding his words, she sold all of her furniture to acquire a 1-month business license. Now, set up on a street corner, she sighed at her remaining stock. Just then, a figure in dark assassin's gear, Mira, approached her small display. She looked over the wares with curiosity. Mira asked what kind of store it was, and Rumiyu explained that the card-like items were toys inspired by tarot cards, but they weren't selling because people didn't know how to play. Mira, remarking that she was usually only capable of destroying things, expressed admiration for someone who could create. She then asked the price, and Rumiyu timidly stated it was 3 copper pieces. Finding the price shockingly low for a handmade item, Mira apologized for only having 5 silver pieces and handed them over, telling the toy maker to have more confidence. Rumiyu was overwhelmed. To receive so much for her creation brought tears to her eyes. Thanking Mira profusely, she felt a renewed resolve. With tomorrow being her last day, she would give it her all and live with no regrets. As the day ended, she watched families pass by, reflecting that at 26, she needed to face reality while her friends were already raising children. Elsewhere, Mira reappeared in Kanata's room. He was startled, asking if she had been traveling to Rancel Kingdom for weeks. She brushed off his question, telling him not to worry about the details. She then announced she had a souvenir for him. Instead of an object, she presented herself, striking a pose and offering him the rights to make her into a body pillow. Kanata could only stare, completely flabbergasted by the serious, yet absurd, proposition. Her bizarre offer earns her a tight headlock from a flustered Kanata. He protests that he has no such interests, yelling that if she has time to mess with him, she should just go home. He quickly clarifies that he is only joking as he examines the actual souvenir she brought. His attention shifts to the deck of playing cards in his hands. His eyes widen in recognition, and he exclaims in nostalgic wonder that they are exactly like the poker cards from his previous world. He immediately begins thinking of games to play, like Daifugo, or at least starting with 2-person poker. Seeing his excitement, Mira leans in with a hopeful expression. She asks if she could use his idea, proposing that she would love to learn how to play directly from him. Kanata is taken aback by her sudden, earnest request. Meanwhile, at the market square, the toy maker packs up her stall onto the fading light. The neighboring shopkeeper watches her, reflecting that his initial assessment was correct. She has neither the talent of a maker nor a seller. Rumiyu herself sighs, acknowledging that she only managed to sell a single piece, yet feels fortunate to have even made that one sale. As she prepares to leave, her communication device buzzes to life with an incoming live stream. Her eyes widen in surprise as she realizes the stream is broadcasting from the very same location as the Aurora stream she witnessed before. This is a genuine, live event featuring the masked streamer, Princess Alfana, and Lady Maria. Her attention is drawn to a new figure on the screen, a woman in a fox mask who introduces herself as a guard. The guard announces that to ensure the princess's safety, the stream will be conducted with the 4 of them. Rumiyu watches, intrigued by the rare evening broadcast, as comments from other viewers flood the chat. On the stream, Princess Alfana waves cheerfully to the audience. She announces that her guard gave her a souvenir today, then realizes with a start that she forgot to ask where the guard got the distinctive mask she's wearing. The streamer then steps forward, capturing the audience's attention. He declares that the topic for the day is playing with this fun toy. The chat immediately reacts, with some viewers wondering if it's just a toy to coax children and others simply enjoying the stream. He holds up the deck, stating that while he doesn't know their proper name, he will simply call them cards. Rumiyu, watching intently, hears a viewer dismiss them as just a toy. The streamer seems to hear this too, countering that he will enlighten them on what a good toy is, something that can rekindle the spirit of childhood in adults. With a flourish, he announces the start of his game session. Within a grand estate, the masked streamer sits at a table with Alfana, Maria, and Mira, preparing for a game. He explains the rules of Old Maid, detailing how 53 cards are dealt and pairs are removed. The ultimate goal is to avoid being the last one holding the single unpaired card, the Joker. With a flourish, he reveals the Joker card, announcing that for this round, it begins with him. As the game progresses, Maria deftly plucks the final card from his hand. With his cards gone, the streamer declares his victory. The entire scene is broadcast on a device, where an unseen viewer marvels at the psychological battle unfolding, finding it surprisingly interesting. Having received the Joker from Maria, Alfana holds the card to her chest with fierce determination. She thanks Maria for entrusting it to her, vowing to see her well done. The streamer, watching them, is perplexed by their intensity, wondering if they've misunderstood the simple premise of the game. 2 rounds later, the game has escalated. Maria throws herself backward in a dramatic display of defeat, letting out a cry. Alfana urges her to stop, reminding her that they are friends, not enemies. Meanwhile, the audience watching the stream is captivated, finding the unexpected developments incredibly exciting. With Maria eliminated, only Alfana and Mira remain standing. Alfana calmly addresses Mira, suggesting they decide the victor. The air grows thick with tension as the others watch, their bodies rigid with nervousness. Her expression is one of intense focus. As Mira reaches for a card, a single bead of sweat trickles down Alfana's temple. Mira's hand closes on a card, and she pulls it free with a confident declaration. "I've got you." Mira triumphantly completes a pair, but Alfana reveals her deception. She explains that her specialty is water magic, and she had secretly made the left card cold and sweaty to the touch. Mira realizes she was tricked. From the side, the streamer acknowledges Alfana's well-played strategy. Her ruse successful, Alfana is suddenly embraced by an ecstatic Maria, who congratulates her on a marvelous victory in defending the streamer. Confused by this interpretation, Alfana can only question it. Maria then suggests they rename the game Guardian. The streamer tries to interject that Alfana actually lost, but his words are lost in their excitement. The 3 girls huddle together, frustrated yet clearly having enjoyed the chaotic game. Alfana clutches the Joker card as if it were a trophy. Watching them, the streamer concludes that since everyone had fun, the outcome doesn't really matter. He then shifts the topic of his stream, holding up a small toy box. He states that everyone must be curious about its maker. As he reads the name from the box, Ms. Remieu from the Roado Republic, a woman with spiral lens glasses and a beret appears in a flash, letting out a shocked cry. The toy maker, Remieu, stares at her phone in disbelief as Kanata's stream continues. His viewers are in an uproar, all clamoring to buy her Guardian game. Kanata himself praises her, calling the toy maker a genius. Overwhelmed, Remieu can only stammer, asking to buy some cards herself. She begins to cry, tears of joy streaming down her face. It feels like a dream. She whispers her thanks to the streamer and to the girl from the previous day. Meanwhile, on the stream, Alfana, Maria, and Mira prepare for a second round of their game, with Mira fiercely declaring that she will not lose this time. Her thoughts spiral as a deep blush covers her face. This is the first time a man has ever praised her work with such sincerity. A wild conclusion forms in her mind. If he loves her work, does that mean he loves her too? Her eyes swirl with dizzying emotion as she clutches her phone, vowing to treasure his cards. This newfound emotion is intoxicating. She had never fallen in love, always considering it a drag. But now she finds it amazing. Inspiration floods her mind, and she decides her next creation will be a card game based on a newlywed life with the streamer, chuckling to herself at the thought. And just like that, Remiyu, the catalyst for a nationwide card boom, found her home, discovered by Kanata's fan club the very next day. Royalties and commissions for other works began to pour in, a tale of success for a woman who had just fallen in love. 2 weeks after the card stream, a clandestine meeting takes place under the roof of a church. Alfana, Maria, Mira, Athena, and Lisa are all gathered, wearing matching fan club shirts. Though they claim to be a completely healthy fan club, the tense atmosphere between Alfana and Athena suggests a brewing rivalry. At that very moment, in the capital, a mysterious woman with long, light hair stands atop a building. Her face is twisted in a hateful sneer as she senses a familiar presence. She declares that it smells of that hateful woman and questions what happened to Pell, who is supposed to be dead. Far below, Kanata sleeps, oblivious to the new danger. Maria enthusiastically presents the latest fan merchandise. At shirt emblazoned with Kanata's face, set to be sold alongside badges in both the Kingdom and the Demon Realm. The assembled girls, Mira, Athena, Lisa, and Rashaya, are already wearing the new apparel. They collectively praise the shirts, finding them incredibly comfortable and amazing. Mira, in particular, is overjoyed, declaring that having Lord Streamer's image on her body is the best feeling imaginable. Elsewhere, Lady Shrauza observes this fervent devotion, noting that fans who love the streamer so intensely can sometimes go too far, earning the moniker Yandere listeners. She contemplates the supporters who independently plan for his future, wondering if forming an official group is truly wise. Beside her, Garura reflects on the escalating battle to become Kanata's official wife, hoping it remains bloodless. Shrauza, however, stifles a giggle, privately wishing Kanata would wear a shirt of her own design before catching herself in a fluster. Back in the meeting hall, Maria addresses the assembled group, which now includes Shrauza and Garura. Mira asks if they've heard of student marriages, but Maria dismisses the concept as non-existent in the Demon Realm. She then boldly declares that she's the only one truly suited to be Kanata's wife. With that matter settled, she announces the final item on the agenda, the introduction of new members. She gestures first to Athena, who introduces herself as an aristocrat from the Randall Kingdom, present on Maria's recommendation. Next, Rashaya, a succubus, announces she was recommended by Lady Shrauza. Mira remarks that it's just like the streamer to attract such influential figures. Lisa, however, quietly laments that a harlot like her has no place among them. Maria cuts in, stating firmly that as a group recognized by Lord Streamer, every member is deserving of respect, and their strict rules will be enforced. Her voice takes on a commanding tone as she lays down the group's foundational principles. They must never act against Lord Kanata's intentions, and they must never harm him. Above all, she stresses, they must carve it into their hearts that he alone will choose his official wife. She looks at them intently, asking if her words are understood. A chilling intensity flashes in her eyes. She explains that this display of dominance is necessary to prevent any danger from befalling Lord Streamer and to suppress any potential rebellion within their ranks. The new members quickly assent. With that, Maria declares the meeting over. As the group begins to disperse, Rushaya, wondering what to do next, calls out to Kanna. She runs up to Kanna, who asks what's wrong. Rushaya, completely starstruck, exclaims that Kanna possesses an incredible power of seduction. She explains that as a succubus, it's the first time she's ever witnessed such potent abilities. Kanna clarifies that she's merely a human prostitute, but Rushaya sees this as a great honor. Overcome with admiration, the succubus kneels and begs Kanna to accept her as a disciple. Meanwhile, Lady Shrauza confronts Garura with a sigh. She tells him she heard that he showed Lord Kanata around the demon realm. He confirms it, but quickly adds that he did nothing more than give him a tour. He then bounds over to Mira, brimming with excitement. Having heard that the food in the demon realm is amazing, he eagerly asks if he can join their dinner table, promising to do anything, even wash the dishes. As Mira looks on, surprised, Maria calls out to Athena, inviting her along as well. Maria and Lisa then start to leave, with Maria urging everyone to head back to the dorms quickly. As they walk, Lisa remarks that Athena seemed more introverted than she expected. Maria agrees, commenting that she can have her head in the clouds sometimes. Unseen by them, a shadowed figure watches their departure. Later, Maria and Lisa, still in their fan shirts, discuss the new merchandise. Maria feels the designs work surprisingly well, and while Lisa agrees they can sell the clothes, she wonders if they can't do something about the design itself. She playfully asks Kanata for an autograph on her shirt, much to his flustered agreement. As Athena and Rushaya looked on, a sudden knock echoed from the door. The sound was unexpected, and Kanata whispered for them to wait as he cautiously approached. Before he could react, the door swung open to reveal Lisa, a knife held casually in her hand. With a chillingly cheerful expression, she explained that she had used a simple tap with the back of her knife to neutralize the others. Behind her, Maria and Athena lay unconscious on the floor. Kanata could only stare in disbelief, calling out their names in shock as Lisa assured him they were fine. He demanded to know why she was there, pointing out that she was supposed to be in the kingdom. Stumbling back, he pleaded with her to put the knife down before coming any closer. In response, Lisa simply dropped the weapon with a clatter. His mind raced, questioning how she could have possibly knocked on the door when he had erected a human-repelling barrier. With tears welling in her eyes, Lisa accused him of cheating, questioning how he could bring other women to his room when he had her. She insisted that she had just knocked them out. She moved closer, her face inches from his, her expression intense. She laid out her terms for forgiveness. Starting immediately, he was to stream for her and her alone. She demanded that he whisper softly into her ears every single night. With the knife now pressed against his cheek, he asked whose fault this situation truly was, wondering aloud if it was the Count's doing. Lisa vehemently denied this, her voice sharp as she declared it was his fault for making her sad. She added that, in her eyes, streaming to countless people was already a form of cheating. Suddenly, his expression hardened with a realization. He grabbed her face, startling her, and accused her of being someone named Pell, claiming she was putting on a third-rate act. He declared that Lisa, despite her sickness, would never harm others. He pointed out that she didn't even know his true identity, and that he had noticed her form was different. As he processed this, a new figure loomed over him. A woman with wild, light-toned hair in a familiar braid and a tattered dress looked down with a possessive glee, calling him her husband. Lying on the floor, Kanata looked up in utter confusion and shock, asking how she could be here when he thought she had already died. On the floor, Kanata looks up in shock at a young woman with light, braided hair looming over him, a bloody knife in her hand. She confirms her suspicions, stating that what she believed about him was true. The memory hits Kanata with full force. He died once. She begins to explain her own story. After her death, she did not awaken in heaven. Instead, for some unknown reason, her soul was transferred into a small doll. She found herself in Lisa's hospital room, where she was horrified to discover that the doll she inhabited could speak. Her tale continues, revealing that since she couldn't take over Lisa's body, Lisa locked her away in a birdcage. The girl kept her existence a closely guarded secret. Her expression twists into one of manic glee as she licks the knife's blade. She recounts seeing a girl wearing something with a Haitian design, following her, and then running directly into Kanata. To her, this could be nothing other than fate. The scene returns to the present, with her pinning Kanata down. She holds the knife close, demanding to know when she ever forgave him for cheating. She insists he must look only at her to feel a love so powerful that it hurts, and questions if he was truly serious about his earlier talk of resting in peace. He shoves her back, trying to reason with her. He clarifies that the other two are just friends and that he and she are not even dating. She seems to twist his words, however, declaring that on top of forgiving his cheating, she'll just knock him out with a slap. Her mind flashes to a memory from the previous week, a dream in which his masked streamer persona knelt before her with a bouquet of flowers and proposed marriage. The vision fuels her intense conviction. She throws herself upon him again, her eyes wide with fervor. She proclaims that she accepts every word he's ever said, whether in dream or reality, because that is how she loves him. Terrified, Kanata can only think that she is the craziest person he's ever met. She then brings up something else he supposedly said in another dream just last night. Leaning close, she whispers that he told her he wanted to have kids soon. Kanata, sweating and aghast, vehemently denies it, shouting that he never said that. She ignores his denial completely, telling him to get ready and take his clothes off. Defeated and blushing with embarrassment, Kanata quietly agrees, asking only that she turn around. She happily accepts. He lunges forward, shouting in frustration as he uses body reinforcement to propel himself away. He knew she was going to pounce. Behind him, the Yandere fan clicks a device with a manic grin, while Maria and Alfana cry out in alarm. He sprints away, the Yandere fan in hot pursuit. He knows her eyes are only for him, and for now, he must do whatever it takes to lead her away from Maria and Alfana. Her threats escalate. She declares her intent to wipe out the entire area, gesturing towards nearby children as potential hostages. Kanata, horrified at how the live streamer has become a monster, spots a wagon and sees a chance for escape. He rushes towards the vehicle, shouting for the driver to take him somewhere without people at full speed. To his surprise, he finds Athena Ferratoa standing there, and Lisa sitting inside the wagon, who notes the coincidence of their meeting. From a distance, the Yandere fan spots him with Athena. A look of pure rage contorts her face as she recognizes the noblewoman, dropping a small, doll-like object in her fury. The confrontation is immediate. The Yandere fan, brandishing a knife, screams at them, demanding to know how they dared to lock her in a cage. But Athena is ready, a glowing orb of light already in her hand, as she calmly states she knew the pursuer was there. Later, in a quiet, secluded location, Kanata walks with Athena up a spiral staircase. He admits to her that he's been on edge all morning, ever since a messenger from the principality informed him of the fan's escape. She leans against him, apologizing that their reunion had to be under such circumstances and musing on why nobles are so clingy. She then leans in closer, remarking on his pleasant scent and inviting him to touch her hair, assuring him she takes good care of it. He hesitantly agrees. As he nervously touches a strand of her hair, she smiles, amused by his reaction. He admits his nervousness, explaining that he isn't used to touching hair so beautiful. His attention then shifts back to Lisa, who is now sitting up. He asks if she is all right. She, in turn, asks why he hit her. He explains it was because he'd already been through a similar situation before, as Lisa confirms that the Yandere fan is now asleep in the wagon they left at the entrance. He listened as Athena Ferratoa explained the situation with the now unconscious Per. Athena detailed that her magic sword could absorb Per's mana from Lisa's body, allowing Lisa to recover unharmed, but with no memory of the event. However, a complication had arisen. The mana she had absorbed from Per earlier had leaked from the tip of her sword and into a nearby doll. The doll, now twitching with borrowed life, was the reason she had tied it up. For some unknown reason, it kept reanimating. Looking down at the bound doll in his hand, Kanata apologized for the trouble. Athena, turning to leave, stated that despite the pain, she had to take her back to the principality, but then asked if she could stay at his place again. Later, he found himself being questioned by a recovered Lisa. She demanded to know why Per had been with him, adding that she vaguely recalled Per following them to Maria's dormitory. He recounted the events to Athena, who quickly pieced it together. She surmised that when Per heard a voice similar to Kanata's, she assumed it was him and attacked. Kanata confirmed her deduction was exactly right. He bowed deeply in apology. As a carriage departed outside, Athena told him that while she would let it slide this time, anyone else would not have forgiven him for using such a terrible excuse. She then leaned in close, a mischievous glint in her eye. With a lick of her lips, she teased that he looked cute when he was nervous, and that pretending not to notice had its own charm, leaving Kanata completely flustered. As night fell, a thought surfaced. Fantasy and reality have nothing to do with each other. That is why it is so important to consider the other person's feelings. Attempting to return to his routine, he prepared for his dream, but found he couldn't focus. Alfana and Maria sat directly behind him, watching with unnerving intensity. Alfana, nibbling on a snack, seemed resolved to never make a mistake like that again. Meanwhile, in the demon world, his broadcast was being received with far more enthusiasm. Lady Shrauza and her subordinates cheered to the screen, declaring it an absolutely top-tier epic. The celebration was not shared by all. However, as Garura lay passed out on the floor, a victim of the realm's expensive food. While conducting a live stream, Kanata receives his first-ever super chat. The message is insulting, calling him boring and telling him to quit. A single steel coin accompanies the comment. Taken aback, but maintaining his composure, Kanata offers a quiet word of thanks and decides it's about time to end his broadcast for the day. Just as he prepares to sign off, the sound of more donations chimes in repeatedly. He looks at his screen in surprise, remarking to himself that it has been a while since a troll with so much time to spare has appeared. The source of the donations is revealed to be Princess Alfana, who is watching the stream in a furious rage. She screams, demanding to know who the insolent commenter is so she can execute him immediately. Her own donation of 40 gold coins appears on screen with a message declaring the troll unforgivable and comforting Kanata, calling him a good boy. Her rage is echoed by his other devoted followers. Lisa mutters about the need for immediate and righteous judgment. Her expression wild, asks if the troll has said goodbye to his family yet. Kana TSKS, stating this is why he doesn't do well with women, while Lucia, extending sharp claws, declares her intent to wipe him out completely. The target of their collective fury, the original commenter, quickly sends another message, this time filled with terror. He apologizes profusely, claiming to feel his life is about to end and begging for forgiveness for his disrespect. Kanata, seeing the protective comments and the troll's retraction, tries to de-escalate, thanking his defenders but asking them to wait, while also forgiving the now terrified comment. He addresses his passionate audience directly, stating that personally, he doesn't like turning to violence as the first option for correcting someone. He suggests that if they're going to get mad on his behalf, they should instead make it a loving lecture, comparing it to the light disciplinary taps a parent might give a child. His words have an immediate effect on his followers. Lucia and Shrauza appear thoughtful. Kana looks on with intrigue, and Lisa seems to be calming down. Her clasps her hands together with intense focus, while Athena Ferratoa maintains her composure, sipping her drink as she listens. Among them, Princess Alfana has also visibly calmed. Holding her communication device, she begins to address everyone in the chat who had rushed to her and Kanata's defense. She thanks them all for worrying about her, declaring with heartfelt emotion that she is truly honored. Her words are met with looks of admiration and relief from the other fans. With the situation resolved, Kanata finally ends his stream and decides it's time for bed. After the broadcast, Kanata turns from his desk to find Mira standing directly behind him, tears in her eyes. She tells him that his words from the stream really hit her. Exhausted, Kanata thanks her but pleads for her to go home, stating that they're here again and tomorrow will be tiring. Mira seems upset by this, complaining that he's being cold to them. He stood in his room as Lisa asked if something special was happening the next day. With Mira looking on from the bed, he confirmed that he had a class, but a special one. Lisa recalled a recent conversation with another student, Zickert. He had informed her that a teacher had requested he demonstrate his magic for the SS class students. Leaning in close, he flattered her, calling her magic the most beautiful of all, and noted that the demonstration would take all day, a fact she seemed to process with quiet concern, hoping not to damage the pride of the noble students. A sudden idea struck her. She turned back to Kanata, informing him that tomorrow, she and the others had official duties to attend to, connecting the dots for him. The next day, Lisa found herself running late, dashing through the school grounds with a piece of toast in her mouth. Other students watched her pass, some remarking that while she looked silly, she was also quite cute. She skidded to a halt before Zickert, asking where the outdoor practice was supposed to be. He pointed her toward the second courtyard, and after she thanked him, she vanished in a blur of motion, leaving him momentarily stunned. Upon arriving, she found Kanata standing amidst the wreckage of several clay targets. He sheepishly touched his chin, thinking he had overdone it, while Lisa watched from a distance, completely captivated by his amazing power. His display was interrupted by the arrival of Zickert and his entourage. The noble student sneered, calling Kanata an annoying commoner who was butting in where he didn't belong. Seeing this, Lisa shook her head vigorously, forcing herself to remain calm. She internally repeated the word patience, reminding herself that if Kanata could endure it, then she had to as well. She held back as a teacher instructed Zickert that it was his turn to demonstrate water magic. Kanata, meanwhile, recalled his own words from his livestream. That violence is not the answer, as if steeling himself for what was to come. With a cry, Zickert unleashed a torrent of water, claiming his hand had slipped. The blast struck Kanata directly. As the teacher cried out in alarm, Kanata quickly apologized, taking the blame for standing in the wrong place. Zickert offered a disingenuous apology in return. He lies on the damp ground, managing a weak smile. He's glad he didn't dodge the attack, reasoning that at least he kept the students behind him from getting soaked. Nearby, Lisa watches him, her expression a mixture of concern and frustration. Later, inside a classroom, his jacket hangs to dry. Two of Zickert's followers approach him from the upper seats, their words dripping with false sympathy. They comment on how rough it must have been and remind him he still has a hands-on demonstration that afternoon, asking if he wants them to accompany him. Elsewhere, Lisa struggles to maintain her composure. She clutches her head, gritting her teeth and trying to convince herself that she's fine. She thanks them under her breath for their concern, but internally resolves that she will not be defeated by class discrimination. The harassment continues. Zickert's followers physically block the entrance to a restroom, shoving someone back with a bottle. They shout for the person to move, declaring that the restroom is for nobles only. The person they shoved is Kanata, now sitting dejectedly on the floor outside the door. Zickert and his entourage, including a short-haired female student, look on as one of the bullies sneers that a commoner who stinks like a beast should be satisfied with using the bushes. Walking away, Zickert smirks to his followers. He dismisses the black-haired commoner as ridiculous and promises that during the afternoon class, they will play with him as much as they want. His lackeys laugh, agreeing that Kanata's expression was pathetic. The confrontation escalates. The bald follower grabs Kanata by the shoulder, getting in his face and repeating the taunt that this place is for noble men only. In a flash of movement, Lisa intervenes, striking the bully across the face with a powerful, glowing hand. As he reels back, she turns away, apologizing to Kanata for being a bad girl. Zickert and his other followers can only stare in disbelief at the sudden violence. The aftermath is tense. The bald follower lies on the ground, blood trickling from his head. Zickert seethes, demanding to know why Lisa is crying. She stands over the fallen student, sniffing, as another follower remarks that she's completely crazy and that violence is forbidden. Zickert struggles to contain his rage. His fury finally erupts. Pointing a trembling finger at Lisa, Zickert roars at his remaining followers, ordering the idiots to teach the crazy girl some manners. They immediately lunge forward to attack her as she stands her ground. Before Zickert's followers can act, a new figure in a dark robe and a stark white plague doctor's mask intervenes, brutally stomping on one of the students. Blood spatters across the floor as Zickert stares, utterly shocked by the sudden, violent intrusion. The masked individual is revealed to be a young girl, Mira, who now sits atop the fallen student, Rikiai Uroya. She asks what the hell he is, prompting a bewildered Zickert to demand her identity. Mira dismissively states that learning his name was easy, and she knows more than just names, holding up a document as she explains she can access his registry records and even his parents' business dealings. Her voice rises with fury as she declares that she cannot forgive trash like him who trample on her husband's wish for a world without class differences. From the floor, Rikiai demands to know what he ever did to her to deserve this. As she speaks, a second, much taller figure in an identical mask and robe appears. Mira issues a chilling threat. If Rikiai so much as lays a finger on another commoner student, this new arrival will erase a member of his family. The tall figure draws a long, thin blade, holding it menacingly over the terrified student. Rikiai pleads for his life, swearing he won't do it again and begging for mercy. The figure commands him to first apologize to every student he has ever wronged. Ignoring the pleas, the tall figure's fist connects with Rikiai's face in a brutal, bone-shattering punch. Mira watches, remarking that his words reminded her that this isn't violence, but rather a loving lesson. The force of the blow sends Rikiai hurtling backward through the air. As he flies, Mira adds that she is also grateful for something, leaving the thought unfinished while her tall companion stands over another of Zickert's down followers. Later, a battered and bloodied Rikiai and his companion are seen kneeling outside Kanata's house. They desperately beg for forgiveness and plead for Kanata to show his beautiful magic to pathetic fools like them. Kanata stands before them, utterly bewildered by the scene. Unbeknownst to him, Mira hangs upside down from his roof, peering into his window. An expression of pure adoration is on her face, a small heart floating beside her as she watches her unsuspecting husband. In his room, Kanata addresses his online audience during a live stream. He calls out to the nameless princess, acknowledging the 10 gold coins she just sent. He asks if she's doing okay and questions the source of her wealth. Elsewhere, his #1 fan, Alfana, collapses in sheer delight. She celebrates that her donations are funding his cute broadcast. Her celebration is cut short by a knock at her door. Annoyed, she wonders who could be interrupting her streaming time. Outside, 2 maids overhear her excitement, whispering to each other that she is completely absorbed in her streaming life. Still in her pajamas, Alfana opens the door to find her attendant, Seabass. He apologizes for the intrusion, noting the sounds of excitement from her room, but explains that he must deliver a message. Her father, King Adarashisu, has summoned her. Alfana flushes with embarrassment, realizing she's been caught. Sometime later, a different princess, Maria, stands before the king. He asks how her life as a student is progressing. Maria reports that, as a princess, she is diligently applying herself to both her studies and martial training. He nods, remarking that she is indeed his daughter, before adding that there is something he has been meaning to discuss. Meanwhile, Maria is shown happily interacting with her friends, unaware of the serious turn the conversation is about to take. The king's casual demeanor vanishes. He holds up a device displaying a familiar user profile and demands an explanation. Maria, he asks sternly, what is this nameless princess with such immense financial power? Maria freezes, her face a mask of shock as she recognizes her secret identity. Her mind races in panic. She desperately tries to formulate a defense, thinking she could claim the donations are just pocket money and that she's merely acting as a wholesome listener. However, she quickly realizes her father is too sharp to be deceived by such a flimsy excuse. Seeing her silence, the king speaks bluntly, ordering her to cease this donation life immediately. He declares that Maria's bank account is to be frozen, and her time living in the dormitory will end this week. He explains his reasoning. Excessive kindness is a gentle poison. He believes that letting people grow through hardship is better than coddling them. It was for this reason, for her future, that he permitted her to live in the dorms in the first place. To emphasize his fury, the king grabs a nearby official by the collar. He roars that he never approved donations just to get someone to comment, declaring that this isn't a simple donation. Maria and her friends watch in stunned silence as she realizes her father has completely misunderstood, believing she is depositing money rather than giving it away. His shock was met not with an apology, but with a grand public spectacle. His daughter, Maria, cheerfully announced her intention to provide the wedding funds for the streamer she admired. Beside the stunned king, Princess Alfana pointed out the obvious flaw in this fantasy. As royalty, she could not possibly marry a commoner. She then whirled around, pointing an accusatory finger directly at her bewildered father. Maria reminded him of a childhood promise to marry her, declaring that a father who obstructed her path to love was nothing but a great nuisance. As her friends commented on the king's sudden unpopularity, Maria stormed away. 3 days later, the consequences of her father's actions were palpable. Walking through town with Kanata, Maria's mood was visibly foul, her face contorted in a scowl as she tugged at the brim of her cap. Noticing her demeanor, Kanata innocently asked why she was so upset. His question went unanswered as his attention was immediately captured by a fruit stand advertising a sale. He cheerfully suggested they stop by, but his lightheartedness only ignited Maria's temper. She spun around and grabbed his face, aggressively challenging him to try and fix her mood. Kanata could only shout in panic, completely unable to comprehend the situation. Kanata stares at his bank book, sighing at his financial state. He laments that in his previous life, taxes and high prices were a serious problem, and donations are his only real income. As he worries, a young woman in a witch-like hat approaches from behind, calling out his name and asking if he is indeed Kanata. She moves uncomfortably close, her expression stern. She points out that recently, his streams have had fewer comments and donations from his listeners. With a determined look, she declares that if things continue this way, she will have to intervene. Her questioning continues as she asks if he wants to meet that girl. When Kanata looks confused, she specifies that she's talking about the nameless princess, whose lack of reaction she finds particularly frustrating. Inside a building, she asks if the nameless princess is in the dormitory. Kanata confirms this, at which point the girl turns to him and reveals that she herself is the princess. The declaration triggers a memory for Kanata. He recalls seeing Maria, the elf princess, clutching a device and speaking with adoration about the nameless princess's dream. The realization dawns on him. Maria was the one who had been supporting his livelihood all along. Before he can process this, the mysterious fan leans in and kisses him. She proclaims that from now on, she will be the one to support his life. Far away, Shrauza and her subordinates watch the scene unfold on a monitor with great interest. He casually pushes her away, mentioning that he just got paid, so he's fine for now. The girl is stunned. Kanata then turns to his streaming setup, grinning as he notes that his number of named viewers, starting with the nameless princess, has been growing, which makes him happy. Blushing furiously, she asks if that's all he has to say. Kanata looks down at her, confirms that it is, but adds a sincere thank you, telling her he's always grateful. At his words, she begins to tremble with delight. Later, Kanata speaks with the real princess, Maria. He explains that he streams simply for his own enjoyment and doesn't care about reactions. What makes him truly happy, he says, is knowing that his viewers, who are busy with work or school, can relax and enjoy his content. Maria listens, a faint blush on her cheeks, realizing her daily donations were perhaps not what he valued most. Their conversation concluded. Kanata announces he's returning to the inn and bids her farewell. As he walks away into the crowded street, Maria watches him go, admitting to herself that she couldn't bring herself to tell him to leave the dorms. She stood with Kanata and his companions before a tall tower, wondering what her next move should be. Meanwhile, at her mansion, the demon Lord Shrauza was enjoying a day off. As her subordinates Rashaya and Lucia attended to her, Rashaya noted that she must have come for advice. Lucia, ever diligent, offered to test out some newly acquired techniques. Surprised to see Lucia, Shrauza listened as the demon explained she was training at the mansion on her day off. Shrauza then revealed her true joy, using her donations to have Kanata build up his body, ensuring he is well protected. She declared that this was the absolute best feeling. The three of them celebrated this revelation with a triumphant high five. Shrauza was ecstatic, exclaiming that she finally understood his mindset and that the donations were far from a waste. Her excitement gave way to a more serious contemplation. She clarified that she wasn't worried about him, but rather concerned about the inevitable day he would have to risk his own body. She wondered aloud how she could make him understand her perspective as Rashaya and Lucia listened intently. She reviewed a user report for her streaming persona, the Rampage Noble Lady, realizing that by establishing her own distinct identity and status, her opinions would carry more weight. While she understood her father's concerns about money, she believed that engaging in activities beyond streaming might ease his worries. Elsewhere in the mansion, two other demons gossiped about a spirited and popular newcomer, acknowledging her as essential personnel for their organization. Rashaya declares with fiery determination that even if her superior tells her to stop, she will use magic to make him hers. Lucia, observing her, calmly reassures her that it's fine, as Kanata isn't about money. She then tells Rashaya to get ready, adding that she will be observing from the side. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, the attendant Seabass informs Maria that he will escort her to the dormitory. He instructs her to head to the castle upon arrival, as the diplomatic mission will then commence. As they speak, a small, hunched figure is seen scribbling on the ground nearby. Inside her transport, Maria's face contorts with manic focus as she speaks into a communication device. To prove her worth, she vows that she will be more sincere and dedicated than anyone else, her mind racing through a dizzying array of tasks and responsibilities. By dawn, the results of her efforts are already being felt in the royal court. Officials marvel at the screen, reporting to the king that Lady Maria's instructions to the various territories have been both decisive and precise. The bewildered king asks his daughter for an explanation. Maria responds with a gentle smile, stating that she was merely helping her father, who is always so busy. Her modest explanation is cut short as another official rushes in. He breathlessly reports that cases they have been struggling with are now being resolved one after another, citing the settlement of land disputes, market relocation problems, and the restoration of trade with a demon-plagued village. The king is left utterly speechless. He looks over to see Maria comforting her younger brother, Ars. The king recognizes the intense, unwavering look in her eyes. It is the very same expression she wore during her slave liberation exercises. This realization fills him with dread. He tells Maria she needs rest, warning her not to become a work demon. She dismisses his concern with an unnerving smile, insisting that he should be the one to rest while she, his obedient daughter, handles his work for him. The king flinches, unsettled by her intensity. She maintains her serene facade, sweetly telling her father how much she loves him and appreciates him. The king can only watch, deeply troubled, as she speaks of accepting a life of dormitory living and relying on donations. Suddenly, she leans in close, her expression shifting to one of intense possession. She whispers, asking her father which he prefers, being called Papa or Haitian-sama. The king breaks out in a cold sweat, terrified by the implication. He and Ars cling to one another in fear. The king quickly stammers that he likes Papa just as much, and Ars chimes in that he likes father too. Satisfied, Maria turns and walks away with a cheerful wave. She approached her father's desk with a serene smile, reminding him that it was nearly time for his meeting. The king, buried in paperwork, looked up and asked if she had forgotten anything. Maria affirmed that she had, her smile unwavering. Leaning in close, her voice dropped to a soft, insistent tone. She reminded him of her mother and then demanded he repeat a phrase for her. "You're the best in the world, my beloved daughter." The king sat frozen, a bead of sweat on his brow as she held his chin. The king's desperate plea echoed in his mind, a silent prayer to the streamer Haishin to take his daughter. He envisioned a chaotic scene. Maria, with boundless and alarming energy, launching herself at the unsuspecting streamer, as her friend watched in shock, and the assassin Mira slept peacefully on a nearby branch. Meanwhile, Kanata received a message from the nameless princess. He sighed in relief, learning that her father, the king, had officially acknowledged him. Maria's message confirmed that she had been forgiven and that his payment for the day had been sent from the treasury. In her own room, she clutched her device, a look of fierce determination on her face, pleased that her plan to be recognized was succeeding. At his desk, Kanata lets out a weary cough while streaming. A message from a viewer appears, asking if he has a cold and advising him to be careful. The viewer notes that it's getting late and suggests they go buy a fan together sometime, a thought that seems to register with the exhausted streamer. Despite his fatigue, he rallies with a sudden burst of energy, giving a determined thumbs up to his audience. He declares his intention to stream all through the night, thanking his viewers for their concern, but resolving to push forward. His chat feed floods with messages of excitement and support for the impromptu marathon. His declaration sends ripples through his varied audience. While Rebecca and Maria have already fallen asleep, others are galvanized. Mira stares at her screen in shock before vowing to stay with him, and Rashaya eagerly agrees with a blush. Elsewhere, Lucia and another demon note they have a morning meeting, unable to join. The streamer himself, however, has already passed out at his desk. The next morning, the consequences of the all-night stream are apparent. Kanata shuffles toward the school building, completely drained of energy. In stark contrast, Mira, Maria, and her friend walk alongside him, looking refreshed and full of life as they greet the day. As they cross the school grounds, Maria's friend asks why they are all trailing the day's Kanata. Nearby, his classmates Ron and Thomas walk past, commenting on the bright morning sun, oblivious to his sleep-deprived condition. Mira gestures down a different path, informing the group that her classroom is in that direction. Kanata, still stumbling from exhaustion, barely seems to register her words as he continues forward, drawing a curious glance from Maria. He finally reaches the S-class classroom and slumps into his seat. His classmates, including Ron, Thomas, and Zickert, are already settled, with one audibly preparing for another day of hard study. Hours later, he is still fast asleep at his desk when a hand taps his shoulder. Ron and Thomas are there to inform him that classes are over for the day. Kanata groggily lifts his head, blinking in confusion. Ron then explains that Kanata wasn't alone in his exhaustion. He reveals that nearly half of the S-class had stayed up watching his all-night stream, and subsequently slept through their lessons. The sight of his slumbering classmates makes Kanata's eyes widen with surprise. Walking with his friends after school, he remarks that sleeping through the morning lessons was for the best, and that he can now go home for some proper rest. As if on cue, he staggers, overcome by dizziness. He manages to reach his building and announce his return before his legs give out, and he collapses onto the floor. He barely made it to his room, his body suddenly feeling impossibly heavy. He regretted not taking a break from streaming as he stumbled, his head burning with fever. With a final thud, he collapsed onto the floor, his strength completely gone. Sometime later, he awoke in his bed, disoriented and weak. A wave of heat and chills washed over him as he struggled to grasp what time it was. Beside him, a figure sat in the dim light, her voice softly chiding him for his recklessness. His consciousness drifted into a hazy dream. A faint, feminine voice echoed in the void, speaking of how a fragile human body could so easily sustain a fatal wound. The words hung in the air as her indistinct form wavered before him. The dream faded as he blinked his eyes open, finding a young woman kneeling beside his bed. She greeted him, observing that he seemed to be in pain. Startled, Kanata demanded to know who she was and how she had entered his room. In his feverish state, he blurted out a request for her to handle the stream, to which she readily agreed. It was then that he finally recognized her, Alfana. A message materializes from the darkness, flanking a stylized microphone icon. It proclaims that a certain broadcast is the greatest entertainment in this world. Kanata awakens in his bed to find a woman who looks just like Alfana leaning over him, a small device in her hand. She remarks that his pained expression is irresistible to his listeners and proposes they start a stream to capture his current state. He recoils, wondering if he's trapped in a nightmare. Unable to believe Alfana would say something so cruel. With a playful pose, the woman reveals magnificent white wings and a leafy halo, feathers drifting gently around her. She greets Kanata warmly, saying it's been a while. Still in bed, he realizes this is not Alfana. He recognizes the feeling of this presence and understands she must have finally noticed the curse afflicting him. As he groans, feverish, the angelic being chides him for pushing himself too hard. She leans closer, a cup in her hand, and softly offers to ease his burden. His surroundings suddenly dissolve into a blank, white void. Kanata stands bewildered, noting how light his body feels as he questions where he is. The angelic figure floats before him, explaining that they have entered the deepest recesses of his subconscious. The vision shifts back to his room, where his physical body remains asleep. The angelic figure watches over him, musing to herself that while the Kanata in reality is being difficult, it's much more enjoyable to converse with him here in his dreams. Within the dreamscape, he confronts her directly, demanding to know why she has taken on Alfana's appearance. The being, who he now perceives as a goddess-like specter, calmly confirms his worst fear. The body she inhabits is, without a doubt, the real Alfana. His hand twitches in shock. She elaborates that Alfana was a good, healthy girl with deep faith, making her a perfect fit and an ideal vessel. A horrifying image flashes before Kanata's eyes. Alfana, her clothes torn, bound cruelly to a cross. The angelic figure smiles, declaring that she chose Alfana as her host. Kanata is frozen in horror. The being continues her explanation, stating that meeting him in the real world as a goddess is a momentous event, and using a vessel lessens the impact on the world itself. She illustrates how a safe existence on the surface is different from a non-existent one, which could cause concepts to collapse. Ignoring her lecture, Kanata lunges, demanding she return Alfana immediately. The being simply tells him to calm down. She grabs him firmly by his tunic, her tone shifting. "What are you talking about?" she asks, her expression now one of serious concern. She promises to return Alfana after dealing with his current crisis. Admitting it might be overprotective, she insists she cannot allow him to develop a fatal illness and die. He is confronted by a series of images flashing before him like a film strip, memories of his recent violent struggles. The angelic being's voice echoes through his mind, remarking on the repetitive cycle of peril he has faced. He notes that she seems far more talkative than usual. The being, speaking through Alfana, retorts that his survival thus far has been nothing but good luck, emphasizing that he has been in a continuous state of crisis. Her demeanor suddenly shifts to one of cheerful confidence. She urges him to ask anything he desires, promising to answer all his questions as a rare opportunity to commune with the goddess. Kanata, taken aback, hesitantly asks if he can truly pose a question. He plants his feet firmly in the void, feathers drifting around them. With newfound resolve, he asks the fundamental question that has weighed on him. Why was he the one to be reincarnated? In response to his query, the very fabric of his subconscious inverts, casting them both into a disorienting, downward fall through a grid of light. As they tumble, she clarifies his question, asking if what he truly wants to know is why he, specifically, was chosen to be reincarnated. Within a formless void, Kanata confronts an angelic being. He asks if she has memories of her past life, explaining that while he recalls culture and hobbies from his previous world, his own personal details like age and profession are frustratingly vague. The winged figure, identifying herself as a goddess, dismisses his concern as a matter of course and offers to enlighten him. With a wave of her staff, she conjures a map, pointing to a specific island nation. She informs him that in his past life, he was from a country on Earth called Japan, a revelation that visibly startles him. Following this revelation, she seems to falter, her confident demeanor replaced by a flustered hesitation as she struggles to find her next words. He exclaims that he can't recall anything significant, musing that memories of reincarnation are typically lost. The goddess panics internally about the state of her own memory. Suddenly, a realization dawns on Kanata. He was the one in charge of the goddess's reincarnation. With this, he also remembers everything about his current world, finally understanding the mystery behind the Hyson stream from 6 months prior. A wave of relief washes over him as the forgotten memory returns. He floats upside down, casually telling the goddess to let him know if she remembers anything else. Seizing the opportunity, she points at him, declaring its return to ask a question. She inquires about his plans for his future life. His expression turns thoughtful. This space is revealed to be a dream, the deepest part of Kanata's subconscious, a place his waking mind cannot access. A key materializes before a keyhole, a symbol of the locked-away feelings he surely knows on some level. The dreamscape shatters, and he finds himself back in his room, sitting at his desk. Startled, he throws his hands up, realizing he can't just converse with her so directly in reality. His eyes fix on the monitor, a flicker of fear on his face. From the screen, the goddess's voice emerges, cheerful and disarming. She suggests that if being alone is too awkward, she can simply pretend to be a bot from his past life and act as a listener for him. Kanata internally remarks on how talkative she is, even in a dream. He composes himself, clearing his throat before answering her earlier question. He admits his memories of his past life are vague, but his current one is undeniably more enjoyable. With renewed conviction, he states his answer. He wants to continue streaming. He continues that, beyond that, he has normal human desires for status, honor, and money. He trails off, covering his face in embarrassment. He then recalls her question about Hyson becoming a topic of conversation, realizing that people's affection for Hyson is akin to his own affection for his friends. He visualizes himself as a plain figure, unable to compete for attention with a more appealing teddy bear, understanding that even in disguise, he fears he won't be loved for his true self. His gaze drifts to the monitor, where a crowd of all the women in his life has materialized. He reflects on his own lack of self-confidence, despite his occasional wonderful actions. He sees himself as just another student, wondering if the girls around him are really as cute as they seem. The thought leaves him paralyzed. He is indecisive, terrified of how romance might change everything. He continued to ponder the implications, not wanting to waste his reincarnated life on worries. If his life were to change, he reasoned, his few friendships and the way he spent his time would inevitably shift as well. He feared that such a change would negatively impact his streams, and he was perfectly content with them as they were. The current form of his broadcasts brought him joy. A vision of Maria then materialized beside his desk, her voice echoing his own past words, that in reality, he should just enjoy streaming. But a deep-seated doubt remained. He stared at his keyboard, consumed by the thought that there was no guarantee his current listeners would continue to enjoy his content if he, or the streams themselves, were to change. A streamer's style may gradually change, but not always for the better. Those who start with a frugal approach can become obsessed with money, while those who rely on their pets for content can find their daily routines becoming stale and uninspired. This very fear manifests in the minds of Kanata's most devoted fans. A news flash announces that the streamer has a girlfriend, sending his support corps into a state of shock. Lisa, the Yandere fan, and the imposter princess weep in despair, lamenting that they had believed he was unpopular with women. In a surreal space, the angelic figure leans over Kanata, explaining that this extreme outcome is what he wished for. She states that she will grant his wish if he gets a girlfriend, as trust is paramount, but warns him to remember this moment. He is then plunged into a vision, surrounded by his most obsessive followers. Each one offers him a different future. Lucia promises a future steeped in lust, Mira a future pioneering a new world, the Yandere fan a future of living with high status, and Lisa a future of simple gratitude for their days together. As he recoils from the overwhelming scene, the angelic figure embraces him from behind. She whispers that he is the one who must now make a choice. The vision shifts again, becoming more menacing. His fans declare that his listeners will never forgive him if he doesn't choose one of them, with the Yandere fan brandishing a knife and suggesting they all end things together. Pulled back from the nightmare, Kanata scratches his head, admitting that while it's lonely, it can't be helped. The angelic figure turns away, pouting, and asks if he intends to cherish his girlfriends for the rest of his life, muttering to herself that it should just be her. He remarks that she's gotten quite good at arguing. With a wink, she points out that choosing a goddess instead of a human is also an option. Exasperated, Kanata sighs, looking at his empty, streaming setup, and tells her to return to reality and stop bothering him. She begins to float away, explaining that from now on, she will be borrowing Alfana's body and that he should refrain from seeking her out. She notes the difference in their faces means a simple replacement won't work. Kanata looks up, asking if this means he shouldn't come to her anymore. The goddess clarifies that he should come back when he finds a better method. Kanata smiles, acknowledging that only a goddess knows his true identity. Resigned, She sighs that it can't be helped and promises to think of another way in return. He finds himself in a swirling, undefined space as the angelic being tells him it is time to awaken. She explains that how much of their conversation in this dream he can bring back to reality is entirely up to him, as this is the same mechanism as ordinary sleep. The goddess bids him farewell, asking that he call her by her true name, Isra, the next time they meet. Confused but deferential, Kanata bows slightly, thanking her for her help. His eyes flutter open to a familiar ceiling. He feels as though he was just dreaming when a voice cuts through his grogginess. Alfana is sitting by his bedside, asking how he feels. Startled, he utters her name. He sits up, disoriented, wondering why he is there. His memory is hazy, and he realizes he must have been sleeping. Alfana explains that she was told to look after him, suggesting that perhaps he received a divine revelation from a god. Straining to recall the details of his feverish dream, Kanata remembers speaking with Isra. He mentions that she used a simple healing spell to help him rest, and he does feel a bit better. As he speaks, Alfana watches him intently, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Her mind drifts back to their first meeting. She recalls how his hand was trembling at the time, a memory that seems to surface for Kanata as well as he falls back against his pillow. She quietly confesses her regret for not having used healing magic properly back then, and how she hasn't been able to see him since. With a gentle smile, she expresses her happiness that they are now in a world where they can meet. Leaning closer, Alfana asks if he's healed. Kanata, half asleep, murmurs that it's fine since he's a patient. Her expression suddenly hardens. Pinching his cheek, she warns that while she'll be lenient this time, he shouldn't expect it to always be this way. As he drifts off completely, she leans over his sleeping form, her thoughts turning to the confession he made, a confession that has now been swept away by recent events. She gently presses a kiss to his forehead. The gods will forgive me for this, won't they? She whispers to the sleeping Kanata, her hand resting gently on his chest. Her moment of affection, however, was followed by an unforeseen consequence. 2 days later, Kanata's streaming activities continued, but the cold he had suffered from had found a new host. Akuta now lay in bed, coughing weakly. Standing by his bedside, Kanata pressed his hands together in apology, expressing his regret for getting him sick. Alfana, watching the scene unfold, seemed flustered, thinking to herself that if it had been Kanata's cold, she would have gladly caught it. While conducting a stream, Kanata notices a comment from a familiar name, Ice Maiden. He remarks that they're an old fan and asks how they've been, mentioning that school has been busy. The fan's message expresses delight at hearing his voice after a week, praising the relaxed tone of his stream and sending a donation of 5 silver coins. Elsewhere, the fan known as Lisa types furiously on her device, her devotion clear. She is thrilled that Kanata is concerned for her. She thinks to herself that she agrees with his sentiment, finding it wonderful how he treats her as an equal without getting directly involved. Overcome with emotion, she proclaims her love for him and sends another 5 silver coins, prompting Kanata to comment on her usual intensity. In the demon world, Lady Shrauza and Garura watch the same stream. Shrauza finds this method of interaction delightful and declares that she will try it herself after waiting out her 1-week restriction. Garura observes as she excitedly points at the screen, her chosen username visible. I'm a demon world resident. Any questions? Her week of waiting proves to be an ordeal. With 7 days remaining, she already feels it is too much to bear. The next day, she is slumped over her desk in boredom. On the final day of her restriction, she stares intently at her device, wondering if Kanata is doing well. The anticipation has worn on Garura as well, who has fallen asleep at his own desk. In his slumber, he mutters the beginning of Shrauza's chosen username, a sign of his own disappointment and fatigue. As Shrauza relaxes in a bath, a notification from the stream finally arrives. Her body instantly shatters like glass before reforming in a seated, alert position as she hears Kanata's voice again. In response, a colossal, winged, demonic form materializes in the stormy skies above the demon capital. Despite this overwhelming display of power, a note indicates that the demon world is peaceful today. The immense being joyfully exclaims, I'm fine, marveling at the large text message on the stream. The following day at the academy, Garura, now in a human student's disguise, and a young woman with pigtails thank an unseen person for their help. Garura politely insists that the pleasure was all theirs. As the pair walks away, the young woman tells Garura she will handle some procedures and that he should go on ahead to the carriage. He agrees. Nearby, Kanata overhears their exchange and wonders if they're students from another school. He glances over his shoulder, and his eyes meet Garura's, who returns the look with a flash of annoyed recognition. Inside a classroom, a teacher with spiky, light-toned hair and glasses lectures his students. Holding a piece of chalk that crackles with faint energy, he explains a phenomenon he calls the attribute magic acquisition limit, making a series of sharp, distinct sounds as he demonstrates. He then announces that, as part of an exchange with the Xandered Empire's Academy, a group magic mock battle will be held soon. Kanata, sitting at his desk, listens with a serious expression, absorbing the weight of the news. A fellow student asks for clarification on what the event is. As Kanata glances over, Mira appears outside the window, hanging upside down, her attention fixed on him. She notes to herself that she thought she heard a voice from outside. The teacher explains the rules. It is a team battle to capture the opposing general, with mechanics like a territory control game. The news sends a buzz through the classroom, with students excitedly discussing the magic battle and the high-stakes selection process. Amid the chatter, Lisa is overcome with terror. She trembles violently, biting her nails as she thinks that she cannot allow the Imperial Academy to have Kanata. She panics, wondering who would take responsibility if he were to get hurt, her dream of a quiet life with him in the capital suddenly under threat. At the academy, Maria's thoughts swirled around Kanata. One moment, she was playfully fantasizing about being on his team for the mock battle, her expression giddy. The next, her face was a mask of desperate anxiety. Clutching a cross, she fretted that it would be better to apply pressure so he wouldn't be chosen. She repeated to herself that she had to be the one to protect him, terrified that he would be deceived and taken somewhere far away. Meanwhile, Kanata was at his desk beginning stream. He casually greeted his viewers, explaining through a mouthful of food that he was still having dinner but would be with them shortly. As he spoke, a notification chimed on his monitor, catching his attention. His greeting reached Maria, who was watching intently on her own device. She scoffed at the chat, wondering what kind of perverts were watching and demanding he give them a reward. Her thoughts then shifted to a more serious matter, as she noted the current political instability within the Empire. A message appeared in the stream from a viewer identifying herself as a student from the Empire. She confirmed that her school holds a traditional mock battle event every year, inviting students from various other academies. While acknowledging the truth of the rumors about the nation's instability, she added that her classmates were all looking forward to the friendly competition. This information clearly troubled Kanata. Back at school, he voiced his uncertainty to Maria, questioning if such an event could proceed under the circumstances. Maria, holding a small orb of light, tried to reassure him. She noted that a mock battle was far better than a war where people were needlessly hurt, but admitted she was still concerned and prayed for a swift resolution. Kanata listened, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Her words seemed to calm him, and he smiled, saying he could now go to the Empire without worry. At that very moment, in the Empire itself, a new power had risen. A colossal warrior with an eye patch stood before a cheering army, his great axe held high. A soldier reported to him, as it was chronicled, that this man's overwhelming power had led to the Empire's swift and utter defeat. This new conqueror held a familiar streaming device in his hand, scoffing at the message on its screen. He mocked the idea of making the country peaceful through a simple broadcast, dismissing it as a prank. Behind him, captured citizens, including children, were bound and helpless. Yet, as he looked at the device again, he considered the possibility, wondering if he could truly bring peace by streaming from this land. His cynical demeanor shattered in an instant. He clutched the device, his face twisting into a look of desperate obsession. He roared that the Empire was now his to rule, and that he would not allow his political ambitions to be thwarted. Then, his tone shifted to one of manic glee as he screamed that he wanted to meet the streamer, Hysin, because he had been dreaming of him. He declared that he was coming to the Empire. While the conqueror made his intentions known, back at the Academy, an official announcement was made. For the upcoming mock battle with the Imperial Academy, their class representatives would be Kanata, Ron, Thomas, and Alfana. As Ron and Thomas took in the news, Maria beamed with delight, while Kanata could only stare in disbelief, wondering why events in this world moved so quickly. Shortly after, Maria confronted Kanata outside. She stood before him, her expression intense, and declared that if he was going to be persuaded now, it had to be by her. She insisted that she was the only one who could do it. Her earnest plea was met not with hesitation, but with a bright, cheerful smile from Kanata. He seemed to find the entire situation amusing, covering his mouth as he expressed his excitement. The unexpected enthusiasm sent a jolt through Maria, leaving her utterly flustered and speechless. As Kanata took a seat, his gaze shifted to Alfana, who now wrestled with the same proposition. She sighed in resignation, muttering that it couldn't be helped. She would simply have to protect him with all her might. For Saintess Alfana, this protective urge was a completely new sensation. The first time in her life, she had ever felt a pure maternal instinct. In preparation for the mock battle against the Imperial Academy, Kanata and his followers have been training for 2 weeks. His most ardent supporters, Anise, FaZe, and their muscular companion, stand ready. Anise declares that she will handle the streaming duties, leaving Kanata looking somewhat overwhelmed by their intensity. The day before the match, his mood is more subdued. Sitting with his friends Ron and Thomas, Kanata reflects that their battle is about to begin, noting with some concern how fired up his teammates are. Ron explains that their opponents, the twin siblings Anise and Glavault, are formidable. He states that Anise wields ice magic while Glavault uses flame magic, and they must not lose to them. Thomas adds that they are the children of a famous noble house, renowned winners of martial arts tournaments, and that the Imperial Academy is filled with many such recognized powerhouses. Ron confidently declares he will take one of them on. His confidence is infectious. The three friends bring their fists together in a determined huddle, with Kanata smiling and agreeing that they should give it everything they have. Meanwhile, Maria expresses her profound frustration to her friend. She cannot accept the team arrangements, complaining that the kingdom's teams are segregated by gender while the empires are mixed. This is especially vexing as her duties as a saintess will soon take her to another country. Clinging to her friend, she cries that it's deeply unfair she cannot get closer to Kanata in front of everyone. At the Welcome Hall in Fortuna, a border city between the kingdom and the empire, the students from both academies cross paths. Kanata and his friends spot their opponents for the following day, the confident-looking Anise and Glavolt. Just then, a waitress announces that dinner is served, and Ron enthusiastically suggests they eat up for the battle ahead. He and Thomas then dash off toward the dining hall, shouting for Kanata to save them some food from the buffet. Kanata is left standing alone in the suddenly quiet corridor. His solitude is broken by the sudden appearance of Mira, who cheerfully announces her presence. She explains that she has brought his streaming materials and, as a gift, a meal ticket for a high-class inn. She tells him everything is prepared and he can eat there tonight. A flustered Kanata asks if this is really all right, accepting the ticket. She leans in close, her face beaming, and confesses that she has been looking forward to this day. Kanata, blushing, quiets her but agrees to go to the stealth viewing area later, telling her to go on ahead. As he walks away, he resolves to sleep in his own bed tonight. In the background, Maria urges her friend to hurry so they can get to the venue. His thoughts are interrupted when Anise, one of his followers, trips and crashes in his back, sending them both to the floor. As FaZe rushes to help her, Kanata looks on with a grimace. He thinks to himself that he needs them to be a little more tense and aware of their surroundings. His own followers, he realizes, are a bigger worry than the structural integrity of the building. He came face to face with his opponents, a confident young man with long, light-toned hair and an energetic young woman with impossibly long twin tails. Kanata recognized them from their reputation as the Empire's strongest twins. The young man introduced himself as FaZe Glavolt and his sister as Anise. He acknowledged that while their title as strongest was debatable, they were indeed the correct opponents. Anise, meanwhile, offered a cheerful wave and a friendly greeting. He returned the introduction, stating his name was Kanata. Glavolt, observing Kanata and his teammates standing nearby, questioned why they weren't enjoying the dinner party. Kanata explained that they were actually on their way there at that very moment. His words sparked an unexpected reaction from Anise. She suddenly seized his hands, exclaiming that she was hungry again and that if he had free time, they should go sightseeing. As Kanata stood stunned, Glavolt sighed, recognizing his sister's impulsive habits resurfacing. Before anyone could object, Anise began dragging the protesting Kanata away, shouting for the very sky to freeze as a trail of crackling ice formed in her wake. As rain begins to fall, Kanata and the young woman, Anise, find themselves in a strange predicament. What is this? She wonders aloud. Kanata realizes with a start that the raindrops are defying gravity, solidifying in midair as if time itself has stopped. She cheerfully explains that she's made a roof between the buildings to keep them from getting wet. Just then, another figure appears, his hand wreathed in flame. It is Anise's companion, who sternly tells her not to bother the outsiders. He turns his attention to Kanata, crossing his arms and asking if he understands how much trouble he causes for him, referring to himself as FaZe. In the background, Anise insists that he leave them alone. FaZe ignores her, instead pointing an accusatory finger and complaining that she is always the one causing him trouble. Anise reacts with theatrical outrage, shouting at the accusation. His frustration suddenly shifts back to Kanata. FaZe grabs him by the collar, demanding to know if he's aware of the streamer in the capital, mentioning his own cute little sister. The sudden outburst startles Kanata, and FaZe himself seems shocked to have revealed so much. The emotional turmoil is too much. His shirt bursts from his torso in a flash of energy. He roars, asking about a recent lottery for new merchandise in the capital and demanding to know if Kanata managed to acquire any of it. His intense fandom is laid bare, leaving Kanata and Anise utterly bewildered. Still held by the shirtless FaZe, Kanata cautiously asks if there has been any news about the streamer in the capital's newspaper. FaZe stares back, questioning if Kanata thinks he's strange, while Anise apologizes for her brother's behavior. She explains with a mischievous grin that her brother's upper clothing tends to spontaneously combust whenever he gets excited. A small scene shows FaZe shivering under an umbrella made of frozen rain, lamenting how cold it is. Rummaging through his bag, Kanata pulls out some items. He explains that he worked part-time at the sales event and, as a souvenir, bought a shirt and 2 badges. Since he won't use the badges, he offers them to FaZe. Both siblings stare in utter shock. Anise snatches the badges from his hand. She declares that if he's giving them to her, then tomorrow she will proudly crush everyone besides Kanata and become the MVP. She clutched the towel to her chest, overcome with emotion. "Thank you, Kanata," she cried out, explaining that this was the one piece of merchandise she desired above all else. Nearby, her brother FaZe also celebrated his own prize. Kanata watched them, pleased by their joy but also slightly unnerved by their intense devotion. He turned to Anise, asking if she was all right. Her demeanor shifted in an instant. She unfurled the towel, revealing Kanata's own image printed upon it, and thrust it towards him with a fierce intensity. She declared herself one of his original listeners, someone who had followed him since he first began streaming. She explained that his comments always raised her spirits, which is why she considered herself his top fan. Kanata could only stare, stunned by the fervor in her eyes. Her intense focus then shifted, spotting Alfana nearby. Anice's voice filled with resentment as she questioned why the princess and saintess had the privilege of meeting Kanata before she did. Alfana simply offered a knowing smile, commenting on Anice's skill. Faze attempted to intervene, urging his sister to calm down, but his words went unheard as Anice's jealousy flared. The jealousy twisted her expression into something menacing. Her eyes widened with a possessive fury as she confessed a dark urge to snap Alfana's beautiful neck. The chilling declaration left Kanata and Faze frozen in terror, realizing the situation in the capital had just escalated into a major crisis. Anice's face twists with manic devotion. She declares that while she and Faze have seen better days, they are now allies to her darling Kanata. Her expression darkens as she points, claiming a vixen is on the opposing team, guided by God. A sudden surge of power contorts her body, and she realizes she is about to lose control. In response to her outburst, Faze acts instantly. He shouts her name, calling her Plan C, as he unleashes a freezing power that encases her upper body in a solid block of ice. Kanata and Mira watch in stunned silence. Without hesitation, Faze shatters the ice with a powerful strike, a technique he calls thawing. The force of the blow sends Anice tumbling through the air. Faze, now shirtless, calmly pulls his garment back on, remarking that he has cooled his head. Anice lands and laughs, admitting that in her anger, she almost froze the entire town. He then turns to Kanata, apologizing for the commotion and explaining that this is how they must deal with Anice's rampaging magic. Taking her hand, Faze reminds her that Maria is an important friend to their master, and therefore, to them. Faze informs Kanata that they will save the real fun for tomorrow, thanking him and promising to meet again. As the pair departs, Anice waves a cheerful goodbye, announcing that she's hungry and heading home. Watching them go, Kanata mutters about how intense they are. He is startled when Mira suddenly appears beside him, chewing on a large piece of meat. She announces her return from guard duty, explaining it was a stealth patrol. Kanata, surprised, questions if she was just eating. In response to his unasked question about a potential fight, sharp spikes of ice erupt from the ground around Mira. She calmly states that if she were to face Anice and Faze alone, she estimates her chances of winning at about 60%. Kanata then asks what her chances would be against both of them at once. She turns to him, still holding the bone from her meal, and repeats with unwavering confidence that her chances are 60%, even against both of them. With a slight blush, she apologizes for the insufficient explanation, leaving Kanata speechless. Later, back in his room, Kanata sits at his desk during a live broadcast. He decides to eat, stream, and then sleep. He signs off to his viewers, saying he'll see them tomorrow and that the stream will end in 5 seconds. He turns from his desk, only to be met with a shocking sight. Alfana and Anice are sitting politely on his bed, while Mira lies on the floor. They all greet him in unison. Kanata stares, bewildered, wondering why on earth they are all in his room. He finds himself cornered by Alfana, who clings to his arm and asks for confirmation that the other girl, Mira, is staying at a separate inn. When Kanata affirms this, Alfana cheerfully suggests they should both prepare for the next day, releasing him. As she speaks, Mira, sitting on the bed, momentarily thinks she hears her own voice, but dismisses it as a trick of the mind. Alfana then turns back to Kanata, declaring that in an emergency, she and Anice will be the ones to protect him. Anice chimes in, adding that recklessness is now forbidden. As the door to the room swings open, both girls turn toward Kanata with unsettlingly intense expressions, jointly vowing that from this day forward, they will always protect him. Their possessive vow sends a chill down his spine. He has a terrifying vision of the two of them as monstrous figures, their faces contorted with rage as they threaten to attack Maria if she were to betray them. The thought crystallizes in his mind. If he angers Anice tomorrow, he is finished. The dark premonition is shattered by the current reality. Mira, now in casual clothes, enthusiastically waves a fan to cheer on Alfana, noting the deep-seated tension in the room. Seeing them, Kanata's fear turns into resolve. He realizes he must be the one to protect Mira and Alfana from Anice. On a vast, rocky plain far from Fortuna, the assembled students stand ready. A voice rings out, announcing that the magic mock battle is about to begin, and the participants brace themselves for the coming conflict. Kanata thoughtfully considers the rules of engagement. Victory is achieved by capturing the enemy's base within 1 hour or by eliminating all opposing players. He recognizes it as a strategic territory game where the allocation of personnel is key, weighing the merits of a defensive posture against an all-out attack. In the background, a rival student celebrates an early victory. The battle commences immediately. An announcement confirms that the Royal Capital side has suppressed base A. Elsewhere, a student is struck down, their badge shattering. The mechanics of the match are made clear. When a participant sustains a fatal blow, a special badge breaks in their place, causing their uniform to vanish and marking their elimination. Alfana watches a defeated student, a look of mild concern on her face. This strange rule has an immediate and startling effect. Anice, one of Kanata's followers, suddenly finds her clothes have vanished after taking a hit. Faze rushes to her, asking if the badge truly protects against fatal wounds. Flustered but unharmed, Anise confirms it does. She was caught in a spontaneous combustion spell, but is perfectly fine. He then points out with alarm that a fatal wound to the chest would result in one's breasts being exposed. He frantically urges her to get to her assigned position immediately. Meanwhile, back with Kanata's core team, the pre-battle tension is non-existent. While Kanata fidgets nervously, Alphana is casually playing cards with Akuta, Zeus, and Rebecca. She confidently declares herself their guardian, even as she admits she thought they would win easily. The atmosphere is strangely relaxed. She continues her game, triumphantly showing a winning card to an exasperated Rebecca. Kanata observes them, remarking that this is just what he'd expect from the princesses. Alphana's attempt to lighten the mood seems to be working, though not without annoying her companions. His attention then shifts to Akuta. Kanata confirms their 5-squad strategy, asking if Akuta is truly prepared for it, acknowledging that the plan requires a significant sacrifice. From a short distance, Zeus and Rebecca watch their serious discussion. Rebecca explains the tactical layout to Alphana. The bulk of their forces, squads 2, 3, and 4, will form the attack group, while squads 1 and 5 handle defense. She stresses the need to support each other to avoid being forced into a desperate relocation. Alphana, however, clings to Rebecca, declaring that she will handle the odd formation and that protecting Rebecca is the most important thing. Alphana rallies the group, suggesting that breaking through the enemy's weakest point is their best option. Maria agrees, adding that if the 5 of them stick together, they will all survive. With renewed determination, the core team raises their hands in a unified cheer. At that exact moment, a notification sounds. The Royal Capital's Prometano Sarita team has been eliminated. He and his teammates watched in disbelief as notifications of defeat flashed across the battlefield. One of them questioned how their strongest forces could have been eliminated so quickly, while Kanata himself was stunned to learn that the entire Second Army was gone. Another teammate reported that the Royal Capital team Radasuki and Azana Academy had also fallen, urging a temporary retreat to regroup with Maria's team. Elsewhere, the cause of the chaos revealed herself. A formidable young woman with long twin tails calmly noted that her targets were almost in range. As one of her allies warned that something was approaching, she simply ordered her team to prepare their defense and unleashed a powerful incantation. Frozen ice. The spell erupted in a massive wall of ice, instantly engulfing an entire team of students and vaporizing their clothes, eliminating them from the match. Kanata's squad arrived just in time to witness the devastation. Realizing the immediate threat, he ordered his teammates to get behind him. Across the icy chasm, the victor, known as the Ice Maiden, held up a broken badge with a smug grin, having just faced what felt like a final boss at the very start of the battle. A young woman with long, icy twin tails and a confident smirk materializes atop a spire of ice. Holding a set of cards, she addresses an unseen audience, welcoming the Ice Micro Girl and greeting all of Kanata's followers. She stands before Kanata and his companions, Alphana, Akuta, Zeus, and Rebecca. From a distance, Anise watches with a grim expression, realizing with shock that their opponent is suddenly Anise, the Ice Maiden. The Ice Maiden declares her intent to defeat them all by herself. In an instant, thick ice encases Kanata's party from the waist down. Alphana, however, remains defiant, stating she has decided to crush this newcomer herself. The Ice Maiden scoffs, telling her not to interfere. She admits that while she planned to freeze everyone but her target, Kanata is proving to be quite skilled. A device then projects a message from an archive, revealing that in this battle royale, even one's own companions are fair game. Anise looks on, stunned by the revelation. The Ice Maiden summons a massive scythe, remarking that it was a good thing she was called for the stream, as Alphana and Rebecca are quite cute. She seems irritated, however, that her first guest appearance was stolen from her. Before she can act, Kanata shatters his icy prison with a single punch. He yells for his friends not to lose as Ron and Thomas also break free, casting spells for body reinforcement, thunder, and healing. As Kanata charges forward, the Ice Maiden's confident expression falters into surprise. He closes the distance in a flash, grabbing the Ice Maiden and shouting that his human cannonball technique was a success. From afar, a spectator is left bewildered by the sudden maneuver. His unorthodox capture sends Alphana and Rebecca into fits of uncontrollable laughter. They recall Kanata asking them that very morning to trip up and eliminate any stragglers. Ron and Thomas simply look away, thoroughly embarrassed. Suddenly, a heavy boot stomps onto the rocky ground. Anise looks up, muttering that her bad habit has emerged again. Elsewhere, 2 other followers comment that the stream has become unexpectedly entertaining. A muscular man with long, light hair steps forward, his fist glowing with power. He tells FaZe to leave this to him. Anise instructs him to deal with the pervert and return to Kanata's side. The man smirks, asking how he should handle the young lady, noting that he senses the familiar scent of a sister. Kanata addresses his unseen, muscular follower, instructing him to handle the captured Ice Maiden with care. He explains that her actions were a clumsy imitation and asks him to endure it in place of the princesses. Simultaneously, at the Royal Capital B garrison, the aftermath of the battle is evident. The Ice Maiden, now bound, complains that she cannot move, while Kanata, himself partially encased in rock, simply tells her to go home. Anise watches, remarking that fighting Kanata is difficult, especially considering the power of his followers and items. Later, in a well-appointed room, Kanata calls out to his streaming persona, Haishin. He announces that he has a souvenir for the day's broadcast and will be taking questions. This declaration leaves the captive Ice Maiden, who is also in the room, completely stunned. From another location, Mira leaps into action, energetically cranking a device to begin the broadcast. She is serving as a proxy for the streamer, using a prearranged system of batteries, recorders, and a computer to manage the technical side of the stream. She then reports to Kanata through a communication device, announcing that it is now 9 o'clock. The announcement makes Kanata anxious. He had wanted to deal with the weakened Anise properly, but he had already requested the recorded data for his 7 o'clock broadcast. As he worries about getting home late, Anise mutters from the floor, questioning if her own preparations for the streamer's guerrilla broadcast are sufficient. While streaming, Kanata muses about his rivalry with Anise, stating that acknowledging defeat and challenging a worthy opponent is the key to growth. Elsewhere, Anise watches his broadcast, her face contorting with rage. She misinterprets his words, believing he is offering her goods as a rival, and her fury intensifies. The confrontation moves to the fantasy world. Anise declares that if Kanata is to defeat her, he must also make her stronger. With a flourish, she summons a massive snow golem at maximum power. Kanata, startled by the creature's unique form, realizes this is no ordinary monster and braces himself, warning her not to play games when facing an enemy. Without hesitation, the golem smashes its enormous fist downwards, obliterating a smaller creature Kanata had summoned. He can only watch as his familiar is instantly crushed by the overwhelming display of force. Anise, suddenly flustered, yells at him, calling him an idiot for getting her black hair. Unfazed, Kanata recognizes the familiar pattern of their encounters and calmly activates a body reinforcement spell, his fist beginning to glow with power. He lunges, striking the golem's torso, but feels his attack fail to connect. The blow is completely ineffective. From a safe distance, Anise mocks him, stating that non-elemental magic is utterly useless against her creation. She smugly reveals the golem's design. It has been embedded with 5 different elemental magic cores for fire, water, dark, grass, and thunder. She boasts that it cannot be defeated without targeting these specific weaknesses. Kanata, however, has a flash of insight, recalling a similar trope from an anime he once saw. Channeling his power, Kanata unleashes a combined elemental attack, striking the golem's chest with a single, devastating blow that shatters it completely. Anise stares in disbelief, whispering that her golem has been defeated for the very first time. The outcome is beyond anything she could have anticipated. He stands over the golem's remains and explains to the stunned Anise that he simply used all 5 elemental magics at once to defeat it, admitting it was the first time he'd been so resourceful. As he finishes his explanation, Anise is suddenly drenched by a cascade of water falling from above. She stands perfectly still, soaked, and utterly bewildered by the sudden downpour. Kanata points out that her hair ties have melted. Touching her loosening hair, Anise comes to a shocking realization. She had been using ice to freeze her hair into her signature twin-tail style all along. Still on the ground, she watches him leave, remarking on his strength. Suddenly, she declares that he won't escape as a massive hand of ice bursts from the earth to block his path. From a distance, Maria and her friend stare at the towering pillar of ice. Maria questions what it is, noting that she can't see through it at all. Her companion observes with awe that Anise's magic seems to be limit-breaking. Now trapped within an ice dome, Kanata confronts Anise. He asks why she is a member of the capital's 5 military corps, but she dismisses the question, declaring that inside her dome, neither allies nor enemies can interfere with them. Observing the confrontation, a previously unseen young woman licks her lips, her interest piqued. She murmurs that she wants to learn more about Kanata. Meanwhile, a flustered Kanata suggests they continue this later, offering some streaming advice about lighting and distance from the device. A new heroine has made her explosive debut. Anise sits stunned on the floor, staring at her phone. She had been casually invited, only to have her message read and left unanswered. From his desk, Kanata speaks into his streaming device, telling her that if she wants to talk, she can join his stream anytime. Anise laughs to herself, acknowledging that it's a rather one-sided conversation. She blushes, a thought crossing her mind as she clutches the device. She wonders if it's truly all right for her to visit Haitian's place whenever she pleases. The situation had escalated quickly. Previously, Kanata had tried to dismiss her, stating that even if she claimed to know him, he was just a student in the royal capital. Anise had waved him off, but he had insisted, telling her through his device to stop bothering him. Later, in a rocky clearing, Anise confronts Kanata directly. She remarks that his voice sounds familiar, a comment she claims people often make. As she presses him, asking if he knows about attribute limit acquisition magic, a teacher's lecture on that very topic echoes in the background. The concept is explained. Both humans and demons are limited in the number of magic attributes they can acquire. A normal person can learn 1, while an excellent individual might learn 3. Maria notes that she herself has 3, which is quite impressive. The only exceptions are transcendent beings who have surpassed history, like the Demon Lord who possess an infinite number. With this knowledge, Maria concludes that if Haishin possesses limitless magic, everything would make perfect sense. He smirks at Nice, boasting that since he can use about 5 types of magic, he must be considered an elite back in his village. He then casually adds that he is, in fact, live-streaming at that very moment. Her eyes widen in horror as the realization dawns on her. This is a surprise guerrilla stream, and it's being recorded. A donation notification chimes. Anise covers her face, mortified that she's been ignoring all the comments and donations. Kanata, meanwhile, curses his own terrible mistake, aghast that he hadn't noticed he was recording his very first broadcast. His potential is vast, possessing unimaginable magical power, surrounded by devoted officials and guards like Maria, Athena, and Mira, and having the spirit to trade away premium goods for land and support. His influence is growing in ways the royal capital cannot perceive. Returning to the present, Kanata whirls on Mira, who is bowing low to the ground. He furiously demands to know why she didn't tell him the true value of the goods, questioning if she had been aware of it since the day before. He could only watch as Anise, seated across from him, trembled with rage. She accused him of being with other women, declaring that she had sworn her life to him, yet he had lied. Her jealousy was a palpable force. Her fury then twisted into a smug smile. She mused that perhaps his limitless magic had corrupted him, or maybe it was the influence of the Fox girls now playfully tormenting him. 2 of his other devoted fans, one in a witch's hat and another with fox ears, confirmed her suspicions, claiming he was under a mental contamination spell. With that, Anise decided on a course of action. She would purge the poison from him herself. Her voice took on an ecstatic tone, declaring that her own poison had been purged and that her devotion to him made her invincible. Kanata looked on, realizing he was trapped within the fortress of her obsessive delusions. He dodged her swift attack, shouting that she was being foolish and that this was no time for games. He insisted that miracles like resurrection don't happen, and he was acutely aware of his own mortality. Anise, however, seemed to only hear his words as a testament to his greatness. She playfully hung upside down from her weapon, taunting him. She declared that she hated being cut by his limitless power, but if he were to strike her down, she would become the strongest, surpassing even him. Kanata considered her words, realizing she was speculating that he himself was not human. He grimaced, acknowledging her difficult personality. He had no more time to waste on this. His entire demeanor shifted. He declared that he was Haishin, the streamer, and that he would now use his limitless magic. As he spoke, powerful fire magic erupted from his hands, shocking Anise. In response to his fiery assault, she countered immediately, shouting for him not to come any closer as she unleashed a powerful ice spell. Frozen ice. The ice spell was massive, seemingly overwhelming Kanata's attack. A message declared the royal capital team had been eliminated. Anise stood victorious, but her expression quickly turned to confusion, surprised by the speed of the outcome. With the royal capital team eliminated, Kanata stands victorious. Before him, Anise crouches, stunned by her defeat. She reflects that despite her immense magic power, she is still just an amateur in true combat. Meanwhile, the angelic figure Isra watches the events unfold on a screen. She notes with a calm smile that she has successfully recorded Kanata's announcement, confirming that this is more than just a live stream. Back in the arena, a loud crash echoes as Kanata's strength gives out. He collapses forward, his body too exhausted to move, pinning Anise beneath him. He grimaces, admitting he can't move. As Anise stares up, their faces inches apart. He then pulls out a small device, switching it to microphone mode. With a quiet apology to Anise, he gently places a single earbud into her ear. She looks up at him, startled and confused by the unexpected action. His plan, conceived days earlier, was to make her admit defeat not through force, but through atmosphere and technique, to make her submit to an overwhelming sensation. Returning to the present, he holds the device to his lips and whispers, "Anise, can you hear me?" Her reaction is instantaneous. A deep blush spreads across her face as her eyes widen in shock and a strange pleasure. She gasps, completely caught off guard by the intimate sounds now flooding her senses. As she squirms, he leans closer and explains that he's conducting an ASMR stream. He whispers, asking if her brain is tingling from the sensation. He continues his broadcast, declaring that he's casting aside all shame to deliver this experience directly to her. He tells her she won't be able to run away tonight. Anise listens, flustered, her fingers trembling as she touches the earbud. She lies on the ground, completely overwhelmed. He taunts her, asking if she's just a weakling to be so easily affected. He demands she stay quiet and listen. Anise thinks he's a pervert, but her flushed expression reveals she's captivated. He leans back, confidently continuing his stream and asking if she can still fight while her brain is melting. Anise can only manage a breathless agreement as a wave of pleasure washes over her. Seeing her in this state, Kanata decides it's time to make a promise with her. He leaned in close, his voice a low whisper in Anise's ear. He swore an oath with 2 conditions. First, that her secret life as the streamer Haishin would remain his alone, and second, that he would not bring harm to Maria or her companions. Anise, still reeling from the sensory overload, could only tremble at his words. He then stood, looking down at the defeated girl. He admitted with a hint of a smile, that he was merely borrowing Phase's harsh words. She was a pain, he conceded, but he was genuinely grateful for her support and comments during his early streams. Extending a hand, he invited her to comment again sometime. His unexpected kindness left her utterly bewildered. Her face flushed with confusion as she questioned his sudden change in demeanor. Overwhelmed by it all, she turned and fled without another word. As she disappeared, he glanced at his device, ending the microphone mode and admitting to himself that he might have gone too far. In the distance, Anise cried out in anguish, her hands flying to her head as her hair clip shattered. She couldn't bear the thought of losing to Haishin. The thought drove her into a frenzy. She spun around and charged back, tackling him with surprising force. He cried out her name, caught completely off guard by the sudden impact and her unexpected way. Their clash signaled the end of the mock battle. On the field, a massive ice construct dissolved into water as official announcements declared the withdrawal of both Anise and Kanata. From a distance, Anise's teammates watched, one remarking on her surprising strength. As the time limit expired, Anise declared she would not be defeated by Haishin, while an announcer declared the match concluded. Several days passed. At the academy, the members of the Imperial team still appeared waterlogged and dazed, the psychological effects of the battle lingering. Meanwhile, Anise seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. She clung to a window pane with a look of ecstatic bliss, thrilled to have returned to her normal life. Her behavior drew shocked stares from Maria and a look of intense envy from Agila. Her new normal, however, involved clinging to a deeply uncomfortable Kanata, obsessively licking his face while repeating his name. He could only blush in confused protest, wondering how things had come to this, all under the horrified gaze of Maria and her friend. A few days prior, a mock battle was held. The conflict reached its climax when one of Kanata's friends broke through the Imperial line and seized their flag just as time expired. With a score of 1-0, the victory was decisively the capital's. Despite the win, Agila's companions felt it was hollow. They noted that Anise's solo actions had effectively frozen the entire Imperial force, making the flag capture almost effortless. Agila himself couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't truly won. Back in the present day, Kanata sits in the classroom, looking exhausted. He reflects on his return to life in the capital, wondering why he's even attending school when both Maria and Alfana are absent on official business. He concludes it must be for the sake of study. His thoughts are interrupted as a girl with long, light-toned twin tails confidently introduces herself to the class. She announces that her name is Anise Kravitz, a transfer student from the Xandered Imperial Academy. As a reward for her performance in the recent mock battle, she will be studying with them for a short period. Kanata stares in disbelief, while Agila looks on in surprise. She spots Agila, calling him her comrade from the mock battle, and asks to sit next to him. Kanata is still reeling from the realization that all the participants from that battle are now in the same class. Anise cheerfully takes her seat, much to Kanata's visible discomfort. Leaning in so close their faces almost touch, Anise whispers directly into his ear. With an unnerving intensity, she tells him she came for him, addressing him by a name only his audience should know. Listener. Kanata's eyes widen in sheer terror at the revelation. The unsettling encounter leaves him shaken. Later, as Kanata walks through the school, Agila calls out, reminding him that he's on duty and needs to collect materials from the staff room. Just then, Alfana appears, cheerfully offering to help since she's also on duty. She winks and takes a heavy stack of documents from his hands. Walking together, Alfana playfully asks if he's angry that the Saintess is making him work. She then adds that if she's the one on duty, it will surely boost Kanata's reputation. Flustered by her teasing, he mutters that she's going to get them both in trouble. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Anise has already become the center of attention. She chats and laughs with Ron, Thomas, and several other female students. From his desk, Kanata watches with exasperation, marveling at how quickly she has managed to fit in. He tries to tune out the noise by focusing on a book. Anise suddenly appears at his desk, asking if his book is interesting. Her cheerful demeanor drops as she tells him to stop ignoring everyone and come talk with the group, putting him on the spot. He finds himself surrounded by his friends, who are enthusiastically welcoming Anise. They comment on how well she and Kanata seem to get along and how impressed they were by their teamwork. Anise, however, leans in close, her expression intense as she claims to see a hunter in him, asking if her outer defenses are being breached. To everyone else, she appears to be a beautiful, popular girl, but Kanata knows the truth is far more complicated. As soon as class ends, he tries to make a quiet exit, but Anise intercepts him. She declares that they finally have a moment alone and insists they talk, perching herself playfully on a nearby statue's pedestal. Overwhelmed, Kanata can only stammer in protest. He explains that he's heading back to the capital, reasoning that when he came to after the match, she was already gone. His words strike Anise with unexpected force. Her face crumples, tears forming in her wide eyes as she laments that he would leave without a proper greeting or even arranging the dinner they had planned. Her distress turns to accusation as she grabs him, demanding to know why he won't reveal his true identity to her follower, Phase. She reminds him that she swore to keep his secret. Caught off guard by her intensity, Kanata can only manage a weak thanks. He tries to placate her, pointing out that she's drawing attention and pleading with her to help protect his peaceful school life. He explains that he has to leave for his stream, and a flustered Anise quickly agrees. With a promise to see her the next day, he makes his escape. Later, safely in his room, he begins his stream. He holds up a book recommended by his audience, explaining that the reveal of the childhood friend's true identity was genuinely shocking. He enthusiastically tells his viewers that he's going to read through it with them, though he admits he hasn't finished it himself. As he reads, a donation notification chimes. It's from the nameless princess, who requests that he read her book instead. He sighs, asking aloud if his own reading is no longer needed. Unseen by him, Maria watches his stream, her face alight with excitement. Meanwhile, Anise is also watching the stream. Seeing the rapid flow of comments from other viewers, her expression darkens. Her hands clasp together tightly as she vows to protect Kanata, her shadow twisting into a monstrous shape on the wall behind her. The next morning, a tired Kanata walks to school. Ahead of him, his friends chatter about a cute girl, wondering who she could be waiting for. He turns to look, and his sleepiness vanishes when he sees Anise standing there, greeting him with a bright, "Good morning, Kanata." She explains that she waited for him precisely because he had asked her to protect his school life. Taking his words at face value, she now walks alongside him towards the school building, leaving him to carry a stack of books. While carrying a heavy stack of documents, Kanata is confronted by Anise. She warns him that for a mob, like him to get friendly with her would be to invite jealousy and bullying, so he should stay away for his own good. He seems taken aback, questioning her use of the word dignity. She then abruptly changes her tone, grabbing his arm and declaring with a wide smile that she'll freeze any damp person who bothers him, so he can rest easy. Kanata is visibly flustered by her sudden closeness. In the background, his friends Ron and Thomas watch, with Ron greeting him and Thomas remarking on how kind Anise seems for help. His friends are comically knocked aside as one of Maria's friends observes the scene. She muses on Anise's smooth way with words and glances towards Kanata, thinking that while she likes Thomas, she might like Kanata even more. Anise then turns to her own friends, offering them meal tickets she received from her father's business partner. She suggests they all go for lunch together since school is ending early. A dejected Kanata slumps in the background, seemingly forgotten. However, she doesn't forget him, turning to offer him a ticket as well and telling him to do his best. The gesture triggers a sudden memory for Kanata, a flash of something for what he thinks of as a previous life. He regroups with Ron and Thomas, who tease him about girls enjoying the romance of others. Kanata comes to a realization that some people can unconsciously dominate a social situation, just as Anise has done. Before he can process it further, he finds himself swept up by Anise and her group of friends. Overwhelmed and blushing, he wonders how things escalated so quickly. He was just supposed to be streaming, but after becoming the MVP of a mock battle, he's being dragged to a beef bowl restaurant. Meanwhile, watching from a distance, Maria and Alfana are seething with rage. Alfana declares the situation an emergency, while Maria trembles, demanding to know why Kanata is being so friendly and familiar with another girl. She vows that she will not forgive this. Later, outside the restaurant, Anise cheerfully remarks on how delicious the meal was. Kanata, however, is slumped on the ground, utterly drained and wondering why he wasn't able to sit down properly during the meal. Inside, he laments that thanks to her, he couldn't even taste his food. As he speaks, Anise leans in close, pointing out that he has some food on his mouth. She gently reaches out and wipes it away with her finger, her gaze fixed on his, leaving him stunned into silence. He stammers, trying to process the intimate gesture, while Anise licks the residue from her fingers, declaring that his cheek tastes good. Kanata can only blush, thinking this is some kind of cute but overwhelming bug. In the background, the simmering anger of Maria and Alfana finally boils over. His embarrassment is cut short as another student, a blonde man, slams his hands on their table. The man furiously accuses Kanata of flirting with the girl he has a crush on, right in front of him. He explains that he'd been holding back his feelings, only to be rejected, and now he has to watch this. Grabbing Kanata by his tunic, he demands to know why he's ruining his meal and announces his intention to vent his stress on him. Before the man can act, his body seizes up, rapidly becoming encased in a thick layer of ice. He cries out in shock as he loses control of his limbs. Kanata looks on, startled, as Anise steps between them, her face a mask of cold fury. She glares at the frozen student, declaring that she will protect Kanata and that he has no idea who he has just provoked. Without a second thought, she grabs Kanata's arm and pulls him away from the scene, leaving the other patrons to stare at the frozen man. Kanata panics, pleading with her to stop, realizing that if her identity as an exchange student is revealed, her actions could cause an international incident. Behind them, the ice-encased student shatters. She drags him outside to a quiet walkway. Anise turns to him with a smile, saying she's happy he came with her. Kanata, however, is not amused. With his arms crossed, he confronts her directly, stating that her behavior over the past 2 days has been erratic and demanding to know what her true objective is. She explains that her sole purpose for coming was to meet him. Anise reveals that she had to rush to get a student visa, which was only valid for 1 week, but she pushed herself to make it happen. He remains skeptical, pointing out that if she simply wanted to meet, she could have won a trip to the Empire. He questions why she is so fixated on him. At this, Anise's demeanor shatters. Her face contorts with anguish as she points out that the princess and the saintess can see him whenever they please. She demands to know why she, someone at the very top, is being denied the same privilege. Her jealousy spills out as she describes what she believes is happening. She tells Kanata she knows that after his stream's end, he is alone with Maria and Alfana. Anise vividly imagines him in his streamer persona, Hain, being affectionately kissed by both women, claiming they are constantly intimate with him. Unseen by them, the real Maria and Alfana have caught up and listen in, their expressions frozen in shock. She grows more agitated, her voice rising as she fumes about the perceived injustice. She questions how someone like Hain could engage in such behavior, calling it a betrayal. Kanata, caught completely off guard by the accusation, can only stammer, utterly bewildered. Her fury suddenly collapses into desperate pleading. Anise drops to her knees, grabbing his hands. She begs him to be intimate with her as well, lamenting that she wanted to be his first woman. Insisting that he cannot refuse her after she is held back for so long, she clasps her hands together and implores him, leaving Kanata utterly speechless. He remained rooted to the spot, stunned by Anise's desperate plea. Kneeling before him, she declared that while everyone else might one day betray him, she would be the one person who never would. From the sidelines, Maria and Alfana watched the scene unfold in disbelief. Her gaze fixed on him. Anise insisted that her feelings of love for him were unmatched by anyone. She argued that she was a perfect partner, not only cute, but also willing to learn how to cook for him and do anything to please him. Her intense words left Kanata flustered and speechless. As he struggled to process her declaration, Maria turned to Alfana, her voice trembling slightly as she wondered aloud what Anise's request could possibly be. Clasping his hands tightly in hers, Anise looked up at him, her eyes wide with earnest desperation. "That is my request," she began, her voice filled with emotion. "Please, make me your girlfriend." She then vowed to dedicate her entire life to his happiness. She then moved closer, her face just inches from his, her breath warm against his skin. Kanata flushed, sweat beading on his brow. "You're a boy, Kanata," she whispered suggestively. "Aren't you curious about all the things a girl can do?" While carrying a stack of documents, Kanata questions Anise's earlier declaration. He asked what she meant by protecting his dignity. Anise, with a stern look, explains that if a mob character like him gets too friendly with her, he'll become a target for bullying and jealousy. So she's telling him to stay away for his own good. She then abruptly grabs him, her face uncomfortably close to his, and declares with a wide smile that she'll freeze any such insolent people. So he shouldn't worry. Kanata is visibly flustered by her intensity. In the background, his friends Ron and Thomas greet him, teasingly noting how kind Anise is to be helping him. As they walk, one of Anise's friends remarks on her glibness, wondering who she takes after. The friend then glances towards the group and internally muses that while she likes Thomas, she might be starting to like Kanata even more. Anise then presents Kanata with a pair of meal tickets, explaining that she received them from one of her father's business partners. Her friends chime in, suggesting they can use them for lunch since school is ending early. Kanata, however, looks completely drained by the attention. He recoils from the offer, a sudden realization striking him. He remembers something from a past life. Behind him, Ron and Thomas cheer Anise on, encouraging her. Thomas asks what's in it for him, but Ron explains that girls enjoy watching other people's romance blossom. With a start, Thomas realizes he has been unconsciously keeping the situation under control, much to Anise's delight. Surrounded by the group, Kanata feels completely overwhelmed. He was the MVP of the mock battle and had only intended to continue his streaming, but now he's being dragged along by an overly enthusiastic Anise, who is already anticipating their meal together. Their progress is halted by another student, a new heroine with a stern expression, who furiously confronts Anise. She demands to know what this spectacle is, suggesting it's some kind of trial. Anise glares back, retorting that Kanata is just being shy and that she won't forgive this interruption. Later, Kanata sits slumped on the ground outside a restaurant while Anise stands over him, cheerfully declaring that the meal was delicious. He wonders why he wasn't even able to sit down properly. Inside, he reflects that thanks to her, he couldn't taste a thing. Anise notices a crumb on his mouth and leans in close. With a soft puff of air, she blows it away, her expression gentle, leaving Kanata momentarily stunned by the sudden, quiet intimacy. He flushes with embarrassment as Anise licks the crumb from her fingers, commenting on the taste of his cheek. Their moment is shattered by an angry shout from a blonde-haired student. The enraged student grabs him by the collar, revealing that he had been flirting with a girl who had a crush on Kanata. The student explains that he was rejected because of Kanata, and now, seeing him with Anise, he intends to take out his frustration on him. Before the aggressor can do anything more, a splash of water hits him, and his body instantly freezes solid. He stares in shock as Anise steps forward protectively, her expression icy, declaring that she will protect Kanata from any nuisance. She grabs Kanata's hand and pulls him away, leaving the frozen student behind as onlookers murmur. He panics internally, realizing that if Anise, an exchange student, is found out, it could cause an international incident. He pleads with her to stop, saying the man will melt soon enough. Having found a quiet spot on a walkway, she turns to him cheerfully, glad he came with her. He, however, cuts through the pleasantries. He states that her behavior for the past 2 days has been strange and demands to know her true objective. She explains that she wanted to meet him. She reveals that because she was in such a hurry, she couldn't get a long-term student visa. She pushed herself to the limit and now only has 1 week left. He remains confused, questioning why she can't simply meet the princess and the saintess if she wants to win a trip to the Empire, since they are always at the academy. Her face darkens with frustration as she retorts that as a top student, she is precisely the one who can't meet them. She reveals the reason: a widespread rumor that the streamer Hain is dating both the princess and the saintess. She imagines the two women fawning over him after stream. He listens with a grimace as other students are shown gossiping about the same rumor. Her frustration boils over into a furious shout. She fumes about the sense of superiority Hain must feel, questioning what makes him so special. He can only stare, shocked by her intense outbursts. Her rage vanishes as quickly as it came, and she collapses to her knees before him. Crying that it's unfair, she begs him to grant her a single request, promising it won't be difficult and pleading for his help. He watches as Anise, still on her knees, addresses the two girls beside her. She proclaims that while others might one day betray Hain, she is different. Her feelings for him, she insists, are stronger than anyone's, and she will never be outdone. She then turns her attention back to Kanata, continuing her plea. She argues that she is cute enough and that she is even willing to learn to cook for Hain. She is strong, she adds, and is prepared to compromise and walk one step behind him if it means being with him. He remains silent for a moment, taking in her desperate sales pitch. Finally, he speaks, asking her to clarify what exactly this favor entails. In response, she lunges forward, grabbing both of his hands and looking up at him with intense, pleading eyes. She reveals her request, begging him to make her Hain's girlfriend. She vows that if he does, she will ensure Hain's happiness for his entire life. Her grip tightens as she leans in closer, her face just inches from his. Kanata flushes, taken aback by her proximity. She whispers to him, asking if he, being a boy, isn't curious to know all sorts of things about a girl. In the neon-lit streets of the city, Anise reflects on a series of small kindnesses. She recalls how someone at a company dinner steered her away from a harassing section chief and changed the topic, earning praise from a superior. Each action, she muses, has steadily built up in her heart. The scene shifts abruptly as she confronts Kanata, grabbing him by the tie. He stares, startled, as she asks him how he feels. She wonders to herself if this is a scene from some cheesy old movie. He is taken aback as she suddenly produces a glowing crystal, her face flushed. She tells him not to be so formal, admitting that while she's happy, she has to say sorry. Kanata can only stare in confusion, questioning why she would apologize. Her pleasant demeanor shatters. She angrily questions if her face is the problem and demands he look at her properly. A spiked knuckle duster appears on her hand as she tells him to take his off, declaring that things are different now that he's a student. He recoils, clutching a document, a marriage registration form. Flustered, Kanata declares his long-held ideal, to marry the very first person he dates and build a happy family with them. With this ideal in mind, he bows deeply before Anise, offering a sincere apology. He explains that he cannot enter a relationship lightly. He must first understand everything about her before he can agree to be with her. His apology is met not with understanding, but with a sinister glee. Anise's hands begin to crackle with a strange energy as she smiles menacingly, finding his reasoning to be a nuisance. Her glowing hands coalesce into a massive, ornate scythe. She informs Kanata that the Haitian Sama she fell for was his online persona, not the real him. She finds the real Kanata's maternal instincts amusingly ticklish, but promises that one day, she will make him understand her. She then grabs him by the collar, shouting for this foolish pig to be shipped to the market. Turning her intense gaze on him, she demands he clarify whether he's a psycho or a masochist. Her grip tightens as her expression turns deadly serious. She leans in close, asking him directly, does he truly believe that Kanata and Haitian Sama are two different people? She pressed closer, her face just inches from his, and clarified her point. In the end, she explained his real self and his streamer persona were one and the same. Simply you. Kanata, caught off guard, could only stammer, asking what she meant. He recoiled, shouting that she was wrong and that he was simply Haishin. He argued that people naturally adopt different personas for different situations, with family, lovers, friends, or even enemies, and that all these facets combine to form a person's true charm. Unmoved, Anise coolly told him to calm down. In the next instant, she unleashed a new technique, Ice Prison, causing crystalline bars to erupt from the ground and trap him. Caught inside the frigid cage, he desperately cast a fire spell, but the flames sputtered weakly against the enchanted ice. Anise approached the bars, a massive scythe now in her hands. She noted that while his reserves of magic power were impressive, his technical skill was still underdeveloped. Declaring that her patience had run out, she informed him that they could now have a long, slow talk. As Anise lunged, a new figure intercepted the attack. Mira, blade held steady, warned Kanata to stay back. With a slight smile, she then introduced herself as Mira, his official bodyguard, who would be joining him for the night shift. His confusion was evident. As Anise tumbled away in the background, Mira apologized for the previous recorded stream. Kanata dismissed it, telling her to forget what happened and thanking her for the help, though he couldn't help but question why she was at his home. He insisted that at this rate, he would be late for his own stream. Across from them, Anise recovered, demanding that Mira not interfere with her date and calling her a pest. Kanata, exasperated, shouted that he had to get ready for dinner and told Anise he would see her tomorrow. Unseen by the trio, the entire exchange had been witnessed from a distance. Maria and her friend stood in shock. One of them asked if this meant Maria would become a mistress, while Maria herself, aghast, questioned if they had truly seen her confession. As the group walked on, Anise explained that they were on their way to lunch when they luckily ran into Mira returning from her part-time job. She claimed she had been observing quietly, but her patience reached its limit, framing her impending actions as self-defense. Meanwhile, Maria urged her friends not to believe enemy intelligence and to trust in Kanata. With a cry, she lunged at Mira, who effortlessly parried the blow. Anise laughed, impressed by Mira's strength, and goaded her to stop defending and engage more seriously. In response, Mira simply let her sword droop with a weary air. Anise, mirroring the gesture, casually tossed her own weapon aside. Anise then gave Mira a light tap on the stomach, causing the bodyguard to double over in surprise. Anise remarked on how amazing she was, as Maria's friends watched in disbelief. The truth was that Mira had already lost the moment she let her guard down. The combined fatigue from her night shift and the relief of seeing Kanata safe had overwhelmed her. By the time Maria's group arrived on the scene, Mira had already collapsed. Anise, realizing she had lost her opponent's attention, found Mira to be an interesting foe to be saved for last. With a triumphant wave, she turned her focus back to the others, calling out to Mira as well. Her attention now fully on Maria and her companion. Anise maintained a confident smirk. Maria, a tear of frustration welling in her eye, defiantly stated that she would ensure both her own happiness and Myra's. Anise coolly replied, telling her to just watch from the sky. With that, she exploded into motion, a massive scythe materializing in her hands. She declared that she would make Maria regret ever stalking Kanata, and with a wild grin, added that she would enjoy herself on the other girl's behalf as well. The clash of power shatters the air as Anise and Maria trade blows. Panting, Maria struggles to keep up. Anise, however, seems to be enjoying herself, remarking that it's about time to wrap things up for the day and that fighting someone with real strength is quite fun. Nearby, Kanata lies defeated on the ground as Mira watches the duel. From his room, Kanata watches the stream, noting that Anise and Mira are still fighting. He muses that Mira seems to be getting along with Anise, having come to his aid. Beside him, a bruised and battered Lisa clenches her fists, declaring Anise to be a monster far worse than the rumor suggested. He leans toward his monitor, deciding to give one final, subtle instruction to his viewers. He whispers a message, telling them that if possible, they should stop what they're doing. Following this instruction, Anise effortlessly catches Maria's attack. She tells her opponent to go take a bath and get some sleep to prepare for the next day. As the two walk off, Mira, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly sits up with a yawn. She stretches, remarking that she slept well and wonders what's going on. Anise and Maria decide that since their streamer commanded it, they will disperse for the day. On the third day of the exchange program, life at the academy continues. Anise finds herself under the constant, thorough surveillance of Princess Maria and Saintess Lisa. During a meal, Lisa attempts to feed Kanata, but Anise intercepts the food, insisting she wants to eat with him too, much to Maria's silent disapproval. The fourth day brings another after-school session. In a secluded area, a deathmatch where pride is on the line unfolds once more, the force of their battle shattering a massive rock formation. From a safe distance, Mira watches, noting to herself that Maria and the others are being overwhelmed. By the fifth day, a strange routine has formed. As Kanata walks with his friends through the halls, they see Anise and Maria walking arm in arm, with Lisa trailing closely. To the uninformed student body, they simply look like the beautiful flowers of the academy, completely unaware of the fierce rivalry. After school on the sixth day, the battle continues. Anise, panting slightly, compliments her opponents, acknowledging that in just a few days, their movements have become considerably better. Maria, also catching her breath, agrees that they have indeed grown stronger. Watching from a distance, the new heroine sits beside Lisa and wonders aloud how Kanata can remain so composed while surrounded by such beautiful girls. Lisa, her expression darkening, thinks about how she has faced them for days. She then turns to the new heroine, stating that being praised so honestly is nice, and that she wouldn't mind being praised by her as well. Her group rests after their training session, their faces flushed. Mira, striking a pose with a wide grin, loudly proclaims that while she may seem like an airhead, she's actually quite excellent. This declaration causes Anise, Maria, and Lisa to blush with secondhand embarrassment. Her comment immediately draws a reaction. Mira whirls around, puffing her cheeks out in frustration, demanding to know what part of her is an airhead and insisting they buy her tea. Anise leans over to Maria, quietly admitting that she agrees with the assessment. A flustered Maria confesses that she's envious of Anise's straightforwardness, while Lisa silently seems to concur. She watches the group's playful squabble, reflecting on how they've all grown so familiar with Kanata that they treat him as an equal. Anise finds this boisterous camaraderie unusual, but she supposes the difference in how one treats a transfer student versus a saintess is to be expected. The playful atmosphere escalates as Maria grabs Anice's face, declaring that if she wants a real fight, she'll get one. Lisa and Mira cheer them on from the side, delighted by the spectacle. Their roughhousing subsides, and the conversation shifts. Mira explains that there are many kinds of like, and while she's happy in her role as a guard, she's never felt the urge to smell Kanata's bedding while he's away. The comment startles Maria and Anise, who ask in unison if this is the first time she's felt this way, hinting at a first crush. This talk of feelings prompts Lisa to reflect. She recalls that her strength always made her stand out from her peers, and she came to believe it was more enjoyable to act alone than to try and fit in with weaker people. She realizes with sudden clarity that her current obsession began the moment she started watching his streams. Meanwhile, the playful bout has ended with Anise on the ground, exhausted but smiling defiantly. She insists she hasn't lost yet. As the others look on, Maria quietly mentions that she doesn't have any friends back in the Empire. Her words trigger something in Anise. Her playful demeanor shatters as she reaches out a trembling hand, her expression filled with desperation. She cries out that she doesn't want to return to the Empire, then catches herself, confused by her own emotional outburst and admitting her thoughts are a mess. At that moment, the new heroine appears before them, holding a cross. She extends a welcoming hand and asks if they would be interested in joining a group to support Hyen, one that operates regardless of nationality. The offer leaves Mira, Maria, and Anise stunned and speechless. Anise, with a determined expression, explains that she, Maria, and the new heroine are now companions, able to share everything with one another. The new heroine adds that they have regular meetings, possess high combat power, and have much to learn, so they won't be lonely. In response, the new heroine agrees to join them, but her eyes narrow with competitive fire. She declares that once she has grown, she will become a wonderful woman who surpasses Anise, calling her a fool for inadvertently helping a rival. Their faces darken, consumed by a shared, menacing intensity. They have successfully contained a dangerous element. The new heroine internally resolves that even though Maria is a friend, she is far too close to Kanata's heart and must be kept in check through these meetings. Later, on the final day of the study abroad program, Kanata walks with Maria. He reflects on the turbulent week and apologizes for being unable to focus during the latter half of their time together. Maria assures him it's fine, though her thought trails off. He watches the three girls whispering conspiratorially and wonders how they became friends so quickly. A nervous sweat breaks out on his brow as he worries they'll discover he's been following them to the castle town. The time for goodbyes arrives. Anise waves farewell, clutching a stuffed animal, and musing that she'd be hated if Ron found out. Just then, Faze arrives, explaining he came to pick her up, and Anise calls out his name. Her brother, Faze, bows politely to Kanata and the new heroine. He thanks them for looking after his willful sister, and asks that they entertain her should they visit the Empire. They watch as the siblings depart in a carriage. But just as they leave, Anise suddenly reappears, grabbing Kanata's hand. Startled, he asks what she's doing. She tells him she'll hold back for now, dismissing his status as a gentleman and calling him a pervert, but says it can't be helped. She leans in close, her face inches from his, and makes a promise. The next time they meet, she will have worked hard to become such a charming girl that he will fall for her. She warns him not to run away, leaving Maria and the new heroine watching in stunned silence. With her challenge issued, Anise dashes away with a triumphant laugh. The new heroine grabs Maria, declaring that they'll overlook it this time, since Anise is just a brat, but that it was a waste of time for a nobody. The two then run off together. Inside a well-appointed room, Faze addresses Anise, outlining their next steps. He informs her that the following day, they will participate in a mock battle with the other members of the Empire. He acknowledges that earning their trust will require time, but insists that it is an opportunity for her to learn about group dynamics and perhaps even make some friends. He leans back on the sofa, a look of contentment on his face. For the first time, he reflects, Anise has turned her attention to a real boy, not just the streamer persona. He sees this as a chance for her to truly reflect on her own behavior and achieve genuine personal growth. But while Faye saw a simple path to maturity, Anise was experiencing a violent epiphany. She had always believed her brother was the supporter she needed, but now she understood with shocking clarity. What was necessary for her growth wasn't him. It was Kanata. She frantically wondered what it was about him, as a dark energy seemed to erupt from her very being. Later that night, her carriage departs under a full moon. As Seabass drives the horses, Anise reflects on her feelings for the streamer, musing that she and Faze are now together in this endeavor. In the foreground, a sign confirms that the day's stream has concluded. She finds her way to Kanata's side as he sleeps soundly. Reaching a hand towards him, she dismisses Faze's excitement. She understands something deeper. Whether in reality or during a stream, she is unchanged. All facets of her personality, she concludes, are part of her true charm. Her words linger in Kanata's mind. This entire experience, centered on Anise's golden words, has sent a massive shockwave through his Yandere listeners. The support group is rapidly expanding, its members, including a distressed Maria and the new heroine, growing more fervent and monstrous in their devotion. During a remote conversation, Kanata asks Shrauza if she still thinks about the time he proposed to her in a field of flowers. With a warm, knowing smile, she assures him that of course she does. Since that day, Shrouza has been diligently working to reform the soil of the demon realm, intent on creating her own flower field. To this end, she has enlisted the help of Kanata's mother, Meza, a farmer. Meza observes that thanks to Shrouza's guidance, the soil has already begun to recover. Meza presents a basket filled with a particular weed, prompting a curious Shrouza to ask what it is. Meza begins by saying she wants to use honorifics for her husband's mother, but Shrouza dismisses the formality, insisting they are friends. Meza then explains the plant is a demon realm weed called hebej bobo, and that merely smelling it can induce a state similar to drunkenness. As Meza holds one of the weeds closer for inspection, Shrouza recoils with a terrified shriek, flailing her hands away from the plant. Garura arrives, just as Meza suggests the weed could be used as a medicine. She proposes that donating it to the church or a medical facility would lend the discovery more credibility, and Shrouza agrees. Meanwhile, Garura cautiously sniffs the hebej bobo. He is suddenly struck by a realization, loudly declaring that the beautiful woman before him is exactly his type. Wiping sweat from her brow, Meza calmly informs him that she is Kanata's mother. The news shatters Garura's composure. As Meza cheerfully introduces herself as a friend of his, he cries out in despair, lamenting that she is a married woman. Utterly dejected, he announces he is going to bed and trudges away. Meza watches him go, remarking on his serious demeanor as he departs. Several days later, the new heroine reports to Alfana. She confirms that she has notified the hospital and warns Alfana to be careful with the hebej bobo, noting that while it seems non-addictive, it had been left unattended on a desk. Just then, Kanata opens the door calling out for Alfana. He is met with the sight of her and the new heroine standing over a large, unconscious figure on the floor. The new heroine sternly tells him that entry is forbidden, as a strange effect, described as human repellent magic, is active. He watches as the new heroine stands dazed, while Alfana, holding one of the dandelion-like flowers, smiles with satisfaction. She muses to herself that it's going to be a fun day, having just finished her official duties and part-time work. Kanata, looking at the basket full of the plants, realizes with a start that they are dandelions. The new heroine, now with a flower tucked behind her ear and another held absently in her mouth, stumbles forward. Her eyes swirl with disorientation as she mumbles, asking if anyone is injured. As she begins to fall, Kanata catches the flower's nostalgic scent and instinctively warns her not to bring her nose close to it. At that moment, a door clicks open and a female attendant peers in, asking with concern if the saintess is unharmed. Her question is met by the sight of Alfana, who has suddenly brightened, her entire demeanor shifting to one of sparkling cheerfulness. The attendant, hearing the thud, asks what the sound was, just as Alfana cheerfully remarks on her own changed atmosphere. On the floor, the new heroine lies unconscious. Realizing the flower's potent effect, Kanata urgently tells the attendant to call for help, explaining that the new heroine has been overcome by the scent because she is genetically weak to alcohol. Before he can process the situation further, Alfana closes the distance between them, her expression turning sly and possessive. She declares that since the new heroine is down, she will be his partner. From the floor, the new heroine weakly laments that she lacks the strength to restrain the saintess. A dreadful realization dawns on Kanata. Alfana is the type who becomes incredibly clingy when intoxicated. Alfana confronts Kanata, demanding to know why he's been avoiding her to speak with Anise. She complains that things have been difficult since Anise returned. As Kanata stammers an apology, she grabs his face, her expression hardening as she commands him to look only at her. She then throws her arms around him, clinging tightly with a possessive pout. Despite the alarming intensity of her actions, Kanata finds himself thinking that her jealous display is dangerously cute. His train of thought is broken when Alfana's attention is completely captured by a small rabbit. Her demeanor shifts instantly to one of pure sweetness as she offers the creature a carrot. Kanata tries to get his Alfanaso back, but she ignores him, completely absorbed in cooing at the animal. Turning back to him, her expression darkens once more into a possessive glare. She menacingly suggests that she should share these intense feelings of hers with all of his viewers, an idea that makes Kanata visibly uneasy. Suddenly, a screen materializes, displaying a live stream. On it, Alfana poses cheerfully with a muscular follower. She announces that they are currently broadcasting their friendly time together for all to see. Kanata recoils in horror, shouting that this is the worst thing she could possibly do and a complete betrayal. The stream shows Alfana sitting triumphantly atop a pinned Kanata as the chat feed explodes with frantic messages. Viewers declare they are quitting, scream in outrage, or perversely praise the betrayal. Alfana coolly asks about the audience's reaction. A fleeting thought considers how others might react to such a situation. Maria would likely resort to punching a nearby wall in frustration, while the Veteramira's spirit would probably be broken by the ordeal. The thought is violently interrupted as Alfana sinks her teeth into Kanata's shoulder. He cries out, exclaiming that she's gone too far. She pulls back, her eyes wide and unhinged, stating that since entertainment for the masses has become too adult, she will now make him understand personally. He clutches his wounded shoulder as she calls the bite a capture mark. With a chilling smile, she explains that every time he sees the tooth marks, he will be forced to remember her, ensuring the memory of this moment will never fade. She punctuates her threat by calling him a pervert. Leaning in until her face is inches from his, she whispers a sweet but terrifying request, asking him to tell her where he wants to be bitten next. The door to her room creaks open. Inside, Lady Shrauza turns to Garura, explaining that she had just been called by her subordinate, Alfana, and invites her to enter. Garura, surprised, asks why Kanata is with her. Shrauza dismisses it as a coincidence and wonders aloud where they should go in. Before they can get an answer, Alfana bursts through the doorway, her face alight with a manic, love-struck glee. She excitedly shouts for her big sister to let her join in whatever is happening. In the next instant, she tackles Kanata to the ground, overwhelming him completely. The sound of the doors swinging open startles Shrauza and Garura, whose silhouettes freeze in shock at the chaotic scene unfolding before them. With the intervention of the two older demons, the situation is eventually brought under control. Kanata lies on the floor, utterly spent and covered in fluffy, dandelion-like objects, while Alfana sits primly nearby, claiming to remember nothing. He protests that no matter how one looks at it, he was clearly the one who was assaulted. The following day, Alfana was absent from the academy, reportedly suffering from a hangover. On a clear, sunny day off from school, Kanata decides on his plan. With newfound energy, he declares that he will be recruiting recommendations for a new book. He makes his way to the school library, a place he considers a refuge. Inside, a student librarian with short, light-toned hair is engrossed in a book, seemingly annoyed by his presence. As he approaches, Kanata muses on the school's strange hybrid system of high school and university classes, which leaves him with odd pockets of free time. He calls out to her, addressing her as Tsutsuri-senpai. She looks up from her book as he explains the situation. A large crowd of students has gathered, all wanting to read the book he recently featured on his stream. The group buzzes with anticipation behind him. Tsutsuri informs him that the book he mentioned has just been stocked. She holds up a copy, noting that this is the 5th time in a month this has happened. Flustered, Kanata asks if he can now exercise his right of gratitude, curious about the book's contents. In response, she tells him she has a favor to ask. An event is scheduled for the upcoming weekend, but her sister, who is supposed to participate, has urgent business. Tsutsuri asks Kanata to help her sister in her place, framing it as a part-time job to compensate for his lack of brains. He agrees immediately, giving a confident thumbs up. The idea of an event in the capital city seems like perfect material for his next stream. Visibly relieved, Tsutsuri exclaims that she will hold him to his word. On the morning of the event, Kanata walks through the city streets with a male friend. He finds himself wondering what kind of help Tsutsuri's sister will actually need. His friend, noticing his apprehension, offers him a small pouch for good measure. Kanata takes it, questioning if he will really need to use it. A young woman with long, dark twin tails approaches them and introduces herself as Tsutsu, Tsutsuri's younger sister. As she bows politely, Kanata's friend whispers about how cute she is. Tsutsu then offers to guide them, and the three set off together. She arrived with Kanata at the chaotic venue, a room filled with overturned chairs and unpacked boxes. With a nervous energy, she clasped her hands together and explained the nature of her part-time job. She needed his help selling her creations at her booth. Kanata, looking around at the disarray, recalled a previous conversation about someone wanting to publish a book, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with dawning horror. Her attention then shifted, and she asked Kanata what he was selling. In response, he held up a book for her to inspect. The cover was striking, featuring an orc and a human character under the title, "Don't Lose to an Orc, the Ultimate Reconciliation Stream, 90 Minutes. She became flustered, explaining that while it was embarrassing to show her work to others, it was a dream of hers to publish a book at least once. She confessed that it was written hastily and that a sequel was already planned out. As Kanata began to read, her embarrassment turned into fervent passion. She declared that this was proof that the streamer and the orc were the most precious, compatible pairing in the world. With her passionate speech concluded, she held the book aloft, vowing to spread its story to everyone at the event. It was then that the full truth became clear. This girl was none other than Kanata's upperclassman, Tsutsuri, the author herself. As she stood proudly over a table stacked high with copies of her work, Kanata quietly turned and walked away, muttering that he needed to use the restroom. A memory surfaces for Tsutsu, explaining her current appearance. Back in middle school, she reviewed her entrance exam results. While she had passed, her acceptance was for the girls' division, a place she felt she didn't belong due to her low magical power. She lamented that with her flat chest and boyish build, she was clearly a boy. A radical idea formed. She would use her cut and paste magic, an ability to physically alter and move body parts at will. With a decisive snip, she changed herself and, as a result, enrolled in the school as a boy. Elsewhere, the toymaker Rumiu sat at her desk, struggling with writer's block for a class assignment. Her thoughts drifted to an upcoming spot sale, just a few months away. An idea sparked within her. She mused that if she wrote a short story about Hishin, she could surely produce enough pages to participate. With her new goals set, she dedicated herself to the task. She wrote through the day, continued deep into the night as the moon rose, and was still at her desk when the sun dawned again, surrounded by a growing mountain of paper. 3 weeks before the sale, her quill scratched furiously across the page, transcribing a dramatic scene. The words formed, "What are you doing, Ursulota?" So saying, Hishin kissed the orc's neck. The words flowed from her in a manic torrent. She became lost in the visceral experience of creation, papers flying as she wrote. From afar, Satsu watched her, realizing that Rumie was pouring her very soul into this perverted novel about Hishin. This observation sparked a thought in Satsu. Perhaps she should participate in the event as a girl. Sometime later, Rumie, now dressed in her distinctive creator's attire, approached Satsu. She introduced herself as the organizer of the Hishin online spot sale and, referencing a previous conversation, presented Satsu with an invitation and a copy of her completed book. In return, a flustered Satsu offered a gift of her own, a set of venue-exclusive playing cards. She explained that every single card featured original artwork of Hishin. The exchange delighted them both. Rumie looked at the book she'd received from Satsu, its cover adorned with a charmingly simple drawing, and gave her enthusiastic approval. The two creators shared a heartfelt high-five. Elsewhere at the event, on a separate island, Lucia browsed the available merchandise. She turned to Lady Shrauza, questioning if it was truly all right to sell items that were so helpful to their master. Shrauza, holding a book, simply replied that this was the unique charm of a spot sale. She continued to peruse the book, remarking that turning delusions into text wasn't so bad. She noted that the portrayal of Hishin in this novel was different from her own interpretation. As she read on, however, she identified another, more pressing point of concern. At a bustling venue, a line of eager attendees, including Kanata, waits for entry. A staff member announces that the general admission gates will open shortly, warning against rushing and asking for everyone's cooperation to ensure a smooth start to the event. Elsewhere, Lucia salutes sharply. She explains that since she slightly dirtied Kanata's clothes, she will compensate him with her part-time earnings. Secretly, she thinks it's a great excuse to get involved, clutching the borrowed shirt to her face and inhaling deeply, completely unbeknownst to Kanata. Once inside the crowded hall, Kanata wanders between the numerous booths, looking for potential material for his stream. He walks with a hand on his hip, surveying the lively scene with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, the full scope of the event hits him. The grand Hishin-only fan gathering is in full swing. He sees Rumie proudly displaying her fan novel and merchandise, Satsu watching him shyly from the crowd, and Lucia enthusiastically promoting her work. Overwhelmed, Kanata's face contorts in shock as he yells, "What in the world is a Hishin-only event?" 10 minutes before the event opens, Kanata returns to his booth. Lucia greets him, asking if he's finished his business. He clutches his chest, face flushed with excitement, stammering that seeing all the fan art and custom merchandise is overwhelmingly wonderful. He explains his niche interests in orcs and slimes, showing Lucia a piece of fan art he found depicting a woman entangled with a tentacled creature. He admits that while he isn't officially involved with these fan creations, he's deeply moved by them, especially since they are holding a secret event. Lucia simply looks on puzzled. With only 5 minutes left, Kanata whispers the countdown. The angelic being, Isra, materializes behind him, gently reminding him that he must also be considerate of profits. At another booth, Lady Shrauza and Lucia are set up. Shrauza spots Mira in the crowd and calls out, asking if she's part of the staff. She then addresses her own circle, reminding them not to forget their last-minute preparations. Mira looks up, surprised to have been noticed. Kanata eagerly approaches their table to buy 2 books, thanking them profusely. Shrauza smiles, accepting the payment and telling him she'll put the money to good use later. She encourages him to spread the word to his friends. Elsewhere, Lucia reports to Shrauza that the event organizer was happy to have them participate. She is flanked by the dark-skinned elf and another woman in a sun hat. Lucia then asks Shrauza why she's in a mood to show off her horns today. While on a call, Shrauza admits that demons still aren't well received on the surface, making things feel awkward. She feels their circle's poster and general presence are making people tense, though she notes they've still attracted a lot of interest. Behind her, Kana sits nervously at the table. Back at the booth, Kanata enthusiastically declares that he'll buy all the support items. His passionate declaration inspires Shrauza and Lucia, who exchange a determined glance and agree they must work hard to protect that spirit. An announcement suddenly rings out. The event is now open. Standing together, Kanata and Alfana begin to applaud, their faces alight with pure excitement. The moment has finally arrived. The instant the doors open, a thunderous roar echoes through the hall. A massive crowd sprints past in a blur, shouting for the new publications. An event official is visibly startled by the sheer force of the opening dash as fans rush desperately to secure their desired books. Amidst the opening rush, 2 figures blur into existence before Kanata and Alfana's booth. The first, a girl with spiraling glasses, slams her hands on the table, her eyes wide with manic energy. She declares that she's been eagerly anticipating this moment since seeing their work in the catalog and demands 2 copies of their new book. Kanata, taken aback by their sheer speed, can only marvel at what incredible customers they are, while Alfana graciously accepts their payment. Having completed their first purchase, the 2 girls vanish in another burst of speed, reappearing moments later at the demon's booth. There, Kanna complains about the lack of time and her official duties, but Shrauza dismisses her concerns, stating that the sense of superiority gained from their spoils will be limitless. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of the two swift customers. The girl in glasses, holding a note, announces she has 10 silver coins left and has come for the orc book, much to Shrauza's delight. As a massive crowd of students swarms their booth, Satsu is overwhelmed. She stammers that her book has sold, urging Kanata to look at the chaos. He, however, remains composed, holding up a copy of her work. He tells her to save his sentimentality for later, declaring that this is beyond simple merchandise sales and that they must do their best to meet the demand. 2 hours later, the result of their efforts is clear. A sign announces that the new publication has completely sold out. Kanata sits exhausted on the floor amidst the disarray, lamenting that they got carried away and printed 1,000 copies, never expecting to sell them all. Satsu, meanwhile, stands in a state of pure bliss, her arms outstretched as she revels in the thought of 1,000 people reading her story. She acknowledges that this success is due to borrowing Kanata's fame, but the feeling is still the best she's ever had. He watched as Satsu slumped over the desk, her body trembling slightly. She lamented her own emotional instability, admitting that while fan activities were one thing, she believed it was fundamentally wrong for a streamer like him to profit from his listeners. She felt it was an unforgivable act, even if his fans, and perhaps even he himself, saw nothing wrong with it. Her distress stemmed from a difficult past. She explained that with her family being poor, her only option to support her mother was to attend a national school. Even then, her parents had pressured her to work just to afford enrollment. Her original dream was to finish her studies and debut as a novelist, but she felt that path was no longer an option. Now, she believes the only way to atone for her perceived sin is to win the Newcomer's Award, a goal that would legitimize her efforts. As she spoke, Kanata listened intently, a new understanding of his senior's motivations dawning on him. He firmly grips Satsu's shoulder, interrupting her. He declares that he intends to either return the money he's earned or donate it to a charitable organization. He reflects on his own situation, thinking of how indebted he is to his upperclassman, Tsutsuri, and how his earnest feelings are all he truly has to offer at the moment. With his decision made, Kanata turns to leave. Behind the counter, Rumieyu announces that sales are finished for the day, adding that Satsu's wages will be handled by her brother and that she's free to go. The declaration leaves Satsu stunned. She cries out that this was all for her own selfish benefit and apologizes profusely for getting a fan involved. As he walks away, Kanata overhears her, a gentle smile on his face as he thinks about what a kind sister she is to work so hard for her family. As he walked through the area, Myra's surprised voice called out his name. He recognized her immediately, thinking it a coincidence as she explained she had been working as a salesgirl. Nearby, the toy maker Rumi was speaking with Satsu, mentioning she had a wrap-up party with a wall circle she knew and suggesting they could meet up there. She then turned to Satsu, asking about her plans. The focus shifts to a separate moment, revealing one of Satsu's interests. She enthusiastically offers a booklet received from a friend for proselytizing, as she puts it. The cover features a succubus, prompting the thought that after orcs, this was the next fascination, and noting a striking resemblance to the demon Lucia. She scurries away, calling out a cheerful farewell. Mira acknowledges her departure as Kanata waves goodbye to the retreating figure. As she disappears, Kanata turns his attention to Rumiyu, calling her over to help. After they exchange pleasantries, he quietly passes the book to Mira. He explains that he has no interest in such novels and asks her to return it to Satsu by way of her older sister. Elsewhere, the toy maker Ryu pores over a book titled Succubus Main Volume, her face flushed with concentration. She decides to read it to pass the time, but a flicker of doubt crosses her mind as she considers the possibility of misinterpreting its contents. As she reads, Satsu paces anxiously nearby, flipping through the pages of her own book. At that same event, the Demon Tribe's booth is utterly deserted. Hours have ticked by since the opening, but aside from their own members, not a single person has visited. Lady Shrauza stands forlornly behind the display table, flanked by a bored Lucia and Kikiki, lamenting that no one has come. Her subordinates report on the dire situation. Kikiki notes that the person cosplaying as the streamer Hysin fled in terror upon seeing them. Lucia chimes in, lamenting that even their attempts to appeal to human taste with disguises are failing. Kikiki speculates that their demonic aura is simply too overwhelming for humans to acclimate to. She then turns to her leader with urgency, declaring that this situation is simply unacceptable for Lady Shrauza. The criticism strikes a nerve. Slumped in her chair, Shrauza reflects on her true purpose. She wasn't here simply to sell her fan-written novels. There was a deeper reason for her presence. She listened as her subordinates debated their purpose. Lucia, holding a book depicting a demon and a human joining hands, questioned their current approach. To achieve a peaceful world, she argued, perhaps they should be present in their true forms. Kikiki, however, expressed a different sentiment. She acknowledged that she understands Shrauza is searching for something, and recalled how, in the past, her leader had always been hurt while trying to build relations with humans. Despite this, Kikiki affirmed her desire to continue following her. The debate was cut short when Lucia, exasperated, shouted that at this rate, they would end the day with 0 customers. Rumiyu holds up a book, her face a mask of profound shock and awe. Through her spiral lens glasses, her eyes are wide with disbelief as she declares it a masterpiece, a designated cultural treasure of the highest order. Overwhelmed, she turns to a flustered Mira, expressing immense gratitude for the supreme reading experience. She announces that because of this book, she must join the circle. Elsewhere, Rushaya and Lucia excitedly chatter about the story, remarking how the cover featuring a succubus belied the surprisingly dramatic love comedy within, especially a certain scene in the middle. As other readers eagerly exchange copies, Rumiyu clenches her fist with conviction, proclaiming that she will apply to join directly. At the headquarters of the fan circle, a demon girl named Rushaya is overcome with emotion. She declares that it would be lawless not to offer a proper price to the creator of such a divine work. Her eyes sparkle as she revises her plan aloud, deciding that 1 copy is not enough. She must secure 3 for the top contributors. With her hands clasped, she offers a heartfelt and winking thank you, her enthusiasm filling the room. Into this fervent atmosphere steps Rumiyu. She approaches the reception desk, where Rushaya is now seated. The demon girl looks up and politely asks the toy maker, "Excuse me, but aren't you scared of me, a demon?" Rumiyu, flustered, shakes her head in response. Internally, she admits to being completely bewildered upon arriving, especially after the realization hit her. The book's subject was the very same girl she recognized as the streamer's exclusive maid. She grips the demon's hands tightly, her expression alight with fervent passion. She explains that this book is what connected them, a vessel for the passion in her soul and proof of her love for Heizen-sama's exhibitions. This, she declares, is the mark of their shared camaraderie, offering her deepest thanks to Heizen-sama for making this meeting possible. The demon, Rushaya, is overwhelmed by the declaration, her cheeks flushing as she wipes away a tear of joy. She stammers, admitting she feels a bit cheeky and embarrassed, but ultimately, she is incredibly happy. Behind her, Lady Shrauza watches the scene unfold, reflecting inwardly that it was worth it for them to persevere without giving up. After all, among true comrades, race is of no consequence. She continues to weep, overcome with emotion as she wipes away tears. The succubus thinks to herself how truly glad she is to have met Rumiyu. In the background, Kanata stammers awkwardly at the display, while Lucia comforts a similarly emotional Kikiki. Her heartfelt reaction galvanizes the other fans. A wave of excitement ripples through the crowd as they eagerly raise their hands, asking if they can also receive one of her creations. Rumiyu addresses them all, admitting that she had always wanted to share her work, but simply lacked the courage until now. Her latest work, a fan comic, depicted a dramatic scene. In it, Kanata, bound in chains and blushing furiously, was being held captive by the succubus, Lucia. The comic's text revealed his inner thoughts. This was the very story he had wanted to read. Surrounding them, the ethereal forms of his cheering fans looked on with delight. Seeing the comic's wild success, Lady Shrauza's eyes lit up with entrepreneurial zeal. She turned to a delighted Rushaya, asking her to be their official salesgirl. Kikiki quickly organized the burgeoning crowd, instructing them to form a single line and have 5 copper coins ready for purchase. Her eyes widened with a manic intensity as she clutched Lucia, a startling realization dawning on her. The path to peace, she mused, was surprisingly close. It might be as simple as sharing a common like. She also came to a firm conclusion about the fan comics dynamic. Kanata was definitively the submissive partner. Caught in the demon lord's fervent grasp, Lucia could only stammer her understanding. The success of this venture was celebrated that very night. The group, including Rumiyu and Kikiki, gathered around a table laden with food, toasting their complete sellout. Rushaya expressed her delight at the outcome, while Rumi noted with surprise how well Lucia and another acquaintance, Tsutsuri, had gotten along. The sentiment was unanimous. It was a joyous occasion, all thanks to Kanata's unwitting influence. Her celebration continues as the toy maker, Rumiyu, explains her philosophy on creators. She posits that writers resonate with one another by sharing their most niche, personal works. Rushaya, sitting beside a gleeful Lady Shrauza, nervously agrees that the resonance might be a bit too strong. Lucia then eagerly suggests they should collaborate on a joint publication for their next project. As the night deepens, their meeting concludes, with a mutual agreement to gather again soon. The group disperses under the crescent moon. As her subordinates part ways for the night, yawning and bidding each other farewell after a long day, Lady Shrauza pauses. She gazes up at a wyvern-drawn carriage silhouetted against the beautiful moon, wondering aloud if Kanata is watching it too. On the ground nearby, a device confirms there will be no stream today, only a long-awaited rest. Her thoughts drift to the carriage's passenger, a flicker of hope that it might be Kanata himself. Elsewhere, in a nearby building, Kanata stands by a window, his gaze directed downwards, lost in quiet contemplation. Meanwhile, the assassin Mira leaped across the city's rooftops. As she soared through the night air, she found herself preoccupied with her new role as a bodyguard. She wryly noted her tendency for internal monologues, acknowledging that the day's strange events had prompted this late-night excursion. Later, resting indoors, she spoke into what seemed to be a communication device. She clarified that she didn't possess hell ears and playfully urged the listener to move closer, though she confessed that their reaction was intimidating. At that same moment, elsewhere in the city, Kanata sat alone, his resolve hardening. His decision was now firm. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. Tomorrow, he declares, he will stream as a woman. Elsewhere, the assassin Mira is shown in stark shadow, her thoughts unreadable. In the background, a memory or vision of her past self appears, a younger girl effortlessly slicing through a thick tree stump with a single, clean stroke of her blade. Kanata awakens with a start, finding himself in an unfamiliar, rocky wasteland. His arms and legs are bound tightly with rope, rendering him immobile. Before him stands the young assassin, Mira, who calmly greets him with "Good morning, Master Kanata." She informs him that they are in a wasteland near Randall Park. Kanata, disoriented and alarmed, demands to know where he is and why he cannot move. He shouts her name, demanding to know if she is responsible for his predicament. Mira, perched on a rock above him, ignores the question. She stares intently at the severed rope in her hand, a profound confusion clouding her expression. A single thought echoes in her mind. Why? Why did I do this to him? Her hand twitches, a small, involuntary sign of her inner turmoil. The assassin sits perched above him, the severed end of a rope landing near his bound form. Kanata looks up in disbelief, demanding to know when he ever betrayed anyone. She retorts that, of course, he is betraying his listeners. Her words leave him stunned. She continues, declaring that tonight, he will be reborn as a woman, and that they have a stream planned. He regarded his captor with a surprisingly calm expression, his hands still bound tightly. To be blunt, he began, I'm finding it hard to take this conversation seriously. Mira, however, was not amused. She took a step forward, dismissing his query. We can discuss my information sources later. What's important now is whether your statement was a joke or not. Where is it? She demanded, her voice sharp with urgency. Her question was not directed at him. The scene shifted to reveal another captive, a terrified young woman with blonde hair, her eyes wide with fear as she too was bound. Kanata could only watch in shock as Mira addressed her new subject. What Kanata-sama thinks is irrelevant, she declared. We are. A figure clad in a dark cloak and a beaked mask muses on the nature of a streamer's life. They consider that no matter how many legends and miracles Kanata has created, his heart could still be broken by the harsh judgment of his audience. Before that can happen, they reason, it is a guard's duty to correct their master's mistake. Putting their conviction into action, the masked individual lunges toward the bound Kanata, drawing a short sword. As Kanata recoils in shock, Mira calls out from a distance, questioning her subordinate's sudden move. The figure ignores her, declaring that they will now stop Kanata's mistake by force. The masked figure, however, does not strike with the saw-like blade. Kanata, kneeling on the ground, believes his end has come, his own sword lying just out of reach. To his bewilderment, Crow asks to borrow the sword, instructing him to get ready for the next attack. Kanata questions if this is some kind of joke, but Crow simply holds up a gnarled tree branch, declaring it sufficient for their purpose. Before Kanata can fully comprehend the bizarre challenge, Crow offers a condition. If Kanata wins, they will acknowledge his transformation into a woman. But if he loses, the sentence is cut short as Crow lunges forward, not with a weapon, but with a brutal kick that sends Kanata flying backward. As he tumbles through the air, Crow declares that he will be forcibly taken to the capital and placed under constant surveillance. The masked figure moves with blinding speed, forcing Kanata onto the defensive. The young streamer finds the situation utterly impossible, a game he cannot win. Mira watches in astonishment, wondering how he can possibly counter such an assault with a mere stick. A memory flashes through Kanata's mind. Akuta, shouting the name of a skill, Wind. As he channels the technique, Crow observes this, realizing Kanata is using his vision to process the battle. But there's more to it. His observation complete, Crow leaps into the air, bringing his weapon down in a vicious arc. Kanata, on one knee, raises his stick just in time to block the blow. As the weapons clash, Mira cries out, demanding to know why Crow has betrayed him. In that split second, Kanata's thoughts race. He laments not consulting his audience, the streamer, about his evolving style, and apologizes to them and to himself for his hesitation. He strains against the pressure, his makeshift weapon groaning under the force. He recalls the passion from Anisa's event and stream, realizing that despite the performance, the person underneath remained the same. Fueled by this thought, he shouts at Mira, demanding she look at him. He declares that if her appearance or gender were changed, he would still find a way to enjoy it, because it was her words that spurred him to action. The stalemate breaks. Crow steps back, their mask falling to the ground as they concede defeat. They acknowledge Kanata as well as firm and apologize for their earlier rudeness. As Mira sheathes her blade, the stick Kanata wielded finally splinters, its fragments held together only by the lingering wisps of wind magic. The masked figure reached up and, with a soft click, unfastened their disguise. As the beak-like mask came away, it revealed not a man, but the face of the young assassin, Mira. She looked up at Kanata, her expression unreadable, and spoke with a formal finality, thanking him for all he had done for her up to that point. In the periphery, Akuta could only stare, his face a mask of pure shock at the revelation. A powerful shockwave erupts from Kanata's outstretched hand as he shouts the word, "Blast!" The force of the spell sends both Akuta and Mira tumbling to the ground behind him. Panting, Kanata looks down at Mira's prone form and demands to know why she did such a foolish thing. He calls her an idiot, questioning how she could act that way when she is his listener and his bodyguard, calling it the worst possible choice. Lying on the ground, Mira looks up with unwavering resolve. She explains that she had no other choice but to use her own life as a shield. Internally, she laments that he only ever denies her ideas, all while his own recklessness puts his life in danger. Her silent resolve was met not with anger, but with Kanata's complete breakdown. Tears streamed down his face as he began to sob, stammering that this was all his fault. His lament took a bizarre turn as he wailed that he couldn't even imagine a world where he becomes a girl. The utterly unexpected confession sent Mira into a state of shock, her eyes spiraling into vortexes as she shouted his title, Haitian Sama. Her mind was still reeling from his confession when Kanata suddenly launched into a frantic, bizarre tirade. He shouted that he had no interest in such things, questioning if she was truly that desperate to have a woman's chest. In his agitated imagination, he pictured her being roasted over a campfire, declaring that if she wanted it so badly, she could just die and have her chest torn out. He trailed off, muttering that he didn't have what it takes to be a hunter. His outburst subsided, replaced by a look of concern. He worried aloud that his harsh opposition to her new streaming style had been too much for her. He admitted he would have to explain everything to his audience later, revealing that he had intended to make some kind of announcement at the end. Seeing her groaning on the ground, he tried to offer a strange form of comfort, telling her she could simply go back to being a man if she got tired. The statement only deepened her confusion, and she could only manage a dazed, questioning, She winces as Kanata's hand flicks near her face. He tells her not to go dying on him, as that would be difficult. Mira, still reeling, mutters that dying is indeed tough. He then crouches down to her level, his expression turning serious. He begins by apologizing for his earlier silence, admitting it was wrong. He then declares that if she's going to use his name as her shield, she is forbidden from dying before he does. He watched as Mira processed his words, her mind racing through the implications. She concluded that his demand to not die before him, to die after him, to grow old together, was nothing short of a marriage proposal. Overwhelmed with emotion, she lunged forward, crying out an apology for being such a clumsy bodyguard. With a small, fluffy familiar appearing beside her, she tearfully pledged her lifelong protection to him. Her intense declaration gave way to a soft, blushing expression as she leaned in close, asking if she should be gentle with him. As she clung to him, causing him to tremble, Kanata had a sudden realization. Mira was the stalker who had terrified him in the past. Despite this unsettling memory, he made a firm decision to himself. From now on, he would not let her get under his skin. He lay on the ground, pinned beneath Mira. Her eyes, swirling with an unsettling intensity, stared down at him as she wondered what he intended to do. Regardless, she made a solemn vow. Whatever sin she had to bear, she would share the blade of his life, becoming one with his fate. Later that night, Mira was streaming, tears of joy running down her face. As a streamer himself, Kanata had built a reputation for astounding his listeners, leaving behind legends of his broadcasts. Her broadcast began with a flourish. On screens across worlds, from royal courts to demonic realms, and even before a stunned Kanata and Akuta, she appeared. Dressed in a school uniform, she gave a cheerful thumbs up. I was reincarnated. No, that's not it. She corrected herself with a laugh. Please take care of me. And so, as her viewers watched, the curtain rose on what was, in its own way, another legendary stream. Sometime after the chaotic stream, Kanata and Mira arrive at Randall Park in the Artisan District. As they walk, Mira looks around curiously, wondering where the hospital is. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out Kanata's name. It's the artisan, Shidu, waving enthusiastically. Kanata greets him, and Mira, mistaking him for a doctor, asks if he's the one. Kanata quickly corrects her, introducing Shidu as an artisan. Shidu, in turn, looks at Mira and asks if she's Kanata's sister, offering a friendly welcome. In response to his question, Mira strikes a confident pose, flashing two peace signs. She proudly declares that she is not his sister, but his lifelong honorary bodyguard. In the background, a mortified Kanata pleads with Shidu to just ignore her, while the artisan simply looks on, utterly bewildered. Her new charge's business with the artisan was proving stranger than anticipated. The craftsman himself, Shidu, was still trying to process a message he'd received the previous night via express delivery. The letter, from Kanata, made a baffling request. Tomorrow, I'm coming to your shop. Turn me into a girl. Shidu could only stare at the words, completely bewildered by the note. Back in the present, however, the craftsman stifled a yawn, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. "Ah, I see. I get it," he mumbled. With Shida now on the same page, Kanata turned to Mira to finally explain the situation. "The truth is," he stated, "I'm a streamer." The confession hit the young assassin with comical force. Her eyes bulged from their sockets, and her tongue unrolled in a display of utter shock. He questions Shida's priorities, asking if the contents of the letter are more important than the streaming network itself. Shidu, trembling with excitement, insists on hearing the details, feeling his artisan's spirit awaken at the prospect. Kanata assures him that he can be trusted and won't speak of this to anyone else, but then immediately grows suspicious, wondering why Shidu would believe him so readily without any proof. An hour later, the lengthy, technical discussion has taken its toll, leaving Kanata fast asleep on the floor. Mira, who has been bound and kneeling patiently, finally asks when she will be untied. Unfazed, Shidu declares their first step, to build the PC and its related components. Under the light of the crescent moon, Kanata turned his attention back to Mira, who was still on the floor. He crouched beside her, holding a small device. "Wake up, guard," he urged, try to rouse her from her slumber. "Take a look at this terminal." Mira, still groggy, mumbled incoherently. Her eyes shot open as the device was thrust before her face. A jolt of surprise ran through her as she stared at the screen, her voice sharp with confusion. "What is this?" The streamer's audience is thrown into confusion. A Cyclops demon, looking flustered, suddenly declares he has a report to make. A young man in a simple tunic turns to address the others, calling for the listener's attention, while a nobleman and a young girl stare at their own devices in disbelief. The cause of the commotion is revealed on the screen of the device. A live broadcast is underway, featuring Kanata, but transformed into a young girl with horns and two-toned hair. He gestures animatedly, exclaiming that this new form is indeed him. The audience's reactions are visceral. One viewer pulls at his hair, crying out that the streamer has become a girl, as another weeps beside him. Elsewhere, Maria's face contorts with rage as she stares at her own device, the screen cracking under the pressure of her grip. She furiously questions the identity of the woman on the screen, declaring it an absolute lie she refuses to believe. A monstrous, disfigured face manifests in the darkness, questioning if this was some form of cosmetic alteration done without consultation, and asks if it too has been betrayed. Meanwhile, Lady Shrauza closes her eyes, sensing a broken vow. She wonders aloud why Kanata would betray their promise, and with a surge of power, resolves that if this is his choice, then this world must be destroyed. This sentiment, however, is not shared by all. Lady Shrauza and Kana appear together, both looking rather pleased. Shrauza remarks that she would love Kanata, even as a girl, a point Kana readily agrees with. Their amusement contrasts sharply with the scene unfolding elsewhere. The imposter princess stares in wide-eyed shock, while Kanata himself throws his hands up in a panic. Mira is equally flustered, her small familiars mirroring her distress. Only Kana, in another location, remains composed, calmly sipping a drink and chiding the others to settle down, reminding them that a public servant shouldn't cause a commotion. He strikes a playful pose in his new female form, deciding to simply lie his way through the situation. Speaking into his streaming device, he tests the voice, wondering if his vocal cords have changed as well. A wave of panic hits him as he silently pleads for the transformation to reverse, but then a new thought emerges. As he considers his new appearance, he realizes that this unexpected change might just have its advantages. Meanwhile, Kana quietly approaches Shidu's workshop, wondering where the streamer could be. Inside, Shidu is startled by a faint sound, muttering to himself that it's his workshop and people should be quiet. Inside the workshop, Shidu stared in confusion at Kanata, who sat at a desk in his usual male form. He questioned how this was possible, wondering if Kanata had somehow reincarnated into a virtual girl. Kanata began to explain the concept of virtual streaming. On screen, a female avatar is being broadcast, but in reality, he is the one controlling it. He elaborated that by linking magic circuits to the equipment, he could use motion capture to animate the character, a concept entirely new in this world. As Kanata spoke, a look of intense concentration crossed Shidu's face. He furiously scribbled notes, asking if this was truly possible, before a sudden spark of understanding ignited in his eyes. He adjusted his glasses, a sharp, almost terrifying glint in his eyes. The concept was now perfectly clear to him. As the stream continued to show the playful, feminine avatar, Shidu realized the single most crucial point of this entire endeavor. Under no circumstances could Kanata's true, male form ever be revealed to the audience. He strikes a confident pose, declaring that while he often draws blueprints, this is his first time creating a character design. Beside him, a bound Miro wonders if he might be better suited as an artist than an artisan. Nearby, Maria excitedly observes the process, noting that the persona of Alfana is essentially just a girl's disguise. Her comment fuels a frantic vision of Shidu, who appears with multiple arms brandishing knives, obsessively muttering about the need to dispose of any and all evidence. Kanata struggles to maintain order during his live broadcast, his voice strained as he pleads with the chaotic crowd of viewers to settle down. The screen is a blur of skeptical comments, with many demanding the return of their usual streamer and questioning the identity of the cute girl now occupying the frame. He decides to silence the doubters by demonstrating a feat only he could perform, reaching into a shimmering void of storage magic to retrieve specific event items. Across the city, the princess watches the magical display on her own device, her eyes widening as she recognizes the unique signature of his abilities. His plan works perfectly, and as he strikes a confident pose for the audience, the tide of public opinion shifts from suspicion to overwhelming adoration. She clutches her communication device tightly, her face flushed with excitement as she witnesses her hero embrace this new, vibrant persona with such effortless charm. He takes a moment to process the sheer volume of positive feedback, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the intensity of the fans' reactions. While he had always wanted to experiment with a broadcast like this, the reality of being so widely accepted in this form is both exhilarating and slightly terrifying. He reflects on the risks he took, realizing that he had nearly lost sight of his audience in his pursuit of personal fun. The image of the saintly princess serves as a reminder of the high expectations placed upon him, making him wonder if he has truly found the right balance between his own desires and his role as a public figure. He suddenly casts aside his lingering doubts, throwing his arms wide and declaring to the world that he is genuinely enjoying himself. Refusing to lie to his own heart any longer, he embraces the joy of the moment, his infectious enthusiasm radiating through the magical broadcast. His newfound sincerity resonates far beyond the digital screen, touching the lives of ordinary citizens who find themselves inspired by his courage. From the weary blacksmith to the aspiring musician, people across the kingdom feel a surge of motivation to pursue their own happiness and be true to their inner selves. He has become a symbol of liberation, his unconventional performance acting as a catalyst for a wave of positive change throughout the land. The broadcast is no longer just entertainment. It is a powerful message that encourages everyone to break free from societal expectations and live authentically. He continues to captivate his most loyal supporters, with the princess and her friends watching in awe as he shines brighter than ever before. They agree that regardless of his outward appearance or the sound of his voice, the essence of the person they admire remains unchanged and more wonderful than they ever imagined. He remains the subject of intense scrutiny, even among his closest allies, as the young artisan and the stoic assassin watch the broadcast with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. While the craftsman struggles to wrap his head around the logic of the transformation, his companion simply observes, recognizing the profound impact their friend is having on the world. He is drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with a fervor that borders on madness as he declares that every man harbors a secret desire to become a cute girl. Behind him, the young assassin watches with a look of pure revulsion, her face twisted in a silent plea for this conversation to end. Despite the awkwardness, he remains hunched over his desk, a manic grin spreading across his face as he marvels at how his technical skills are finally being used to entertain the world. He whispers a quiet word of thanks to his friend for providing this bizarre but fulfilling opportunity. Meanwhile, the demon lord and the weary worker find themselves utterly captivated by the broadcast, their eyes glued to the screen as the new virtual idol performs. The dark ruler even finds herself salivating at the prospect of training such a delightful creature, while her companion can only watch in stunned silence. The stream itself is a whirlwind of energy, with the pink-haired avatar singing and dancing for an audience that has swelled to over 50,000 concurrent viewers. This debut has sent shockwaves through the world, challenging established values and creating a new kind of entertainment that no one could have predicted. This digital siren song has a profound effect on its viewers, driving them into a frenzy of adoration that transcends the boundary between reality and the virtual world. Even those who know the truth behind the avatar find their hearts racing, unable to resist the charm of the character that has been brought to life. Even the princess, watching from the safety of her own quarters, feels a strange pang in her chest as she clutches a fan dedicated to the new star. The phenomenon is spreading to every corner of society, reaching people who previously had no interest in such broadcasts and leaving them questioning their own feelings. As the night finally draws to a close, the young man behind the avatar collapses in exhaustion, the weight of the successful stream finally catching up to him. However, the ripples of his performance are far from over, as the elf princess stares at her device with a gaze so intense and possessive it suggests that a new, perhaps more dangerous, obsession has been born. Kanata wakes up to a surprising sight, Alfana leaning over him, greeting him with a gentle, sisterly wake-up call. He is momentarily disoriented, wondering when he suddenly gained a sister, as she smiles warmly at him from the edge of the bed. He explains to her that he was simply trying to follow Kana's advice on how to wake up with the energy of a younger sibling. Alfana, looking slightly embarrassed by the misunderstanding, offers a soft apology for the confusion. She admits that while she truly wanted to sleep in, Her concern for his well-being after the previous day's broadcast drove her to check on him. Her expression is weary, reflecting the toll of her worries and the lack of rest. Relieved to see him doing well, she announces her intention to focus on her royal duties for the rest of the day. She apologizes for her recent absence, leaving him to reflect on the events following his last stream as she prepares to depart. He suggests they take a stroll through the castle town together, wanting to clear his head and enjoy some fresh air. She accepts the invitation with a bright, joyful smile, happy for the chance to spend time with him outside of her official responsibilities. As they walk, he apologizes for the abruptness of his recent broadcast and promises to consult with his trusted friends before making such sudden moves in the future. She encourages this, urging him to rely on those close to him and offering her unwavering support. She maintains her composed, saintly demeanor, though internally she acknowledges the effort it takes to appear so perfect in front of the one she cares for. Even a saint, it seems, feels the need to put on a brave face and hide her vulnerabilities for love. Later that evening, he decides to take a well-deserved break for his broadcasting duties. With the night ahead of him, he makes his way toward the public baths to relax and unwind after a long day of reflection and royal company. His peaceful walk is suddenly interrupted by a loud commotion. He turns to find a pair of rowdy students engaged in a heated scuffle, their aggressive shouts shattering the evening's quiet and drawing his immediate attention. He walks down the corridor, lost in thought about the strange allure of Haikeo, when a chilling presence manifests behind him. A hand reaches out, and a voice dripping with mock sweetness calls his name, sending a jolt of terror through him as he is suddenly yanked backward into the shadows. He is pinned firmly against the cold stone wall, silenced by a finger to her lips as she warns him to stay quiet so they aren't discovered. Despite his muffled protests, she begins to knead and pull at his cheeks with a mischievous intensity, her eyes narrowing as she complains that the entire town seems more captivated by the girl on the screen than by her own presence today. Maria admits with a sheepish grin that she might have been acting a bit vain, apologizing to Kanata for not consulting him sooner. Her friend stands by, watching the exchange with a knowing look as the tension from their previous encounter begins to dissipate. Suddenly, the moment is interrupted as Seabass comes charging through the courtyard, his face a mask of frantic duty as he bellows about unfinished business and the need for her to return to her official duties immediately. Taking advantage of the distraction, she waves a hasty goodbye, shouting over her shoulder that they will definitely have lunch together next week before disappearing into the crowd to evade her persistent attendant. He watches her go, reflecting on the whirlwind of activity that seems to follow her everywhere, before turning his thoughts toward his own mounting tasks and the script he needs to prepare for his next broadcast. Meanwhile, in a different part of the academy, Aguila maintains his rigorous training, his confidence bolstered by the belief that his strength is a direct result of his unwavering dedication and hard work, regardless of what others might think. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered when an emergency notification pings across every device, launching a live stream that features a heavily censored and suggestive image, instantly grabbing the attention of everyone connected to the network. She stares at her own device in absolute horror, her face flushing a deep crimson as she realizes the scandalous nature of the broadcast currently captivating the entire student body, desperately trying to shield the screen from prying eyes. Around her, the reaction is instantaneous and chaotic, with students clamoring for details and demanding confirmation of the shocking rumors being fueled by the stream, their excitement reaching a fever pitch as they discuss the potential fallout. The digital firestorm reaches even the most distant corners, catching Mira off guard while Kana observes the unfolding drama with a skeptical but intrigued expression, both realizing that this broadcast will have far-reaching consequences for everyone involved. Because of this sudden upheaval, the entire academy is plunged into a state of frenzied speculation, the mysterious broadcast having successfully hijacked the attention of everyone in its wake and leaving them desperate for the next revelation. The screen erupts with a chaotic flood of comments, the digital crowd roaring with excitement over the recent broadcast. Amidst the frenzy, a figure with a knowing smirk watches the reaction, satisfied that the plan to establish a regular streaming schedule has been a resounding success. He reflects on the night's events with Shidu, who expresses deep gratitude for the assistance provided. While they discuss the logistics of the reward, Mira remains focused on security, meticulously dismantling a computer in her workshop to ensure no digital trail can be followed back to them. The young artisan is overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes welling up as he realizes that Kanata will continue to visit him regularly. While he struggles to contain his joy, the young assassin suddenly lunges forward, wrapping her arms around Kanata in a fierce, possessive embrace that catches everyone off guard. She clings to him tightly, refusing to let go even as the conversation turns to the necessity of keeping their various identities strictly separate. Kanata realizes that from now on, the worlds of his different personas must never overlap, a rule that must be enforced with absolute discipline. Elsewhere, the buzz from the stream has reached other corners of the academy, where Rumieyu and Tsutsuri are caught up in excitement. They pose for a playful photo together, their conversation revolving around the mysterious streamer and the scandalous nature of the recent broadcast. As they lean in close, the eccentric toy maker suddenly brightens, a realization striking her. She mentions to her companion that there was something important she had forgotten to tell her the previous day, her eyes wide with the urgency of her newfound memory. The young streamer leans in, a mischievous glint in his eye as he reveals a secret that leaves his companion frozen in shock. He mentions having spotted her at the recent doujinshi sale in the royal capital, catching her completely off guard with the knowledge of her secret hobby. He continues with a cheerful grin, urging her to keep up her creative work despite her obvious distress. She, meanwhile, is a whirlwind of frantic energy, her fingers flying across her keyboard as she tries to process the exposure and the fact that her secret is out. The flustered creator feels the realization hit her like a physical blow, her mind racing through the possibilities of what he might have seen. She agonizes over whether he caught a glimpse of her more scandalous works, like her slime or Tudor stories, her face burning with a mix of shame and panic. She lets out a soul-shattering wail of embarrassment, begging for the ground to swallow her whole as the weight of her secret being known becomes too much to bear. Unfazed by her dramatic outburst, he simply laughs, expressing his hope that the community of fellow enthusiasts will only continue to grow in the future. This unexpected encounter marks a turning point, heralding the rise of a new kind of presence in this world as the Haishikyo phenomenon begins to take root. Alongside his loyal companion, he stands at the forefront of a burgeoning cultural shift, their influence spreading further than they ever imagined through their broadcasts. He engages with his audience once more, a fan-made book in hand as he shares his thoughts with a digital crowd. The stream of comments from his viewers is a constant, chaotic flow of excitement and support, with many expressing their disbelief and amusement at the content he is reviewing live. Watching from afar, the noblewoman monitors the broadcast with a knowing smile, pleased to see him finding his footing again. She notes that his recent concerns about his public image and the expectations of his listeners are a sign that he is returning to his roots and rediscovering his original purpose as a creator. She carries herself with an air of quiet satisfaction, confident that her guidance has played a part in his recent progress. To her, his dedication and the way he struggles with his identity are part of his undeniable charm, and she takes pride in the subtle influence she exerts over his journey. The weary artisan finds a moment of peace in his quiet workshop as the day winds down. He sighs, reflecting on the day's events before deciding to settle in and catch up on the messages left by those who follow their work, finding comfort in the routine of reading the letters from their supporters. His solitude is short-lived, however, as a sharp knock at the door signals an unexpected visitor. He tries to turn them away, citing the late hour and the fact that the shop is closed, but she brushes past his protests with a playful jab at his cold reception, reminding him of their long-standing bond as childhood friends. He is left to his work in the quiet of the workshop as the narrative focus shifts to the capital, where Athena surveys the changing landscape of Kanata's life. She realizes that while he has gained powerful allies like the creative Remiyu and the formidable demon Lord Shrauza, his growing fame has also attracted the unsettling attention of obsessive, Yandere-like followers who wait in shadows. She's not the only one finding a moment of respite, as the angelic Isra indulges in a playful afternoon surrounded by plush dolls of her favorite heroes, cherishing the fleeting peace of the present. She eventually sets aside her toys to join a grave assembly of religious elders, who confirm that a mysterious key has been safely secured for the time being. As the seasons turn and several months pass in a blur of activity, a gentle hand reaches out to brush a fallen blossom from Kanata's dark hair. He begins his second year of school under the bright spring sun, listening as Athena reminds the group of their new responsibilities while Mira watches silently from the trees, marking the end of one chapter and the start of another.